Every year, this time of the year, we do something really silly. We record an absurdly long podcast going over every single thing that we think is important that happened this year. We talk about all the software updates, industry news and trends, events that have happened, and of course, we talk about the economy and all of the changes that are going on, including the AI revolution that we're all living through. This is a very long podcast. It may very well be the longest podcast I've ever seen in my life, but I invite you to close out 2025 with the team at School Motion, plus a bunch of amazing guests that we had contribute to this episode. This is a long one. There are chapter markers if you want to skip around and just listen to your favorite part, but I promise you, this is going to be the most in-depth review of this year anywhere on the internet. Thank you for being a part of School Motion this year. We think 2026 is going to be an amazing year, and I hope that this kind of gives you closure for 2025. Maybe you wanted it. Maybe this was your best year ever. Either way, sit back, relax, and enjoy the School of Motion 2025 End of the Year podcast. Gird your loins. All right, fellas. So the three of us have been in this industry in various forms for decades at this point. I think between the three of us, there's got to be probably close to 70 years of experience, which is absolutely terrifying. And I asked this last year. I think I've asked this the last few years, but I want to start by just asking you both, what does motion design even mean right now? Because if I think back to when I got into this field, motion design wasn't even really a term. It was MoGraph or motion graphics. It meant a very specific thing. Now it's like, people are throwing that word around. It means a million different things.
If I could explain it, then I'd be able to explain it to my family at Thanksgiving, who all don't understand what I do.
Yeah, that's much more possible now. So EJ, I'll start with you. What do you think motion design is? And I'm trying to, maybe a good way to think about it is like someone who's discovering the world of animation and seeing cool stuff on screens all over the place. Like they want to get into it. What are they getting into? Like, what is the thing they're going to be doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think our worlds become more complicated because it used to just be, for most of our 20-year existence in this field, it was, okay, you use After Effects, and then it evolved to, okay, now you use After Effects and Cinema 4D, and then it was, okay, maybe you use a little bit of Houdini or something. And like every single year, I feel like there's this new tool or this new thing that we're doing that is expanding the pool of the community or just the group of artists that are creating what I would say, if we would go even a layer above motion design, where we're content creators or influencers. Like I just feel like that net has been cast even wider now. And so now you're getting people that are entering the industry that have never heard the term MoGraph before, don't know what the hell it is, doesn't even know who the hell Andrew Kramer is, which blows my mind. I know, it pour one out for Andrew Kramer, but I think that's kind of the thing that we're struggling with is I feel like this is such like an us issue where like the older hat people are like, oh man, no one says MoGraph anymore. It's like, okay, grandpa, like get with the times. Like you're either you're a 3D animator or you're a product designer or UI UX experiential designer. Everyone needs to feel special. So everyone has their special term they like to call themselves. So it's no longer this blob amorphous MoGraph term. But yeah, I would say motion design now is just literally anything that involves some type of motion, whether that's on your iPhone app, your web interaction, your interactive VR thing. Like it's all designing motion and experiences, and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Well, for everyone who's worried about Andrew Kramer, I saw him with his shirt off last year at NAB.
He works out.
He's jacked. He looks great.
He's in good shape. He's not going anywhere.
Really good shape.
He's just living the good life, man. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. He's on that protein train.
My name's John Lepore. I am the founder of Black Box Infinite, a practice that helps leading innovators strategize, visualize, and realize the next generation of experiences. I come from a rich background in motion design, working on all kinds of different things from FUI or futuristic technologies that you see in films, to title sequences, to broadcast work, to a whole lot of product design and innovation consulting. And I generally just love the motion design discipline at large. I think it's such an amazing jumping off point for all sorts of incredible things that the world needs right now. And I'm also really thankful that there's an entity like School of Motion that's helping brilliant minds out there harness and take advantage of what this industry has to offer. I do firmly believe that motion design is continually on a trajectory towards disassociating itself with just the term motion design. Like, motion design to me is not After Effects and Cinema 4D or Blender with a little Houdini thrown in for good measure. Motion design is this discipline where you combine visual information, typography, data visualizations, layouts, character designs, and you move them, you make them come to life, you present them in a way that has gesture and action to them. But it's different from just animation or 2D animation or 3D animation. It is something that has this purpose that it serves. It is, it's not just a form in motion, but it's that form with a function. I do hate the fact that motion design is sort of this bastard stepchild of the advertising industry. I think it serves a wonderful purpose in advertising and marketing and is a great medium for conveying those thoughts. But it's really critical to me that anyone who's dabbling in the world of motion design, anyone who cares about the art or the craft of motion design, are also looking outside of advertising or any of the other traditional spaces where this discipline is deployed. Because I think we're now at a point where technology and experiences and products, whether that's an app or a VR experience or an environmental installation, they all are these canvases that benefit from the magical discipline of motion design. And so I do think that we'll continue to see, like, quote unquote motion design or MoGraph studios start to disassociate themselves from just this title or this vertical or this set of tools and start to lean into ways that their approach to motion design is catering towards solving very specific problems or solutions. And so, for example, there's a number of different motion design, quote unquote motion design studios that will specialize in something like sports broadcast graphics, right? And to me, it's not just that these entities are making motion design or making animations or making animated type or stats or intros or transitions. They're not just making QuickTimes with alpha channels to be used during a sports broadcast. They're playing an integral role in enhancing the product that is the sports broadcast. And even broadcast, right? That's going to become a blurry area where, yes, it's a broadcast on linear television, or it's a linear style broadcast on a streaming platform. But those things are going to start to become increasingly more interactive, things where you're choosing what kinds of information and data you want up on the screen, things that will start to feel almost like a hybrid of watching a sports broadcast and playing a sports video game, right? And motion design is going to play a really critical role in that space. And so I just want to make sure that people are looking at these opportunities, say, okay, it's not just motion design inserted into these things, but we're using gesture and motion and information to enhance an existing product. And we're building that product. We're creating that product. We're making a distinct contribution to it. We're not just the motion design department.
So Aaron, I mean, you've been around, you've done a lot of different things in this industry, and you've been, you worked at Sesame Street years ago, and you've done visual effects and you've worked on short films, and you were actually I guess you were a voice actor in a feature film this year. But you were early on the tutorial train too. You're back from the Creative Cow days. That's where a lot of people know you from. So what do you think about motion design?
It's funny because I don't have to stress about it too much because I've done so much over the years and all these different things. You kind of nailed it for me. Which is like I've never really known even what to call myself. It's like motion designer / animator / visual effects artist. I just kind of, for me, my experience of using all of these tools and doing all these different things, sooner or later they kind of leak into each other. There's always, there's a little bit of character that gets into motion design, even if it's not the main part of it. If we're talking about the motion design in the classic sense, and then visual effects get added into motion design, stuff that we would have considered visual effects years ago, but are now there's Pyro and Sims and all of that. That would never have been motion design. At least that was you didn't do that in a normal studio if you were just doing a quick commercial for something like that. That was the high-end stuff that now is just kind of seeped in. And I think that sort of, that stuff becoming more available to everybody. And EJ, you talked about how over the years it was After Effects, and it was After Effects and Cinema 4D, and then it was Houdini. I don't even know. It's not even about the tools anymore. It's just about the kind of work that's being done in motion design is also sort of broadened out, and it's not easy to solve. So to say this is what motion design is, but the way I like to think about it, when someone really asks me, if someone one of my talk about my relatives at Thanksgiving, they're like, "You do stuff, it's interesting. What is that motion?" I say motion design, and they're like, "Well, what is that?" And I try to say usually there's a football game on TV when I'm at the family thing. So I point to that, I'm like, "See that? That's motion design." And then a car commercial comes on, I'm like, "That's also motion design." And then that Apple commercial came on, and I'm like, "That's not motion design. That's the one with the stop motion. That's stop motion, but not motion design." I don't know. I don't try too hard to worry about it.
Yeah, I think EJ, you said something that's this seems like maybe a self-created problem for for people who've been in it for a while. It's wait, what am I now? And I think also, at School of Motion, we have kind of a unique version of that problem, which is we have to tell people this is what we teach, and this is the kind of career we can help you get into. And it used to be a lot easier to just say motion design or motion graphics, and people just kind of knew what you meant. And now, and this is going to come up a lot in this episode, and a lot of the guests that we had, contribute to this episode said some version of this, that, motion design used to be an industry or an area that you could work in. And I see this all the time now on the internet where developers say motion design, and people who are doing websites and people who are branding designers are saying motion design. Video editors are saying motion design when they're using CapCut and using some cool filter. And so what is motion design? Well, years ago, I wrote this article from Motionographer, and I was trying to kind of answer this. This was a while ago. This might have been 8 or 9 years ago now. And Adam Plouffe of Battle Axe said something to the effect of motion design is not an industry. It's a set of tools. It's like you have this toolbox that says motion design on it, and you can carry that toolbox over to Microsoft and use it there, or you can carry it over to BMW and work on their, human machine interface, in-car screen stuff. It's all the same. You're using your similar tools. Maybe the software's changing. Now there's AI, which we'll probably mention once or twice in this episode. But actually, for me, I think it's really exciting because this was the first year where I started hearing other people completely outside the industry say motion design, and it meant something close to what I used to think, but different. And it's kind of opened my eyes to just how big this, the opportunities are now. And I know that right now, and hopefully this podcast will dispel some of this, there's definitely a lot of fear around a lot in motion design right now. And I think there's probably still plenty of short-term turbulence that we'll all have to navigate. But in the long run, it is clear to me that the motion design skill set is being used absolutely everywhere now, places you would never expect. And we got a lot of examples of that we'll get into.
Black Box Infinite is positioned almost like a creative consultancy. I don't like to use the word consultancy. It sounds a little gross and icky, but effectively, we're working with different leaders, typically in technology landscapes, and helping them to advance their products. And a lot of what we're doing is taking advantage of new paradigms in technology, whether that's spatial interactions or artificial intelligence or haptics or ways that sound design can be leveraged in products and experiences. And we're helping them just effectively think outside the box. And I do believe that all of these new advances that are coming in technology, they're happening so quickly around us. I think they all deserve a very generous amount of imagination. I think they require not just people who have been building the last generation of digital products, who are all stuck in the same mold of like making apps and lots of rounded rectangles. They need imaginative minds that come from motion design, from visual effects, from film and other spaces, because these new products and experiences, they're capable of so much more than things were even just a few years ago. And so that's a core focus for us at Blackbox, looking for ways to bring that blue sky imagination to the table. And we do put a big emphasis on strategic thinking. We're always talking about, any innovation is memorable as long as it is equal parts pragmatic thinking, pragmatic strategy, and cinematic execution. You need the cinematic and the pragmatic to make any of these things especially memorable. And so for us at Blackbox, we're doing bits of strategy, we're doing bits of design, and then we're more than happy at any point in the process to dip into the motion design toolkit, which for us is just a reflex. Most of the collaborators that we work with have at least some background or experience in motion design. And when you're thinking through product strategies, but you're able to make animated demonstrations or even animated diagrams or animated charts to convey your point, you can bring these thoughts, these strategies to life in a way where it starts to create more of an emotional resonance. And so when we're working in these spaces, there's always these sort of two layers that I describe. One layer is a group of engineers that's immediately around us who can kill any exciting idea in the first 2 weeks of its conception. And so it's critical that we're hyper empathetic to those engineering-minded individuals, and we're taking their concerns to heart. But then when we can also have some magic, sometimes in the form of motion design, incorporated into these thoughts or strategies or ideas, the high-level stakeholders, that will really capture their attention and get them excited and get them passionate about what's going on.
So that kind of sets the stage. So we're talking about the motion design toolbox with a bunch of tools in it, and that toolbox keeps getting bigger and bigger, like cramming stuff into it now. Okay, so before we go any further, I always like to do a quick School of Motion update. This year, I think, was probably the biggest year of change we've ever had since we started the company. So if you follow us, if you're a student, it's probably obvious what I'm about to tell you, but we made this huge shift this year. Back in April, we made the decision, which was really difficult and kind of scary, but the same way motion designers are looking and trying to read the tea leaves, what should I be doing? What does the new normal look like? What's going to be useful in 10 years versus right now? We had to do the same thing. E-learning is kind of going through its own little renaissance, and there's companies like Skillshare and Domestika that have been around for years. Domestika is kind of having a PR crisis right now. You guys can Google that if you want to. And then, there's still like YouTube, and then we've always been kind of in the middle, and we've been trying to figure out, okay, given what motion design is turning into, what do we need to do? So what we did was we launched All Access. So up until this year, if you wanted to take our courses, you had to buy them one at a time. They only ran at certain times of the year. And if you wanted to take like 10 of our classes, it would be very, very expensive. And we found that it was just kind of hamstringing artists who, if you don't know anything and you want to learn animation principles and design, and then how After Effects works, and then maybe some advanced After Effects, we're talking like $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, and you have to schedule it to be able to do it. Well, now it's way cheaper. It's a subscription, but you get access to every single class whenever you want. You can take them all if you want to. If you want to just kill yourself and try to take every single one in a year. I'm not sure that's actually possible. Someone will prove me wrong. But we also kept all the stuff that we're known for. There's unlimited critique from actual human artists on everything that you turn in. We have an amazing community that you get access to. We've started doing live monthly portfolio reviews and guest workshops, which have been really successful, and a whole bunch of other things. So we completely changed our product this year, and it's been a very successful year. It turns out that our instincts were pretty close to spot on. Like, this seems to be what our audience has been asking for. And it's really cool because one of the things that makes me really happy is some of the classes that didn't get as many registrations in the past, like our design classes, for example, because that's kind of like tough medicine to take. You know, they're hard and you don't get the instant gratification of like learning a new trick in After Effects. Now, because they're part of the subscription, enrollment is way, way up on those. And I think that's really important because I think that good taste is going to be the differentiator, which we'll get into. So other than that, we also have really scaled up our team training program this year. We brought on a head of sales, Anthony Sims, who's been amazing. And one of the coolest things, and you were both there, was we actually did our first live workshop with one of the teams that's on their CBS Sports, and we actually flew to New York, and we got to bring Jonathan Winbush, and we did this whole awesome 2-day workshop with them, got to hang out in the city. And this is something that we're going to be scaling up next year too. We're talking to another company about doing one early next year, a very large company, and they're actually very interested in Cavalry, believe it or not.
You know, that experience, I think, was really eye-opening for us because the conversation we had with people there about what tools they're using, what their struggles are. Like, you know, again, like, we're doing this online. I'm sure people talk to us, but when you're in that room with like people who are doing this every day, like, those conversations lead to some really good things that are coming from us in the future, different kinds of courses that we need. And coming back to the idea that you said that, like, you know, other courses weren't being used before. I was thinking about this with Blender, for example. You know, I'm gonna dive in this year for sure. And I've never, you know, like, I don't think that I ever would have said like, hey, I'm gonna buy a Blender course. But because we have that entire offering and I can do any of it, like, I'm going to do it. And I think that a lot of people will too with that and many other courses. Like, we have the UX one coming. Someone who's maybe would say, I don't know if that's for me. Do I really want to spend a few $100s or $500 on a course? Now they're going to be like, it doesn't hurt me to go in and take a look. I'm already learning After Effects, and it's going to be really helpful for their career because of all the reasons we just talked about before, which is that what motion design means is completely changing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you bring up a really good point, Aaron, which is, you know, I think, and we'll talk about this a lot in this podcast, what the new generation of motion designer needs to be really employable. I mean, it's going to depend on sort of who you're working for and the kind of clients you have or what company is employing you. But the field is so broad now. I mean, you could do the traditional Photoshop, After Effects, maybe some Cinema 4D. You could also go right to Figma and start using Rive and learn a little bit of code and also be a motion designer. And I have friends at Google that do exactly that. I mean, the guy that teaches our UX Animation Essentials course, Ivan, he's been at Google for years. And yeah, he's a motion designer and he started in After Effects, but he's using things like ProtoPie, something that I bet a lot of people listening to this don't even know what that is. But you will if you get into that world, and it's got, you know, a graph editor, and it's, you know, it's an animation tool. It's just designed for a specific thing, and in order to use it, you kind of have to know some other things, and that's what this first course on UX animation is about.
Ivan Witteborg here. I'm a UX motion designer at Google. I'm also the founder of the YouTube channel Motion UX that teaches folks how motion happens in real product teams. And I'm the teacher of the newest School of Motion course, UX Animation Essentials. Tech has gotten faster and technology has just gotten a bit more robust as far as the workflow from getting a motion concept into production. And so that's moved things from typically out of scope, meaning we're just not able to do this for the specific time period that we have to work on our product, to typically in scope. And the typical user experience of apps and websites have a lot of motion integrated into those experiences. And so now it's kind of an assumed that you will have some sort of motion, some sort of interaction, some sort of like fancy animations within your experience. And so now it's more so table stakes that most products will have this. That has made it so that motion is actually in scope now and making it to the end product. Motion is also now included earlier on in the process, not just waiting until the very end to like put like a nice looking flashy thing on to the end, but considering that as you are developing the entire UX of a product, so that you make sure that the motion is very deeply integrated. Things like Lottie and Rive have definitely helped that to be way more accessible in bring motion into scope and be way more feasible.
I think, Joey, that it's worth saying that, like, something you mentioned again, look, was the idea of this transference. You have this graphic, you have this graph, right? Like, these skills that you learn at the fundamental level that we're teaching, for example, in, animation bootcamp, whatever, these are the kinds of things that doesn't matter what program you go to or even what area, like these concepts of animation, they will carry through, which is why, like, I love jumping to another program. Like, I moved to Unreal a couple of years ago. And for me, it wasn't like, what do I do? It's like, where are these buttons? That was my big thing. Like that was it. Like, I already know what I want to do and how I'm going to do it. I just don't know where those controls are. And that's the thing, is this stuff is transferable completely between space to space.
Yeah, one of the things about the all access that I think is the biggest benefit of it is it frees us up from doing these hulking 32-hour courses. Like my Cinema 4D course is 32 hours, and if you're just buying that, like, yeah, you're getting your value plus some. But now we have this Blender course, and the thing that's great about the Blender for 3D artist course is it's built specifically for people that already know 3D. Aaron, as you're saying, like, if you learn 3D in one app, it's so easy to translate. It is exactly, where's this button in this app, because I know what it is in this other one. So the ramp up time to be able to learn any app you want, once you learn something like an After Effects, and once you learn a Cinema 4D, like our Blender for 3D artist course, I think is maybe 7 hours long. Like, so you could bang that out in a week and get up and running in Blender, in a couple weeks versus, what would be months to just get up and running in 3D in general. So that's one of the things that I'm really, I talk about this a little bit later on, where, if you're a veteran in this industry, the software is just getting so easy to use these days that it's not as daunting as it once used to be to learn something like an Unreal Engine or to learn something like a Blender, because Blender 5 years ago, 10 years ago, made no sense. I mean, it makes a little more sense now, same with Unreal, but it just goes to show that everything's getting easier, everything's getting more accessible. By the way, those two apps, Unreal, Blender, they're free, so there's no financial burden there. So I think that's one of the, if we want to start off this podcast with some good news, I think we already talked positively before about how just what is available to us as far as industries goes as motion designers is expanding. I think just what we can do with the technology and the tools available to us so easily now is also expanding as well. And the tools are getting even better, and the tools are becoming even more numerous as well to do exactly what you want to do.
So yeah, EJ, that's a good point. Like, we've made these courses a lot shorter so we can make them faster. There's a lot of reasons for that, but I think a huge one is just that, like, software changes way faster now. And on top of that, stuff, everything's changing faster, right? And so we need to be more responsive to our students and to the industry. So if something pops up that changes the way everyone should be doing something, I don't want to have to wait a year to, like, teach everybody that, right? I want it to be faster. So we've scaled up our course creation quite a bit. This is the most courses we've ever put out in a year. We put out Blender for 3D artists, Premiere for motion designers, Rive Academy Volume 2, After Effects Insider, and UX Animation Essentials. And we have a lot of courses in production that are coming out next year. And potentially, we may even scale up and try to put out more, but we've got a Cavalry course coming out early next year, our first Figma course with an amazing instructor, used to work at Animate, so really great designer. EJ's doing Substance course, another Cinema 4D course. We've got another Unreal course. We've got another Blender course. We're reworking our design curriculum. And then we're also doing all of these workshops every month. There's a new live workshop that we record on our community, and those let us be really responsive. And I suspect we'll be doing more AI related ones next year, because AI is something that's very hard to make a course about, because even if you can do it quickly in like 2 months, it's still probably out of date like a month later, right?
Yeah. I was thinking about this morning. How does Curious Refuge that, like, even keep up? Like, I don't even understand how they could do that. I think it's very difficult for them, Aaron. I do not think it's easy. Yeah. And I think that they're doing a similar thing that we are, where, they have their courses that you can go and you can take a course and learn the basics, but then they have a team training program, and they're working directly with studios and agencies and film studios and stuff like that, and doing training for them.
So, when it gets to the high level like that, and it's like, no, teach me exactly how to do the thing I need to know right now. Sometimes the course isn't even the best way. That's one of the reasons we're getting into these live workshops for some of our teams that we work with, because like we found out in New York, like a few hours in person with someone just asking you the question in front of a computer, it could save them months, right? Courses are amazing, and I think there's no better way of like getting up to speed, getting 80 to 90% of the way there. But when you're working on live sports broadcasts, 90% is not good enough, right? You need that extra 10%. Yeah. Cool. So yes, a lot. I probably forgot some stuff. We did another collab with Puget Systems this year. We did a really cool video with Deep Sky Studios in Portland, Oregon. I gave a talk there, and then EJ gave another talk that's on our YouTube channel. So we're also trying to play with different ways of putting content out, and our North Star is always, is this useful? And not just like, is this a cool After Effects trick that we can teach you and you'll feel good about it, and maybe you use it, maybe you don't, but you feel good. It's like, no, I want us to be able to give you insights that will help your career. Like, hey, here's a business opportunity that no one's looking at that I keep hearing about, that kind of stuff. All right, and we're going to talk a lot about the business of all of this and the Mo economy. But first, we always like to feature work that we saw this year that we really like, and artists and studios. And I think I always say pick 3, and then I pick more than that. I picked 3 this year, but there's an honorable mention. So I'll do my 3 first. Okay, so these are my 3 favorite pieces, okay? And they're picked for all different reasons. The first one is the Severance Season 2 opener. First of all, show's amazing. It's probably my favorite show of the year, although Pluribus may overtake it if you haven't seen that. It's really good. But the opener was done by Oliver Latta, and what I like about it, technically it's great. It's 3D, and there's the main character from the show. But what I love about it is how surreal it is. And one of the things that kept coming up in the guest contributions to this podcast was that what AI has really done is it's shown everybody, especially artists, how important taste is. And taste is now the new word that no one's going to be able to define. It's going to take us 20 years to know what taste is, but it's when you see it, right? And that piece has so much taste. Just everything, the camera movements, the lighting, the subtle little details, the way it ties in with the show. If you watch the show, you watch the intro, you get all these little inside things. And I love that. And I love that, title sequences, they're not quite as like prestige as they used to be. They don't get, as much attention, and every streaming platform has a button to skip them. Which I use, by the way, but I feel guilty every time I do it. But I love that that's still kind of like the high watermark for creativity in the world of motion design. Title sequences are still an opportunity to flex and show off and show how much taste you have. And I thought Oliver did an amazing job. The second piece was just a traditional ad, a spot for Coinbase that Buck did. And what I love about this is, again, it's taste. It's like, if you go to Nano Banana and say a thumbnail for a video about, crypto, it's going to make some really garish 3D, shiny looking, render look. That's what I would imagine, right? And Buck went the complete other way. It looks like an ASCII terminal. And they used Cavalry and probably a bunch of other techniques to basically make like these particle systems that are made out of like keyboard characters, and they build into things, but it kind of looks like, early 90s, late 80s, like ASCII artwork. It's super cool. And it's one of those things where how hard it is to make a simple idea like that work across a commercial and have the transitions and the motion, and they had to build systems to be able to do this. And Buck is still like just at the top of the food chain in my book. Everything they do is amazing. They just did an amazing campaign for Dunkin' Donuts. And they're one of those companies that's gone way up market, where they're not a motion design studio anymore. And they're not, you could call them an agency, but even that kind of short sells what they're capable of these days. But they can still do the MoGraph stuff. Like, they're still the kings and queens of that.
My name is Justin Cohn. I'm the Executive Director of Communications for Buck and Residence. We are functioning a lot more now like an agency. We're providing strategy. We're developing concepts that scale across many touch points. and not just motion, right? Photography and copywriting and live action production and packaging, out of home, all these other touch points that go way beyond just traditional kind of design and animation work that some people know us for.
And then the last one was a piece from Sin. So Tony and Thanos, I will butcher their last names if I try. They're Greek. But they're Yeti. And they made a studio project called Sins, which is amazing. It's kind of reminiscent of like Seven. You know, it's about the 7 deadly sins, and it's all 3D. They're kind of known for their amazing cinema 4D work. I'm sure they're using Houdini for some things. But it's like they have nailed the art of like surreal photorealism, where everything looks real and they've got the lighting and the shaders and all that like dialed in. But they push it. And, you know, it's harder than you'd think to make 3D that makes you feel gross. You know, like when you see something and you're like, ew, it's actually really difficult to do that, you know? Like one of the toughest things as a 3D artist is to make food that looks delicious. Well, doing the opposite is also kind of hard, you know? It's just, there's little subtleties. And again, it's taste, right? To be able to do that, to know when it's right, to stare at something and be like, it's not quite there. What do I need to add? Oh, it's not specular enough. You know, little details like that masters of 3D know. So I thought that piece was amazing. And then honorable mention, this is a feature film. So Seth Worley of Red Giant, good friend of Aaron's, he released his first like theatrical release of a feature film called Sketch this year. And I took my family to it, and I thought it was the best movie I've seen all year. And I just saw Wicked 2. It was better than Wicked 2, which actually I didn't think was very good. But Sketch was amazing. It's kind of like a throwback to like old Spielberg movies. It kind of has that feeling of like The Goonies, where kind of feels like a kid's movie, but it's kind of scary, and there's some really adult themes in it. My kids loved it. My son said it was his favorite movie of the year. And what's crazy is the budget for that film, Aaron, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was $5 million.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that.
Just like,
Seth and I know Hashi worked on it. Probably a bunch of people like in our circle worked on the visual effects for it. And it looks like, you know, a $200 million film.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful. The character stuff is incredible. Like the way that they, like, you know, if you say the idea of I'm going to take something that looks like it was made by a kid and bring it into the real world, like that can go wrong in 100 different ways and not look like it belongs. But they found a way to make those characters look like they actually were from another world but belonged in ours, and I thought that was really awesome. It's
incredible. And when you see behind the scenes for like Transformers or a Pixar movie, there's all this proprietary stuff, and there's like, you know, the hair simulation specialist and their assistant. I mean, you know, these giant teams to do all this. And when you see the behind the scenes of Sketch, it's Seth like in After Effects doing like the hackiest tracking thing to fix a shot, and he's good, so you can't tell. Like, he does a good job. It's Hashi hacking Cinema 4D to make it look like a bird is hitting a window and splatting against it and feathers flying off, and it's all particular. And they're using like all the tools that motion designers know. And it just looks amazing, and it's in a feature film. It's really good, and I hope that film has like a second life on streaming or something, because I'm sure not enough people saw it. It was really, really good, and I hope that just kickstarts Seth's career.
It's funny, you know, you said something about the movie being scary. It's funny because this little girl, I was in the theater, and I was talking to my son about the film, and she said, "Oh, like, what do you know? You've seen it before?" And I said, "Yeah," and she said, is it really scary? Are the monsters scary? And I was like, listen, kid, the monsters, like, that stuff's all going to work out. It's more the emotional stuff you're going to probably be in therapy for the rest of your life about. That's the... Yeah.
There's that one part. You know the part. Yeah.
There's a lot of trauma. It's the film deals with a lot of emotional trauma, and it did a great job of it.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah. So everybody check those out. All that stuff will be in the show notes. So you can, if you're listening to this, you're not watching, you can just go see those. Really cool stuff. And and now EJ. And it's funny, I didn't look at EJ's until just now, and I noticed he picked one of the same ones as me.
I did, and
right, EJ,
I didn't see that last night, but I went and did a late edition there. But yeah, I also like the season 2 title sequence for Severance. I thought that was pretty cool, and I love the show itself. So for that, and the one thing I wanted to mention about the Seth Worley thing is. Joey, you called out a really great point where it's like, I feel like After Effects users and Cinema 4D users don't have that flow moment where it's like, oh, these are the tools that I use every day being used in a feature film. And I hope, Seth and Sketch, I believe they should win a ton of awards. But I mean, I think that's like, you almost need that validation thing. I mean, you knew what happened to any Blender artist that saw when Flo won the Academy Award, and I think, any good kind of, confidence boost or anything of like, oh, the tools I use can be pushed this far. I think you don't necessarily see that for After Effects and Cinema 4D artists beyond your, like you said, the Severance, opening title sequences for things, not specifically like used throughout a film, especially with character stuff too. So just wanted to call that out. That I thought that's the sketch thing was a really good thing to mention, and
legit.
the tools we use. Speaking of the tools we use, so I did this event in Tokyo last month and met a lot of amazing artists from Japan, all over Japan. And one of the studios that one of their artists did a presentation for us. The studio is called Khaki Inc. So just like khakis, and they do some of the most insane VFX and like 3D and motion graphics work that I've ever seen. Like as far as like a studio that I've never heard before up until that point. I don't know how big they are necessarily, but they're doing like buck level stuff. And one of the things that they just came out with like a few days before our conference came out was this piece that was just a short film called Wave. And it's almost kind of like a music video. It's just this dude dancing. And while he's dancing, the background behind him starts to like fluctuate and kind of distort and stuff. And what I thought was really interesting was basically it was a short film to test out AI and like, how can I use AI with this? And so he was using AI and the hallucinations concept to make it look like the viewer's kind of hallucinating and the whole background's kind of tripping, and there's like a apartment complex behind him that's doing this kind of crazy ripple effect thing too, and the floor is distorting and rippling as well. And it almost looks like, I think we talked about this maybe, if it wasn't last year, it was 2 years ago, where it was like the whole kind of data moshi AI smearing look is going to be its own aesthetic. And I think this is kind of like an example of like, let's take that weird kind of almost not data moshi, but just weird smeary hallucination morphing thing and actually apply it not to the whole, full screen, but in certain, using as like a VFX kind of effect, which I thought was pretty interesting. They also use like AI for face replacements. And so this character kind of duplicates in one of the shots as well. And they do some really good behind the scenes stuff too, if you want to check it out, of how they kind of achieve some things. They used MoveAI. They did AI face swapping, AI relighting. What else they do? They trained their own like LoRa model. So it's just one of these really interesting things where they're utilizing AI with traditional VFX pipelines. And the funniest part is that the one thing they had to manually do was rotoscoping, which I thought was the most ironic part of it all. Is like the most boring thing you still had to AI didn't do.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely check that out. I really love the piece. And like I said, they have a really good making of that is just fascinating of how they kind of put things together. And then another piece that I really enjoyed was a piece for Yaosobi. So it's a PlayStation thing that was, I don't know what they're technically marketing. I think just PlayStation in general. It's Project Memory Card. And it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't know what it's marketing. It just looks super cool. So they have these like kind of 3D anime characters, and like I'm a sucker for really good smearing and squash and stretch and stuff done in really good ways. And so I just love it's got stop motion feel. The lighting's really cool. Like again, it almost looks like a 3D anime, and it's just really fun. And it's cool to see like the stylized 3D as well. Feel like there's so much of the realistic stuff out there that I always really gravitate towards the very stylized kind of stuff. So that was really cool. Speaking of the stylized stuff, there is also a piece that was, so I've talked about like a personal, like a short film. And this one's just a fan film for League of Legends by a studio called Seven Nights. And it's crazy because this, I just saw on YouTube, like when I was looking this up last night, that they only have like 674 views on YouTube. And this piece is like crazy. So they use Blender, Houdini, and did all these crazy like water effects and fur effects. And they really bring to life the little League of Legends characters really well. Again, very stylized kind of look as well. But I've never heard of Blender being used alongside Houdini much before, so it's just kind of interesting to also see again the tools and how they're being utilized alongside other different tools that are maybe more traditional as far as like the VFX stuff as far as Houdini goes. But they have like really cool sand sims, and it's something where it's like you would typically think Houdini is used in this very realistic way, but it's again very stylized. Like I'm a sucker for stylized stuff. So yeah, check those out, and definitely again they have a breakdown too behind the scenes of the fan cinematic for the Seven Nights, but give them some more views than 674. I just don't understand.
That's wild.
How they like.
I wonder
if
it's on another channel or somewhere else that it is, that exists. I don't know.
Well, they only have 65 subscribers on their Seven Nights Studio YouTube, so maybe that's it. But yeah, super cool work.
All right, Aaron. And everyone should know that last year, Aaron didn't know he was doing this enormous 4 or 5 hour podcast record until I think 15 minutes before. But this time, he had time to prepare. So what are your favorite pieces this year?
So, hands down for me, the number one was the Meat Department opener for Duster. I saw, Joey, that's on your list of favorite studios this year.
So
but
good.
like that, I don't know. I loved it so much that I kind of ripped it off to make my short film, The Getaway. Just like, the idea of using little cars and stuff like that. I've always loved stop motion. And even though this one doesn't really feel like stop motion completely, there's this sort of feeling of their toys, and it's very small with macro type photography.
Shift,
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of depth of field, so it feels like they're small. They don't move like they're stop motion, but it feels almost like we're looking at toys being played with. And I loved what they did with that. Like, I think that's such a great piece. I'm really bummed the series got canceled too, but it was such a great piece. And hands down for me, that's the first one. I covered this in Motion Mondays, but Lucas Piazzini, it's not even necessarily the greatest piece of work. He's really good. He works at Industrial Light and Magic, and he took part in Punisher's Rampage Rally Challenge. He did this piece that was based on Alita Battle Angel, and what I loved about that was not just the piece itself, but because he's like someone who's very into process, and obviously at ILM, you don't just like make things randomly. You put a lot of thought into it. He has like a 22-page breakdown of how he did everything. So like you can watch the video and then you can actually like see all the different pieces that went into it, and you realize that like just what it takes to look something to look that good. It's just stuff you take for granted. You're like, oh, it's 3D, like you can do this. Like, I know that once you start using it, you can see how hard it is. But the level of detail that he put into that is incredible. And so it's like the combination of like a really good piece of work plus like a behind the scenes that really helps you to understand like what it takes to make something like that. I'm going to come back to one I had written down, and I'm going to jump out of order here, but I've got Kevin Parry also did the stop motion thing. I love stop motion. I did my Star Wars, the woodcut. That
genius.
Was like right. But Kevin Parry did the stop motion thing where he was like sort of driving, and it's like incredible. And he has also a behind the scenes that shows you how he did it. And it's like, you almost like, why would you do that to yourself, man? But he did it. It's beautiful. It's hilarious. It's funny. It's just like, it's really fun to watch the whole thing happening. He just did it by himself, moving items around his office space and making sort of this thing like he's driving, sitting at a desk. It's pretty cool. And the last one was one that I actually saw. EJ, I feel like maybe you covered this. I'm not sure. It was in Motion Mondays, but it was proper AG1. It might have been Joey, but it's this like, I can't even say it's like the greatest commercial or anything like that. It's for like a beverage, but their use of color and composition and light, it's so perfect that like it's almost like they're slumming it, like a little bit. Like, and I don't know, the brand is not like a famous brand all over the world, like, but it was it's so nice looking and it's so slick and like really super high end design that I just like it really stands out to me as like when you put good design behind something that's not even that big a deal, like it looks like a much bigger deal. And I thought that was a really great piece just from the perspective of like making motion design that was very heavy in the design, you know?
Yeah, that piece in particular, you know, I'm gonna say the word taste 100 times. Like, there's little tiny details in there, like the water droplets on the glass. They look perfect, but every time it cuts to a new scene, it's different water droplets. Like, you know, there's just little things like that where, you know, I think everyone's probably listening to this waiting for us to talk about AI, and we can kind of sprinkle it in until we get to the AI section. But like, those are the kinds of choices that. I mean, maybe there's a world where AI can make choices that are that like tasteful, but we're not even close to that yet. And maybe AI can help render, you know, a displacement map for water droplets and save you some time there. But like a human has to make those choices, right? And so I think that's kind of a theme. I think with a lot of this stuff, you know, the meat department opener, Aaron. Again, it's like. The choice of pairing like a car chase, Dukes of Hazzard style car chase, with tilt shift photography, but they didn't make the environments look like a toy. Just the cars kind of feel like toys. Everything else looks very realistic, but miniature. And it's just like that idea and the taste that's necessary to say, this shot's not working. Why? Oh, it's because that tree is too out of focus. Bring it closer so we can tell it's a tree. You're not reading the silhouette. Like. There's all those things that in all the best work, it's like until you look for it, you don't even know it's there. But when it's not there, it doesn't work. And
you know, it's funny, Joey, that thing you just said. Like I saw Tron Ares in theaters in the theater this year. I don't tend to go, like, not a lot of movies will get me to see it. And the truth is, this movie wasn't particularly stand out as an amazing movie. The design in it was so good, and I think it's going to be completely missed. But there were moments on screen, like when they're in the Tron world, you know, they're in the grid and water splashes on the lens. The lens drops were square shaped, and they were just barely noticeable. But I was looking at it, I'm like, I'm the only guy in the theater that even caught that, I'm sure. Right. And I'm like, that is the kind of design that somebody thinks about, like, how does this make sense in this world? How does that design fit with that? And that, like, it's just barely there, but visually it makes just, for, you know, like, as I'm experiencing it, I'm like I feel like I'm not in the same world. I'm in the digital world. Yeah. Like, it's just subtle, you know?
Yeah. Taste, man. It's taste. All right, let's go over our three artists and studios that we thought did awesome stuff this year. And of course, God, I feel like, especially since we started doing Motion Mondays really regularly, we've done it like this whole year. I keep finding new studios doing insane stuff that I hadn't heard of. They weren't on my radar, or maybe I'd heard of them, but I just didn't know them. And I'm like, good Lord, like, there's so many killers out there. So this artist, I'm pretty sure I discovered him this year, but this year he had a big year, is Ryan Corneal, Duke Gunston on X. And Ryan, I started seeing these, and Aaron, you probably sent me the first one because you track Unreal more than me. Ryan figured out this cool way of making live controllable puppets in Unreal. So he's got some hand controller where he can do this with his hand, and the puppets have physics, and if there's fur on it, it goes up and down based on what his hand's doing. He can open and close the mouth, and then he probably has some keyboard controls for the eyes to blink and stuff. And they look 100% real. They look like real Muppets. But he can have the camera move, he can have the environment react, they're running in real time. And the first time I saw that, I was like, this opens up an entirely new type of content. There's been stuff like this in the past where they tried motion capture to have live puppets and stuff. I've never seen anything work as well as this. And I think part of it is just the choice he made to not try to make this like have legs that can walk and, you know, look like a real monster or something. It looks like a hand puppet. But because it's 3D, these hand puppets can do things normal puppets can't really do. The arms can stretch, and you know, you can program in like behaviors. If it gets close to this, something crazy happens. So I thought that was amazing, and I remember writing to him and saying, dude, this is incredible. Like, we'd love to like feature you. And he's like, yeah, I just started posting these because it's fun. And then all these opportunities popped up, and he couldn't tell me at the time, but he's now the co-founder of some studio called Sans Strings Studio. In French, it would be sans string, without strings. And he also, which I think is really cool, and I haven't seen anything about it in a while, is he's working on a boxing game. and it was showcased at IGN and made like a big splash in the video game world. But it's using his puppets and his models, but they're boxing, and it's kind of like Mike Tyson's Punch Out with Muppets. So I think we're gonna hear like, you know, big things from this guy. Like he figured out something really, really cool. It's technical, but also he had the taste to make it like appealing. So that was really cool. There's another guy, and for the life of me, I tried to find his real name and I couldn't find it. Enigmatic_E on X. So this dude, and he's also got a YouTube channel, not a huge following yet, but this guy is doing crazy stuff with AI tools. And I've been looking all year, and I'm sure a lot of artists have been looking for stuff made with AI that like moves you or is really cool. And, you know, the stuff he's doing, he's like a visual effects artist kind of person, but he's using AI in really, really clever ways and then mixing that with visual effects techniques. So he's doing things like shooting himself on a green screen and then generating the background with AI, but then also using a style transfer tool to, you know, change something about the way he looks, or adding like a helmet to his head that wasn't there, but the rest of him is unchanged. And so what I thought was cool about, and he does little mini tutorials. He's using ComfyUI and some other like kind of more advanced AI tools to do this. And what I thought was so cool about it was I kind of found him like towards the first half of the year. And that was like my first sense of, okay, you know, going to like Midjourney and typing in the image you want and hoping it gets close, it doesn't work, right? Like, I mean, you can use it for certain things, but that's not ideal. And then there's these other tools like Creo where you can draw like some rough painted thing and it'll try to convert that into an image with a prompt. That's better. And then I started seeing him use ComfyUI. And if you're listening, you don't know what that is. It's a node-based AI tool that has like 50 or more AI models you can load in and string them together like a Nuke script or a Fusion script or an Espresso node setup. And then you can mix that with like traditional tools like cropping and levels and alpha mats and compositing and other things. And you can build out, it's a compositing tool, but it has AI models built into it that can then take inputs from the other nodes and output to different nodes and split them. And so I was like, wow, okay, this is way more powerful, way more controllable. There's still a slot machine aspect to it. But this guy's a visual effects artist. He knows traditionally how to do this stuff. He's just doing this faster now.
A great model that I look at are even just online creators and online creatives who are dabbling in their own, making their own short films or pieces of content out there. They have this mindset or this approach, and half the time I can never tell if it's like an industry veteran or a 15-year-old kid sitting in their basement, but they have this approach where it's just like whatever it takes to get the job done, using wherever they're shooting things with an iPhone or mixing in AI animation tools or video, generative video processes or whatnot, and generative sound and music and voice. And they're combining all of those things and doing just sort of whatever it takes to get their vision out there. I think that's going to be an increasingly important approach for motion designers that may also mean abandoning typical pipelines or workflows that sometimes I think we can get a little too comfortable with.
And he has taste, so he knows when it's not good and he doesn't post that on the internet. So everything he's posting at least looks pretty darn good. And when he shows you how he made it, you're like, oh, I actually could imagine using that technique for stuff I do. And so that's why I wanted to give him a shout out, because he's kind of really on the cutting edge of that stuff. Our friends at Curious Refuge do a lot of that stuff too. I think they're a little bit more consumer focused in their marketing, so they focus mostly on the simpler stuff. But there's tools like ComfyUI, Weavy, and Project Graph we'll talk about, where if you already have these technical skills and you know visual effects, you know compositing, now you have 100 times the control you had with just like a text box that you're typing into and then saying, no, try again, but make it this way, So I thought that was really cool. And then the last one, Aaron already mentioned, is Meat Department. And I discovered them because there's this metal band from Italy or France, I can't remember. They're called Igor with like 3 R's. And they put out the weirdest music video I've seen in years. And I was like, I need to know who did this. Because you could tell it's a combination of 3D and AI, but you almost can't tell which is which. And it's one of those things where, like I said before, it's hard to make visuals that repulse you or make you think, oh, that's cute. It's like not easy to do that. It takes a lot of nuance, and they nail it. They've got this weird tone throughout the whole thing, and it's very technical. And then I went and looked, and then our own told me, oh, you should check out this other thing, that the car chase opener. And they have some amazing work, and they're awesome 3D studio, but they're also now messing around with AI and trying to figure out how can we push the things we're good at to even weirder levels using AI. They're leaning into the weirdness of it, which I think is the way to go until you have the control to actually make it not weird and good, which I think we're actually pretty close. So those were my 3 picks. EJ, who are yours?
Yeah, so I'm kicking things off with an individual who I actually had the pleasure of meeting a few years ago in London. His name is Yat Fung Lung, and he goes by Yatty the Man, and he is the man, I would say, when it comes to, again, like a lot of my stuff, like I'm just always attracted to just how stylized can you make things. And I think that's, if we want to talk about what makes you stand out in the age of AI too, it's not the things, the effects and the looks that go towards the median, because that's all what AI is. It's just, what's the average of all the crap that's out there? That's what AI is. That's the result. So Yati's really interesting because he's got this really cool 2D style, but he does it in 3D, and he really pushes the whole kind of toon look. I asked him, like, how the hell do you get this really unique look and these reflections and like toon reflections? And he had this really ingenious thing where he's basically, it's just way simple. He's getting these crazy stylized reflections because he's using just these very stylized HDRs images. So he's just like blocks of color and with gradients, and those are his HDR images that he's using for some of these reflections on these 3D objects. And so he just really, like, his style is just so unique. He does all types of different work too. He's a great example of just what a 2D artist can do as far as like pushing the stylized stuff. He also just did a new short film, which, he said is like self-indulgent. It's all about like saving files and stuff and what happens when you don't. And this little like floppy disk character going around and dealing with errors and stuff. And one of the things that I liked about this too is he was very honest about what he was going through at the time. He said he was, he found himself burnt out, and he ended up just doing this self-indulgent project, and through it, like, kind of found his joy for animating again. And I feel like I'm more and more like going to these conferences and speaking at these conferences. I feel like people are feeling that burnout and just not knowing what to do. And I think what, Yati did was he kind of like just started creating for himself again. I feel like a lot of us don't do that anymore and kind of lose the thread of like, why did I get into this industry to begin with? So I just thought his meshes there, even though it's like a secondary thing, was really cool. And the short film's great. His new reel's great. Another thing that I found interesting too is, again, he's a traditional motion designer type of person. He's working on his own like indie game using Godot. And I'm just seeing like, oh, these are all like kind of they look almost like an 8-bit thing or 16-bit thing that you would make in After Effects, but he's programming it, and it's all the motion and all that taste coming from animating things by hand that he's applying to this indie game that he's working on, and the mechanics and figuring that stuff out. So it's just interesting how, we talk about blurring the lines of what is motion design and what can a traditional motion designer do in this day and age where you can learn Rive, and in a month or so you're building an app for a phone. So yeah, Yati, super cool. Check him out. Again, with the whole theme of stylization. So something's awry. We talk about like viral VFX kind of stuff. So one of the guys who created this studio, his name's Chris Theron. And he does a lot of really cool like viral VFX on his Instagram, so check that out. But they just came out with his studio called Something's Awry, and they just did a project, I think in collaboration with Maxon. So just super stylized and just looks great. And one of the things that, because when I immediately saw him, like, oh, this has got to be Blender. Just because, again, I think we'll talk about this a little later on. It's the perception, right? Like if I see something this stylized and this kind of toony, cartoony kind of stuff and anime-ish style, my mind immediately goes to Blender because that's all I see Blender artists kind of doing. And that's the thing that I'm like, oh, that looks really cool. So I thought this was this kind of, again, if people are thinking that, you know, oh, if I want to do this specific look, I have to learn tool X. Well, not necessarily. And I think that's just the thing where it's like, once people show you what's possible with it, with the tools that are using, we talk about, Seth's film. I think people need to show what's possible to give permission for people to even like have the confidence of like, oh yes, I can do that specific thing with the tools that I use, and I don't have to learn something else. So I just thought that was really cool. They did a bunch of ZBrush characters as well. Really cool character design.
I want to just talk about that for a second because you really made me think about something here with there's like this idea of what After Effects can do or what Cinema 4D can do, and a lot of it comes from the tastemakers that, the taste and whatnot, right? Mm-hmm. So you talk about Greyscalegorilla, right? A certain look that they've sort of really helped strengthen in the world of Cinema 4D, or that Andrew Kramer had his look. I think it's like we get in our heads that the tools do these things because a lot of the work follows these trainers or these people who are setting some taste within our, within the learning community. We all start to believe that that's the only way it can be done. Not that those ways aren't cool because they look beautiful, but they're also like very specific. And you can see someone who's been a student of Andrew Kramer, like their stuff tends to, flow that way. And Greyscalegorilla, same thing. And I think that you're right. Like when they do something using those tools and they break away from what is commonly expected of it, your reaction of thinking it's Blender is like totally the reaction that you expect to have because like you don't see people doing it. And so there's a certain braveness in sort of taking the time to sort of go down that path and see what's even possible and then to put it out there. And of course we're in a day where you put something out and you have to worry that everyone thinks you're using AI. They're like, hey, did you use AI for that? You know what I mean? Like, right. So like the tools, like it's just a question of what's even being used. But you're right. Looking at his work again, those colors, they pop. They're so strong, and you just don't expect that to be from this sort of like world of motion design that's maybe a little more sophisticated that comes in the Cinema 4D world in terms of color and whatnot. But it's still beautiful.
Yeah, and he also did some really cool mocap too. Again, like I always love, like I love when studios or individuals take the time to show the behind the scenes stuff because that's not easy. That's extra work. Like a lot of extra work. And so they also did the compositing in After Effects. So it's like people are still compositing 3D in After Effects. Like, people aren't just getting it all in camera and stuff like that. So, I really enjoyed that piece just because of, again, I think it speaks to one of the bigger points of, what we'll probably talk about later on of just like perception and what's the truth. And do I have to worry that the tools the tool sets and the disciplines and the fundamentals that I currently know, do I need to feel insecure about like, do I need to learn more? Do I need to learn X to achieve Y? Or do I have everything I need and I just need to kind of focus it? And I feel like this studio is on my list every year. I can't help myself because they just keep making just such cool crap all the time. So already been chewed. I feel like this is just recency bias. Well, not recency bias. Like every month they're coming out with some amazing new, motion piece that's just like, oh my God, whether it's like a shoe and they did like the Nike 3D printed shoe ad that just looked amazing earlier. I think that was earlier this year. But one of the things that's making the rounds now is all the work they've done, already been done with NFL teams, specifically the Ravens. Unfortunately, their really awesome motion graphics doesn't seem to be carrying over to their actual season because they're not doing so hot this year.
That's too bad. Yeah.
But what was really cool, there's a spot that I link where it's the Ravens like hype opener. And I remember like, cause I used to do sports graphics back in, the early 2010s. And man, the budgets sucked. It was very low budget and not great. So for me to see something this high level quality for like in arena graphics, this is just kind of like a whole nother level of just production value. And they did, I don't know if it was earlier this year or last year, they showed off some really cool like forced perspective stuff they did for the Cleveland Browns that looked really cool. But what I loved about this piece, the hype opener for the Ravens, was again, behind the scenes stuff, they showed how they did like practical effects. So it's this whole Edgar Allan Poe, and they're in this library and there's all these books and pages of the books flying around. And they did the behind the scenes of like how they actually use some practical effects too, where they're in this room and there's paper and stuff all over the ground and books. And there's just people physically throwing paper up in the air at the Ravens players, like Lamar Jackson, here's some paper in your face. So I just thought that was really cool. And it's something that like, I guess I didn't realize ABC did, was some of the practical VFX stuff too. But yeah, I just thought that, in the age where, you would think AI is used for everything, like people are still figuring out creative ways to achieve and solve certain problems. And sometimes it's, like the one piece I said where they actually had to manually rotoscope, like they still had to do that. Like where they found out the best way to achieve the certain effects to make it look integrated and real looking, was they needed to have some practical kind of stuff of actually throwing papers at some of the players. So I just absolutely love what Artie Ben-Chewd is doing, because they are more of that traditional MoGraph, motion graphics kind of studio, but just seeing where they are kind of expanding and getting into Houdini and Unreal Engine and getting into VFX stuff too. Like I feel like they never did a lot of VFX stuff in the past, but I'm seeing it more and more, just, and it's just, they have taste. They're super talented. They have a staff that is like Transformers. They can transform into whatever type of team they need to do whatever task is at hand. So yeah, Artie Ben-Chewd. I'm sorry if I mention them every year, but they just continually are just killing it. So
you mentioned that thing about sometimes doing it practically is the best way, like even when you're doing like heavy 3D.
Right.
I was thinking, everyone knows about that thing with Avatar, when there's a shot that was in the trailer and everybody was trying to figure out what was done with water and could be like. Right. And in the end, it turned out to be practical, and that they painted the person to look like the 3D character, even with subsurface scattering type lighting, because they knew it would be like at a specific angle, so that's what they would do. And so like they could not get it with the CG, so they just did it with practical, but with makeup and, really just the lighting was right and everything. It's just funny that sometimes that's what you have to do to get that, look.
Yeah.
All right, Aaron, you're up.
I'm like super vanilla here. Here's the thing, like you go see a Pixar movie and you sit down. It's very rare that you're going to be disappointed, right? Like you're not going to necessarily be surprised by it anymore. Maybe the story's going to get you, but you're like, I once read a review of a Pixar movie that was like, ho hum, another brilliant movie from Pixar, right? Because like if they do anything bad, that's when you notice it, right? But even so, like I think about a lot of it was like my favorite studios was more like, who is still like in the game, right, in these crazy times, and like how are they surviving and doing really interesting work? And Territory Studio is to me one of the most interesting, because like Joe, you and I were talking about it earlier, but like they diversified, right? They're doing print, they're doing everything, and they're still going really strong. They did Offs Barcelona closing titles this year, which were really nice and moody. They have an updated screen graphics reel for this year that's just incredible. It's just always like none of that that's what they're best known for, but even so, like it's always the next level stuff. And they did like the Esports World Cup graphics, which again was like motion design and not that was a move away. They were used to do the just the screen graphics, and now it's motion design. They even do visual effects work, but they're probably their strongest is motion design and screen graphics. They've even done like real world user interfaces for, I forget which company, like which car company, but car company said like, hey, we want a really cool user interface on our car. They entirely replaced the gauges and everything that you normally have that are physical with digital ones. but they wanted it to look super cool, and so they went to a company that already does the futuristic stuff, and so they're just doing a lot of cool stuff, and they're surviving. And I think that I'm never disappointed by their work, even if I can't stand some of the films that get made. Like there's the recent Jurassic Park. Their stuff is awesome.
You can't blame them for Jurassic Park.
They can't be blamed. They're doing their best work, and it really elevates any project that they're involved with. It's just sometimes the projects just can't be. Awesome.
Yeah, they also worked on Dune, right?
They did, right? So that's the thing. It's. I think they do what they have to do, which is to go where the money's at. But you know what? I once was watching Confessions of a Shopaholic, and there is this crazy set of visual effects shots with the mannequins that hadn't been done before. And I looked up, and it was ILM, right? And I was talking to John Knoll, who he's the chief creative officer at ILM now, but back then he was visual effects. He was the head of visual effects, and he worked on Star Wars, all these things. And I'm like, why did you do that? And he goes, listen, sometimes these projects, which seem like they're nothing and no one's really going to even see comparatively, is a really good chance for us to test something that we think might be really useful on a much bigger picture, but it's a small opportunity to fail quietly, without people seeing. And if it works, it's great. Then we can take that over to a bigger film, and that's what they did. So sometimes these great things will be put into very small projects that that don't go big or that don't look great or whatever. And I don't worry about that. The thing is it's funny. It's hey, we needed to find a way to make something work. So we did it in a low stakes situation. So, good for them. Right.
I love that.
Yeah. So, the other one is another big one is Blur Studio. Their reel that just came out was insane. I mean, their stuff in general has always been, again, they've been around forever. I mean, forever is so hard to say in this industry. It's not that long. This industry's been around, but this past year they did Love, Death, and Robot Season 4 and Secret Level, which I really like Secret Level. Their reel is amazing. So I think just if you want to see some inspiring work that also makes you want to maybe get under your blanket and say, maybe I won't go into work today because I'm not going to make anything that good. It's a great opportunity to do that. And then finally, I really again, they just released a sort of semi-trailer for a new thing, but Leica Studios, they have a film coming out called Wildwood, and their trailer was really kind of a mix of all the other stuff that they've done, plus a tiny bit of this Wildwood project. But I love them because they have the most interesting process in 3D because it's stop motion, but they for example, they 3D print every frame of every face, and then they swap out the faces. So all of the facial animation is 3D printed, and so they have I think I was in Portland, and they had an exhibit on their stuff, and they had a wall full of all the faces of one of the characters, so you could see all the faces that went into every phoneme that the character said, every expression. Is pretty crazy. So they're doing a mix of very old school and very new school stuff, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've seen behind the scenes. They also have to composite out the seams with all of those faces. So there's actually a ton of just traditional visual effects in there too.
Yeah,
I mean they're masters.
Aaron, have you ever heard of Dwarf Studios and the Pokemon Concierge on Netflix?
No.
So it's another studio in Japan, but they did the same thing where they do the 3D printing of the faces and stuff and the stop motion. So yeah, if you want to get into more stop motion kind of stuff, Dwarf Studios is really cool to check out.
Maybe that'll make it in the show notes, and I'll find the link.
Yeah, and the Pokemon.
Check
out Pokemon Concierge. It just came out with season 2 on Netflix just recently. So
one thing that's interesting about Leica, and I know we're going to talk about this a little bit later too, is there seems to be, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, but recently there was this Apple ident that now plays in front of all their shows, and you look at it and you're like, oh, that's pretty. And, you would never even think twice about it, except that it turns out they practically shot it somehow. And there's this behind the scenes of them, actually building the Apple logo out of plexiglass and shining different colored lights on it and shooting it. And then Stripe just did this thing for their Black Friday. They always put up a website so you can track, how many trillions of dollars are being spent on Black Friday. But they made this website where it was a practical miniature set that they built and then composited real-time analytics on that you could scroll around and see how many credit card charges there are that minute, but it's on the side of a building that's actually a miniature. And then they did a whole bunch of press about that. And, my gut is that maybe that's a little bit of a response to they could just use AI to make that. And so now it's no, we're actually putting a lot of work and effort into this, and that's part of the story now too, and that's almost part of the value of the piece. I'm curious how you think that may or may not tie into Leica.
Well, I think, with Leica, I think that Apple, we're going to forget in like 2 years from now that was ever like done with practical. But Leica's stuff, we're going to look at and always be like, that's just beautiful. And like that's unique and can't be done in the normal traditional way. There's got to be aspects of it that are mixed in some interesting way that we haven't, that we don't know, or that makes you want to explore it. I'm going to look at that Apple logo in 2 years, and someone else might see it for the first time, whatever, and be like, oh, that's cool. But they're not going to want to know how it was made. So I think, the Apple response, I think, was to a lot of this very this push towards there's just too much of the AI and the CG, and like they wanted to try something different. But I think Leica's stuff is a combination of wanting to have it look its best and people who are just into physical, tactile craft of making things. So, it's a little bit of everything there.
All right, beautiful. Well, you guys had good picks this year, and even though your picks were all like studios that have been around forever, Aaron, I thought it was actually a really nice way to look at it. Like who's still around that's like been able to maintain the quality after all these years? I mean, that's super difficult too, right?
Yeah.
That's not easy at all. All right, so now we're gonna get into some nerdy stuff. We're gonna talk about software, and good Lord, this has to be the longest software section outline we've ever had. It just goes on and on and on. So we'll try to blast through this. But I wanted to start with the big dog, with Adobe. And before we get into the software side of Adobe, I wanted both of your takes on this. So there's, I try to insulate myself from this because I think a lot of times it's misguided or it's just easy to jump on a bandwagon. And I don't want to do that. I wanted to always try to have like a really objective view. There's always like some Adobe haters out there and people complaining about this and that. But this year they have another piece of ammo, which is Adobe's stock price is tanked. It's down like almost 30% this year. And there's a whole lot of theories about that. And I've seen a lot of people, on X and LinkedIn and other sites like that. Especially you've got more apps now. You've got Blender, you've got Cavalry, you've got Rive, you've got all these kind of competitors. And I think I know the answer to this. So Aaron, why don't I just ask you this? Like, is Adobe in trouble at all? Like, their stock price is down. Brand sentiment might not be at an all-time high. People are talking about it online. What's your take?
I want to ask just a quick question to you. Is when did their stock, was it like slowly over the course of the year, or was there like a particular time where it dropped?
It's been, I think there was kind of a steeper decline in the first half of the year, but it's been steadily down pretty much since then.
I mean, do I think they're in trouble? They're such a juggernaut. Like, they'll find ways to fix that. Like that, I think long term, they're fine. I think more of like, what does it say for them? I don't know. Like, there's obviously this, like, look, there's a lot of AI going into their stuff. It's funny because in a lot of ways, AI should just be boosting their stock, right? Like AI is the thing right now. There's AI, and I think the next thing is going to be quantum computing, which is like a whole other, like that's like you're looking the next thing to invest in or whatever. Like, but AI, like all these companies are investing in it. But I don't know. With Adobe, I got to be honest with you, man. You said you thought I know what I was going to say. Maybe you should tell me what you thought I was going to say, because I don't really know. They're doing so much.
Yeah.
And it's in a lot of ways, like I watched their last, Adobe, the Adobe Max, and I felt like an outsider in a lot of ways trying to keep up with all the crazy shit that they're doing there. Like it's just, there's just so much happening and so little that has to do with things I would have normally done. Right. People used to say to me, why does After Effects get so little attention? And I'm like, because they make all their money from Photoshop and Acrobat. They don't, everything else is just set dressing. Right. I mean, but now they have Adobe. By the way, I think it's possible that Adobe Marketing Cloud may have had a lot to do with that, less the creative apps, but it's possible that there's a lot of competition in the marketing area, which is something that Adobe has invested in heavily. So it may have nothing to do with the software, and it may have everything to do with this whole other area of the company that we as creative people do not have anything to do with. So I'm not sure. What did you think I was going to say?
I assumed you, well, so I'll tell you my take, and then EJ, you can chime in. Like my take is that I've kind of felt this way, and then I kind of did some homework, and there's people that analyze stocks and companies and stuff, and this seems to be at least one consensus out of many, is that right now AI is the thing that's being hyped, and that's where all the investor money is going, right? Including institutional investors, right? They want to invest in NVIDIA and Meta and Google and companies like this. And so Adobe, in one sense, is kind of a leader there because they really are the 600-pound gorilla in the creative software space, and they've invested heavily in AI. I think they possibly made a misstep, which was going in on this ethical Firefly AI model a little too early. And we'll talk about that when we get to the AI section. And so the results they've actually been able to drive, apparently Firefly adoption has not been great. They haven't really been able to monetize it. And as we'll talk about, they're now letting you use pretty much any model inside of Firefly. You can use Nano Banana inside of it, even after everything they said about ethical AI and all that kind of stuff. And so that like kind of creates this illusion that, Adobe has stumbled. If you look at the fundamentals of their business, their revenue's at an all-time high. They're super profitable. You know, they are so entrenched. It will be damn near impossible to dislodge them.
Yeah, and they can recover from, like, if they're giving people access to the different models, that's something to easily recover from. Because it's not like people said, well, I'm canceling my subscription to Photoshop because I've been using it for years and I'm not going to use it anymore, you know, because it doesn't have all the other models. I think that, you know, if anything, people just went out and bought like access to Midjourney or whatever and then brought that stuff into Photoshop. So, you know.
I assume that like investors, you know, and we're going to talk a lot about this, like they're not artists and they're certainly not professional artists who know the ins and outs of these tools. And so when they see a gorgeous still image on Midjourney, or they see like a 5-second video clip that looks pretty real, and they know that Adobe has something to do with that, but it's like the old way, they assume, Adobe's in trouble. But when you really get down to it and people are paying you to produce creative work, you're using Adobe. Like, you know, like it's pretty hard. I mean, it's getting easier not to, but it's still almost impossible to avoid it. So my take is Adobe is fine, and probably it's a good time to buy Adobe stock, honestly. I'm not a stock advisor. This is not stock picking advice, but
anything about quantum computing, I would not take that. Like, I would not put your 401k into it. I'm just, you know.
Yeah, but I'm curious, EJ, what you think, because like, you know, I know you're more tapped into like the zeitgeist of like the artist community and how they feel about AI. And I know that there's ups and downs to that. And a lot of that negativity gets aimed at Adobe because they're very publicly like all in on AI. Like at Adobe Max this year, that's all they talked about was AI. There was really, I don't think anything that was not AI related. So I'm curious what you were hearing, what you think.
I mean, well, if you know, Figma also their stock tanked too, and you know, you have Affinity now as well, which I don't even know if we mentioned Affinity on this whole thing, but you know, that's free. So I think it's just the sentiment out there is just anti-establishment, whether that's, you know, Cinema 4, you know, Maxon, anything you have to pay for. You know, people seem to be struggling. People want to cut costs, so they're gonna want to go towards the cheaper option. And I mean, Adobe is, you know, the other thing throughout this all is that Adobe is becoming more expensive due to all the AI stuff. So if you're a traditional motion designer and you're not using any of this AI stuff, you're paying for it whether you like it or not. And so I think there's a lot of people that don't appreciate that. Now, I will say, one of the other issues I think Adobe does have, and something that I think they're realizing now, is that their Firefly model just sucks. Like it's not good. It's like 2 years behind at least of all the other models. So I think the smartest thing they've done was allowed you to use these other models, like the Nano Banana stuff. Like I started using that, and I've seen, you know, people like that work for Adobe, like you know, Wes McDermott and you know, some of the other folks over at Adobe. They're really showing off some really cool stuff, especially with some of the Mac Sneaks kind of stuff. But one of the things that I've been using Adobe's stuff for recently is the Firefly boards, just for brainstorming. And I just found it a much nicer way. It's kind of like a Milanote for using AI in that Milanote kind of thing, where you can kind of plug things together, group things, build your storyboards or your mood boards, and remix images together. And I think that's one of the best ways, one of the most practical ways to use it right now. But I think one of the issues is even still now, where it's outside of people editing photos, like no one's using it for any animated stuff, I would say, or video. Like we've seen some of your experiments, Joey, with like the generative extend and Premiere, and you just get like a cobweb in your mouth all of a sudden. It's like, what the hell is that?
You know, it's funny because EJ with with Firefly, the way that I've tried to describe to somebody, they're like, well, what's the difference of like ethically trained versus not? I'm like, well, when you ask Midjourney to make a picture of Spider-Man, it makes a picture of Spider-Man. But when you ask Adobe Firefly, it's like, I don't know what Spider-Man is. I once heard a guy talk about it. We were in a bar and the volume on the TV was really loud, but I think I got the gist of it. Yeah. And it did not get the gist of it, not even a little.
Well, what's the difference is it's got a fraction of the training data that any of the other AI models do, and so they're always going to be like. I think what Firefly, what Adobe's trying to do is admirable, but. I just think to stay ahead, it's just really rough. But I think even the Firefly stuff where it's commercially safe, this is one of the things that, we had PJ Richardson from Laundry do one of the workshops for our community here, a few months ago. And one of the things that I went away with was the fact that like they're working on stuff for certain companies that will not allow them to use AI for the final output. Like it's got to be integrated somehow, but it can't be used for a final product. So there are still like these big companies, they still are afraid of how you're using AI in the end result. And so that's one of the things where it's like, I don't do client work. I don't do I don't work with any companies that would either need AI or be okay with using AI or not. So I think that's the one aspect where I'm just like, how is that going to shake out? Because, if there's some ruling that comes down the pike and all of a sudden, like, Buck used AI in some way for Google and Google's getting sued and somehow, like, I just don't know what the ramifications of that is. And I don't know what hesitancy there is with like artists, individual or clients on just the legal aspect of it, because I know there's the moral thing and I understand that, but the legal stuff seems like very, very murky and people are just using AI left and right, and the legal aspect of it just doesn't seem to be talked about much at all. So
I think, by the way, I think you're right that like it doesn't matter that Adobe's even though Adobe's doing it ethically with Firefly, the idea that someone is using AI, whether it's ethical or not, nobody even wants to deal with the people that don't want to deal with AI. They don't want to have to play with it. Like you could say you use Adobe, but then we're gonna have to deal with it if it's a problem later. I think they'd rather just stay away from AI than use AI. And if they're using AI, they're not asking questions. That's where I think it's gotten to.
Yeah, we'll talk about this in the AI section. I'm skeptical that there's that many companies still doing that, and if there are, then because 100% of the people I talk to, studios, agencies, artists, are all using AI. Yeah. Like it's not 90%, it's 100%.
I think, by the way,
and they're doing it for somebody.
Yeah. I think, we're talking a lot about it, and we haven't sort of like really talked about it, right? So we're sort of like keep mentioning it, and I think people who are sort of sitting there and are unhappy with AI, like we're going to have a conversation about it, because what you think is happening and what's actually happening are very, very different in the industry. People are being very quiet about it. But it's on, man. It's on right now.
Yeah, it's on like Donkey Kong, as they say. All right, we're going to talk about the old tools, right? The traditional quaint ones where you have to use a mouse and click and stuff. All right, so real quick, Photoshop. Basically everything. I would say After Effects is almost an outlier in the Adobe ecosystem, where the After Effects team shipped a ton of stuff this year that wasn't AI related and is actually really useful. But we'll start with Photoshop. Photoshop has integrated AI, I think, the best of any creative tool. And it's not even close. It's using it now for object selection and creating super detailed, really crisp, clean mattes for things. It's funny. I remember one of the first tutorials I ever made for School of Motion over a decade ago was how to cut out difficult things in Photoshop. You don't need to watch that. Like, it's literally a click, and then if it's really tricky, maybe you got to clean it up a little bit with like some brush tools. But it's almost there it's getting bicycle spokes perfectly. It's insane how good that's gotten. There's the Harmonize tool. I don't know if either of you have played with that, but it's very cool. It's not perfect, but basically you can, take one image and put it on top of another and kind of position it where you want it and click Harmonize, and it composites it for you. And it'll add a contact shadow, and if there's lighting in your background, it'll add a shadow for that. And it'll color correct it to try to match, and it can kind of relight it a little bit. And it gives you 3 options, and you pick the one that you like the best. That's kind of amazing. Now, it's not... I don't think it's as good as like a really experienced compositor that really knows what they're doing, but it's like 80% good enough. Like, it's, again, this is going to be another theme, is like, for a lot of things, 80% good enough is good enough, and Harmonize is pretty much there, I think. Oh, actually, this is a non-AI thing. They shipped this cool tool. It's called Dynamic Text, where you can have a block of text with multiple lines, and it'll scale up the typeface for each line so that you get this nice left-right justified block of text, which isn't really that hard to do if you don't have that tool, but it is nice that, kind of saves you a few clicks. I think it's actually funny if you think about it. We're teaching a Cavalry class now, and stuff like that you can just do like natively in Cavalry, and you can control it however you want. But when Photoshop added that, it was a big press release. Like it was like a big feature thing. So it's nice though. The biggest thing, obviously, in Photoshop is the AI stuff. Specifically, I think the biggest news there is them opening up Photoshop to now not just use Firefly, but use Nano Banana and other models. You can now also use Topaz Labs for upresing. Firefly has an upresing model, and it sucks. It's just not good. Topaz is my second favorite one. That Magnific is the best one, but they don't have that one in Photoshop.
Joey, if you have a license of Topaz, does that work with that, or do you have to pay credits for that?
No, because Topaz, you can buy your own. I think you can buy Topaz as like a perpetual license that can run on your machine, actually. So you can just use that if you have it. But if you're using it through Photoshop, you have to use AI credits. And that brings me to, this is kind of related to everything around AIs. It's not just Adobe, but a lot of these companies, most of them, the way you have to use AI right now is with a credit system. And this sucks. This is objectively crappy. So when you use a Firefly tool in Photoshop, it's dinging you for credits. And depending on which Adobe plan you have, maybe you have some credits, but it's not clear how much those credits are. Like Harmonize apparently costs some credits. I don't know how many. Does it matter like how many pixels are in it? Is it just a flat rate? If you're using Firefly, it uses some credits. If you're using Nano Banana, it's more because Adobe is probably paying Google like to use their model, right? So then probably marking it up.
I think that what they do is there's actually a lower cost because they're not using their some of their overhead. There's like the API. If you look on their pricing, there's API credits cheaper usually than the using it on Google's site, for example, and their whole environment. So I know that with. I noticed that with a couple of models I was looking at yesterday just to see like what the costs were, and as someone said, look at the API thing, you'll see that the prices are cheaper. So I think that if you're not, if you're using their overhead, there is a decrease in the price, but for them, you're still going to pay because like you're now using their thing, you're paying them, but like I think they don't pay, they pay less to use. They're also buying.
Yeah. Well, and they're Adobe, and they're making an enterprise deal with Google, and I'm sure they're getting like a bulk discount. But in any case, Piximperfect, like the Photoshop guy on YouTube, he's incredible. He did a whole video about this and talked about this credit system. And I think that it's really going to hurt adoption of these tools until this gets turned into something that's like one price, all you can eat, which I don't think is really financially viable.
I don't even think, Joey, I don't even think any of it's financially viable right now. I don't think, like, is anyone really making money? Like, are they burning money right now as they try to get to some kind of finish line? I'm not clear on whether the companies are actually making money, with any of this so much as like.
I'll tell you in a little bit, Aaron. I will tell. Yeah. That's called a tease. I mean, honestly, like I think last year, I can't remember if it was during this podcast or a different one, but I talked about the AI bubble. I think it was during our end of the year podcast. And the bubble I was referring to was the financial bubble around AI. OpenAI is still burning billions of dollars. Photoshop, Adobe, I assume, actually, I'm pretty sure they're not making money on Firefly right now. They're losing money on it, probably a lot. They can afford to. Google is losing money on AI, but they have a different business model where they can support that. Same with Meta, right? So Adobe eventually will have to make money with AI, and maybe that'll just trickle into more Creative Cloud subscribers. But the user experience of it right now isn't great. It is very useful to have Nano Banana right inside of Photoshop. It's pretty cool. I think the integration's okay. It could be a lot better. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, for Photoshop, I think most of the stuff that they added was AI, except for dynamic text. It's still, we still use Photoshop every day at School of Motion. I mean, it's the standard thing. Now with Affinity, which we'll talk about, that could be interesting. The other thing is Illustrator, and I don't use Illustrator as much as Photoshop. EJ, I think you use Illustrator still. And really the two big things I saw was it got a lot faster and the turntable tool looks really cool. Have you used
the turntable thing looks really interesting. It's one of those things where it's like 60% of the time it works every time. You get some weird stuff, but the Adobe, the Max sneaks. So previously the turntable, you could only do like 45-degree chunks and like overhead, but with turntable, or with the newest version of turntable, I don't know what's coming out, but it was teased at Adobe Max. You can get a lot more different degrees of rotation on your 2D vector image, which is super interesting because you can change things. You have a lot more control over things as well. The one thing I wish it could do, so the only downside is when you have your stroked paths or whatever, and you do turntable, it just expands your paths and your shapes. So it's very hard to like edit it if you wanted to edit it, because if you had a stroke on it, it's just expanded. So I hope they do it in a way where if you have a stroke around something and you do the turntable, it maintains that, because then it's, everything about this AI stuff is it art directable? If it is, then it's super useful. But if it's destructive in any way or it's hard to edit, that's where things get a little tricky. But turntable seems to be the big thing. I don't know how helpful it is or how much it's being used in practice right now, but it's again, one of these AI things. It's like, it's cool. I don't know if people are going to actually find use out of this though. And like,
it's a great tech demo, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what? I was talking to Hashi this morning, and he said to me that like his reaction to all this stuff, and that's what our reaction should be. Instead of having these very extreme emotional reactions to sometimes when people show something really cool, and then you're like, it's ethical. You're like, just go, neat. That's awesome, thanks. Because like show me something real, like that's more than 3 seconds long, that looks good and it's consistent, and then that does this thing like that we can use practically, and it's being used in a real project. Then I'll be like, oh, that's cool. But for now, it's like, yep, neat, neato. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that with a lot of these tools, the way that they're positioned, right? Like turntable is positioned as you can have a vector image, and now you get a 3D, almost like a vector 3D model of it, right? And so the implication is that you can use it in the same way you would use a 3D model, right? But it's not good enough to do that in most cases, and frankly, the way it outputs it isn't. You don't actually get a 3D model. But if you have a vector of a tree and you want a variation to make your composition have a little more of that, you can now get instant, easy variations of it. That's not what the tool was necessarily designed to do, but it is good at that. I think there's going to be a lot of retraining our brains of like, how would I do this without this tool? How could I do it with this tool? How do I hack this tool? I mean, a lot of what After Effects artists do is they hack After Effects to do things that it wasn't really designed to do. Fractal noise was probably put in there because it's a very useful visual effects tool, but we figured out all kinds of ways to get like stylized things with it and, boil edges and things like that. So I think it's going to be the same with AI. You're going to take a tool called turntable, but you're going to use it as the variation.
Joey, I think someone at Adobe was just like, "Ooh, that's a good idea." They may have like variation tools coming soon with AI that like will take common objects like trees and things like that you need variations on and just do it. Like there's some value in that for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, especially with a lot of the modern projects people have, right? We need 700 different emojis and they all kind of look the same, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, AI actually can save a lot of time with that. All right, now let's move on to After Effects. And we asked Iran, one of our newest After Effects instructors, to weigh in on this. And he agreed pretty much with what I thought, which was, there's kind of a big deal, which is that there's not really a RAM preview anymore. When you hit the RAM preview button, which is what I'm going to call it for the rest of my life, because I can't not say it. When you hit RAM preview, it's actually previewing to your hard drive now. And so you can basically have unlimited playback, which, it's funny because like that's a big deal for After Effects artists that are working on like 4K, 8K stuff, that don't have 256 gigs of RAM. It seems like it should have been probably table stakes by 2025, but now we have it. So that's really helpful. what I like is that the After Effects team added like some really nice quality of life things this year, like native layer staggering. Like you can select a bunch of layers in your timeline and you can stagger them really easily now. You don't need like a third-party tool to do that. Skew is a third-party tool that still like gives you way more options and is nicer to use, and I still recommend that for most people if they're going to be doing that a lot. But now it's native in After Effects. The biggest thing is obviously the 3D system.
Hey, I'm Eran Stern, one of the co-hosts of the very first After Effects video podcast, together with Aaron Obinovich and a guy you might have heard of, Andrew Kramer. I think 3D is mandatory for anyone in this field, but it's also a very deep pool that takes time to master. So the fact that we can now import native 3D models with animation cameras and lights into a familiar environment like After Effects, to me, is a game changer. I also love the fact that Adobe keeps pushing this forward, especially with the Substance tools that we got in the recent beta. Things like parametric materials and 3D primitives, they're just great. Now, is it ready for prime time? Probably no. It's still evolving, but the direction looks very solid. Now, beyond 3D, which I'm sure we'll geek out more in this episode, I'm really a big fan of the quick offset for layers and keyframes and the dynamic zoom feature, which, by the way, took years to develop, and it didn't get enough love, at least not the love it deserves. So I made a whole tutorial about it. Like and subscribe. There were also some little things that mattered too. For example, reveal project file, copy and paste text formatting, high performance preview playback, customize the transparency grid, maintain your workspace when you opening projects from other people, as well as control multiple 3D objects with a single gizmo. And of course, the new commands for creating nulls from points. Those are great stuff, and some of them are not so small, like the ability, for example, to run preview forever without robbing a bank. And yes, I know there are still things to do, but I think they are doing it. The obvious ones are depth of field and motion blur for the advanced 3D renderer. Also, being able to apply substance materials to extruded text and shape layers just seems logical to me. But what I'm really hoping for are 3D splines, and that would be a total game changer for After Effects. I also like to see shape layer operators work on those 3D primitives. Imagine if those meshes had the same mathematical operators like we have with shape layers, or even just the 3D repeater. That would be instantly through MoGraph style tools inside After Effects.
So have either of you messed around with the new 3D system in After Effects?
I have not.
I've brought in the animated characters and stuff previously, but it wasn't the latest version of it, so.
Yeah, so my take is when they first announced it and it first came out, I was like, okay, I'm going to wait and see, because my assumption would be, like a lot of things with After Effects, it's an ancient program by software standards, and so to shoehorn in something as complicated as 3D, which requires a 3D renderer and a lighting system and a texture system, and how how much control you're going to have, and what kind of models are you supporting, and all those things. I have to say it's surprisingly good. It's very fast. The render quality is really high if you know what you're doing, right? So if you just throw a 3D model in there and put an After Effects light in there, and you don't know anything about lighting or render samples or shadow detail, like it's going to look grainy. It's not going to look good. But if you have some of those, if you have that knowledge from being a 3D artist, you can tweak all that stuff and get a pretty high quality 3D render that renders quickly, and it lives natively in After Effects with the rest of your scene. It's pretty awesome. You can bring in animated models. You can bring in FBXs now, OBJs, GLTFs, like a bunch of formats. Some of those formats have the materials built in. I don't know if this is shipped yet as of this recording. It may have, but now you can also bring in a substance material, apply it to the 3D object, and then tweak the substance material in After Effects. So you have to set it up in Substance first and tell it what properties you want to be able to change and stuff, but that's pretty cool.
Yeah. By the way, I think I want to just like come to this whole thing with Substance and with After Effects having 3D. 6 years ago when they acquired Substance, I got to say, like, I was completely baffled by that decision. Right? They acquired it. They didn't have any 3D programs, right, to speak of. And it seemed like a really random thing. I talked to my friend who's a CEO at a video game company, and he was like, well, you know what? He goes, truth is that we've moved very far away from using Photoshop. We were always using Photoshop as the tool to create textures, and now we're using Substance. And I was like, oh, maybe that makes sense. Maybe they didn't want to lose that market. But it's obvious that, like, they've started to think, you know, I don't know if they had 100% vision at the time that they bought it outside of that. But they're very clearly thinking about 3D now, which is funny because I think Maxon is thinking about the After Effects market. We'll talk about that a little later too.
Correct.
But they're very clearly thinking about 3D in terms of motion design and motion graphics. So it's so like that purchase makes some sense now when it did not 6 years ago. Not really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that the good thing about having 3D native in After Effects is like a lot of things that used to be really clunky. I mean, even just 3D type, right? I mean, if you think about how many third-party tools have come around over the years. I remember using Zaxworks Invigorator like decades ago to make 3D type or Element 3D. You had the Cinema 4D renderer, but it was like, it was really slow. This is actually like a pretty great option. And I think that what's missing is the ability to do a little bit more animation inside of it with like rigs or things that have multiple pieces. I think that would be helpful. I think, more control over like some of the lighting settings to mimic 3D lights a little bit more. But overall, like if you're doing basic shape MoGraphy stuff and you need like a 3D cube, they added primitives too recently. So now you've got cubes and spheres and stuff natively in After Effects. It's pretty awesome. Like I think that's probably the biggest thing they've added to After Effects in many, many years. And probably the most useful. And I think it's gonna be interesting because After Effects artists who are used to working in 2D, they're used to kind of faking all of that stuff, right? That's how I used to work a lot before I learned Cinema 4D was like, oh, I want it to feel 3D. That means I need a shadow and a little glare over here. And then, you kind of learn the visual tells of this is 3D and you fake them. Well, you can't do that in 3D. You have to actually light the thing and put the shadow where you want, You have some control with compositing, but not that much. And so I think it's going to hopefully get a lot more After Effects artists into 3D. And then when they hit the limitations of it, maybe they jump to Blender or Cinema 4D.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is like my brain like hurts when I see those complex rigs to just rotate a cube, and I'm like, oh my god, just make a cube and just rotate it. And I think that's the thing too, whereas a lot like Kyle Hamrick, for example, like I love him to death. And like when he used to work at School of Motion, he'd be like, I need to learn 3D. I was like, yes, you do. I was like, it's not that hard. Like, just let me sit you down. And so but I just think when you're in that 2D mind, like, yes, I think we all forget if you know 3D, you forget how daunting that was at first. And so I think if anything, yes, I think it's really big that if people are going to have an excuse to start learning 3D, and using it in their native app like After Effects, I think that's a huge win. And you just hope that this isn't yet another one of the 3D engines and stuff that Adobe has that then they trash and redo this all again. Because I remember, is this the fourth different time you could do 3D text and shapes in After Effects? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, this iteration of 3D in After Effects, I think is on the right track. And I love that the team is shipping. They shipped a lot this year. Like it felt like the velocities increased. And the After Effects team, we've said it many times on this channel, like very small. Like it's not a huge team. But what's awesome is everyone on that team is like an After Effects nerd. Like they love After Effects and they're listening to the community. I think Victoria Nice is doing an awesome job. So yeah, I was really happy about that. Iran really likes the 3D system. And they've added a whole bunch of other like little quality of life things around like fonts and variable fonts and stuff like that. A lot of that is in Iran's class. So then we get to Premiere, and we launched our first Premiere course this year. We will definitely have more taught by Kyle, who like probably should learn 3D, but honestly, like he's such an expressions nerd. He'd probably rather build a mathematical system to like make a cube. I think it would tickle that part of his brain.
Hey, I'm Kyle Hamrick, a longtime motion designer, video creator, and teacher across several different formats. I kind of feel like 2025 was the year of Premiere. Adobe added a ton into it, and it really felt like it was their focus. We got Premiere for mobile, which appears to be replacing Rush. And hopefully that will be cool, both for, folks doing like more streamlined social cuts, but also folks can maybe use that on set to do edits, and then you can push it to the full desktop version to refine it. So I think that's useful. There are several AI focused features. I'll kind of get into all of those in a minute. Some of them don't seem like big headline features, but nice stuff like adding an Adobe stock panel directly into Premiere, so you can just browse for stock clips without leaving the app, and it doesn't need to be third party. That's great. There's a third-party creator called Film Impact that had been making a ton of great transitions and filters and stuff for Premiere, and they acquired that and integrated directly into Premiere this year. So a lot of those great stylized transitions that people like to use, especially for the flashy social edits, are all baked right in now, and people don't need to buy additional products. I think that's a good, CapCut competition. They're probably trying to lure some of that audience away a bit. Getting into some of those AI features, media intelligence, I think is really huge. That's one of those things that as an editor, I've been wanting for a long time. Basically, unless you turn it off, every time you import clips into Premiere, it's going to analyze them in the background and then kind of auto tag them for you. So you can use the search panel to look at all the footage in your project. And if you wanted to find that clip with that one specific thing that you were looking for, you can just search for that, and it will show you every piece of media that you've imported that has that thing. While it's not something I use a lot, being able to automatically translate captions into every language is really helpful. And they added improved color management so that if you don't already have an understanding of how to work with LUTs and raw footage and stuff, Premiere can do a lot of that for you. Now, as with most things, is it going to get you all the way? Maybe, maybe not, depends on the clip, but you're not starting from zero if you need the help. They added a ton of audio enhancements. I think some of these were actually last year as well, but this sounds a little silly, but one of my favorite things that we got, again, I think last year, is the ability to do crossfades much more easily, like you can in Audition. You can just drag from the end of the clip, and much easier than having to deal with the old way, and that's great. The enhanced speech feature is really nice too. Again, I think that was also from 2024, but sometimes people don't catch all of those. And you can tell there's been a big focus on making audio more usable. You could see a couple really amazing things in sneaks from this year where, for example, they brought in a clip and it just kind of magically extracts stems of all the different elements of a single audio file. So they were able to pull out background music and have that separate from the person speaking, and being able to filter that out or change it to something where that doesn't have licensing issues. That's pretty incredible. As someone who watches all the sneaks that they put out at Adobe Max, I think that's probably the easiest way to guess where things are going. Some of those audio features that they premiered this year just look absolutely incredible. And that seems like that's going to kind of revolutionize the way that we can work with audio in post. I think we're going to see continued development in object masking and whatever that turns into in After Effects, which is great because I don't think too many people are going to cry about rotoscoping disappearing. I don't think anyone loves that. And anything that helps you get rid of those tedious tasks like painting things out with cloning, that's stuff that these tools do pretty well and helps free us up from the tedious parts so that we can be more creative and make the thing that we want instead of spending days going frame by frame.
Premiere, we use Premiere at School of Motion. All three of our editors use it. I use it. I know like the two of you use Premiere. Honestly, it's a great editor. Like I don't really have anything bad to say about it. I've tried DaVinci Resolve, and it seems great too. But it's like going from C4D to Blender. Like the muscle memory is totally different, and I don't have time for it. Despite the fact that one's free, but Premiere has added some really good stuff. So they added text-based editing, I believe, last year, but it's gotten better. I still prefer Descript for that stuff. If anyone's unfamiliar, it's a text-based video editor that transcribes every piece of footage you put in, then you edit it like a Google Doc, and it instantly makes the edits, and it's amazing. It's incredible. It's got AI built in, so it can also like tell you like what's the best soundbite from this interview, and it'll just give you 5, and it's awesome. So Premiere doesn't have all that yet, but it does have text-based editing, and that then gives you the opportunity to like make, captions automatically, right? So that unlocks a whole bunch of things. And now they've got this thing called media intelligence where it scans your footage. Apparently it does this locally somehow, and it can essentially tag your footage. So it knows this is a wide shot featuring, a male and a female human. Like it can kind of know that stuff. This is an exterior. This is an orange cat, right? This is someone stirring a bowl of porridge, whatever. I don't know why I used porridge as the example there. I've never actually had porridge, but kind of want some now. But yeah, so that's, to me, that is like, I'm not sure I can think of a better use of AI than that. That's amazing. Like I started my career as an assistant editor. I know what it's like to get 100 hours of footage, and you have to not just like log it all, you have to digitize it in with a tape deck. You kids don't even know how easy you have it. There's also, and this is actually it's really good. It's really useful. They're using AI to enhance audio. So if you have a noisy audio clip with some wind, or the mic wasn't very good, so there's no low end, it's got these enhanced tools that you can mix in the amount you want, and they're really freaking good. They've gotten better. There's a really good roto tool now. It's called Object Mask. It has to make its way into After Effects at some point. Right now it's just Premiere. And it's like, from what I've seen, I'm used to using Boris FX's, I forget what they call it, the machine learning mat, I think is what they call it in Mocha, which is incredible. This looks just as good as that, and it's fast, and it's built right into Premiere. And you really, it just saves you a trip to After Effects. You don't need roto. You don't need the roto brush. I think for a lot of things, you're done with that one click.
You said
That's
it saves you a
awesome.
trip to After Effects, where you would then have to do it by hand, right?
Exactly.
Because they don't have the tools in there.
Exactly. Yeah. And then the last thing, which I don't know how big of a deal this is, but Premiere for iPhone dropped, and I haven't played around with it. I don't really have much desire to edit on my iPhone. But I think that's kind of a sign of there's a big chasm between us old heads and younger kids coming up, and how they think about making content and making video. And I know my kids are all CapCut fluent. They use it all the time. They know how to put titles in and add filters and sound effects and all this stuff. And so if you're coming up in that generation and all of a sudden you want to jump to a professional app, well, this is kind of a nice stepping stone. So that my gut is that's probably what the strategy is for Adobe, is just making it accessible. I know that some of their iPad apps are free, so I don't know if Premiere for iPhone is free. I probably should have checked before recording this, but I think that's kind of cool. But overall, Premiere I think is just still a workhorse powerhouse. Aaron, I know you edit everything in Premiere. I don't know if you've noticed anything new or cool about it this year.
I'm doing fairly simple stuff. I create my own problems, so because I'm making the content that I'm then editing. So I already know what the solutions are. Yeah. There've been a few times that I've used extended, the footage, and that's been okay because I know what kind of footage it works with, and I know what kind of footage it does not work with. I've definitely used the when you have a cut and you remove an and then you want to have the footage blend. I don't know why I can't remember the name of that feature. And sometimes it's great, and sometimes it's so bizarre.
Morph cut.
Yeah, it's it can work or it cannot work. I don't know sometimes how to predict. Stuff I think would work just doesn't. But but the extension of the footage, that can be pretty good. I think somebody did an experiment where they just kept extending it further and further. And the first few seconds it was good. And by the time it's done, 10 seconds, it's that typical hallucination of content,
Like a Tim Burton character. Yeah. I mean, Premiere is just, I think it's just kind of industry standard. When I talk to editors that use DaVinci Resolve, almost none of them use After
Right.
Effects. So I think that's
Yeah,
really
using,
it. Like
if you're using After Effects and you're using Photoshop, you pretty much know the interface of Premiere. Some of the shortcuts are weirdly not the same as some of these other things, but I get it. Like I get in there and it's the same environment. I'm not saying it's better, but I'm saying like I'm so familiar with the other stuff that this is easier to use than trying to use something that like has a completely different paradigm for how the tools work and all that.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, from what I can tell, Resolve is, I mean, it has every feature Premiere has, and then some, and it's fast, and it's more modern. I mean, it's amazing. It's just it doesn't have, the instant back and forth with After Effects, right? It doesn't have dynamic link. And honestly, that's a deal breaker. Like you can't import a MoGRT file. It's got Fusion, and Fusion has a version of a MoGRT file. I forget what they call it. You can set that up, but it's a node-based compositing app. It's not a motion design tool. It's not a motion graphics tool. And I've gotten into YouTube arguments over this in the comments because I'm like, no, it's not a competitor to After Effects. It's not. And I guess that's one thing I didn't really say when we were talking about After Effects. As far as I can tell, there are still absolutely zero After Effects competitors.
I think that's going to change.
There is not one out there.
I think that's going to change soon.
Yeah.
That's a tease.
We'll see. We'll see. That's another tease.
Yeah.
So I've pretty much tried everything. Apple Motion, Cavalry, Lottie, Rive, Blender, Autograph, and even some of the big guns like Unreal, Nuke, Fusion, and Flame. And I can tell you, they all have something great to offer. More than just one thing. Some have fantastic type tools, some give you real-time playback, some have high-end compositing, node-based workflows, vector magic, or clever state machines. But none of them gives me what After Effects gives me. It is always was one of the two things. Either it's not powerful enough or it's not easy enough to learn and use out of the box the way After Effects was for me. The combination of simple, intuitive UX with almost ridiculous depth under the hood is still unmatched in my opinion. And that is before you even count the huge ecosystem of plugins, scripts, and extensions that I talked about before that wraps it all around. So I must stress, I'm not saying After Effects is the best app out there, but I'm arguing it's the best solution for motion graphics and for the things that I use it for. I also feel that the team at Adobe is genuinely pushing the app forward and making it better with each release. Is it perfect? No. There's always room for improvement, but it is still where I feel most at home and where I can be most creative.
All right, let's talk about Substance, and this is something I know very little about, so I'm gonna throw it to my boy EJ.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff with Substance, Designer, which I don't use a ton, but there's like a lot of cool stuff in there. Substance Painter got a lot of like quality of life updates. So if you use Substance Painter a lot, they added a ribbon tool, which is super cool, which allows you to stretch an image along a path. They updated their path tool to be able to actually fill a path, which is like a pretty big deal. It's like, imagine if you were an illustrator and you drew a path and you couldn't easily just fill it with a color. Anything like you couldn't do that before. So now you could do that, and you can do it with the mirror tool. There's so talking about integration with After Effects, there's real-time asset updates between, say, if you made a texture in Illustrator or something like that, like a vector logo. If you change the logo, it automatically update inside of Substance Painter, which is super cool. Sampler has better updates too, which is, if you're not familiar with the sampler, basically you can generate whatever kind of image pattern or something you want. If you shoot like a photo of grass, like just outside in your lawn, you can easily make a tileable texture. With Substance Painter, one of the biggest things was like doing all your mesh map baking, and you have to like adjust the, if you want to do low poly to, or high poly to low poly, baking in all the normal details and stuff like that. You used to have to manually create a cage around it and deal with like errors and stuff like that. Now they have an auto cage option, which makes things like super easy, super seamless. But as far as like Substance goes as a whole, if you want to try it out, they have a new indie bundle that came out a little bit earlier this year. So if you have Steam, you can get the indie bundle for Substance. I think it has Painter, Designer, and maybe Sampler, but it's all for $24.99 a month. So a little bit cheaper entry to get into the Substance tools if you just want to try that without getting the whole Creative Cloud kind of thing. So
well, it's not even included as a part of the general Creative Cloud.
Yeah, you have to do it
subscription,
separate.
right?
Yeah.
So like, I mean, I wonder how long that'll be. I mean, right now it makes sense that they obviously thought when they first got it, it didn't make a lot of sense to include it because there was nowhere to use that stuff, right? But now that it's in After Effects, I don't know, maybe that'll change. I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'm curious, EJ, because you have a Substance course coming out. Like what, and you know Cinema 4D inside and out, and you're starting to learn a little bit of Blender. Like, what does Substance give you in terms of capabilities that you think is really cool?
One of the things that Blender can do that Cinema 4D is not great at is like actually making custom textures. So there's some procedural texturing things you can do in say like Redshift and in Blender, but if you really want to get in there into the nitty gritty and like paint on your model and grunge things up or add wear and tear to different aspects of your model, it's really hard, especially if you're trying to work light, especially if you want to get into games at all. Like you have to learn Substance Painter just to get the high poly detail information onto a lower poly model and use all that information to generate effects on your models. But there's just so many. It's kind of like After Effects where there's just so many effects and tools and just things that it's just quality of life that you can just do things so much easier. Like you want Rust, like there's a Rust preset. Like there's just so many cool presets. And like if you want stitches for like, if you have cloth and you want to add stitches, you can just like use a path tool, and the path tool is like 3D and it actually sticks to the curvature of your model, which is super cool. And you can't do that in Blender. You can't do that in Cinema. So there's just so many things that you just can't do, or if you wanted to do, it'd be super, super hard. So if you want any kind of like custom materials authoring, like it's really the go-to, and learning it, really diving into it for the course, it's something where it's so easy to use and it's so easy to learn too. Like if you know Photoshop, you're right at home. Like it has the same exact kind of layer system and folder systems and adjustment layers and stuff like that. So it's so easy. It's ridiculously easy to pick up. So I think that's even one of the other benefits is just you can just plug it in really easily to your workflow and massively increase what you can do to your textures in 3D.
EJ, I don't know if you ever saw Quixel Mixer. It's already like it's been depreciated. You can still download it and use it. I tried learning both Quixel Mixer and this was before I was even using Unreal. I tried using Quixel Mixer and also like Substance. And Substance obviously is an order of magnitude much more complex and deep, and not like in a way that's not even approachable. It's just like it's meant for like really for there's a lot in there. Quixel Mixer had a lot of some of these features that you're talking about. Like you'd bring the model and you could paint to do stuff. It was easy. You could mix textures, materials, all this stuff. It's a bummer that it's not there because it's like a really light version of that if you were trying to get your feet wet in this stuff and you wanted to do. But like I still play with it every once in a while. I get curvature maps out of it, which is something that like much harder to do in other places. So like I don't know how curvatures are handled by Substance, but it sounds like it's like obviously right up its alley too.
Yeah, so there's so many things that you can use, like your curvature, your ambient occlusion, your normals, your even world space to drive different effects. So if you want like weathering, but you only want weathering on the bottom side of your model, like, okay, well, you use like the -y vector, world vector kind of setup and stuff like that. So there's just, it's one of those things where it's so easy to get into, but then half of it's just like learning all the presets and all the effects and just how you can combine them together. It's like Photoshop, or like I said, it's like After Effects or Photoshop. It's like, you have your posterize and your whatever, and then you mix all those things together and you're like, wow, that was a really cool like warp effect, like Star Wars warp effect or something like that.
You got to learn the recipes. Yeah.
One of the recipes. Yeah, that's exactly it. And there's so many effects and layer stacks and different ways to do the same thing. And the presets are really the strength of it, because no matter what you do, you can save whatever kind of effect stack that you want into a preset super easily. So you can, apply it to any model. And like I said, like any game, like if you want to get into games at all, like you have to learn Substance. Like it's just the standard material authoring tool for that kind of world. Like I play a lot of Switch 2 and stuff like that, and I can tell, I was like, oh yeah, they used this Substance effect for that, and so it's super cool.
The danger of our career, right? Like everything you look at, you're
awesome.
breaking it down as soon as
Yeah.
As soon as you start enjoying it, you're like, oh, but also, how does this relate to work? It's just there. So
we interrupt this podcast briefly to tell you about our All Access program, the #1 way on the internet to learn the toolbox of motion design. For one price, you get access to every single course we're making, including all upcoming courses, as long as your subscription is active. You get unlimited critique from a professional motion designer on 100% of the projects you upload, access to our 24/7 community, which hosts monthly live portfolio reviews and live guest workshops on all kinds of awesome topics. If you complete a project-based course, you also get a verified credential that you can show off. Join over 3,000 artists from all over the world who are dedicated to improving their careers and their skill set. All the details are on our site. Check the link in the description. We hope to see you in class. All right, I think now we should talk about Figma. And we have our first Figma course coming out early next year. So Figma is an interesting one to me because it kind of started as the tool just for like designing websites and products and stuff like that. And what they've been doing is slowly expanding what it can do to where now they have drawing tools in it. And it's become a very, very powerful design tool, but it works completely different than Photoshop and Illustrator. It's got way different strengths. It's missing a bunch of features that Photoshop has and stuff like that. So the big news with Figma this year, so Adobe tried to acquire them. That officially fell through at the beginning of at last year. And then they IPO'd this year. So they just decided, okay, fine, we didn't get acquired. We're just going to become a publicly traded company. And their stock, like a lot of, like Adobe stock, is down very significantly from the beginning of their IPO. I think that has more to do with the kind of shenanigans that that bankers do when they bring a company public and insider trading and stuff, but it's my theory. Mm-hmm. But I think the big thing with Figma is at the beginning of this year, Figma basically had like a couple of things it could do. It had its design tool, and it had this cool thing called FigJam. FigJam, and it's kind of a separate app, but it's inside the same main Figma app where you can, it's almost like Milanote. You can like flowchart things and you can make plans and simple graphics, but really it's for planning. And then they announced all this new stuff. So now you can design a website and then click a button and now it's a live website. You can do stuff like that. It's got an AI thing that can help you prototype little pieces of apps and all that. I think the biggest announcement, which was made pretty recently, was they acquired a company called Weavy. And Figma, they haven't gone as all into AI as Adobe has, but Weavy is like ComfyUI. It's a node-based AI comping tool. And I've actually been using it a lot the last month on a project for School of Motion. And I got to say, it's amazing. And it took me a while to get the hang of it. Once you get it, you're like, whoa, you kind of, and again, like I said before, you have to think a completely different way. Like if I wanted the same result before AI, you could do it. It might just take way longer. And there's things that you might have to hire someone else to help you with if you're not good at it. But now once you wrap your head around how these tools can be just a part of your process that you already have, it's pretty amazing. And it's weird because Weavy doesn't seem to obviously fit into anything Figma is known for doing right now. So I think this kind of like speaks to the direction they're going in. But I think as far as motion design folk are concerned, I think it's almost time to start saying, okay, you probably still need to learn Photoshop. You probably still need to learn, at least be familiar with Illustrator. If you're going to be working with your motion design toolbox, Figma can almost replace probably 60 to 70% of that now. And in some ways, it's a far better tool.
Hi, my name's Becky, and I'm a motion designer and illustrator. I first started using Figma mostly for kind of team projects. So, that kind of initial ideation phase where you're brainstorming and coming up with ideas. For me, it was really great in a kind of remote working environment, and it kind of replicated that buzz of working inside of a studio. And then I was also using it for things like, sharing works with clients and presentations as well. And then over time, I guess, I became such a fan of the interface that I just started to design and draw in Figma. And I realized they had all these really great tools and features that made designing, just such an enjoyable process. And yeah, I was just a big fan of it. I love how collaborative and flexible Figma is. I can brainstorm, design, and pitch all of my ideas in one place. To be able to go right from those kind of early phases of a project right through to the pitching stage in one place is something that is, very unique to Figma. And, it's really great to not have to rely on multiple programs or bits of software to do those things in separate places. So, yeah. But yeah, I would say Adobe kind of still wins when it comes to things like heavier illustration projects and photo editing, especially. I would say those tools aren't necessarily as developed just yet inside of Figma. But yeah, for kind of day-to-day design and concepting, I find that Figma is just faster. I'm definitely excited and have been excited about the Figma draw tools. I think things like the textured brushes and effects have been a real kind of game changer for me in my work. And I would say, one of the main kind of driving forces as to why I wanted to use it more in my work and why I am using it more with my work. The process of adding detail to illustrations just feels a lot smoother than Illustrator at the moment. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they continue to expand on those. Obviously there's, UI and UX design. I think, those are the ones that everyone knows Figma for. But I would definitely say that, features like the kind of components inside of Figma, I think they're going to speed up the workflow for all kinds of design tasks. You can see how it would really help for things like campaigns, especially very big ones, right through to kind of icon design, for example. I think also the fact that you can easily export work from Figma, to apps like Cavalry and Rive, shows it's going to be a really great tool when it comes to motion design as well, potentially, but only if it keeps expanding. If Figma starts to work more kind of seamlessly with tools like Rive and Cavalry and adds kind of stronger photo editing capabilities, I could definitely see a future where I rely on Adobe a lot less. That said, I'm not sure there will ever be, a single app that will cover absolutely everything, designers need. I think it will always be a case where we have to kind of do one thing in one app and one thing in another. It's whether or not those things are going to be Adobe based. I think that's, the question. They've continued to experiment with non-Adobe tools. We're already kind of seeing it at the moment, but, right from that kind of design phase, right through to the kind of motion design phase, I think it will be interesting to see people kind of trying out new app combinations and seeing if they can kind of continue to kind of step away from that workflow that we're all kind of so used to using. So yeah, to me, it kind of feels like the beginning of a shift kind of, towards a more kind of diverse design setup, and one that doesn't kind of rely on Adobe or even use it altogether.
It's built to be collaborative, so it's just this endless canvas. You can have as many artboards as you want, as many layers, and multiple people can be working on the same thing at the same time, and you see the other person's mouse. You can leave comments, you can have different pages, you can organize things a different way. There's this feature called components, which is kind of like pre-comps, but way more powerful, where you can very easily make variations of things. And so I've heard from a lot of just straight up motion designers. The instructor for our first Figma course worked at Animate. She's like an Illustrator designer, and she uses Figma a lot. and said that she still has to jump back and forth between the Adobe stuff, but Figma's starting to replace a lot of that. And now there's tools like Battle Axe, which can go easily from Figma into After Effects. The company Canva, they're really into Cavalry. They made a tool that lets you go from Figma to Cavalry in like a click or two. And so Figma is just an interesting one. It's, I don't think it's like a required thing to learn yet, but depending on what area you want to work in, it may actually be. If you're working, on any sort of web product interaction design, you're designing it in Figma, or at the very least, you're assembling your design there. And you can copy and paste between Figma and Rive as well. Are either of you using Figma, or is this just a Joey thing for now?
I've just had, like, when I've worked at different companies, they had me jump into Figma to like grab elements that were kind of kept in these projects, but I'm not a Figma user, for sure not.
Yeah, the only thing I've seen is we have our local Denver meetup here, and we had a presenter that did some like Figma awareness campaign kind of thing.
Nice.
And one of the things that, because we with all these new tools, it's like, is this just replicating a lot of what like Photoshop can already do and all that kind of stuff? And I would say the one thing that they showed off in Figma that I found was really interesting, and it reminds me of the stuff you can do in Rive, where I forget what it's called, but it's the dynamically like adjusting a design and all the elements kind of fit like perfectly inside of it. So that's something that like that Photoshop can't do that, as far as I know. After Effects can't do that. So that was one of those things with the collaboration aspect as well that really popped out, and that was like one of the aha moments during that presentation there.
Yeah. So what you're mentioning, EJ, is called responsive design. And if you're building anything for a product or a car or a website, of course, it has to be built responsively. It's just table stakes, right? And, Adobe has XD, which I feel like is kind of just getting deprecated and no one uses anymore. That was kind of their answer to Figma and Sketch, which is another web tool, another product design tool. But Figma, from the beginning, has had ways to do that. And now that tool is very, very mature. It's called Auto Layout. And, if you're a motion designer, if you design and animate, you're used to making little 30-second animations or social media things. The reason to care about that, specifically with Rive, Cavalry has this feature now too. You can actually make responsive designs. And After Effects has plugins that can sort of, in a very, very clunky, hacky way, do that for you. It's very painful and takes a lot of setup, and it's easy to break. But you literally can now, if you know these tools. After Effects is lagging behind, but if you know Figma and you know Rive, or you know Figma and you know Cavalry, you can build designs that you don't even know what size the screen is going to be, that it's going to show on. It could be any size. And you're setting up design rules of how things will rearrange. And if it's tall, use this set of rules. If it's wide, use this set of rules. And it's insanely powerful. And if you're working, for Google and you're helping to work on a website or an app, you have to design things responsively and they have to be executed responsibly. So Figma is like where all that stuff starts typically. And you can translate a lot of that over to these other apps and to websites and Webflow and Framer and all these things. So I think it's a really important skill for anyone who's not in the traditional linear motion design world. You should start getting familiar with that. Our Rive Academy Volume 2 class teaches you how it works and then how it works in Rive. Because the way it works is the way it works. It works that way just across the board on every platform. It's just the tools are called slightly different things, slightly different options. But that's a rabbit hole. And we have another Figma course we're working on for next year that will get into how that works inside of Figma, so motion designers can start actually designing those things responsively. So that's a big one. Another app, I don't have too much to say about it other than I love it to death, is Descript. And I've talked about it before. It's an editing app, right? It's a built-in transcription. It can do a lot of things now. The interesting thing that they did this year was they've always had AI tools, like it can automatically add chapter markers for you and name them correctly. So we use that. It can automatically find the best highlights, like the best sound bites, and cut those out and put them in another sequence for you. So that's really helpful. But now it's got what I keep hearing referred to as an agent inside of it, an AI agent. So the difference between like ChatGPT and an agent is ChatGPT, you talk to it and then it answers you, and then you talk to it and it answers you. you can tell it to go look at this website and it can go off and do that and then come back. That's kind of what an agent is. But a real agent is, like for example, hey, here's a 6-hour podcast. I don't know how long it's going to be, but and then here's 4.5 hours of sound bites. Go find the sound bites that fit into this and then put them in the right place, and it will go do that. Now, I don't suspect it'll work that well. I'm going to try it, but that's what you can do. You can now type in commands to Descript and say, edit this down to 30 seconds. Make sure to keep this part, and it will just go do it. And then you can say, add music and edit it so it ends cleanly, and it will do that. So it's one of these interface things that's really coming up more and more. People are trying to do this with After Effects now. People are trying to do it with Rive has a version of this too. And I'm skeptical that this is actually how we'll be interacting with apps, but it's kind of an interesting idea, and Descript is kind of all in with it. So they've got their AI bot that you can talk to. Now here's an interesting one, Affinity. Have either of you used the Affinity apps yet?
No.
Okay. So in case someone listening doesn't know, Affinity makes 3 apps. They make Affinity Photo, Affinity Designer, and Affinity Layout or something. It's basically InDesign. It's like a print layout app. And they were selling them for, I think, $79. You could get all 3 of them for like $200. It was a one-time fee, and you just own them. And these are modern, basically, versions of Illustrator, Photoshop, and InDesign. And they're great. They work really, really well. You can even import and export Photoshop files using them. And so then they get acquired by Canva. Now, Canva, you may not have even heard of them if you're a professional motion designer. This isn't something that you may use very often. It's one of the biggest design companies in the world. It has half the market cap of Adobe. So it's been around a lot less time. And it's basically a web-based design tool that has a million templates and assets, and it makes it really easy to design social media graphics and YouTube thumbnails, stuff like that. Very, very useful for companies. They acquired Affinity, and they made their apps totally free. So now, if you don't want to pay for Photoshop or Illustrator, you can go download for free right now Affinity, Photo, and Designer. And now it's all inside of one app. It's just the Affinity app. And when you're in there, there's a little toggle at the top. Which app do you want to use? And you can seamlessly move your file between all 3 apps and go back and forth and work in it. So I played around with it for about an hour. If you know Photoshop and Illustrator, you don't even need instructions. It works mostly the same way. There's some differences, and there's, the recipes are different for certain things. It has a lot of features I like. In Photoshop, one of the things that's always bothered me is if you want to put a filter on something but not have it baked in, you have to first make it a smart object. Right? Yeah. Which is kind of annoying. Like it seems like.
Right. I came from After Effects first almost, man. I used Photoshop a little bit, and like After Effects is non-destructive. Coming to Photoshop, it's always been like, why do I need to break something to like make it, right? Like that's always been my complaint. So.
Yeah, and and even just simple things like if I scale down something in Photoshop, but I haven't made it a smart layer, it loses all the resolution. It's destructive, right? And Affinity is mostly non-destructive unless you like tell it to, And so it first of all, it's just like that's a more modern way that I'm guessing the reason Photoshop works the way it does is because it's 30 years old or probably even older than that, right? And so back in the day, well, we don't really have gigabytes of RAM, right? That wasn't even a thing. And so we need to think about memory. And so we're just gonna ditch that data, and otherwise save a copy of that layer if you think you might need it. And so there's a lot of ways you end up working in Photoshop that if you sit and think about it for 5 seconds, you're like, this is actually like really inefficient and kind of silly. And why do I have all these smart layers? And then if you need to make a copy of a smart layer and change that one, it's kind of a pain. So Affinity just works better, like for a lot of that stuff. Affinity is also a modern app. It's only, maybe 10 years old, something like that. So all the architecture is just newer. And so everything's like instant. And this is especially noticeable when you go from Illustrator to Affinity Designer. Zooming in and out, manipulating giant vectors is instantaneous. There's never lag, ever. So it's pretty interesting, and it's free. So there's an interesting.
I was going to say that this whole thing, when they got bought, obviously the panic that something terrible was going to happen to the software happened, right?
Right.
I remember that when it got bought. and a week before they made it free, they actually took it off their site, so you couldn't buy it.
Right.
And people were like, "What?" They were like they were like furious, right? Like I'd never seen people like, I can't even buy it right now. I need like I have licenses already, and I need more so that we can work. And like a week later, it was free, and anyone can have it. It was just really interesting to see that switch.
Yeah. So I think that, you know, unlike there's obviously a correlation here between C40 and Blender, and then Photoshop, Illustrator, and the Affinity apps, where you've now got this free thing that is, like, in most cases just as good, and in some cases way better, and it's free. And so, you know, the obvious thought is, okay, is this actually, I mean, it's obviously shots fired at Adobe. In fact, they announced it on the last day of Adobe Max to kind of steal some of the thunder, right? Which I thought was brilliant. And the marketing around it's been great, right? And Canva has a pretty good reputation, you know? So the thought is, okay, does this impact Adobe at all? And I think that this actually might, because, you know, for people that animate, well, there's no Affinity animation app yet. Maybe they acquire one or they build one themselves. That would take years. But if you're animating, you need After Effects. Like you have to have it. And so you're already going to have a Creative Cloud subscription, and there's way more Photoshop and Illustrator training as of now than there is Affinity. So they're a little bit insulated, but there's like other industries where you don't need to animate. You just need to design. You need to photo retouch or whatever. Or I think this is actually a pretty big deal. But having watched Blender over the years, you know, some people might have assumed, oh, there's this new free 3D app that's like just as good. Everyone's going to switch by next year. By next year, no one will purchase Cinema 4D anymore. Of course, that's not the case. And Aaron, we've talked about this in the past. I'm curious, like, you know, if you have any thoughts on what having a free Photoshop and Illustrator alternative that are actually good. Like this isn't Pixamator or something, you know, some open source thing that this is okay.
So we've always said that the way that, like, for that to happen, for people to make the change, there needs to be a really good reason, right? If you're using After Effects, there's not a great reason to go over it, because like you'd have to, you know, like you need it. It's Photoshop, Illustrator, it's all integrated, right? But if you're someone who's just doing graphic design or you know, who's really just focused on the still imagery, you're right. I mean, I think that this might be the thing, especially if the transition's not hard to make, but even more so, anybody new, you know, like there's no reason for them to necessarily go to Adobe, except like if they're looking for jobs where the jobs are like, you need to use Photoshop. But I think more and more people are just being hired to do the thing. And like no one's going to say you can't use a free tool if it's going to, you know, if you can get the job done, especially if it can really do the job. So I think next year we'll see a lot more of what that looks like. But I do think we're going to see an impact on usage. Again, is it going to really hurt Adobe in like they're like tremendously? Man, you know, so much of their business is diversified. Again, like there's that marketing stuff, you know, the video stuff. You can't, if you're in video, you're not using that. But who knows? Like I'd love to see what happens, but I don't have an answer for you. It takes a lot to make people switch, and you know, there's definitely something there. But I also felt that about Unreal, and we're starting to see that too with Unreal. Like people, you know, switching is not necessarily the right word, but maybe using it because they can do, you know, it's free, why not use it and also use the other thing? So I don't know. I think over time it'll, like, I'm sorry, like you ask me those questions and I'm always like, I don't know. Like that's
we're supposed to speculate, you know. I just want to.
Yeah, okay.
I'm throwing darts, you know.
Here's my speculation. If I'm really just trying to like say like what could happen is I think that people will start using both. They'll definitely experiment with it, especially if they're not married to the other products in the Adobe suite. But, you know, I think that people in our core audience are going to, generally speaking, stay with After Effects and Photoshop and Illustrator. So
interesting. Yeah, the reason that Canva did this, and I think they've even said this, but it's kind of obvious. It's like they have the kind of, you know, they kind of own the lower end of the design market, like, you know, mostly like non-designers that need a lot of design. Or junior designers that need to just make tons of stuff really quickly and they don't have time to design from scratch, so they use Canva. They didn't have the upmarket, right? They don't have the high-end designer. Now, this is a really good strategy for a company worth $65 billion or whatever they're worth right now, to kind of acquire a bunch of them. And then their ultimate goal is, I assume, to bring them back into the Canva ecosystem. Right now, Affinity is free, but they have AI features in it that you can't use unless you have a paid Canva account. And from what I've seen, the Canva AI features on the Canva app itself, which is a web app, it's mostly around like auto layout or generating an image you can place into a design or something like that. It's not really like what Photoshop has. So if you want to have content-aware fill, or you want to integrate Nano Banana to do something really complicated, I don't think you can do that in Affinity right now. And Affinity always had a way less AI-friendly stance than Adobe does. So it'll be interesting to see how that culture clashes with Canva, who has a lot of AI and doesn't seem to be shying away from it. So I think that's interesting.
I can tell you who's going to win that war. I can tell you who's going to win that war, right? It's going to be the company that bought the other company. It doesn't matter. The people that work there may resist it for a while, but if that's their stance, if their stance is, I've seen it many times, like their stance is we're in it with AI, like AI is coming to these apps, 100%.
All right, so now we'll talk about, so it's interesting, like, you know, when we get to Rive, I'm going to gush about it. That's not going to surprise anybody. I'm going to gush about this one, too. So Cavalry. So I'm assuming you two have not touched Cavalry yet, right?
Just barely. You know, when it first came out, especially, I was playing with it, but I have not used it recently.
I was going to say, you need to tell me when Cavalry went from like an afterthought to like did they have a big update? Because I feel like, you know, Cavalry's been around for years now and it just didn't get traction. And then I feel like just all of a sudden this year something happened and now I'm seeing it all over the place. So
yeah, I think what happened, if I had to guess, it's that there's some critical mass of artists who have figured it out. And so now you're starting to see, because the capabilities, it's added a lot of capabilities this year, but it's always had the core ones, and the way it works hasn't changed. But now enough artists are using it that there are now some really good artists using it and making crazy stuff that, like, we featured on Motion Mondays, and it goes viral on Instagram. And there's an artist, Fafa, I believe he's Chinese, who's done some crazy, amazing, beautiful stuff in Cavalry. Yeah. And so, you know, I think like mass adoption, it's really hard to know when that's going to happen for any tool, right? Because you need the tool to be good. Then you need artists to know how to use it, which for Cavalry is tricky because it's not a simple thing to use. And then you need artists that understand it who are good in making good art and then also promoting themselves. Then you need an ecosystem of training and companies asking for it. And so you kind of, it's like a table that needs 8 legs to stand up at all. And you have to build them all at the same time. It just takes a long time. I don't know if that, what do you think about that metaphor? Yeah.
I was going to say, I would say though that a lot of what went, like, kept them from even really sort of like rising to the level of attention where we would pay a lot more attention to it is they had a rough start, which is the initial thought when people saw it was like, this will replace After Effects, only to discover that they still needed to do all this. Like, After Effects does something and this does something else, and that, like, you might be able to use them together, but they're not even integrated. Why would I do that? You know, I want to stay in After Effects. So I think there's, like, even though that wasn't necessarily what they were marketing as, that was the perception, the initial perception, and then the initial disappointment. And by the way, that's like with a lot of technologies, you know, like the company has an idea about what it can do, but people are like, oh, this is going to be the next After Effects, and then it's not, and you're like, that's it. So I think that, like, they kind of fell very quickly out of mind for a lot of people. And then the ones who knew and the ones who saw the value in it, you know, said, I'm just going to keep using it, hoping that the company doesn't go bankrupt, which they didn't, you know. And so now they're starting to have a resurgence as these people have been doing more and more with it. And it's getting, you know, the examples are better and the software definitely has come a long way. That I've seen, the features that get released, you know, as they go has been definitely, you know, leaps each way.
My name's Greg Stewart. I'm a motion designer, animator, director, all those sorts of things. Currently, I'm employed full-time at a nonprofit in the Portland area called Bible Project. Before that, I was an art director and animator and founding member at a studio in Vancouver, Canada called Ordinary Folk. Since I've achieved Cavalry brain, so to speak, though I don't know if I've fully achieved it yet, there's always more to learn, I'd say I probably use After Effects 40% less. At least in my current work, most of the final exports that I do for shots and combined projects are going to be out of After Effects and not Cavalry. But I would say that I use After Effects significantly less now that I have become really familiar with Cavalry. And I'd also say that it's replaced a lot of the things that I used to do in After Effects. And even things that I used to really enjoy doing. I feel like when I was really getting into After Effects, some of my favorite things to do were to build really complicated expressions rigs to work with multiple shapes or control tons of different things, all from a single null with a bunch of different sliders, or just to try and break After Effects to do things that it couldn't really do on its own. And I still enjoy doing some of that. But now that I have Cavalry in my toolkit, I can do a lot of those sorts of things in just a couple clicks. And it's way faster, and it frees up a ton of my time to focus more in on animation curves and some of the other things that are also really important. So I'd say for those sorts of things, especially working with tons of different shapes or manipulating a lot of things all at once, Cavalry is for sure my go-to. But I think that's also had the benefit of freeing me up to use After Effects more for what it's really good at. I think I'd say to any motion designer out there who is curious about learning Cavalry, but maybe hasn't dipped their toes in quite yet, it is 100% worth getting over the learning curve. There is a learning curve. I've heard some rumors that School of Motion might be putting out a class on Cavalry that will probably be really, really good. But once you do get over that curve, it's tons of fun to play around with. And for me, it was just really refreshing to start using a different animation tool other than After Effects and see what kinds of things that opened up for me. Some other things that have been really awesome about Cavalry for me have just been getting to interact directly with the people making Cavalry in their Discord channel. I've had feature requests get implemented into the software, sometimes within days or weeks, depending on how lucky I am with the timing of when I suggest things. So it's been super refreshing for me to feel like the features that I'm requesting or bugs I'm reporting are actually being listened to. And I know they're not just listening to me, they're listening to everybody in the community, which is really, really awesome. I cannot say enough good things about the people who make Cavalry. Ian and Chris are just such nice people, and anytime I've interacted with them, they've just been so kind and willing to help. And I think it really helps that they also come from an animation background as well. I think all of these things contribute to why there's been a lot more hype around Cavalry recently, and bigger studios like Buck and Illo are starting to use Cavalry in their work. And even the team at Canva has started making some really awesome tools for working with Cavalry, particularly one called Quiver that helps you bring stuff from Figma right into Cavalry super easily. There's just a lot of growth around Cavalry and excitement, and I think it's really worth checking out. One of the other really amazing things about Cavalry is how fast it is evolving and changing. I feel like the team is constantly putting out new builds and shipping new features. It's honestly hard to keep on top of. I went on vacation early this year for a few days and came back and found that Cavalry had all of a sudden introduced motion tracking in their beta software and a bunch of other new filters and effects and things like that. So it's evolving really fast. I think a couple specific new features from Cavalry in 2025 that stood out to me were the huge load of filters that they dropped with 2.5. Previous to that, I don't know that I would have said filters and effects were a weakness of Cavalry, but I definitely wouldn't have said they were a strength. And I think that's really been changing in the last couple builds that they've shipped out. Not only have they been adding a bunch of new filters, but they've also been working on performance a lot, and Cavalry does not tend to chug as much when you start working with a bunch of effects and stacking them up on a bunch of different shapes and things like that. So that's been really nice to see. A couple other really awesome features are referencing, which lets you save your scene file, your Cavalry file, as a template that other people can then import and use as sort of like an essential graphics rig in their scene. And then any edits that you make in your original scene will get updated in the scenes of whoever is using your scene, if that makes sense. One other really exciting feature for me this year was the arrival of the dependency graph, which is kind of like a node-based way of working inside of Cavalry. If you've got experience in Blender working with geometry nodes or shaders, it's going to feel really intuitive. I think that is just a really fun way of working in Cavalry, but I think it also helps you make more sense of how Cavalry works, because even though it looks layer-based on the front end, it is really a node-based software under the hood. I'm not sure that I'll ever work 100% in Cavalry, and that'd be true for kind of any software, honestly. I sort of have this philosophy of wanting to use the right tool for the right job. And one analogy I've used in explaining that is that a hammer is a super versatile tool. You can do a lot of things with a hammer. You maybe technically could chop down a tree with a hammer if you spent a lot of time and went through a lot of hammers, but you should probably just use something like a chainsaw. Or if you're trying to get into like being like an ice sculptor or something, I've heard you can do that with a chainsaw as well. But all that to say, there's some things that I really, really love using Cavalry for, and there's other things where at least currently it doesn't make as much sense. So compositing work, or especially if I'm working with Photoshop art, I'm probably going to do that in After Effects. But I think in terms of things that would help me work more exclusively inside of Cavalry, I'd love to see some growth in being able to work with Photoshop and Illustrator assets. Currently, you can just import a flattened PSD, and I'm sure it's complicated to figure out how to import layers, but that would be one really awesome feature that would help me stay in Cavalry a little bit more. Outside of that, I think it'd be really helpful to just have the Cavalry community grow and have more people using it and making scripts and tools and plugins and those sorts of things. I think After Effects is such an industry standard and has been that way for such a long time. When working with other studios or clients, it can be hard to sell people on using a different software because they're so used to what they already know. In terms of where Cavalry might be aiming in the coming years, or where I'd like to see Cavalry aim, I do have some inklings of some really, really incredible features that might be coming down the line in the near future. If you're in the Cavalry Discord, you might know what I'm talking about. Can't say anything yet, but there's some really cool things coming. In terms of what I'd like to see, though, maybe hard to articulate super well, but I think of a couple things. I'd love to see Cavalry continue to capitalize on what it's really good at, so things like speed and performance, and also just shipping really good features really quickly, continuing to evolve. I would love more reasons to not have to open After Effects, but I also don't want Cavalry to become too focused on being an After Effects competitor, because I think they're just very different softwares, and I don't want to see Cavalry become just known as the After Effects alternative. There's a lot of things that make After Effects great. There's also things that make Cavalry great, and I think the strengths are very different. Anything they can come up with that makes working with large data sets is always exciting to me too, because that's become a personal favorite way of using Cavalry for me.
Yeah, so we've got our first Cavalry course coming out next year. And so I've been watching all the lessons. And before we started recording it, I met with the instructor, and he walked me through, we have this like very detailed process of how we make courses at School of Motion. And as he was walking through how he was going to teach it and what he thought should be included in it, and kind of showing me some things, I finally had the aha moment. And I think that that's what is really making it hard for people to adopt Cavalry. Because I think you're exactly right. Aaron, when it came out, it looks like After Effects. Like the interface is similar enough where you're like, oh, there's a timeline. Oh, there's a project panel and a comp viewer. And oh, they have effects. And they're not called effects, but they look like effects. And so you thought, oh, this just works like After Effects. And it can. You can have layers and keyframes in a graph editor. It has all that. You can animate stuff. It's got, it's not always real time, but the preview is way faster than After Effects. But that's not what's cool about it. What's cool about it, and I've used this term before, is it is Houdini for 2D. So if you don't know how Houdini works, that's not going to mean anything. But essentially, the whole thing is procedural, right? And so what that means is you could, and this is the difficult thing about it too, you can have a word that you've typed out into a type layer, and then you can access every vertice of that piece of type, and you can attach things to it, and then you can attach behaviors to those things, and then you can attach like lines to those things that are attached to other, and you can create these crazy 2D systems, and you can build things that look like they were done in Houdini or their code or something like that, but you don't have to touch code. It's all just piping things together. And what's difficult about it is you have to first get Cavalry brain, is what we're calling it. You have to kind of develop an intuition for like, okay, I've got a duplicator, which is like a cloner in Cinema 4D, and I want to iterate across these 5 clones, but I want them to randomly move, but I want this one to always be still, but the rest of them move. And you can do all of that, and you don't need code. And you can code if you want. There's a full code editor in it, but you don't need any of that. And so I think the hard thing is you're going to have to relearn how to think about doing things, step one, and that takes a little while. Then your brain starts going, oh, what if I did this with that? What if I did this? And that's when you start getting these really cool animations that you're seeing on Instagram and places like that. So it is not an After Effects replacement. It is just not. It never will be. It's not designed to be. It's a totally different thing. But I think the reason that companies like Canva are really interested in it is because you can set up systems. Like the way After Effects works is you're building a comp. And you can use expressions, and if you're really clever with pre-comps and maybe essential graphics and maybe some plugins, you could theoretically build a system where you put in type and an image or a folder of images, and it spits out all your variations at different resolutions, right? But it's very hard to do that in After Effects. It's not impossible. You can use Data Clay, Templater, but like these things are not intuitive. They're not built in. Some of them are very expensive. It's all built into Cavalry. You can link it to a Google Sheet. You can have responsive designs where everything is exactly where you want it, and it's all this node-based kind of way of thinking. And then you hit render, and it renders 1,000 things very quickly into folders named correctly at all 4 sizes. And so once you see it done from start to finish, and that's what this course is, it shows you the whole process and a whole bunch of other cool stuff. Once you see that, it's like, oh, okay, I actually have to do that a lot. Like, you know, big tech companies, they're constantly, I mean, just for social media, Cavalry is better than After Effects if you can achieve the look you want. And that's a big if, because it doesn't have all the filters and all the tools After Effects does, and it probably won't ever have all of them, although this year they did add a built-in tracker, which kind of shocked me. A keyer, they added project referencing, which is like XREFs in Cinema 4D, so you can like create a Cavalry project, leave some controls exposed, hand that off to another artist, and then they can use that in their Cavalry project, and then you can update it. I mean, it's really, really cool. When the course comes out, I think it's going to blow a lot of people's minds, and we are actually starting to hear companies talk about it. This was like one of the reasons we wanted to make this course was like, wait, Canva's using it? Like they're really like interested in it. And there's other companies too, but that's a huge company. That's one that has lots of artists doing lots of things, lots of social media. So I think Cavalry, you know, I think like everything else, it's going to take a long time for it to really gain mass adoption, but it feels like they've hit an inflection point. I'm hearing more about it. All right, now I'm very excited about this. So we're going to talk about Rive. Have you boys used Rive yet? Come on. Not yet. I know.
No.
It's not really your wheelhouse. I totally get it. I get it.
You're making me feel the FOMO.
Yeah, I get it.
I got another job, man. You know,
No, you're not paid to use Rive.
right?
Yeah. Okay. So
Exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong. That doesn't stop
that's
me
true.
from
Yeah,
doing
you do a
whole
lot of
bunch
things you're not
stuff.
paid to do.
But
yeah. So Rive. So where do we
Yeah.
start here? So I think for the last 2 years I've been as hyperbolic as I possibly can about Rive, and you know there's been very few times in my life where I have like 100% total certainty that I'm right about something. Like even if I sound very confident, I'm often like half sure that I'm wrong, and I'm just talking out of my ass. I assure you I am not in this case, okay? So Rive, I've said it before, it's the most important motion design app that's come out in the last decade. And the reasons, just for recap, is because and at this point I can safely say it has replaced Flash. It does everything Flash used to be able to do, but it's better, it's faster, it's more secure, it's supported by every platform, parts of it are open source, and it's just designed for the modern things that need to have animation on them. And like going back to what we talked about at the beginning of this conversation with what is motion design, right? Motion design as a term is used every day by people working on apps and car displays and AR and VR and all these things that have to run in real time. They have to be updatable really easily. You need developers to be able to talk to it easily with like a bunch of different languages. And you need all this complexity. And there's been this huge problem up until Rive came out, where when you have huge complexity plus motion plus code, the process of actually deploying the final product is so painful and tedious, and revising it is a nightmare, that it just really means there's going to be less motion because it's just too big of a liability to include it. And Rive has completely solved that problem. So at this point, Rive has basically replaced Flash, but it just goes so much further. And so the reason I keep just gushing about it is because what it unlocks is motion to be able to live literally anywhere. And the two pieces of that are you need motion design, and then you need some developers to like implement the actual thing and tie it into whatever else is happening, right? And what's really cool is that Rive has released some features this year where you don't need developers for a lot of that stuff. Actually, it's almost like Flash, where like if you're a little bit on the technical side, and it's a lot easier now with AI, you can, but you can design, you can animate, you understand how the state machine works, you can build interactions. You now have all these tools built right into Rive to make basically full-blown games. And then you can also set things up so a developer can then pipe in whatever they want. So if you're developing the UI for a video game or a car or a museum installation or a live broadcast package, it doesn't matter. You can build the whole thing and you can test it and see exactly how it's going to work. And then you can like tell the developer, this trigger that makes this whole animation happen is called this. And then they can trigger it whenever they want. That is massive, 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 like opening into a giant, a massive bag of money, basically. Okay. If I'm just going to be blunt about it.
My name's Joey Judkins. I am the director and high torchbearer at We Ride at Dawn, which is Rad Studio. And you can check out our work at rad.work, which is WRAD.work. I love Rive. While it's not all I use, sadly, it is all I want to use. But it's one of those things where once I got into Rive, I saw just how different and how fluid and how much better it felt to be working in something like it, and how much creativity it sparked in me, and just the kind of output I was able to produce with a tool like that was just invigorating. And I hadn't felt that in such a long time that I was, I think it was just a matter of, I think it's time for me to try something different. We rarely ever use After Effects at Rad. We've tried to be very clear in our focus, but occasionally a client will have a need for an ad or video related to something they're promoting, and that's when we would turn to After Effects. You know, when you're talking about anything for YouTube, Pinterest, Meta, so like Instagram or Facebook, LinkedIn, you know, those are where ads would exist. And I've asked the Rive team, you know, this would be a great place for interactive content, right? It'd be so cool to do an ad, even for some of these clients that we've worked with before, you know. So I used to work with Scott's and Miracle Grow all the time, and they'd have a bunch of little videos that people would watch that they're selling a product with. And it's like, that's fine, but wouldn't it be cool if you were on Pinterest or Facebook or Instagram and these ads were actually like interactive, and you could sort things, and you could plant some seeds, and I don't know, I just feel like Rive would be a great opportunity to make ad content for those platforms. I did ask Rive if there's any plans to bring like a Rive runtime to those platforms, and it sounds like the tech is all there to make it happen, but it's just a matter of those platforms adopting Rive. So honestly, I think it's just kind of a matter of time. And hopefully we will see that, because, you know, obviously that creates even more opportunities for Rive. So each program solves completely different problems, and they're for completely different markets. And I know Rive has said this before, but I don't know if they've put this sharp of a pin on it. I'm going to do that. Rive, I know they're not trying to be like After Effects. Rive isn't trying to be like After Effects, except where After Effects was trying to be like Rive, you know. So After Effects was trying to create web, anywhere where After Effects is trying to make web ready animations for interactive design. So Lottie, like think Lottie. That's where Rive is clearly better than After Effects, and that's the tool you should be using, not After Effects. So anytime anyone asks for Lottie animations, it's like, well, why would you want Lottie? You know, it's like, well, we want it to be responsive and lightweight. And it's like, well, there's a better tool now. And so that's where I would direct people. Anyone who's kind of stuck in Lottie land, I would say time to switch to Rive. But anyway, for everything else though, like for high-end motion, cinematic motion, compositing, linear animation, really anything that's meant to be a video as an end product, that's After Effects, right? After Effects is the tool. Where do the tools cross over each other? So I'd say anytime I'm designing with 2D vectors, making 2D character animations, rigging, making type animations, animating UI, I'm in Rive only. And I have no need for After Effects anymore for any of that stuff. And so I feel frustrated, in fact, when I'm in After Effects, when I'm trying to do something like any of that stuff, because it just, the tools are better now in Rive. And the real distinction is that companies who need Rive are making apps, products, games and websites, and they need their animation to be interactive and responsive.
Rive has incredible potential. I've used it quite a bit to just create animations, to create concepts, to just understand the tool a little bit better. I haven't used it yet in an end-to-end process where we're actually implementing Rive into an actual product, but hopefully that's something that will happen very soon. With the scripting feature, from all the things that I've seen, it really opens the window to just really do a lot of amazing things. It helps the Rive interface and the editor kind of get out of the way. The editor, I feel like, has gotten a little bit claustrophobic as they've added a lot of new features, which I know that they're going to be cleaning that up soon. But that allows you to just kind of like get to the bare bones coding and just make whatever you want to happen. And having an AI coding agent there just helps just speed up that workflow exponentially. So that I'm very excited about, because in just like the product design world, the closer you can make your prototype or your mocks or your concept closer to the real thing, the better, because then you know you're running into all the limitations that an engineering team would already run into if you just like handed them a video mock. And so you get to run into that as the designer and saying like, oh, this doesn't actually work. The technology doesn't actually do this. And so it helps you create more realistic ideas, but then also push engineering teams to say, hey, this is actually possible here in this like web code. How can we translate this into like iOS Swift or Jetpack Compose or something like that, so that you're actually able to implement it into a actual live app?
The companies that need After Effects animators are making videos, like period. That's what they're making. So if you're I mean, I don't know if there's a better way to say that, honestly. It's just that there are now different markets for these motion design outlets. I would say, though, there's a big jump that you have to make when you become a Rive artist or a Rive animator. And it's that you have to sort of shift your mind from making things for viewers to making things for users. So you're always thinking about the user and how is the user going to experience this? What happens when X happens? Like when you roll over this, or when you hover on this, or when you click on this, what happens? What's the next thing that happens? What does the user experience? And so, yeah, you're not just making a video anymore where you press play and hope that the person watches it all the way to the end to see what the end product is, or the call to action, or whatever that the video was designed to do. It's engaging a user throughout an experience. I know I'm not the only person who thinks that and who is constantly learning new things, like trying to learn new things. I mean, I've been a motion designer forever, and so I've jumped in and out of all kinds of software. I loved learning Zbrush a few years ago, and I feel like I got to a point that I was getting good at it. I loved learning 3D character animation, back in 2016, 2017, when I felt like I was kind of getting good at that. I just feel like with so many directions you can go in the field of motion design, there are endless tools you can pick up and try. So it's fun. It's fun to learn new things. That's why you should bother to learn Rive. You may find that you have a knack for it and that you really like it and that you're good at it. For me, Rive did two things. One, it offered a new tool that sparked a lot of creative energy in me to make things that I had never done before. I picked up like so many skills over the years being a generalist, right? So I did 3D character rigging, character animation, 2D animation, design, even some hand-drawn animation every now and then. And Rive was sort of this single tool that allowed me to flex a lot of those skills. The rigging in Rive feels kind of like Duik a little bit, but it's also has a lot of 3D-ness to it. Like there's weights and constraints and stuff. And I was just like, man, this feels like 3D. It's just like what I was doing in cinema, but now it's like, it's this whole other thing. And every time I opened it, a new idea like was popping into my head. It's just like, instead of making a character that animates to a voiceover, I can make a character that interacts with you in real time. And then the mouth can move to real time text to speech with Rive-based inputs. Maybe I can, instead of a video that explains how you use a product, maybe we can make a step-by-step interactive experience that walks you through it. Like, maybe with some slick animation and transitions and stuff, with like maybe some fun little delightful moments that pop in that sort of keep the user interested. So, I mean, that's the kind of stuff when you're opening up That's what happened to me, at least. When I opened up Rive, I was getting these like sparks of energy and creative ideas, just writing them down and hopefully creating enough demand even that people would want to hire me, to like help me make these things for our company or for our studio or whatever. The second thing that Rive did for me was that it unlocked a whole new area of motion design that I had never worked in before. And one that I think is still sort of in its infancy, and it's flourishing with opportunities. So if you're looking for like a shift away from video-based animation and wanting to get into product development, apps, games, web technology, then Rive is the tool to learn. Rive's the tool. It is crazy how much Rive has added in the last year. Layouts actually came late last year, and I think people are still not fully grasping their true power yet, but they will. I mean, so any kind of interactive menus, particularly user menus or like game UIs, they make heavy use of Rive's layouts, and that's super powerful. If you're making UIs, like 100%, layouts was a huge deal, but it is a little bit like kind of late last year. The biggest things they've added this year, in my opinion, have been vector feathering and data binding. It wasn't that long ago, okay, that in order to get a decent drop shadow, you had to export an image of one as a PNG out of Figma or whatever, and then plop it behind the vector graphic to make that drop shadow. Now, I feel like it's really unlocked our design capabilities to have built-in vector feathering. Just love it. And then I'd say data binding is the biggest thing yet. We know scripting is coming and it's going to make things even more powerful, but even just the way data binding allows us the full capability of animating during runtime and manipulating animation during runtime. And there's even some little things in Rive when you're just animating in Rive. So not even thinking about the runtime side of data binding, but within Rive. So where you might use a script in After Effects to do things like a number counter, now with data binding in Rive, it's even easier than that to just make a number counter. Or one thing that's like something I use all the time, which is I'll sometimes bind the ends of a gradient on a shape in Rive to other layers. You can only do that with data binding. So you have to find the position of the gradient start and then find the position of the gradient end, and you can sort of bind those to other layers. It's sort of like also kind of like how espresso rigs worked, where you can have a driver and a driven and just have those things connected to nodes. And but I feel like Rive sort of makes it really easy to do that with data binding. I think they've drastically opened up the possibilities for Rive in the design space and in web technology. And I think that's increased the demand for people who know how to use it, especially for those who know how to use the sort of technical side of Rive. Okay, so RAD was meant to be an interactive animation partner. So we work with brands, agencies, and even other studios. So we worked with Cream Studio and BN, and the idea is that we would bring an interactive component to any projects that they were working on when needed. So mainly an execution partner, I'd say. We want to get into the earlier stages of things, getting to more design, helping with like creative direction for design, interactive design projects. But at this point, we're still we're just starting. So it's we're coming alongside agencies, studios, brands who already know that they need interactive animation, and so we are their execution partner, interactive animation partner. I will say I never really had the desire to start my own studio when I was a generalist. I think the thought would come into my head and I would talk to folks about it, and it always just seemed like this was sort of just what people do. You know, when they get to a certain point, they start a studio. You know, it's like, well, you're aging into this industry. Maybe you should start a studio. It's just like, well, okay, well, but why? Like there was never like the motivation just wasn't enough. That motivation wasn't enough. Just because it's something that people do wasn't enough for me to really answer the why question. I just didn't feel like I really had anything to offer that was different or better than other studios sort of doing the same thing. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, well, do you want to work with this studio or do you want to work with Joey? It's like, I don't know. It never really made sense to me. When Rive came along, there was a great enough spark of creativity that it lit in me, compounded with what felt like a rush of demand for interactive animation, that I felt like I really could deliver, and that we could really deliver. A team that I could build could deliver on these this new, fresh kind of way of doing motion design. So that was the first time. That was the first time I really felt like I had something different to offer, that I could form a studio around it. And so I did. We have big dreams. We have some big dreams at RAD. Beyond just the client work, we are working on an app that's for nonverbal communication. So I have a child who's nonverbal autistic, and he has this app that he uses that's it's called an AAC app, which is the term is augmented and alternative communication device. And so you might see kids with these, but it has little icons on it and they can speak with it if they're not capable of forming the words themselves. A lot of these kids have the ability, and adults have the ability, to use these as communication devices. So they'll form the sentences that they need. I want water. I want to go on a walk. All that kind of stuff, using the little devices. And it looks kind of like an iPad, and the app is sort of like an iPad app. But I got to tell you, like, with a child who uses one of these, and as a parent who I've tried to learn how to use one of these, the apps are awful. They're terrible. They're not well designed. They don't look good. They're not fun. They're not intuitive. The icons, illustrations are bad. They're really bad. And there's no animation. There's no, any parent who tries to use it, it's like you have to take a class just to learn how to use the device. And kids kind of they pick it up and learn it through like muscle memory, but it's really not that intuitive, And so I just felt like there was this moment where I just, this is like early in my Rive days, in fact. So 2024, I was watching my kid use it and I was trying to learn it. I was like, man, someone needs to make a better version of this app. And that's when I kind of realized it's probably going to have to be me. I'm going to have to make a better version of this AAC app that's animation forward. I hate to say the Duolingo of AAC apps, but that is pretty much what it needs to be, right? For it to really change the landscape of nonverbal communication. But yeah, we want to get into that kind of stuff. We want to make our own products. We want to make games, or at least get into making like game UI stuff. I mean, that's some really, really fun stuff. So but yeah, that's the sort of thesis and the reason that we exist, I'd say, is to help people create really fun and exciting experiences using interactive animation. So I'll just say this. I trust the Rive team. They are doing the coolest things. And I'd say like all of the other things that they've already done, I know that their scripting engine is going to be a game changer. Everything's been a game changer already. This is just going to be another game changer, right? So they're changing the game. It's happening every few months, it seems. So I trust them. They know what they're doing. I will say I would honestly be happy if they could just make it when, I don't know if Guido and Luigi are listening right now. I'd honestly be happy if all they do in 2026 is make it so that when I take a bone in Rive and put it in a group, so if I Command G on my bone in Rive, it places the anchor point at the base of the bone instead of at the center of the bone, because that just doesn't make any sense. Why would I need it at the center of the bone when I wanted to rotate it from the base of the bone? So if that's the only new feature in 2026, I will be super happy.
All right, so let's talk about the features that Rive added. So Rive added vector feathering this year. Now, normally you'd call that a blur. You can like blur your artwork now. Hey, whoop-de-doo. The reason they didn't have it before, and this is an issue with every other thing out there, like if you're using a Lottifile and and there's a blur or a gradient or something like that, there's a big performance hit with that. And you don't really think about it, but when you have real time and you have complex artwork and it has to run on a little device like a phone or a watch or something, you have to eke all the performance out of it you can. And so the traditional way of blurring things is too slow. So Rive invented a new way. They literally, like, I think they got a patent on this or something. Oh no, they open sourced it, so they don't have a patent. Somebody over there like invented a new blur. It's called vector feathering. There's a whole thing on their website about how it works. But basically you can have as many things on screen blurred as you want, and it plays back in real time, no lag at all. It's just way faster. It wouldn't surprise me if other tools actually implemented this because it is so fast.
I'm hoping Unreal does, because they don't really have a great system for blurring that. Like it's not, there's no nodes for it, and the materials, like it's complicated to do, and it's I mean there is a node, but it doesn't do it like this. Yeah, this is what
it'd be interesting to see if that technique could work with 3D, because I'm guessing, sort of the way you calculate
it's just textural. It's more like textural. Could like, if you want to have, there's no way to even blur a texture basically in Unreal. Like you can't have there's no blur node, not a really good one anyway, that does anything of value that I found.
Yeah.
Whereas like, I mean, it takes a lot of work to get that blur going, and it also that hogs resources, right? So I think that, like, even if you could just blur a freaking texture in Unreal easily, you could do a lot. But I would love to be able to have like objects that are in front and anything behind it is blurred without having to jump through crazy hoops.
Yeah,
that would
that would be cool. Yeah, I don't know what's possible, but I think that technology is going to make its way out of Rive too. They've added more options. So they already had responsive layout options, so you can build a Rive file that will work on any size screen, and you set the rules and the layout rules. Now they've added more options, like you can have scrolling behavior. So at this point, if you're designing for a phone, you have to think about what's it going to look like, what happens when the user scrolls down, scrolls up, how does that work? These are things that, like, linear motion design, you don't think about, but once you start thinking about them, you get all these ideas like, oh, it'd be cool. Like, I know how, I use an iPhone every day. I know how it works, but wouldn't it be cool because I'm an animator if I did this? And now you can do all that stuff. So I think we're going to see more apps looking like Duolingo, because you can now make fully responsive interfaces for them that have animation every time you touch something, and it's really cool and it's on brand, and you can build and prototype the whole thing in Rive. Data binding, that was the first giant feature this year. It's kind of a technical thing, but essentially what it lets you do is you can think of it like you're building your artwork, and let's say there's a type layer and there's an image and there's like a colored thing, like some light that changes color. And you don't know what image that's going to be, what the type's going to be, what color that thing's supposed to be. You just know, like, it's going to be laid out like this, and you preview it and test it. You're going to hand that off to a developer. They're going to change all that for you. And so this is like a very clean, easy way of setting all that up, testing it, making sure it works. You hand it off, and now they can insert whatever image they want and set this thing to any color, and it can be any type, any string. And it's way more involved than that. Like, you can do wild things with it. They added a feature called lists, which is basically you can design animations and interactions for like a list of things. Like if you were designing a menu for a website, but you don't know how many things are in the menu. Well, you don't need to know how many. You can like see what it looks like with 10, see what it looks like with 5. And then the developer just says, no, there's actually 30. And it just makes 30 of them. And so there's all these things that are really developer centered, but they're things that now animators can have a say in that you almost couldn't before, because it was just too technical. There was not really a way to do it other than knowing how to code and understanding all of this. And now it's like the gates are open. You have access to all that.
So everything you really need to know about the UI UX space for a motion designer, we package that all up in the UX Animation Essentials course. So definitely take that. But really, it's a huge shift from thinking about creating motion for a viewer who just kind of sits back and passively enjoys a thing, to creating motion for a user. And so I'm actually experiencing the motion that you're creating, experiencing the interactions that you're crafting. And so it's that big mental shift that changes how our work manifests into like an actual product in the hands of someone. So if I'm creating something for like a car, like dashboard, I'm not going to create super flashy, fast moving, a bunch of stuff animations while you're driving in the vehicle, because that could distract someone and cause an accident. And so that shifts your mind of like, okay, well, maybe if that's the context, maybe things like appear subtly on the screen. Maybe I change only there's like 2 specific types of notifications that will be a little bit more aggressive with their motion or the way that they appear, because they're very important, like low gas or low tire pressure. And so that type of just like mental shift helps you problem solve in those things. Also, there's definitely different tools. So as a traditional motion designer, your main tools is like After Effects, maybe Cinema 4D, and some of those like animation specific tools. When you get into the world of UI UX, Figma is like the bare bones fundamental tool that you're going to be working with every single person on a product team. And so you definitely need to know those tools and know how to use them to the best of their abilities. And so there's tools like Figma, which is kind of just foundational, and then tools like ProtoPie, which allow you to actually create a prototype that feels like the real app with interactions and gestures and all those types of things baked into. And there's a lot of other tools like Rive, like Lottie. Just being familiar with some of these tools that are specific to the UI UX space is definitely important. But really at the end of the day, a UX motion designer, a UX designer, a motion designer, an interaction designer, we're all just problem solvers. We're taking problems and we're trying to solve them for the specific context that we're working in and using our tools of motion to solve those problems. And this is all a lot to capture just in this one response. And so definitely check out the UX Animation Essentials course as I dive into all of the different aspects of how it differs from traditional motion graphics, and then how do you actually approach solving these types of problems in the UX context, all the way to how you even actually start searching for jobs in this space.
There's one more big feature, and it launched kind of late, so it's kind of at the end of my list, but I'm going to say it now. They just launched scripting. So the big thing that was missing from Rive versus Flash, Flash had its own language called ActionScript. And you could tie it to anything in your Flash scene. You could make it control the playhead, like jump to frame 3 and then play. And you could do way more complex things. You could have it talk to the website and, pull information from there, and then that shows up in your Flash file. And so this is how companies like Too Advanced made really complicated websites using Flash. You didn't have anything like that in Rive, and now you do. They just added it. And they're using the same language that Roblox uses, which I'd never heard of. It's called Lua. And the reason they picked it is because it's like one of the fastest ones. So you can do everything real time. And they announced it. And within like a couple of weeks of announcing it, all of a sudden, there's all these insane examples of people who've built their own physics systems in Rive and full-blown games. And someone figured out how to port Doom into Rive. And they're running Doom inside of Rive. So now it's kind of nuts what that feature does. And I think the big deal is that now that you can actually code inside of Rive, developers are going to be even more drawn to it. And there's always going to have to be this balance of developers who can use Rive and who can execute, implement it. However many of them there are, and there's going to be a lot now because of scripting, you're going to need twice as many designers and animators. And so again, I just feel like this is one of the biggest growth areas for motion design in general. Okay, some other cool things about Rive. Joey Judkins, who is a guest contributor for this episode, launched a studio called We Ride at Dawn that is a Rive-centric studio. And you can listen to him gush about Rive. I think it literally changed his life. But he's been early on it from the beginning, and opening a studio just for that, I think is really smart because there's not really a lot of those yet. Maybe his is the first one. I don't know. So just like an example of how if you're willing to get in early and learn these things, the opportunities are they're way easier to grab in the early days than they will be in 10 years. There are huge companies using it. So Notion's using Rive for their little AI assistant. Buck actually designed and animated that thing, and it's implemented in Rive. Dropbox used it for their brand guidelines website, which made all the rounds on the web in the web world this year. Netflix, Disney is both using Rive. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, but Netflix has a lot of licenses of Rive, way more than you would guess. And BMW made an investment in Rive, and so they're tightly connected to that company now, which just shows that Rive is probably going to be the default thing for car interfaces in the future. I don't know how much 3D they'll need to implement, or if Unreal or Unity can take some of that, but Rive is really the perfect tool for all that stuff. Duolingo's FaceTime feature, which I talked about in Portland in my talk earlier this year. They added a new pricing tier, which is $9 a month. So you can download Rive and use it for free. If you want to actually save out a Rive file and implement it into a website or a product, then you have to have a paid version, and there's a $9 a month version. So it's very cheap. And I don't know, they're just kind of doing everything right. They have a ton of momentum. We're going to be making more Rive courses next year and talking about all these new fancy features. So yeah, I'll stop gushing now. But
I mean, look, there was a reason that Flash was as big as it was for so long. I mean, the issue was it didn't, they kind of got killed by the speed issue, and Apple also being like, we're not supporting that, and that suddenly made a very big difference. But there was a need for the ability to design like that. And I just think about this morning, like, I was looking at the one of the things that I chose was Territory, because they did the Off Festival. One of the F's in Off stands for Flash, by the way. Like, that was back when
I did not know
launched. It was Flash animation. Yeah. So it was like a Flash festival. Like, that was the first one. And so, like, there's been a need for something like that. But like, other tools for animation have kind of, like, there's different animation tools for, like, character animation, stuff like that. But yeah, for interfaces, and I think, we had a momentary golden age of, like, really cool stuff. And then the internet needed to get faster. And Apple was like, yeah, well, that means we kill Flash. Like, even though it wasn't their product, but they're like, we're not going to support it, and that's a lot of people. And then Adobe was like, all right,
yeah,
So, but I think that there's a real value in it, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of cool stuff this coming year.
Yeah. So there's one other kind of Rive thing that I'll talk about, which is Lottifiles. So Lottifiles is this cool website where they kind of do a few things. One is they have a great plugin for After Effects that makes it super easy to make Lottifiles. Now you can use body moving. But Lottifiles has some nice features, and you have to have a paid account to use some of them. But for example, it can compress a Lottifile, make it smaller, because Lottifiles, I've said this before, Lottie is a piece of duct tape to hold two things together that were never meant to be together, After Effects and code. And it works, and Lottifiles has continued to surprise me. They've really innovated in that world and come up with a bunch of features that make Lottifiles more useful. You can upload Lottifiles and change the colors in them and change the playback speed and do various things with them, which is kind of cool. They have a giant library of Lottifiles, and I think that that's probably their main thing. If you're a developer making something and you just need a cool celebration app, you don't want to hire an animator to do that. You want the stock version of that. So this is like stock Lottifiles. So that's cool. But one thing that's interesting that they launched this year is a feature where you can actually create Lottifiles with state machines. So the state machine is what Rive has built right into it, where you can have different timelines and you can blend between them, and you can have triggers, like if my mouse hovers, go to this one. If I click, go to this one, right? And it's very intricate and smooth, and you can do whatever you want. Lottifiles has figured out it's kind of a hacky way to do it, but it's clever. And essentially what they've done is they've got this web interface where you can have a Lottifile that has a bunch of different segments to it. Like, okay, let's just say it's a button, right? Well, the button appears from frame 0 to 10, and then the hover state is from 10 to 20, and then the click is from 20 to 30, and then maybe like when the button's inactive, that's from 30 to 40, right? So you've got these states kind of baked into the animation, and then you can use this interface to tell the Lottifile, like, this is what you do when the user hovers. This is what you do when the user clicks. And what it does is it gives you a Lottifile and some code that you can then use in your app or your website. And now your Lottifile kind of is interactive the way a Rive file would be. And the tool itself is actually pretty intuitive. They did a good job with it. The big downside is, once again, you're hacking a Lottifile to do this. And this may sound like a small thing until you actually try it. With Rive, you can blend between timelines instantly, easily. You can have 50 timelines with different things happening on the same object, blend between all of those depending on what the user's doing. And with a Lottifile, you can't really do that. The Lottifile is...
Yeah, I mean, what you're describing there sounds a lot like the way Flash animation worked when you would have interactions.
Yeah.
It's like, you'd say, if you click on it, then play these 10 frames.
Yes.
If your mouse over it, play these 10, but you couldn't do both. Yeah, totally going to do both at the same time.
Yeah. Now, I think, and I've said this in the past, and I may want to walk it back a little bit. I said, in 10 years, we won't even have Lottie. We won't need it. And I think that is technically true. You don't need it. Rive does everything it does, but just better. But there is, the way that I think people underestimate, like, what it would take to knock After Effects off its pedestal. I'm probably underestimating what it would take to knock Lottie off its pedestal, because there are hundreds of thousands of Lottifiles out there. There are way more animators that know After Effects than Rive. And there are plenty of applications where you don't need the interactivity of a Rive file. If you used a Rive file, it would be faster and better, and the file would be smaller, and you'd have more options. So it's objectively better. But maybe you don't need it, and the Lottifile already exists, you can still use Lottie. So I think Lottifiles is really, they've really surprised me with like how they've kind of innovated on Lottie as a platform and a format. And you know, there's also tools like Lottielab, which is like a web native animation tool that's really simple that spits out Lottifiles. I've seen a lot of developers learning that because it's so much easier to learn that than After Effects. It has 1% of the features, but if all you're doing is animating simple lines and stuff, it kind of does everything you need. So I think there's still life in Lottie, which is kind of interesting. I think last year I was a little more skeptical, but now I'm like, maybe they'll coexist, which should have been obvious to me, I think. Yeah. All right, now it's time to talk 3D, and we've got a bunch of 3D stuff to talk about. So I'm gonna let you two lead this. EJ, why don't you kick it off? So Greyscalegorilla, they merged with Kitbash, and I don't know how much you know about that. So if you want, Aaron and I can take that. But what else besides that do you know about Grayscale from this year?
Well, they came out with their brand new like their asset browser, like separate thing, and they built the connections, like super easy to get assets inside of Blender, because I think before it was really easy to get in Cinema 4D, but nothing else. And I believe it's Blender and Unreal they build a connection to as well. They Substance Painter too, which is really nice. They had a lot more models and assets and stuff too. But yeah, the Kitbash thing was the real big surprise there, which I think makes complete sense. Like, I don't know, you guys are more of the business side of things, but like I know one of the things that GSG wanted to do was expand more in the Blender and Unreal areas, and I think it was probably difficult for them to just build off of the Cinema 4D audience. So I think this solves a huge issue for them, because I'm sure Kitbash has a way bigger audience of Blender users and Unreal users. So.
Yeah. I think look, there's something to like, I like think that it's in terms of like reaching those people with that kind of thing, it's good, but aesthetically they're very different companies. So I'm really curious to see how that works out. GSG has always had impeccable aesthetics with, you know, very high-end design, and you know, sometimes you'd even open it and think you're looking at a catalog for like real furniture and things like that. And obviously, I mean, I already have a subscription to Kitbash 3D, and I'm using stuff all the time because I'm a big sci-fi nerd, you know, who loves that stuff, and it's very not Greyscalegorilla. So like, I think that was actually a big thing keeping them necessarily from getting into Unreal and getting into Blender, is that the kind of stuff that they do in Cinema 4D, that's not the kind of stuff being done in those other applications. So this could be very interesting. You know, I'm curious to see, you know, the adoption that happens with Greyscalegorilla's content into those places. But we did already see one move from them, which was that they used, Kitbash got a much better. This was where Kitbash benefits more than anybody of the two. Is their Cinema 4D importer now imports things as like, you know, like much better than it did before. So it's like that's where Greyscalegorilla has always had its strength. They have their plugins in C4D. Actually, I think their plugins, some of them are really, really great for C4D. And they're one of the few people that have survived the C4D plugin market, which I'm going to talk about in a second, because, you know, we get to that question of what Maxon's future is looking like, I'm like, the reason I'm even thinking about Blender is because when I want to do something in Cinema 4D that's hard, I got to do it the hard way. There's no other solution. But when I want to do something that's hard, I can go to the Blender market. I'm looking at it. Someone's like, oh, I wish I had that in Unreal, or I wish I had that in Cinema 4D. So, like, I think that you know, if we make that transition from GSG over to Maxon, we can start talking a little bit about like I said, GSG is pretty much the only the real plugin company to have survived that change to R21 that broke so many other plugins, and that the developers said, screw it, I'm out, you know?
Yeah, let's talk about Maxon. This is the one, so, you know, we talked a little bit about this with Adobe, that, you know, like, there's always someone gunning for Adobe, and there's always, like, you could find posts on the internet of people saying, RIP Adobe, look, Affinity's free and stuff like this. And, you know, when you really look at it, you're like, okay, Adobe's fine. They're still growing. They're going to be around. I mean, I can't imagine a world without them. Like, they're just everywhere. And I love the tools. And, you know, Maxon, and I want to just kind of preface this with like, this is the kind of stuff I like really want to try, at least for me, to be like objective about. I never like, there's a lot of negativity on the internet, and I'll point it out, I'll comment on it. I don't want to jump in and be negative. This year, something feels different about the way people talk about Maxon to me. And I think that's because there really is a viable alternative. But I'm curious, why don't I just leave it there? What do you guys think about what's been going on with Cinema 4D in the motion design space?
You can go, Aaron. I'll follow you.
Listen, we do this all day. What I would say is, I don't like the sentiment doesn't mean anything to me. What I look at is really like how are they performing in stocks? I hate to say it, but like the company is not suffering that way. So like they may be losing a lot of the more independent artists. Big companies are still absolutely using it, but that doesn't mean there isn't room now. That hasn't left a lot of room for Blender to come in and do some stuff. I just think that like Cinema 4D, Maxon as a company, it seems like their priority has shifted to much more of a bigger company that they want to service these bigger companies and aren't necessarily as worried about the indie designer. But I don't. But like their numbers don't show anything bad happening. In other words, that like when their stocks come out, because they're a publicly traded company, which most of the companies we talk about outside of Adobe are not, you don't know what's going on with them. You have no idea like how they're performing. You don't know what their numbers are. But with Maxon, their numbers just get better every single year. It's just how they how they roll. And so like people can complain about it all they want, but like at the end of the day, as long as Maxon is still making money and successful, the products are going to continue to exist, and they're going to keep doing whatever it is that they're doing, right? So yeah, I mean, it's interesting because they do tend to put some of their own like developers out of business by like, for example, they haven't done it yet, but they've obviously invested heavily in simulations, and that is directly going to affect. Why am I drawing a blank on the name, EJ, of the
Insidium.
Insidium, right? It's absolutely hitting Insidium. People, because they ask the question, why do I need Insidium when it was pretty obvious before? Now it's more like they have to get into that stuff, discover how freaking hard it is to do, and then see that there's a solution out there that is more focused and better at it. But like Adobe has done similar things in the past too, getting Lumetri Color. Red Giant had Magic Bullet and stuff. They would often teach people that the thing is important, and then teach them that they should be disappointed and find a better solution, right? Yeah. So Maxon, I mean, their stuff is like, if you're just trying to do basic stuff, right? EJ, you can definitely talk to this more than I can, but for fluid simulations, for particle simulations, like you could get started and get a lot out of Cinema 4D alone. It's just that when you want to start doing more niche and heavy duty stuff, like the tools are not there yet. So, but I don't know how long. I don't know if they're planning to develop them further, or if they're just kind of checking off a bullet pointed list of like, hey, we don't have this kind of thing. Let's get it in there, and if that's good enough, we move on to the next thing.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the perception thing, the social media perception, Joey, that I think you kind of allude to, and I think it's the same thing about the AI, where there's people using it, but people aren't really talking about it. And I also think about like just most of the people that are using Cinema 4D, they're older and they just are not on social media as much anymore. They don't have the time for it. They got kids, they got other response. It's just not, they just get burnt out on it. So, the more I talk to actual people that work at studios and stuff, like people are still using Cinema 4D. I just think it's not
absolutely
as someone who posts about Cinema 4D all the time, like I get no engagement on it at all. So I think most people just give up because there's just you're not getting the numbers that you used to see when you post a Cinema 4D tutorial anymore. That's why there's maybe a handful of Cinema 4D tutorial people that are consistent out there doing it and they don't get any views. But the moment you put the word Blender in a tweet, like I have the most engagement I've ever had in my social media life because I retweeted someone, Ducky 3D, and said, hey, actually, people that are poo-pooing the new array tools in Blender, I think it's actually a really big deal because yes, you were able to do this before, but now it's way easier. And I think it's important for software to get out of the way of the artists and just let them do their thing. I got like 2,000 likes on it or something, which is the most I've ever gotten. So it's just the thing where if you see that as like an influencer or something, guess what you're going to pick up? And so that's why I think the social media thing is totally detached from reality of what's actually happening in studios, what's happening for freelancers. You know, I get a lot of messages like almost like once a week at least. Like I get the question of like, should I move to Blender? Da 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 da. And I'm always like, well, why? And they can never tell me why. It's always they feel the FOMO, like they feel the FUD, and it's like, well, are you getting jobs? Like, yeah. I was like, okay, well then just keep doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. So that's, you know, by the way, you talk about that. Like the thing is, when I look at Blender, I look at it not as something I would use because my job requires it, but more like there's some things I want to do in my personal work that I just cannot do. Like
Grease
that
pencil.
there's great. Yeah, there's like so much great tools for that. But the truth is, like, we spend time at, you know, CBS or wherever. We know that they're all using Cinema 4D. Maybe there's one guy using Blender right now. But I do think that this might be like we're going to see a shift. More people are who have started out and were using it as like a younger person are now using it. And I think it is definitely becoming more acceptable as a tool in professional spaces.
And I just think it's been a very. I'm just trying to think the previous years, but I think even last year. Was very like the updates have been not very newsy or headliney. Like liquids were the big thing this year, which, you know, I think that's a big deal. Like I think they're very well designed, they're very easy to use. And when Maxon first came out, when they announced they were redoing their simulation system, I was like, if they can get 80% of the quality of Houdini with like 10% of the complexity, I think they'll nail it, and I think they have nailed it. But with a lot of these things, it's almost like they come out with a feature like UV unwrapping, they update it, and then there's a lot of issues and shortcomings with it, and they're just like, it's done, we're done with that. Or like sculpting, like, well, now we got ZBrush, so we're not going to do anything to the sculpting inside of Cinema 4D. But it's like, but do I really want to learn ZBrush to just do some basic stuff when I just want to stay inside of Cinema? And that's the thing that like I think would attract anyone to Blender, is because their sculpting is really great. Their grease pencil is really great. They have like basically there's a plugin for a thing that can replicate a decent amount of like, you know, an okay amount of what Substance Painter can do. So it's kind of becoming a one-stop shop for things. And I think for anyone who uses After Effects or anything like that, is like you don't want to learn, you want to keep everything inside of After Effects, because the moment you have to learn something else, especially for something niche, like you don't want to do it. So I think that's
recently I worked with a hard surface modeler, and like I was looking for different ones. They're all using Blender, actually. Like all the ones that I wanted to work with were using Blender, and I thought that was interesting because you know like it hasn't maybe necessarily reached other places in our space, but it's a free tool that does modeling, and it does it really well. Like, why wouldn't you use it?
Yeah, there's specific things that, like, for simulations, for example, like, even the Blender guru dude will say that, you know, Blender's simulations just, they stink. Like, they're not good. They're not stable. So I think there are a lot of things that you just can't, it would be so hard to do. Like, for example, there's no spline wrap in Blender, or if there is, like, it's very hard to do. So I think, and this is one of the things that I keep saying, is that Cinema 4D is still the easiest way to learn 3D, like hands down. It's the easiest way to get into 3D, and I'll tell that to anyone. But I think where they're losing the thread is that used to be their like big marketing push, is like, look how easy all this stuff is. You can make all this cool stuff super easy. Look at this cloner. Look at this dynamics. It all falls. Look at how great this looks. And Greyscalegorilla were the people that were like, yeah. And then look at how beautiful you can get this to look with these materials and these the lighting setups and stuff like that, and like really good product rendering. And I feel like there's like, I personally don't know. And like, I talk to people at Maxon all the time, and I'm like, I just don't know where the direction is. Like, I see where Blender's going in some ways. Like, I see what its strengths are, and they're continuing to develop that way. I know what Cinema 4D's strengths are. I just don't see them continuing on. Like, when's the last very useful deformer that has came out? Like, there's all the like normal smoothing and stuff that's super cool in Blender that, if you're unfamiliar, it's like you can have two separate pieces of geometry and put one on top of a surface of another, and blending the normals, you basically just combine those two objects together without like any Boolean operations. So there's a lot of innovative things that they could be doing that I'm really not seeing. So like I mentioned liquids. Liquids, every app has liquids. So, okay, they finally came on par with that. UDIM support, holy Lord. Like, they were the only app, like the only major app that didn't have that. And now they finally do. So it's like, okay, well, you're just adding these things that, all these other major apps have had. And there's nothing like I said, there's no big new shiny feature that is hyping people up about. Like, liquids was that for a while, but there hasn't been anything since. And I think that's where they are really struggling, where, okay, they might say like, well, we're fixing a lot of bugs, but it's like, okay, well, so is Blender. And they're also innovating and adding all these really cool shiny tools. Oh, by the way, there's also, like Aaron mentioned, there's all these add-ons that, like, literally every Motion Mondays, there's at least one like incredible Blender add-on where I'm like, oh man, I wish they had this for Cinema 4D. So I think they're losing in the social media war. And, I know they just hired a new head of marketing, so it remains to be seen like what their new direction is there. But I know they're really big into this ArchViz stuff, which I guess makes sense in some way, but they're kind of expanding in these other markets, and they're kind of losing in the MoGraph kind of market, I feel like.
So yeah, they're losing, that battle maybe on social media, but they're still like, it's just perception. And I think that they've got a long time before they're going anywhere or anything like that. Like Cinema 4D is still really strong. I just think that they have, in a way, opened up for more professionals to start using to use Blender, but I don't think it's going to affect them and make the software disappear in any meaningful way.
I think one of their biggest problems right now is, even if they maintain their current audience, which I don't think they are not. I would love to know what the new user, for younger people getting out of college or in college, I would say they're massively losing to that younger age bracket that are first time 3D artists, just because people aren't gonna put down the money to play with Cinema 4D. And like I said, I think Cinema 4D is the easiest way to learn 3D, but if it's expensive, they'll never know.
Yeah. What I would say is, I think Aaron's exactly right that it's hard to always draw a line from the social media sentiments you're seeing to the actual performance of the company. And from what we're hearing, Maxon's doing awesome. But the reason that I even brought this up, because what feels different to me is that there's a contingent of people, and if you're on X for long enough, you'll know who they are, who just complain about everything, right? And YouTube comments are probably a quarter of them are negative if you bring up Maxon or Adobe or anything like that, right? And I tend to discount those. What felt different to me this time was just artists who have been on the C4D train for almost 20 years, have made their whole career on it, done some of the best work, and these are very high level respected artists, starting to say things publicly about not just I'm thinking of switching to Blender, but saying negative things about Maxon. And I think, EJ, you covered it really well. I think that there was a culture at Maxon of really communicating with our tribe. That's maybe that's just an artifact of being a smaller company back then. I know when Paul Babb left the company, he was really tied into our community, so I'm sure that was part of it too. If anyone from Maxon is listening to this, I also agree with EJ that C4D is by far the easiest entry point into 3D. It's not even close. Mm-hmm. And I would love to. I would love it. I know I don't have a say in this, but I would love it if there was some innovation on really trying to get that younger audience. How do you get young 3D artists to use this instead of Blender? Because that you got to play the long game, right? I mean, a lot of apps have a free version that's just kind of handicapped, right? And you have Cinema 4D Lite, but that's very handicapped. But I mean, only render out at 720p, right? Or you can't use the simulation tool. Just something where you can use the MoGraph tools. You can learn how field, and the vector systems work. You can use the the cloners and the modeling tools and all those things. And, maybe, I don't know, maybe you need Redshift, maybe you don't. But like, I think there's a way to fix this. I would love to see that because, I've tried learning Blender. I don't think it's that hard to learn when you have a good teacher. I think Elijah has made an amazing course. But there are things that you can do so fast in C4D that you, as of now, can't. Now, before we talk about Blender, there is a very interesting curveball that Maxon threw this year, which was acquiring Autograph. And Aaron, I know you've got some thoughts on this. So first off, what is Autograph for anyone who doesn't know? And then what do you think?
So there was a company called Left Angle. They make a product called Autograph, which is essentially like it's an After Effects competitor if it could compete, and it couldn't because for a lot of reasons they didn't have they had no marketing money to put that product out there, and it still it lacked a lot of features that you'd find in After Effects that are really important for motion design or compositing. And so, but what I will say is because I used it, I tried it, and I was like, this is fast. Yeah. This is like, does not like whatever it is, it's new architecture that isn't built on old stuff. And it is completely, it's completely new and, just a few years old, and it's got like way, way faster. Now, the thing is that Maxon bought it. And, what I would say is like, it's an interesting buy because Maxon is the current owner of some of the most like staples, big, like the most important plugins for the motion design and After Effects space. And right now they're in After Effects, which is a company that Maxon doesn't own and has no control over. And by buying this thing, they could put their products into this thing as a default, right? If you buy Maxon 1, you get all the stuff in there that would instantly make it usable in a way that the software isn't already. They have a high-end compositor, right? So they've got their Super Comp, which is like it's like that was hard to get people to adopt, but it is a really good compositor for After Effects, and it would be great here. Basically, makes layers aware of other layers so that glows behind it affect layers in front of it, which is something you can't normally do, but you can do in more complex node-based compositors. And they've got all the trap code stuff and the magic bullet stuff and the universe stuff. It's like there's just like a huge bounty of very powerful tools that run slower in After Effects because After Effects is slower, that will run faster here. And just by the nature of having this included in an After Effects competitor that comes out and instantly has all this stuff, that is actually huge, right? Is it going to happen? I mean, they bought it, and I know that, like, listen, from what I understand from Autograph, like they did not Left Angle. They didn't have money to market it, so they built the product, and it kind of just sat there. I imagine that Maxon did not have to invest heavily in buying that. Like, It probably was an easy buy. Bought it for essentially a song. That number is not public, and I don't know it, but just from like knowing where they were and the situation they were in, like a great product with nowhere to market it and use it and sell it and whatnot. Suddenly a big company like Maxon, same way they bought, Zbrush, right? It makes sense. It makes sense for them to have that because it's the one thing they bought this company, Red Giant, which I used to work for. And sure, we sat in the same space kind of, but like they had all these tools that they were still reliant on another company. And so now that's not the case. I think that they've been quiet, but I really feel like this year we're going to see something. That's based entirely on speculation. I've not heard from anyone at Max on this, but like it's been sitting there quietly for quite a while now, and they don't buy things to crush them. They buy things to build on them.
Yeah, and from what I remember, because I downloaded it when it came out, I played around with it, I had the same reaction as you. It's like everything's real time. I assume it probably leverages GPUs way more. I know that like the After Effects rendering engine that actually like puts pixels together and composites things and what you see in the comp viewer, that's old. They've been updating it, but like it's built on a very old architecture. And Autograph was new. Autograph also had a full 3D system in it. So you could bring in 3D models and it had lights and it had all that. And now After Effects has added 3D, right? So I could see from Maxon's point of view, one of our primary products is like living in the Adobe ecosystem, and Adobe is starting to not really encroach, but like, in a way, like they're adding 3D. So I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what's going to happen. I think it's very interesting. And the only way a real After Effects competitor emerges, and even if this is what happens with Autograph, it will take 10 years, right, to really make a difference. But you're going to have very deep pockets. And Maxon's one of the few companies that has deep pockets, right? Not, they're not nearly the size of Adobe.
Not
but
Adobe deep.
Not Adobe, yeah, not infinite, but, relative to Cavalry, for example, or even Rive, right? Which has investors and they've raised millions of dollars. They can't compete with Adobe on the marketing and the community. They can't do that.
I mean, the other thing about it is if you want to use Cinema 4D for compositing, right? Like the whole process to do that in After Effects right now is either you render it out with everything, or you try using Maxon's. It's janky, It's not good. But if they have a system that makes it easy to take motion design, motion graphics, or other stuff, visual effects stuff, and you want to composite it, and it's easy to do, like. That would really help people. Like they're already paying for Cinema 4D and have this stuff, and it's all part of Maxon One. They'd give it a shot. I don't know if it would take. It definitely wouldn't take the way that After Effects has, but in a couple of years it could.
Yeah, there's another tool out there called HitFilm that almost no one's heard of. That is very similar to Autograph, real-time everything, full 3D system. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I don't know do the Red Giants plugins work with HitFilm?
No, it uses I forget what kind of architecture it has, but it's a different one.
There are plugins that exist on both, on After Effects and HitFilm, but for some reason it's almost like Sony Vegas. Like it just never caught on with pros.
So I remember. So originally they long ago they made plugins for After Effects that were pretty cool, and they decided they were like, why don't we just make our own thing? They made a free version, and the adoption for the free version was very high, but the transition from free into paid was almost non-existent.
It's brutal. Yeah, that's a brutal business
model.
Yeah,
it's brutal, but it's not like the tools aren't bad, but again, nobody professional was using HitFilm, so that's very hard to get people to buy it when they can't get work using it. So if you were a lot of people were who were doing visual effects shots, the kind of stuff that Andrew Kramer would do on his thing, you could do that in HitFilm really easily, and people loved that. But to take it beyond that professionally was not really possible.
Well, speaking of brutal business models, how about we don't charge anything for the product? Let's talk about Blender. Blender fascinates me. I know that they had a big leadership change announced this year. The head of the Blender organization is stepping down. This sort of beloved guy who's been running it for years and has kind of shepherded it into what it is now. And when they made that announcement, it was at the Blender conference, and I think they showed this slide of how much money the Blender Foundation brings in donations and sponsorships and stuff like that, and it's like a few $1 million. It's not a lot. So it boggles my mind how they're able to develop it so fast and have so many releases and add all these features. And then this year they launched Blender 5.0, which is a big deal. So, EJ, I know you've been following Blender pretty darn closely last couple of years and working with Elijah on his course and his next course. So what's your current take on Blender? How's it doing?
So one of the things that I've been saying for years is that, and that's a reoccurring theme with a lot of people that try to pick up Blender, is there's so many stories of people trying it and just not getting it and just bailing, and then trying again and just bailing. And, one of the issues was that they're slowly fixing is just their UI UX. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's slowly getting better. And one of the things that, I keep saying about Cinema 4D is they've nailed the UI UX. It's super easy to use. They got the cloner stuff, the MoGraph stuff. I said once Blender figures out the UI UX and it figures out how to do some cloner MoGraph stuff, it's going to be rough sledding for Cinema 4D. And the first shots were fired at the whole MoGraph stuff with the new array tool, which looks pretty impressive. So basically what it does is they're presets for the geometry node system, which geometry nodes can do a lot of stuff, a lot of procedural modeling, generation, all that kind of stuff. But to do something as simple as let me clone something radially used to take a whole bunch of nodes. Now it's a preset. You add the array object, you define the object, and you just do it. There's randomization built in. Now the one big downside is there's no effectors or anything like that. So once you do it, you just clone the stuff and you kind of scatter things on a surface so that you can clone on a surface. You can affect things with weight painting and stuff like that, which is really cool. there's a sweep there's basically their version of a sweep object, which you create a spline, you define the profile shape, and it creates a little sweep object. Now that is also something that used to be a huge pain in the butt. So they're slowly making these very basic things to do in Cinema 4D also very basic to do in Blender. Now there's still a lot of things that like I said before, align to spline, stuff like that is just impossible or very, very difficult to do in Blender. But like I said, they're really I think maybe Blender's getting to the point where they're seeing like where this big opportunity is for them. They added a new asset shelf with the compositor as well. So not only are they building presets for geometry nodes, but they're also doing it for their compositor. So now you have presets like chromatic aberration and vignettes. And so there's all these kind of like really cool post effects that you can now do that, again, used to take a lot of different nodes. And there's some grease pencil stuff. So grease pencil now supports motion blur. There's ACES compatibility. That was a big deal because before I feel it wasn't able to fit in those pipelines before. The grease pencil has a new pen tool in the edit mode, which it allows it to function a lot more like Illustrator paths, where you can kind of change do you want a pointy point, or do you want it to be rounded, or Bezier paths. And before, when you drew a grease pencil path, it was very kind of like you use the pen tool in Illustrator, would have a lot of extra points and stuff like that. Now you can easily clean that up into like a nice curve with your Bezier handles and stuff like that. There's updated geometry nodes UI. There is a storyboarding template, so you can actually storyboard within Blender, which is super cool. There's new sculpting brushes and stuff like that. And of course, like all the add-ons that have come out in the last year, like there's a new retopology tool that looks pretty promising that uses AI. There's Pencil Pro, there's Clado that's gotten like a lot of updates too. So these are the things that is like, if Blender had, or if Cinema 4D had these, they'd be doing really good. Another one of those is just the add-ons. And there's also a thing they just launched called Blender Labs, where it's basically like they have all these projects that were like, hey, let's all work on these projects together. And so you can contribute if you want, and you can kind of get a sneak peek at all the tools that are in development as they're kind of building it.
Hello, my name is Elijah Sheffield. I'm a professional 3D motion designer, and I educate the masses on YouTube, teaching them to use Blender as a professionally 3D viable tool. Blender has added a lot this year. There's some really cool features and some cool things to be really excited about. The first of which is them kind of leaning more into their grease pencil tool. Now, grease pencil is kind of a unique tool, just in a bit of a league of its own, but they've started adding more functionality to it. Recently with Blender 5.0, they added motion blur, which I don't really care about. I'm not really sure who is super excited about motion blur in grease pencils, but they did add in a pen tool, which is one of those things that feels like it should have already been there, but we're just happy we got it now. So they are kind of leaning into that a little bit more and adding more tools. At the top of the year, I believe it was still in 2025, they also added geometry node support for grease pencil, which was really cool. So you can get like the clay pencil stuff and look into that. But some really interesting things there. Another thing that they've added that I think is a huge get for more of the casual users or people who are not as node minded is bringing some of those basic geometry node functions into the modifiers panel. So with the modifiers being the very accessible things you can just slap on objects and curves, now you can do things like they fix the array, so you can make it array in a circle now. That's something that should already be there, but okay, fine. Now we have it in a tidier package and don't have to turn to geometry nodes or make some complicated setup to get around it. We also have stuff like scatter on point, curves to tube, stuff like that, where it's things that you would typically turn to geometry nodes to make, and it's not that complicated of a setup, but it's certainly more complicated than just clicking, scatter on point. So that's a huge thing as well. And the last thing I'll say, I think the addition of Blender Lab, the launch of Blender Lab, is a really big deal. Now, I don't really fully understand it, so I'm not going to speak from a position of authority. I'm just going to give you my layman's take on it. But essentially, they are kind of outsourcing the pioneering to some degree to people that are like dedicated in this space. So it's not really even the core fundamental development team for the Blender Foundation. I believe they're going to outside people, maybe peripherally adjacent people, to do bigger projects that the Blender Foundation used to kind of focus on there. And they're looking to these outside sources, these outside studios, to produce little short films or projects that are pioneering new tools and using Blender in new and exciting ways. So kind of the ingenuity of Blender is kind of now being outsourced to the masses, which I think is going to be a really cool thing. They can focus now more on making a really solid product, rolling out more LTS versions where they're really stable and studio stable, and then this Blender Lab can kind of handle more of the experimental features and the new pioneering in 3D. So I think that's a really good omen for how things are shaking out as Blender becomes more ubiquitous. But that's just, and maybe that's a nerd thing, but that excites me a lot. So I'm in a really unique position where I did a course for School of Motion, but it is not a course of just like, here's your basics of Blender, here's how you kind of scooch into the Blender space. It's more targeted at people who are like me. They're coming from Cinema 4D, they're coming from Maya, from Zbrush, things that have some familiarity and have some things in common. Obviously, they're a 3D DCC, but they're still quite different. They're still quite unique in their own way. And so that course kind of ushers people from those other packages into Blender and kind of gives them a jump starter kit from the perspective of, I'm not talking down to you, you're already a 3D artist, but now you're going to learn some new tools and some new nomenclature. So coming from that perspective, obviously I've interacted with quite a few people who are kind of coming from cinema, coming from Maya. I've had some really exciting and big names kind of reach out to me and want to talk to me or let me know that they took the course and they were really excited about it. So that is kind of an interesting thing to see, that more and more studios, more freelancers, more like little, pop-up shops, all of them are, not all of them, but a lot of them are starting to look at Blender as a more viable tool, if not something worth being curious about. So if studios are not switching to Blender, they're certainly starting to incorporate it more. And I've seen a large shift of people being like, okay, there's something here. And honestly, the Blender price tag is quite alluring. So you have a lot of freelancers and a lot of really small studios that are like, if we can pull this off, and our overhead is zero for the software package on the 3D front, that's pretty enticing. So cinema is still king in the motion design space. Its integration with After Effects is amazing. That's like one of the biggest things. Recently, they added a new liquid simulation tool or function, and that seemed really great. I wish Blender's liquid sims were a little bit better, and certainly wouldn't mind having the stuff from cinema. And cinema also has really great tools for motion design when it comes to type. Blender's type is not really there. I've talked about this a little bit in some periphery, but to get good type animation or dynamic type animation in Blender, it's either a little bit of a pain or it takes a little bit of setup. So getting something like that would be really awesome. But from what I'm seeing, I think that perhaps Blender might be taking a little bit of a step, maybe even just an inch, but even a step closer to kind of that more MoGraphy space. A couple of features that I'd like to see added into Blender in upcoming releases. I would love to see a little bit more UI customization. Now, you can already change your windows and kind of change the configuration of your screen, but I would really love to see a little bit more button customization, a little bit more getting inside and fine-tuning some of the details. I think that could be a really great feature, especially for developers and people who want to make a little bit more earth-shattering tools other than just hitting in to open the side panel to access your stuff. So hopefully they will upgrade that a little bit and give us a little bit more customization there. Now, another thing that I think could be really interesting within Blender would be a more competitive and a little bit more robust set of texture painting. Right now, if you want to do texture painting and you're really serious about it, the kind of ubiquitous software would be Substance Painter. It's really good, it's really simple, it's very intuitive to use, and it has a lot of really great common sense tools in there. And obviously it can. It's a standalone package, so it can do what it does really, really well. But Blender is kind of unique in a way that it has a little bit of everything. And I think they're starting to get a lot better with the sculpting. I think the sculpting tools are really good. I think the UVing tools are starting to get really good. So what I would like to see from Blender is that they actually put a little bit more time into the texture painting thing, and or the texture painting feature, and maybe they spend a little bit more time developing that so that it feels and works a little bit more like Substance. You don't even have to have all the right tools. You don't have to have the new pen tool. You don't have to have, you know, all the things that are included in that. But it would be great to see a little bit more functionality and for it to work a little bit more smooth and a little bit more like Substance Painter, something that just feels really good to use.
This is something I will credit Maxon for doing. And I don't know if it's because I complained enough behind the scenes with them about it. But one of the things I told them, I was like, you know, I do Motion Mondays. We do Motion Mondays. And there's always these previews, whether it's a new, Adobe's teasing a new beta feature for After Effects or Photoshop or whatever it is. Like, they're teasing it before it actually comes out. And I think that's helpful in the development process, just to like get that reaction, get it tested, get it in people's hands, and make that product the best that it can be. And I was saying that, you know, why doesn't Maxon do this at all? Like, you only hear about the feature once it's out, and then there's very limited information about it sometimes, and you don't know how to use it, or maybe there's a really cool feature, but it's not talked about, and then it's up to us to kind of hype it. And that's one thing they started doing. I think the first time they actually did this was with Zbrush for iPad, and they had an event, and they made a big deal about it. And I think it actually worked. Like, it built a lot of hype around the Zbrush for iPad, and even the Zbrush stuff that they're doing now. Like, they got a new like UVs, and we'll talk a little bit more about Zbrush later, but that's the one thing that I think if Maxon leads into a little bit more, they'll do well to do. But anyways, going back to Blender, and I talked about Zbrush for iPad, I think the biggest news for not only 2025 but 2026 is they announced that Blender is coming to iPad, which I think is a massive deal, because one of the biggest issues with Zbrush was the UI was difficult and really hard to learn. But the moment they ported everything over to iPad, they kind of had a fresh slate to, let's think about how can we redesign this for the UI UX experience, plus all the, the Apple Touch experience and stylus and all that stuff. And so Blender has this opportunity as well to kind of rethink how they could redesign their UI to be more responsive to that mobile workflow and the stylus and everything like that. And the thing that, like, if Cinema 4D ever tried to do this, I couldn't tell you what would translate to the iPad. Like, Blender, I can immediately think like grease pencil. That would be awesome. Like, you're basically drawing in 3D space, like Feather 3D. And then their sculpting. Like, their sculpting tools are actually really, really good. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens there, not only with, because I think they teased like they're going to, some of the first things they're going to port over is the sculpting and then the grease pencil. And then the UI was going to be kind of updated too. So it's going to be really interesting what happens there with the UI UX. Does some of the things they do with the UI UX translate to the desktop? Like ZBrush. ZBrush is doing that now too. They just had a big announcement that they're updating their UI, like refreshing it completely, which I think people have been waiting for 15 years to do. So yeah, a lot of, and this is the problem, is like Blender has all this news coming, and yeah, not so much on the Maxon side.
I do think that with Maxon, something you have to keep in mind is that each of the teams that make the product, so like, you have the ZBrush team, it's a different culture they came in with, and for a little while they certainly they'll hold on to that. So like wanting to share that stuff ahead of time, like it's not maybe like the normal way that Maxon would do things, but I think a lot of the companies operate on the worry that if they announce something and then they don't release it in time, then people get angry. Like the exact opposite approach of Andrew Kramer, completely, right? But like, because I know that Red Giant, we were always afraid of doing it, because like if it took even a month longer, we were afraid people would be so pissed about it. But the truth is that like the way things work now is teasing is just a really big part of this process. So I think there's older thinking there with some other people who like culturally or like, hey, we always share, so they're doing it. Because like you pointed out, that the really big instances of Maxon sort of sharing ahead have been with Zbrush. I don't know if I've seen it as much elsewhere. Maybe a couple of places with Cinema 4D, but not too much.
I mean, the news cycle is 24 hours long now, so you have to always have something to talk about, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing, I'm curious, EJ, what you think about this. Like with Blender, the reason that when I was like, okay, I'm going to learn 3D, C4D was kind of the obvious choice, but people were still using 3ds Max and Maya and things like that. And those tools, I dipped my toe into them and was like, whoa, scared off, and went into C4D. And I think what C4D has done so well, which is a really deliberate kind of design philosophy that you have to have if you're making software, which is they've taken all of this complexity, like what's happening inside of a cloner when you're moving an effector through it. That's a very complex mathematical thing happening, and they totally abstract it away. Where, you've got your options on the effector, and it's gotten more, intricate over the years, and you can stack effectors, and this one's add, this one's subtract. You can do a lot of stuff like that, but it abstracts all that complexity away. And so, not only do you not have to know, you don't have to know how to build it from scratch, but also you don't even have to think about it because you can't, right? Like you can go into Espresso, and I know that there's that whole I forget what it's called in C4D. It's like geometry nodes, but the object nodes or whatever. Scene nodes, yeah. In C4D that I don't think a ton of people use, but you don't need any of that, right?
No.
In Blender, it sounds like what they've done, because they started with geometry nodes, which essentially that's the way Houdini works. Like it's completely procedural, and if you want vertexes to do a specific thing, you need to like point them in the right direction and do it kind of manually. And now they're making presets that make that easier, but it doesn't really truly abstract away all the complexity underneath. And I wonder if really that's the thing that needs to happen, because C4D artists are used to not having to think about what is going on under the hood, right? And even if I wanted to change it, I can't sometimes, right? You just can't. By design, but you figure out how to work around that and make amazing stuff, and it's easier cognitively. And that was my impression of Blender, was like when I started learning it, things that in C4D you take two splines, you combine them, subtract this one from this one, and then you extrude it, and then you bend it. Like it's just so it just works in a more natural way. Whereas Blender, you have to really understand, kind of like I imagine Houdini works, where no, I need to understand what each step is actually doing and use the thing that does that. Does that ring true to you at all, that like Blender is just right now, it's just kind of more complicated because of that? They're exposing everything to you, and there's advantages, but there's actually big disadvantages too.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because what Maxon's doing with the scene nodes is like going the backwards direction. Like they're trying to make things more like geometry nodes and trying to market towards that crowd that I think they already lost to Houdini anyway. So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm not quite sure what Maxon's doing with the scene nodes, because they already did the hard part. Now they're not doing anything and expanding on that. But now you have Blender kind of going the other route, where they've built this like really successful, powerful geometry node setup that can do a lot of things, but it's not easy and it takes a lot of steps.
Right.
And so, I remember when they announced the array stuff, the Blender Guru guy was like, I can pretty much shorten my whole donut tutorial series by like 2 hours, because like that's how long it took to teach. Like, okay, well, if I need to teach this cloner thing, I have to teach geometry nodes like way early. And like now he says that he doesn't even have to really introduce geometry nodes at all, which is like removes a huge complexity to learning a 3D software. So that's what I'm saying, where it's like they're slowly, adding the ease of use back in there. But
that's awesome.
As someone who knows Cinema 4D a ton, and like with Elijah, building that or that Blender course, there's a lot of things where it's like, I think I just know too much, because there's things and certain quirks and weird workarounds, and sometimes you just can't even do the things in Blender that like is 2 button clicks in Cinema. So like there's a lot of friction for someone like me, and I'm sure there's friction for a lot of artists coming from some other 3D apps that want to get into Blender. But of course, like if you're doing modeling and you're doing very specific aspects of the 3D workflow, yeah, I think Blender makes a lot of sense. Like if you do characters and you're doing modeling, you're doing sculpting and you're texturing, you want to do the grease pencil stuff, it makes a lot of sense. But if this doesn't mean that if you're doing a lot of MoGraphy stuff and dynamics in Cinema 4D, you're not like this array stuff. It's a great first step, but it's nowhere near gonna. I don't even know how long it's gonna take for them to basically recreate that awesome functionality that they've done in Cinema 4D with the MoGraph stuff, because that stuff's had what, a 12-year head start, and this is just the first iteration. So it's a good, like I said, it's a good first step. I think it's a step in the right direction. I think this makes Blender a lot more appealing to artists, beginning 3D artists. But yeah, I think there's still a massive opportunity for Maxon to, you know, do some
grab the
counter programming. Yeah.
Get the Utes.
Yeah.
The Utes.
Get the Utes.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's talk about Houdini briefly. You know, we don't teach any Houdini stuff yet. We invited Urban Bradesco, who runs Jumpstart Academy. They teach like really high-end visual effects. I think before he started that company, he was known as the Explosions guy. I think that's actually like his handle on social media. So this guy knows like intricately like how Houdini simulations and all the really complex stuff where you are typing code and all that. He knows how that works. And you know what he said was actually interesting, because a couple of years ago I talked to him, and the first time I met him, and he was really kind of nervous about AI and what it would mean for visual effects and explosions and stuff like that. And to me, that actually made sense, because, you know, like you can train an AI model on explosions and it can probably get pretty close, and then you can just click where you want like it makes sense. And then this year he started a visual effects studio. And I was like, why did you do that? And he talks about it in his answer. So we'll play it during this. But Houdini is still very much like the tool for all of that stuff. And you know, it's still difficult to learn. I know a lot of 3D artists that they make the jump, they spend a few years struggling, they start to get it, and then they're like, I'm never going back, right?
My name is Urban Bradesco. I'm an artist / entrepreneur. I'm the founder of Double Jump Academy and also Crispy Chicken VFX. It's Double Jump Academy. It's an online place where we teach people how to do, you know, high-end. We do high-end CGI and VFX workshops. And Crispy Chicken is a small boutique studio that specializes more in explosions. We have a bunch of proprietary tools that we made in Houdini that, they just make our explosions a bit more crispy. The reason why I opened up Crispy Chicken VFX, because almost like every week I was getting a job offer from all of these big studios, like places I would, you know, that were my dream to work at. And I was just saying no and no all the time because I was running Double Jump full time. So I was getting so many job offers to the point where I was like, what if I just hire, because I know a lot of people, what if I just hire them and they work under my supervision? And that's how Crispy Chicken VFX was born. And now I'm talking to a lot of really, really big vendors, like top studios in the industry, to start doing work with them. When a lot of these big studios started collapsing, like Technicolor, Axis Studios, The Mill, MPC, I did a post on LinkedIn essentially saying, oh, are you guys going to open up, you know, especially the producers, are you just going to open up a lot of smaller studios now? So instead of having one studio with 500 employees, I predicted that we're going to have 10 studios with 10 to 15 employees. And I think that's kind of happening. I did it. To put my money where my mouth is, I did it with Crispy Chicken. And I saw a lot of other studios did the same. So my prediction is that we're going to see more of that. So I think it's going to be the era of small studios and the era of freelancers for the next few years probably. And then obviously, you know, small studios are going to form and they're going to get bigger and bigger. So for instance, with Crispy Chicken, we have like 2 or 3 people, but right now, I'm talking to a lot of different studios for different projects. So the logic would be, oh, let's grow from 3 to 15, right? So immediately you go, and then once you're at 15, you get a bigger project, and then you go to 20, 25, and then you become too big of a studio again. But I think for now, there's going to be a lot of small studios that are going to be opening up, and just a lot of freelancers or like studios that are going to have 2 or 3 people in it.
But so Houdini has also added a ton of new features this year. They're all kind of specialized things for that world. So EJ, have you messed with Houdini yet? Have you dabbled? Like, what you know, are your friends using it? I know Already Been Chewed uses it a lot. They do amazing stuff with it.
Yeah, I'm not smart enough to learn Houdini, I don't think. But yeah, I think Houdini is definitely gaining ground. Plain and simple, there's things you can do that you can only do inside of Houdini. So, you know, any advanced simulations, anything like that, like there's just nothing else out there. Like Cinema 4D can do some of the things, Blender can do some things, Maya, but yeah, man, Houdini is where it's at if you really want that high-end look. And that's what, you know, you talk about how Rive is opening a lot of things for 2D artists. Like I think Houdini's that thing for 3D, where if you know how to do the Houdini stuff, like you're getting a lot of jobs because that barrier to entry is super steep, and studios like Already Been Chewed, they're killing it because they've kind of jumped on the Houdini train like well before a lot of these other studios I feel like. And so, you know, that's why all their stuff just looks killer, because they can do whatever they want to do, it can be done because they have the Houdini wizards on their team to be able to figure out how to do it.
Yeah, it's the talent for sure. like that's the secret. Yeah.
It takes a while.
Yeah, the tool has a learning curve.
Side Effects is always pushing and creating new tools, which is great. For instance, at Crispy Chicken, we have our own proprietary tool set for shaders, explosions, just a lot of tools to make explosions look better and more realistic and organic. So inside of Houdini, you can create your own tools. So if there's something missing, or you think that there's, you know, like we don't wait for Side Effects to release something, because essentially they've made a software where you can create your own tools inside of it. So every studio that is using Houdini, they usually have their own pipelines and proprietary tools. In terms of new features this year, it wasn't anything super exciting for me, but they keep improving their compositing pipeline and animation pipeline, which I think is going to be a huge, and alt rendering, which I think is a really, really huge thing for essentially the whole industry.
If you are on a team of 3 or more, reach out to our team so you can learn about our all-access team training program. You and your team get access to every course at School of Motion, unlimited critique on your projects, access to our 24/7 community, you get the portfolio reviews, the live workshops, you get everything. And we offer both individual and floating seats so your team admin can manage who is currently using seats on All Access. And for you admins out there, you also get a dashboard to check the progress of every member of your team that's in the program. And if you're into this sort of thing, make sure you ask us about our custom workshops that we started doing this year. They've been very, very successful, and we're going to be rolling those out even more in 2026. There is no better way to upskill your team and unlock the superpower of motion design. So reach out to our team. We are standing by to answer any questions, give you a tour, and to tailor your all-access experience for your team. All right, well, here's another tool with a learning curve. But Aaron, you seem to have, you've ascended that learning curve pretty quickly and made some crazy short films this year. And I know that this is like your current hobby horse. So why don't you tell us about Unreal this year?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because, you talk about getting burned out. We talked about that before. And that this kind of re-injected me with a lot of vigor for what I do. It's partially because of the real-time feedback, being able to see things immediately, but also because Unreal has just like Blender, Unreal has a very large ecosystem of not necessarily like really big plugins, but there are tools, and then there's like assets and things. There's just like, if you're not doing something, you can quickly, if you're willing to pay a couple of bucks, you can quickly have something in there and then have something to work with. And I found that, like, look, I'm not a great 3D modeler, so having these tools, having these like assets that are designed to work perfectly, or characters that are designed that are already rigged for Unreal, like that makes things a lot easier. So I would say that, so Unreal had 2 releases this year, 5.6 in May and 5.7 in November. And really, if we're being honest, it's really one release. 5.6 was rushed. 5.7, like, it was the kind of thing where like they're trying to do things faster, and they used to do like double the amount of beta time on stuff, and now it's like, now they're just doing them like 6 months apart or whatever. I don't know if that's like a planned thing of every 6 months, or if this was just how it worked out. I feel like 5.7 was a response to a bunch of stuff in 5.6 that was broken, Plus, they did add a lot of stuff in 5.7, but I feel like they were mostly there in 5.6 and couldn't get it done in time. And I feel like some of the decisions that have been made there to release things before they were ready has been, I don't know what's motivating it exactly, but you saw that with Fab, right? Fab this year when the store launched, man, what a freaking disaster, right? Like it infuriated anybody who had content that they had bought from the store. And I was like, I couldn't find my own assets, things that I paid for. I couldn't even find them in the store or find them in the browser. It was just so frustrating. It's gotten a lot better since, like especially with the release of 5.7, but they've integrated things a little bit better into the launcher. So it's like that whole experience of either browsing your own library or just buying tools and finding them is much, much better. We can talk about the motion design tools, but I'll say that it started with 5.4. I feel like it was a little rough. There was a vision for it, but it's been carried through and it's definitely filled out a lot. Is it where Cinema 4D is? Absolutely not. But it is ready for broadcast for a lot of things. It's definitely being used in broadcast now. They're really pushing hard on the real-time pipeline. I think that companies like VizRT should I don't even know how the company still exists, but it's only because of a competitor not having one. I think that's going to be gone pretty quickly. People we've talked to have said that they've used it, and for the real time, there's this whole kind of real-time broadcast pipeline, transition logic and rundown and remote, all of these things that are making it possible to run things quickly and to just throw data in and have it come up on the screen. That is going to make a big difference. So I think people wanted that. And that will, in a way, sort of open a gateway for people hey, if we're already using it for the live stuff, we should probably be using it for the not live stuff that goes along with it, which will then cascade. So I think Unreal's future this year is looking, I think, a lot more adoption, even though it's already definitely been adopted. I know, was it Joey? They did the was it Super Bowl, the Olympics? There was definitely some stuff.
Both, yeah.
So it's getting used in the real places that people would do these kinds of things, but. It's not going to replace it hasn't replaced anything that you're doing with Redshift that you want it to look like super real. It's not quite there. They have a path tracer. They've gotten better. It's gotten better and faster. There's a denoiser that makes because previously anything you would render with a path tracer, which is akin to Redshift or Octane, not nearly as robust, but that you wanted realistic glass and realistic shadows and reflections that really reflected real world type situations. But it was so noisy, a lot of it wasn't usable. But now they've got a much better denoiser in there, so that's been added in. Character rigging's gotten a lot better if you're doing character work. 3D text, actually, I was frustrated with it, but I discovered as I was using 5.7 recently, because it just came out and I was really kind of getting into it, I noticed there's a lot more there. It's still not even close to Cinema 4D. If I'm trying to do really good-looking, stylized text, I'm actually going to Cinema 4D and then just bring it in. I lose the ability to animate some of the cool things that you can do with the motion design tools in Unreal, but if you want a logo that looks really solid, you're not building that in Unreal, but you are using it for text, little plain text that you need to come up and move around. You can totally do that. So I think that's pretty cool. They filled out they had cloners. It was all sort of there, but it was all in this one cloner, and you had to dig deep for all the different kinds of cloners. Now they've flushed them out as their own thing, even though you can use any cloner to be another kind of, you can say, oh, right now this is set to be this kind of cloner, I can just change it to the other kind, but still having it sort of default to that, hey, this is what it does. They added in one particular cloner that I think was super useful. It was the I'm trying to remember the name of it now, because it's I used it in my tutorial on the building the light cycle. It allows you, instead of using clones, you can take an object that's in separate parts and put it in the cloner, and then all of the cloner tools that are there, such as the effectors that can make things move around and pulsate randomly or change size, those can now work with a regular 3D model, which is pretty cool. So you can have an object assemble or disassemble, if you're trying to build a car and how all the pieces come down, you can have a thing that comes through and then all the parts sort of just build onto it. So it's pretty cool that way, They've really updated lights. There's Mega Lights, which was a beta originally. Now it's it's either maybe it was in alpha, now maybe it's in beta, but it's beta is already a real thing for them. Lumen quality's gotten a lot better. They've tried to make the sequencer, because of the motion design thing, I think, especially, they've gained a lot of, there's smooth scrubbing with audio so that you can hear what you're doing, what you couldn't do really before. It was pretty janky. there's other stuff with virtual production, which kind of falls outside the zone of like what our users. And obviously, I'm not even touching the game stuff, right? There's a lot of game stuff that we're not going to talk about. PCG. So the big things I would say, like, so nanite foliage, right? So if you don't know what nanite is, basically, if you have a 3D model, there's two ways of handling well, there's three ways. You could either suffer when you have a very detailed 3D model and it's in the background, which you don't want to do. You can use levels of detail, which you have like versions of the model that are lower detail, and that requires you have different versions of the model. And then there's nanite, which can actually like lower the quality, but not enough that it looks bad, but still using, it's very clever sort of like triangulation, and it makes it so that your faraway objects are less geometry, but they still look pretty good. And when they come close, the geometry gets multiplied, and so it looks really good up close too. And with trees and plants, they did not have any good solution for it. So if you try to populate something with plants, obviously that's like, you don't just put one plant in, you put in hundreds of plants to build a forest. That can really slow things down. And by having them now fall back onto nanites, where they can, rather than trying to go into lower LODs, which require having one model loaded and another model loaded and another model all at the same time, this allows it to like fall back on a lower geometry without the overhead hit. So it's really nice. PCG is basically like you define like how the environment should be when you place this thing in there, and then it puts the trees or plants or rocks, it spreads them across the environment based on rules that you create and deciding what goes in there. I don't love PCG because it's very hard to, it's complicated. I use tools like the dash tools, which make it super easy to just throw that stuff out there. But I reached out to them about nanite, and they said, listen, we see the nanite foliage thing. We're looking at that now and how we can integrate that into our thing. But for now, that's still only available within PCG, this system that, again, super cool, but building from scratch, not so easy, Right. You can, but hey, good news. You can go to the marketplace and buy a forest that uses PCG. Boom, you're done, right? Like really, truly, that's the beauty of it. They added in, they added an AI assistant. I have not touched that. I don't know anything. I really am curious if anyone's used it. I would love to hear if it's hallucinating in solutions or if it's really giving good solutions. Half the time I feel like with ChatGPT, I'm working with it, and it's like ChatGPT trying to help me with Unreal is like having an older sibling that knows just a little more than you, but really doesn't know a lot. Yeah. Right. And so you're like, hey, how do I do this? And you're trying to, that didn't work. I'm like, oh, right, you're right. Because in the latest version it did this. I'm like, nope, still not right. They're like, yeah, you know what? I may not have that correct. Let me it's very much like that. Like about 20% of the time it gets it right for the complicated stuff, and most of the time I feel like I'm just having a nice conversation with someone who knows a little more about it but doesn't really know. So it would be really cool if their AI assistant was able to really leverage the help docs and be able to answer the questions and actually formulate not just what's in the help docs, but to be able to say like, okay, if you're doing these two things together, which there is no help doc on, can it reason it out and help you find the solution? So I would love that to be true, but I haven't tested that. And one last thing I just wanted to mention is materials. They've always had like PBR materials, but they had this new thing that kind of came out and had a lot of promise. It was substrate materials, which is like multi sort of layered materials. And it looked really cool, but there was literally nothing about it. Like you could barely find any instruction about it. You could download some samples. Nobody was making anything with substrate. Almost none of the materials in the marketplace. There's like one guy making one substrate thing. So, I think people don't know how to use it yet, but I think we're going to see that. It's much more complex materials that can do really interesting things, but it just never caught on in the beta phase because like, it's like, yeah, that's cool, but I don't know how to use it. And there's literally nothing about how to use it. So hopefully that'll be the next thing that they do.
Yeah, I feel like those AI agents may help developers more, like it can help them because there's a lot of code when you get into the game side of it.
Yeah. I'm Dan, co-founder at Cart and Horse. In 2025, we have done a fair amount of animation work with pre-rendered animation. We kind of break it up a mix between pre-rendered and real-time. Real-time mostly has been a lot of virtual production work, but we also just do a large variety. Basically, any screen, shape, or size, we kind of pipe a lot of that through Unreal through both workflows, but anything from sports and broadcasts to immersive events to just animated videos. At least with our philosophy and how we look at it, it's power, speed, and future-proofing. Powerful between all the things they've added over the years like Nanite and Lumen and Megalights and whatever. Unreal can crunch a lot of data really quickly. Procedural tools for doing like quick landscapes or even motion or animation, even working together as a project. It's just really powerful and there's a lot you can do with it. As far as collaboration goes, working all within the same project together, we can kind of work on different pieces and they're all assembled together. That's allowed us to divide our workflow and work on the same things at the same time, which can be really nice. And then additionally, too, it's been a little slower for our adoption, but since it is a game engine and it all relies on programming, you can start to build in logic and programming and all this stuff into your workflow, which not so much procedural, but it's a different way of thinking. And there's a lot of power that goes into that as well. As far as speed goes, there's a few areas at which speed really helps us excel. Render times are pretty straightforward, although the render is not as great as Octane would be or Redshift offline, but it is crazy fast. So when we need to hammer out a lot of frames, especially if at 4K, we can render those at 6K and it can push those out pretty quickly at good quality. Also speed of the viewport. So we can kind of do our look dev and make creative decisions and tweak stuff all in real time. And we can do that together. So it allows us to make a lot of quick iterations from a speed standpoint. And one of the biggest ones is looking at this from a future-proofing perspective. Currently, we use it for a lot of work for offline rendering, and that lends itself well to pre-rendered video content. But there's also a lot of new technologies coming out that really rely on real time. So we may not be making games right at this point, but there's a lot of different experiences that can work. Virtual production's been a decent one for us, where we're actually running this in real time and using this more the way that it's intended, and not just relying it as a render engine. As we think like this, it just gives us a lot more options as to, depending on the project that comes in, we don't have to think through different ways of delivering. We don't have to be hamstrung by just thinking that we can only output frames and that's what we have. We can be a bit more flexible with what that is without having to jump software. Even using stuff like Nanite and Lumen are not new. They're constantly adding more features that help enhance these. So Mega Lights just came out, which really opens up the doors of the amount of lights you can put in a scene without it having a huge impact, allowing you to do more and still move quickly. Mega Plants just came out. Looks super cool, having real-time high quality plant assets that are in there, mega scans, mega everything. It's just all mega. All the mega stuff's good. Other things as far as, kind of finding new ways to work, the control rig tools, they're constantly making those better and faster and more plug and play. Being able to control and manipulate and animate more assets in Unreal just allows less work that would have to be done in Cinema 4D or Blender and then export it out and kind of back and forth. So that opens up a lot more options in the animation front. They've also added a lot of new animation features in updates. They don't highlight them a lot, but just a lot of little quality of life improvements that make things a little more simple, as simple as you can get with that. As far as the updates they keep making to Nanite and Lumen, they still have its issues. It's by no means perfect and it doesn't hold up to the plug and play quality of Octane or Redshift, but they keep making it faster. They keep dialing it in more. So having that kind of span your different pipelines has been helpful as they continue to optimize it. Why has it had low adoption? It's hard. Oftentimes it can be really hard. So I think that can provide a bit of a barrier to entry. The other thing too is, if you start learning 3D from a Cinema 4D standpoint, Unreal functions very differently. So I think you have to learn a bit of functioning like a game artist or someone who understands that workflow a bit more. And then also there's a lot of things that could rely more on programming. There's a lot of little gotchas and irritating things that pop up of why is this not working? Honestly, as much as they've come a long way with their render engine, using Lumen for lighting and even using Nanite, still has a lot of little issues that you have to troubleshoot. That being said, there's also a lot of stuff that they're still making progress on, like caustics and glass, and there's some hacks, but it still has a way to go. So compared to Octane or Redshift or offline renders that we've used in the past, it just doesn't do as much as you can in those. And at that point, I do think that adoption will continue to be slower until they have a real-time path tracer, which appears to be coming. But without a solid path tracer, I do think that's going to hold things up a bit.
I'm Chris, co-founder of Cart and Horse, a small design studio based out of Michigan. We're utilizing Unreal and the pipeline, as well as lots of pitching, quick renders, pitch decks, things just with the asset libraries out there, with Fab or CG Trader or Sketchfab, or to be honest, Kitbash and the Greyscalegorilla. We can get things into an Unreal scene really quickly and pipe out renders or do live working sessions with directors or clients, and they are really impressed. What I've noticed as far as differences in this last year of types of expectations or things from clients or directors is almost getting more and faster, but not necessarily more expensive. I wouldn't say necessarily cheaper, but I don't know if it's the impact of AI and image generation, or just knowing that there's real-time tools out there, as well as just, I don't know, like GPUs and things getting faster so people can create content quicker and the tools being more accessible. But I know that getting it fast, getting visuals up and reference and seeing what potentially this could look like, whether for pitches or client approvals, it seems like the expectations of getting something looking nice quicker is more than it ever has been in the past. So that applies not necessarily because they're Unreal projects, but just projects in general. Although Unreal does help us get there faster, it's almost like cheating. Like you get lighting and materials quicker than you ever would with gray renders with the traditional pipeline because you can render those things fast out of Unreal versus, well, I'm not going to render this in 4K with like really nice lighting out of Redshift. You might get a 540 version and it's going to look like crap, but you'll get the idea. So now in Unreal, it's like, well, I want this to look better, and why can't this look like almost final out of the first draft, or even during the concepting phases. I mean, real time is kind of a big deal, and we're wondering how it's going to seriously impact the industry. And I guess it's just in general impacting the production pipeline in a major way for us right now, as well as, to be honest, it's very similar. It's just different. It's like just different way to cut it. Jumping into Unreal wasn't like starting a new language. It was just what's this new way to speak, or the way to deliver the things that I kind of already know. I guess I would compare it to maybe building a house or doing a home remodel. If you had, you had a hammer and nails and, different tools, and then you found out about power tools or a different type of power tools, then you might approach the thing differently. But it's still the same concept of building the walls and running the wires and these types of things. Like, that doesn't change. But the learning in Unreal, being that it's a game engine, has been kind of a completely different battle, if you will, or game, understanding LODs or the lighting system and Lumen and how to optimize these settings and kind of control that with Nanite and virtual textures and different source control, how to get assets in and out of the pipeline, or how to get assets in and out of the tool, migration, tweaking textures and UVs, adjusting models and topology. All these things, there's lots of different considerations for how the pipeline works, how the tool works, and what it's made to do. Compared to Cinema 4D or After Effects or even Blender, Unreal projects seem big, they seem heavy, they're slow to open. It seems like it crashes a lot. What I need as a motion designer is often like ease of use. I need the feel of the tool. I need to noodle. I need to iterate and improvise. I want to I want things to be procedural. I like effectors working with the cloners and parenting. I like plugins that make things just have sliders, and all these things are capable in Unreal. It's just definitely been different in how to get there. And to be honest, the tool is still getting there. I know that there's been lots of advancements over the last few years and these tools that are being adopted. And things like making things feel cinematic, easy presets, or just simplicity, speed, and minimal technical hurdles. That in general just doesn't exist. And to be honest, the one thing that's been in the back pocket for Unreal has been the community and then the networking with people and asking questions in forums to solve problems.
You know, I feel like Unreal is kind of right at the cusp of being able to, you know, when we went to CBS Sports and they were really interested in Unreal, they're using it for a lot of different things. And I was kind of quizzing them. I was like, so what would it take for you to like switch? Because I can't remember what system they use for their live stuff, Chiron or VizRT, but
yeah,
you know, those are the two big ones. And, you know, I've talked to a lot of people that use those systems, and they're, in a way, they remind me of like when flames were a big thing, right? Like in our industry where they're super powerful, they can do a lot of stuff, but they exist on this island away from Adobe and away from all the kind of standardized ways that we do everything now. And so you have to have this very specialized knowledge, and it only accepts these kinds of file formats, and the hardware, you can't just go buy hardware for it. It's specialized. And, you know, Unreal, you can call Puget or you can go to Best Buy. You can like get a system that'll run it.
Yeah.
And it's really just about making the software, because I think it honestly, if you're clever enough, probably can do most of what you need it to do to run a live broadcast now. It's just the way you have to build stuff is not, it's not intuitive.
Yeah, it's still too game design oriented, the software, but the tools are now there, which they weren't before. And that's, I think, the thing to think about is that like 2 years ago, they didn't have the tools in there at all. Now the tools are there. They're still not simple to use, but they are getting easier. And there's templates that one can build, or, you know, that you can maybe hire somebody to build for you that will make that even easier. And, you know, they're not showing any signs of stopping to develop those tools. I mean, I would love to see text I would love to see them do some real work on text, because text is just too important for motion design to not have those tools in there. It can do a lot of basics that you already need, but you know, I still think that you're going to be modeling like logos and stuff outside of Unreal and bringing that in. It would be cool if they could do more there to allow motion design to really take place, the design part of motion design take place in there, as opposed to the animation part of motion design.
Yeah, one interesting thing that I feel like this probably adds way more complexity, but Rive files work inside of Unreal. So you can have a Rive file on a plane or any piece of geometry, you can wrap it, doesn't matter. And you can trigger, you know, like anything you want, you can change the type out. And, you know, Rive has like one of the fastest 2D renderers on Earth. Unreal, you know, everything that looks 2D isn't actually 2D. It's 3D, like on a plane, or it's a texture on something. There's probably some interesting things that could be done with a very technical, clever person to combine those two tools to give you the things you would need. You know, for a broadcast package, maybe some of the type is 3D, but a lot of it's 2D, you know?
It's funny though, I would never have pegged Unreal to get SVGs in before Adobe, which Adobe did this year.
Yeah, it did this year.
But right, like that's pretty weird.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because, well, you can use SVGs to generate 3D geometry. It's you know, it's essentially like an Illustrator file with all the splines and stuff. But like, you know, After Effects only got it like a couple of months ago, maybe?
Yeah.
Right? Like that was like, how do they not have that? And I'm betting that the reason it finally went in there is because there's intention to use it for 3D, to be able to extrude it in the next iteration of like the 3D and After Effects. That's probably why they did it. But like, yeah, you know, for over a year, you know, Unreal, a program that does not generally you think of using like that format, like it had it in there. And so you can do some cool stuff with SVGs there too.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, we're talking to Mr. Winbush. I know he's been a little bit delayed on his next course because we're kind of waiting for the motion design tools to stabilize enough. But there will be yet another Unreal course out, hopefully soon. Okay, so I'm going to blast through these last ones. These are tools that I don't think a ton of people are using. They should probably be on your radar. There might be some use cases for them. The first one is Lottielab. I already mentioned it. So Lottielab is just a web-based tool where you can create simple animations, and they export natively to Lottie. And the good thing about it, first of all, it's very simple to use, right? So if you're not an After Effects artist already, you can learn Lottielab very quickly. It's not very complicated. Also, there is still this issue with After Effects creating Lottifiles, even with the Lottifiles plugin, which helps you, is that because of the way After Effects works, certain things that look correct in your viewport will not translate correctly to Lottifiles. There's workarounds, and most of this stuff has been fixed through the plugins, but like if you had a shape that had a hole in the middle, that hole would disappear when you export to a Lottifile, right? It wouldn't calculate the clipping path correctly. And so you have to like double check everything when you're making a Lottifile from After Effects. With Lottielab, you don't. If it looks correct, it's going to be correct. And the reason I bring it up is because I'm seeing a ton of like front-end designers, UI, UX, product designers using it. And, coming from the world of like linear motion design where you need all of the power that After Effects gives you, I look at something like that and my instinct is, why would I use that, right? Why would anyone use it? Just learn After Effects. But, given what we were talking about hours ago now, motion design is a toolbox that now a lot of different people are carrying around to very different places than we're used to. And they don't necessarily need After Effects. And why would you learn After Effects if you don't have to? If you're just mostly working in Figma, designing interfaces, but you want a very custom animation, Lottielab does that for you. And so there's probably opportunities out there for people who know After Effects who could learn Lottielab in, I don't know, like a day. And get that kind of work. And also, I think there's, hopefully those designers and those developers realize at some point you still need to know how to animate, right? Because those skills kind of translate one-to-one. It doesn't matter what app you're in. There's also Simulon, which finally launched. Aaron, have you played with Simulon since it launched?
Not since I was really like loving the stuff they were posting. I haven't used it. I do want to because it's actually, it's pretty freaking cool.
It's
like
amazing,
the compositing aspect, like getting 3D into an app and using ARV, like that kind of thing. You hold up your phone and you can see like Amazon. If I want to see what furniture looks like in my room or a 3D model looks in my office, I can do that. But the level of compositing is absolutely bonkers that they have in that app.
Yeah. Well, the full vision of it, and if you want like a deep dive, we interviewed the founder, I think last year, Devesh, brilliant dude. And the full vision of it is crazy to me, and it's brilliant. I think there is some AI in it, but mostly they're just being very clever with all the sensors and everything that the phone gives you. Basically, the idea is you want a dinosaur to run through your living room. You don't know how to do that. Well, you can take the Simulon app, and you can basically get a scan of your living room. You can send that to a Blender artist who can animate a dinosaur running through your living room, and you can kind of tell it, okay, I think the camera's going to be here, so make sure it runs past that. And then they can send that to you. You can go back in your living room and hit record, and it's if you're recording live a dinosaur walking through your room. And you can literally shoot it as if it's there. It's almost like virtual production, but kind of in reverse. And then when you're happy with the camera shot and what you got, you hit a button and it uploads it to the cloud, and you can capture an HDRI, and it renders, I think it's actually using Blender on the back end. To create the scene and render it, and it creates compositing and all of these things. And then you can, basically gives you a composited, fully done shot after that. But you can also then get the Blender file and go in and change it if you want to. It's a really neat way of thinking about doing visual effects that it's pretty innovative, right? And what's cool about it to me is it's one of those things where, all of us have some origin story of the gateway drug that got us into this, right? Like I saw Jurassic Park, that led me to visual effects, that led me to editing, that led me to motion design, right? And everybody watching this, and both of you will have your own version of that. Simulon is going to do that for a lot of young people because it's that easy to use. And they're setting it up so that even if you don't know someone who can model an animated dinosaur, they have pre-built things that are automatically animated, and you can make your own scene and it looks real, and it's smart enough to do rotoscoping and all those things. It's kind of like Wonder Dynamics in a way, but even easier. So I think that's amazing. If you're unfamiliar with it, you can go check it out. I recently saw a post from like a design technician developer at Disney who's just raving about it. So I don't know if it'll make its way into like the really high-end professional stuff like that. It certainly seems capable of it, given that it in the end, it gives you like a Blender file or whatever you need to then change it and recomposite it and do whatever you gotta do. Spline. So EJ, you were like big on the Spline train last year. And then they launched Hana, which is like their 2D. It's almost like their answer to Rive. It's a different tool. It's not built to do the same things, but it's pretty cool. But I haven't heard much from Spline, like the 3D Spline app that they were initially known for. Have you heard anything?
Yeah, I mean, they added a timeline, and so you can now do basic animations and have, you know, stuff trigger more complex animations than just like scale 50%, and that's all it does. So, and then they have added I think with Hana, you can build like how you can make full games inside of Rive now. I think you can build somewhat interactive games inside of Spline as well, all 3D, and a lot more interactive tools that go way beyond like mouse over events and stuff like that. So they are building in there. That's the thing that interests me is like, would Rive have any interest in getting into the 3D space and like importing 3D objects into their, like kind of like how After Effects is allowing for that? I don't know, because if so, it kind of makes Spline kind of moot at this point. But at this point, if you want to do any 3D interaction stuff, it's, you know, Spline is the way to go for sure, because it's easy to use.
Yeah, I've heard from Webflow developers that they like Spline, and maybe this has gotten better, but like just whenever you're using something on the web, whether it's a Rive file or a Lottifile or whatever, you have to load that file, and I'm sure a Spline file isn't that big. You also have to load the code that plays back the Spline file, and that is actually a lot of memory. The Rive player is very small, and that's why developers like it, because you can add a Rive. You load it once, and you can load 20 Rive files, and Rive files are typically small, so it loads almost instantly. If it's on an iPhone app or something like that, it doesn't matter. It's just going to load off a hard drive really quickly. But for Spline, because it was aimed mostly at the web space initially, you can use it in products and apps too, but it was aimed at the web space, and I think the extra bandwidth it takes to download that Spline player was actually kind of an issue. In terms of the interaction stuff, it's really cool actually, and it's much easier to learn and use than Rive. Rive is built to let you do anything. And, you know, it's kind of like Houdini, right? Like, with that power comes more complexity, and there's always a balance. And Rive has kind of, I think, found a really good balance where it's not the easiest thing to pick up. You kind of do need to be taught it, I think, especially if you're an animator. If you're a developer, maybe it's a little more intuitive. Spline is built a different way. It's built where it's very click, and you know you can click to select the interaction, and it's much simpler. You can't do nearly as much, but you can do some complicated things. Hana is interesting to me because the last thing I heard about Hana, which is basically another app Spline launched, that looked initially like they were trying to kind of compete with Rive a little bit, was that you can now use 3D assets with it too. So now it's a 2D and 3D real-time app. And they've kind of leaned a little bit more into like these neat filters. Like there's a progressive blur filter that Rive currently doesn't have. And you can make it look like glass, and you can add chromatic aberration and these neat effects. And it's all real time. It uses a different rendering technology than Rive. So it's cool. I haven't seen or heard of really any opportunities for motion designers for that yet. I think it's still pretty niche in the web design space. Something to look out for. Another company that I haven't really heard about in a while is Womp. I know they added 3D printing last year, so you could model something in Womp, 3D print it. There was a course I think Motion Design School came out with last year or early this year where they showed you how you can bring a Womp model into After Effects using the new 3D system, which is kind of cool. Maybe there's some animation features coming to Womp soon, but I haven't heard really much about it. I'm guessing it's one of those VC stories where maybe they're starting to think they're not going to get a return. They're starting to turn off the money spigot. I don't really know. Have you heard anything, EJ?
I had a chat with the CEO of Womp like earlier this year because they just launched the 3D printing service, and I was like, oh, like let me learn more about that. And I think I did like a short video for them too. I did a full blown tutorial on Womp on School of Motion, and one of the interesting stories was she said that like the web 3D thing was basically a side thing, because what they really wanted to do was become this 3D printing service, which was interesting. So like the 3D printing thing was something they wanted to do all along, where they can like prefab stuff and make it really easy. So what's really cool is like, if you don't have to buy a 3D printer, if you don't want to get into resin and deal with chemicals and stuff, like you can basically, using the service, build your 3D model or import it into the Womp browser app, and then you basically prep it for printing, and you send them the file, you press print, and then like a week or so later, you get your 3D model, like your 3D print.
That's awesome.
Physical 3D print in your hand. So I think it's really cool that they're like making that kind of 3D printing accessible. I can see that they're trying, like, we don't really work in this world, but for like, prefab or like testing prototypes and stuff, like it's a really easy way to get that in your hands super quick and super affordably too, because otherwise you're paying some company in China and you have to do like, the barrier to entry to just create a mold is super expensive. So if you're into 3D printing, like I would give Womp a spin. But yeah, I think they announced that animation features are coming soon too. I think it's a fun app to mess with, to create 3D models, and they got the little Wompy blob kind of modeling thing. And basically, I think, what is it, Project Neo from Adobe's kind of ripping them off in that respect too, because you can kind of, it's almost like modeling with clay and things just kind of goop and blend together. So it's a super fun app. But yeah, as far as MoGraph goes, it's still super niche, I would say.
Yeah. It seems far more like a toy, for like professional art or something like that. It's interesting. I didn't know that you had that conversation, and that now it kind of makes a little more sense, because feature-wise, it didn't seem like they were aiming at like, you're going to be able to use this in like video games and 3D projects. It is really, what's the technology? It's called signed distance fields, SDF modeling, where it's somehow different than hard surface modeling, where it mushes things together and then calculates a mesh around it, which is cool, and you can get more organic stuff a lot easier. I think I've said this before on the podcast, but like, EJ has a 3D printer, and he turned me on to that one. I bought it for my son last year. This year he doesn't know yet, because Hanukkah hasn't happened as of this recording, but we got him the 4-color material system for it, so now he can print multiple colors. Nice. But I've tried to get him into modeling his own stuff, because he mostly just prints things that already exist. And 3D modeling is really hard. Womp is not hard. Like, you can make something with googly eyes and 2 little legs pretty easily. So that's kind of cool, actually. And I think that's one of the things that maybe people that don't follow like the way businesses get started sometimes, like it can be weird when you hear stuff like that. Companies like Womp that raise millions of dollars, a lot of times they start with a vision. That vision is secondary to get the investors' money, right? And so if it turns out this isn't actually the direction that's going to do that, they pivot. And, we've seen that a lot. Like Lottielab has investors behind them, and they went on this side quest to try and make an AI auto animation thing for Figma. This is terrible. It's awful. Like, it's completely unusable. I say that with all love to the team. It's just really bad. And trying to do some other stuff with AI. And I suspect a lot of that came from an investor saying, hey, what are you doing with AI? Hey, this thing's like we're still burning a lot of cash on this thing. So maybe there's something going on like that with Womp. Speaking of modeling, so we'll talk about the 2 modeling tools on the list. And this is another one you turned me on to, EJ, Nomad Sculpt, which I got into this year.
Yeah.
Dude, I love it. Like, it's so fun. Talk about Nomad Sculpt a little bit. I don't know if it's updated this year, but like, I think some of those things a lot of people don't know about, and it is infinitely easier to learn than ZBrush, and fun, and get you into modeling.
Yeah, it is super fun. This past year, they added a lot to the UI, so it's a lot easier to access things. And I believe they have like I can't remember when they added it, but you can do like UV unwrapping and stuff like that. So they're slowly like trying to create parity of like ZBrush is on the far like complexity end and power end, and Nomad's on the lower end of like, it's not very powerful, but it's really easy to use and can do a lot and has really great sculpting tools. And so I think Nomad's trying to add like new sculpting brushes and stuff like that. But yeah, it's so easy to use. It's got, honestly, I'm surprised that ZBrush for iPad doesn't function like Nomad Sculpt, because what Nomad Sculpt does, and probably why it clicked so easy for you and for a lot of people that maybe are familiar with Cinema 4D, is it has a very similar object manager to Cinema 4D, where you have null objects and you can group objects underneath that null object, and that's a group, and you can move that stuff around. And so it's so much easier. Like ZBrush, you can't do that. If you want to, you can't create groups together unless it's destructive, or if you want to select multiple things, it's like click this button and then click this, and then it's a temporary group, and oh my God. But yeah, I really enjoy Nomad Sculpt. It got me into sculpting. It got me into 3D printing, because before I just, I would pick up ZBrush and my brain would melt out of my ear. But they did just announce that they have a desktop version, which it's very, I don't get the GitHub, whatever the hell, you got to like download the app, GitHub, like some certain unpacked way and figure it out. And I'm like, I don't know. So I think they have like a desktop version that's in beta. But Nomad Sculpt, I believe, is just like one dude. So they're not very great at promoting what they're doing or anything like that. But for anyone that wants to get into sculpting, or if you want to get into 3D printing stuff and you got an iPad, like I love Nomad Sculpt for sure. ZBrush for iPad is getting there, but...
Yeah, I just wanted to call it out because, I've never been a 3D modeler. 3D is like my second language, like 2D is my first. And sculpting always, especially, I used ZBrush a little bit at my studio, and it for very specific things, because like it's so hard to you can't just figure it out. Like you have to be told how to do everything. And Nomad Sculpt, also because it's on a tablet, it's just, there's something about gestural sculpting that feels so different than like using a mouse. And you can sculpt in C4D a little bit. It's got some of the same concepts, but you just don't make the same stuff as when you're sitting there and you're rotating it around with your finger while you're doing this with a pencil, and it's pretty awesome. It's a totally new discipline to me. I'm not good at it. And you kind of have to think about, it's different than 3D modeling. You don't do things quite the same way. Mm-hmm. But if anyone's into 3D, especially like 3D artists that aren't using sculpting tools a lot, for $20, this is like the gateway drug. It's really cool, especially if you have a 3D printer. Yeah. Because then it exports to GLTF and all those formats really easily too.
Yep. Yeah. And ZBrush for iPad, for anyone that uses that, they just this year announced they're adding export for STL, I think, for 3D printing too. So yeah, that's kind of on the way. But yeah, it's a good time to be getting into any kind of 3D sculpting, because you have a lot of options available to you. But yeah, Nomad, I love.
And so the big ZBrush news was the iPad app, right? And now they've announced some more stuff for desktop.
Yeah, the Z modeler came to iPad, which is a big deal, because that's one of the things where it's like, yeah, Nomad Sculpt's great, but you can only do organic modeling. There's no hard surface kind of stuff in there, which I don't know. I never feel like I need to do any hard surface stuff. But yeah, ZBrush has Z Modeler, and then one of the biggest pieces of news that has been in demand, like the highest request for probably a decade or longer, was what you alluded to, which is ZBrush's UI has to be one of the worst, most convoluted UIs in modern applications. And they ZBrush team announced that they kind of learned a lot developing the UI for the iPad, ZBrush for iPad, and they're kind of taking those learnings, and they're going to totally refresh the ZBrush for desktop UI UX. So that's super exciting.
But EJ, my understanding is that, like, I can't even remember where I saw this. There was like a discussion about it, but my understanding is that they will let you, at least in the first iteration, switch between the two UIs.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people that, they learned how to do things the hard way, and God damn it, don't you screw that up.
I mean, they have a 20-year history of giving away updates for free, so they're going to have people who've been using it for whatever. Now there's no more free updates, which is just one of the many problems that you happen when you get acquired by a publicly traded company. You just can't do that anymore. So there's laws actually that, like, we can get into it, but there's laws that's why subscription is such a better deal.
Yeah. Well, when we get to the AI thing, I think we'll probably come back to that idea of I learned to do it the hard way and now it's easy, I'm mad. So we'll get into that. All right, so that's most of the software that I feel like I probably cut like 5 or 6 from the list because they just weren't used enough.
Yeah.
But God, there's a lot of software. I bet this time next year, there's gonna be more to talk about. Maybe Autograph's out. So we're going to talk about some industry news and trends that's going to lead us into talking about the economy, which is going to lead us into talking about AI. So this is going to be a little bit all over the place, okay? But these are just some things that I've noticed that people have said to me, some interesting, things that happened this year. So one, and we'll talk more about this in the economy section, but this is one of those things that I think most artists that, maybe you work at a company or maybe you're freelancing, you've got your clients, you don't really think about this stuff. But this has been a trend for a decade plus now, which is ad industry consolidation, okay? So sounds really boring. So basically what that means is, like I remember coming up in Boston where you had like 4 or 5 big ad agencies and a couple of those were worldwide, meaning they had New York office, London office, right? And then you had a bunch of these tiny ones, right? And so what would happen is you had all these different kinds of clients you could work with. You could work with the big one and they'd pay you a lot, but they'd beat you up and all that kind of stuff. You could work with the small one, they always had less money, but they were friendlier, more fun to work with. Maybe they'd give you more creative freedom. And there's just been this trend, and it's not just in advertising, it's in a lot of things, of consolidation. You've got larger ad agencies swallowing smaller ones. You've got holding companies like Publicis acquiring like big ad agencies. And so now you've got these ad agency conglomerates that, maybe like take up 10% of the ad agency world, right? Like for one company. And so, okay, so what does that mean for artists on the ground doing work? Okay, so these are some thoughts that we got from some of the guests that we asked to contribute this year. And, these are studio owners, these are people that work with freelancers, like they're experiencing the effects of this and reporting back to us so we can tell you this is happening. And then later on, we'll talk about like kind of what to do about it. The biggest trend, and this came up a lot, is that artists, especially older ones, you're trained to spend weeks perfecting one thing. Right? That's kind of like that's how we're used to working, right? I remember freelancing and spending a month on one commercial and just dialing in everything and really looking at the details, and you're on render version 27 of this shot, right? And now it seems like there's a trend, and this is what I'm being told, and I don't think this will surprise anybody, that now it's more like we need hundreds of good enough variations of this thing. And so this term was, this kind of like broke my brain a little bit. The craft-focused mindset becomes a liability rather than an asset, right? So if you're the kind of person that loves to nuance over the details, there's still work like that out there. There's still prestige projects. But even studios like Swarovski, Aaron's on this podcast, they've done Marvel movie main title sequences. And they're being asked, the quality doesn't need to be that high. Can you just make more of it?
Hi, I'm Erin Swarovski, owner and creative director at Swarovski. The big holding companies are continuing to gobble everything up. And I think it's a big race to some end that has nothing to do with creative. It has to do with the AI bubble and media buying. So also, what is even media buying anymore? I know that obviously people make a lot of money doing it, but everything is so dispersed. It's very hard to create creative that is going in so many different places in so many different ways. And as a result, we've really seen the diminishing of really big brands. We've seen total shift from brand popularity to personality popularity to people being popular. And I think just as an industry, we're going to have to kind of watch it implode. And what I think will happen as a result is that there will be a real rise of kind of old school agencies, the independent agencies that develop personal relationships with brands and clients and really make them be able to stand out in what is a very average landscape of work and communication about brands and their personalities. So while I think we're watching a massive implosion, I also think there is an amazing amount of opportunity for people to like develop relationships with brands, with like CMOs and key figures at brands to do creative work that really stands out, because the work across the board that we're seeing come out is like aggressively average or below average.
So I'm curious, EJ, if you're hearing anything like that from your studio buddies, other artists. Aaron, does this track with you? I mean, I don't feel like this is a new trend, but it came up a lot from our guests this year. So EJ, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, I'm wondering what change, because my skepticism with all of this is the good enough, and I see that it's like maybe for internal stuff, but like I've never met a client where good enough is good enough. It's always, you got to change this one thing, you got to tweak this. Can I see, like I've seen the like I need a variation of XYZ. Can I see that? Like I could see that's where AI could help out a lot. The only way this makes sense for me is if the client understands that things are much cheaper to do, and so they're not willing to pay to get that higher end thing. But also on the other end, my client experience is they don't give a shit if they're spending $600 or $6,000. They want the best goddamn thing you can make, and good enough was never good enough. So that's my big pushback with all the like AI can get it good enough, which do clients just not have the eye for it, where maybe AI looks like shit to us, the trained artist eye, but to them actually does look good enough? And is that the missing piece?
Or is it not the clients at all, but is it the people consuming it outside the who are just watching it? Like that's, we came back to this what we talked about last year, was like, is what we think is not good enough going to be just totally fine? I mean, I see what my kids watch on YouTube, and I realize that like I can't get them. It's really hard to get them to watch narrative of any kind, but they'll watch, a guy screaming playing a video game, and it's like, that's good content. So I don't even know anymore, man.
Well, so maybe here's a way to kind of like think about this, right? So what my mind goes to is when I was freelancing, kind of like at, I guess, the peak of my freelance career, I would do these projects that were internal videos for Bank of America through an ad agency that like maybe 50 people at the company were going to see. And they'd spend $30,000 on it, and they'd beat me up over the transitions and it was fully animated, 2-minute long thing with voiceover and music and sound, like everything, right? And like, the work wasn't award winning, but I put a lot of work into it, and it was way more high end than I imagine those jobs kind of look like now. And I guess the market force that we're being told is driving this is ad industry consolidation, right? So when you're a solo ad agency, you want to make money, but there's also this big drive to win awards and to do work you're proud of, and to give your juniors a chance to become seniors and do things to push them. When you're owned by a holding company, you're a line on a spreadsheet, right? Now that's kind of the very extreme like story I could tell about this. But that trend has just kind of been continuing. And I think that, this kind of leads into our AI discussion later, but we also heard from a lot of people that AI is not capable of making good enough stuff all by itself, right? Like it can be used and is being used by 100% of people we talk to try to help do things faster and maybe even scale creative variations a little bit, because you can do that now. But the perception that the bean counters have is that shouldn't this be cheaper now? Shouldn't we be able to get 5 versions of this for what we paid for 1 version last year?
My name is PJ Richardson. I'm the ECD director and co-founder at Laundry, based out of LA. And also by night, digital artist, 3D enthusiast, and maker of all kinds of colorful things. We see this come up over and over and over with AI. Listen, it's always a game of like, do a lot faster and cheaper than any other time, with or without AI. But with AI in particular, what we have seen is that I think people think that they can do it faster and cheaper. They convince clients to. It's not great. It looks very AI. It doesn't get over the uncanny valley, but they can't fix it. We get a lot of calls like that of being like, hey, we went with this other vendor with AI. But now can you make it good? Or the other, and the big misnomer, and we hear it from agencies and we've experienced it ourselves, is that AI doesn't save you time or money. Maybe 5 or 10% if you're lucky, but often it costs a lot more and takes a lot more time.
And so this trend, so there's another kind of insight here for prestige artists. And I would imagine, those are the people that, like the names, the Ariel Kostas, people like that, who've probably avoided most of this so far. The entire value proposition is excellence. You're going to hire me. I'm going to cost more than the other person. But you're going to get something excellent, right? You could submit this to an award. It's going to make you look really good. Your profit margin won't be as high on this project as if you hired somebody else. But, you want that quality. And now I think PJ said something like the market is actively selecting for mediocrity at scale. I don't think he said it exactly like that, but like I've heard that from enough people now where I'm like, okay, I guess this is kind of a thing. Now I suspect this is really impacting legacy motion design vendors who are used to being able to like really craft award-winning stuff and all of that. And now it's just another marketing channel for these big brands, and the holding company that's paying for it wants to pay less. So I don't really know, where I'm going.
Joey,
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Joey, it's funny. There's a thing that went through my head just now is like where, you say you can have it fast, you can have it cheap, or you can have it, you can have it good, good. But one of those, you pick two, you can't have all three. And I'm like, and they're like, well, it turns out that they want it fast and cheap. We're like, oh, really? Yeah, you want that? Oh.
Yeah.
Like, that's not really that's not what I want to do.
Yeah.
Right?
They used to want all three. They used to insist on all three, even if you were only giving them two. But yeah, right. it sounds like.
But now if you're making them choose, they're like, it seems like they're choosing,
Yeah.
I mean, the two you don't, at least one of the ones you don't expect to pick.
Yeah. So I know that this is very unevenly distributed, but like, PJ from Laundry, he said, his budgets are down sometimes 40%, right, from where the same project would have been last year. And so you can still do it, but something has to give. And so, one thing is the caliber of talent that you can put on it, right? Like if you have a junior artist, you can put them on it. You can't go hire G-Monk to co-direct the thing, like that kind of thing. And it seems like clients are becoming more okay with that. Now my instinct about this, okay, and this is where I'd love your take is, and Aaron asked this question: what even is media buying anymore? Because, you've got marketing budget that has to be allocated, right? And when we all got into our career, a significant portion of that would be into videos that would either go on like TV, cable network, eventually the internet. Now it's spread way thinner. Even look at like where School of Motion spends money on marketing, right? We have a lot of like ads we run, right? These little thumbnails ads that run on social media platforms. And for what we pay for those, we could put out 2 School of Motion manifesto videos a year, right? Like, and hire a badass studio to do it. But that doesn't give us the ROI of having Instagram ads, or Facebook ads. And I think that's a big part of it. So Aaron, I'm curious about like, how do you feel about, really you've got a finite amount of marketing budget, and for better or worse, if your goal is to get people to buy shit, the beautiful 30-second prestige commercial or 60-second Super Bowl ad costs as much as like, 1 million impressions of a Facebook ad.
So we struggle. I mean, you struggle with that every day. When you're an artist, you struggle with the idea of producing work that's not good because that's what it's going to take to get it done. But I always come back to that, that 80, 90, 100% rule, right? The 80%, getting it 80% quality is easy, but getting it to 100% takes twice as much work as getting it to 80%. Mm-hmm. And, when you think about it, like we all, like, there's a lot of anger and around AI that's related to the ethical aspects of it. And a lot of it is about, well, this is crap. But, what's funny is that people love resharing that kind of thing, which costs like a few bucks to make, right? And they love resharing it because it hits you and it doesn't cost anything to make that for the most part and still have an impact and have people remember something. And so there's a lot of that going on, which is just that, if you can get people's attention for a few minutes and it doesn't cost you as much, like as before you made something beautiful and it also only got people's attention for a few minutes, why do it expensively, right? I mean, I want to see cool things. Me personally, I want to work on cool things and I want to see cool things. But realistically, the whole, where people watch their stuff, their YouTube, whatever, it's not geared towards a high level of quality, right? So making ads for TV and film, something that might show up before a movie or whatever, fine, But I think that there's so much else in the market where you can put your product or put your stuff that does not need that level of quality. It's just really that simple.
I think that in general, we're seeing budgets go down by at least 40%, which is insane because, our budgets are our budgets, or they have been historically, because that money is required to produce that work. Very few studio owners have yachts, right? So we're all just normal people trying to make a living as well and pay people well. And so as we see budgets tighten up, you'll see definitely studio owners and studios in general starting to tighten the amount of time they can spend on jobs, the level of talent they can put on jobs, and you're going to see a lot more negotiating with freelancers and vendors beneath them and all of that. That come later in the process. That's what I mean by beneath, because I look at it as a process or a pipeline. So it is going to be an interesting couple of years. I do hope that the value of our work nudges back north, or we're all going to have to find a way to position ourselves as super premium and basically do less for more, which is a great idea in theory.
Well, Joel Pilger kind of has an answer to this, and kind of a theory about what this is doing also. And basically what he says is that, and again, this is a trend that's been happening for a while, but it really is kind of amplified over the last couple years with the economy not being great and a lot of uncertainty, and then technology kind of head faking clients oh, this should be cheaper now. And that's this idea of bifurcating the industry, right? So, studios that are used to making money doing really beautiful work for title sequences, TV shows, commercials, high-end corporate videos and stuff like that, those budgets are coming down when someone's coming to you and saying, I need this video, please make it, right? And what Joel calls those is order takers. I don't think he means it in a mean way. I mean, that was me all of my career pretty much, right? The people who are really doing well right now, right? They're the total opposite. They're buck. So they're saying, you have a business problem. We have all of these resources, anything visual to help you solve that business problem, and we can do the whole thing for you, right? And at the very least, we can come up with an idea for not just the video, but the campaign behind the video, the making of the campaign, which is also going to be helpful for your social media team, and basically just going more up the food chain to become really, and this is a cliche term, but it kind of fits your creative partner rather than just I'm executing your thing for you.
Hello from New York City. I'm Joel Pilger, and thank you, Joey and School of Motion, for asking me to share my perspective. Who am I? What you need to know about me is for 20 years, I ran my own studio, Impossible Pictures. After I exited today, I lead hundreds of studios and production companies inside Forum. So I have a front row seat to the global motion economy, if you will. I see the patterns in real time. And this year, those patterns started getting pretty loud. This year, 2025, was the year something big happened, or should I say continued to happen. This is what Ryan Summers and I have been calling the Great Bifurcation. Okay, now in its simplest terms to describe that, it's the same industry, it's the same tools, basically, same economy overall, but totally different outcomes. On the one side, you have studios doing the best work of their careers, landing better clients and actually commanding bigger budgets. And then on the other hand, you have studios and shops watching deals collapse and opportunities dry up, sometimes overnight, And many of these shops felt replaced. There was a difference that became impossible to ignore. Experts got rewarded, order takers got punished. Now, the studios who thrived weren't the ones with the most capabilities, the most services. No, they were the ones who showed up with clarity, with a point of view, with the ability to translate creativity into business outcomes. They didn't wait for direction, they gave direction. And they didn't service projects so much as they solved problems. Now, meanwhile, the order takers still reacting, often still waiting for permission, still competing on craft. Don't miss that. They felt the squeeze.
Yes, I don't know if you've talked to anybody or have any insights there, but that's Joel's take, and it feels correct to me.
Well, I mean, I feel like, if you've got nothing and you go to somebody who can do everything that rather than having to go to lots of little places, that's going to make that easier. First of all, there's a level of responsibility that company then has to take in executing all of that, right? So, like, if you're hiring, you're saying Buck, and they got people who are on print, who are on and it all comes together. There's not going to be arguing between the different groups and communication issues. Like, any problem that comes up is like, that's their problem. And if they want to be a high-end vendor, right, then they've got to solve those problems and be nothing but perfect for these folks who are coming to them with a lot of money. For the rest of the people, like you say, there's this other part of this part that's breaking off that is probably more of the industry, right? Which is just lots of little things that need to get done. I too was an order taker, so I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. That's how I paid my bills, and I enjoyed it, actually, because I actually found that I liked jumping from project to project. I think if I had to sit with a client, most of the time I usually end up hating them by the end of it, because of the people who are so picky.
Because they want stuff.
Yeah, they want stuff. They keep asking for stuff. Once you're done, you finished it, they're done. Hey, thank you, good, that's perfect. Right. I'm just going to total aside is I must have been several weeks on an animation of poblano peppers that were dissolving in a stomach. It was for I think it was for Pepto-Bismol or something, right? And it was 3D. It was early, back when 3D wasn't cheap, and not everybody could do it. And we were all working on this thing. I was doing particle effects to have the thing come and get dissolved. And I remember we did one for America, which was a hot dog, and then we did one for they wanted it also for Mexico, so they did poblano peppers. And I just remember that the person that we dealt with on the Mexico one, his family actually had a poblano pepper farm, and he was like, "That is not a poblano pepper. My family's for generations." Wow, that was we had to redo that several times until they were happy, till it was perfect. And sometimes you're going to deal with people like that on a long project. You got no choice. You're there, right? So I don't even know if it's anything to do with it. I just remember my experience of working on longer projects. I did not love that. I preferred come in for a week, work on the thing. The designer, you work with a bunch of designers who've already designed stuff, get it banged out, get it knocked out. It's good. But again, you're right. There's a lot of people who could do what I do then if I do that. So it's just, that's work ethic and other things making me more attracted to them. But these other companies that these bigger ones that can do this high-end work and also provide all the other stuff, there's something to that for sure.
Yeah, and there's kind of two intersecting trends. I should stress that what I'm talking about here, what we're kind of talking about with Aaron and I, is this applies to companies, right? If you're a studio, and again, this is not a new trend, but it's if you're a small studio, if you're Yeti Pictures, right, which I believe is 2 people and probably a group of freelancers they hire all the time. Your overhead is tiny, you can be nimble, and you can lean into I want to do this kind of thing. And, saying I'm taking an order for this video kind of sells it short. Maybe there's a better term for it. But if a brand comes to you and says, I want a commercial, here's our idea, here's some storyboards our art director did, can you flesh this out, make this look really great? Cool, there's still room for that. Then you get into 15-person studio, 20, 25-person studio, and that's that really difficult mid-sized studio. And those have been getting a lot of pressure for years, but I think it kind of feels like this year is one where it's starting to they're starting to feel the cracks. Then you get into these bigger companies, the Bucks and the Territories and companies like that really can handle everything. For individual artists, there's a different dynamic, right? So for an individual artist, you can be an amazing Houdini artist and get plenty of work and do what you're told to do by the VFX super or the creative director, art director, whoever you're working with, right? Like that's still a thing. But with this economic pressure, and there's also uncertainty, which we'll talk about in the next section, what I'm also hearing is that what companies want, studios, maybe it's a little bit different, but for like a company, if you're going to go work at a Google or you're going to go work at Apple or you're going to go work for, I don't know, Oracle, like any company you could think of that hires creatives, they really want you to be a generalist. That's ideally what they want. What they really want is a unicorn. They want someone that's like amazing at design, who can animate, also comfortable in Figma, can maybe whip up a UI if they need to. It's not their specialty. They can make an interaction thing in Rive if they need. They can also animate something for us in After Effects. And, you know, like from the beginning, that's honestly kind of what we try to build at School of Motion is we try to build generalists, because even 15 years ago, I was a generalist, like with half the skills that I just listed. And that really set me apart, just being able to do multiple things and plug into more places. And now it's that on steroids, right? Because, you know, the companies that are bigger and doing more, they don't want to hire a specialist for every single thing, not just for cost, but also because coordination cost gets really kind of gnarly. So EJ, I know like you talk a lot to artists, you go to a lot of events. Like, what are you hearing from like freelancers and people like that about, you know, what they're trying to do to just kind of stay busy?
I think there's just a lot of just anxiety over, because it's what do you learn? Like, what software do you learn, right? Like, because there's so like we just went through the software section and it's like expands exponentially every year. So there's stress about what do I even need to learn to be attractive, where the industry's going. Like, it's not great to hear that like some of the top people at some of the top studios, like they don't even know what the hell's going on either. So, but there's the anxiety with just tool choice, and then put on top of that the hulking question of, you know, what do I do with AI? Should I use it? If I do, how do I feel about that? How do I use it in a way that's authentic to them? Because I think where you're having a lot of just like bad vibes overall is just you mentioned earlier, what's the stuff that got us into this field? And I feel like slowly acceleratingly quickening, the things that we love about this job are kind of being stripped away. You know, we're becoming less and less attached. Like, we're not allowed to, you just mentioned about how good enough is good enough, but sometimes like we love the process, right? Like we love tweaking things and making it the best we possibly can. If we're told like, actually it looks like half-assed, that's fine. Like we're not going to feel proud about that. Like, so I think there's just a lot of, there's what we love to do as artists. It's more of like a very just like philosophical, artistic problem, like thing that people are going through. And like, I feel that a little bit just working here and talking to people all the time. I can only imagine, like, you know, in the trenches, like just like real identity issue with like, what the hell, not like, what do I do? But sometimes it's like, what the hell am I even doing here anymore? Because
who am I? Yeah.
Because things like there's never, like we talk about like there's industrial revolution and da-da-da, but like we've never seen the ground shift as fast as even 2 years ago when we thought it was moving fast with like the first time we ever saw Sora. Like we thought that was like, holy shit. And you look back at that and it's like, that was garbage. That was nothing. So I think it's just, people are just trying to, things are moving so fast. People are just trying to figure out what to do. And these top level things, like, I don't even think people are even realizing what's going on with like the top level, like studio and the ad agency consolidation. I think people are just so focused on like, what the hell do I do? So that's what I'm
I think I think, you know, talking about that sort of separation, the bifurcating, there is this thing where, you know, with each change, first there was, you know, hand-drawn animation, right? And like that took a talent, right? That is very hard to master, right? And then we had 2D animation that was digital, which you didn't necessarily even need to be able to draw, but you had to have good taste and be able to like, set up, like draw in the app, but like there were tools that would help you do that. And that made, like, or motion design, right? Suddenly, like things that you used to do by hand or with real film, you could do in animation. And that took a bunch of people and knocked them out of the industry. But it really did open up the field to a lot of other artists who maybe were not as talented in those areas, but still had other talents. And we saw that then with 3D. I've heard from people who worked in studios that transition from like 2D to 3D or whatever, or just from more traditional methods into 3D, that people could not make that. They mentally couldn't do it. But again, it wasn't like the quality of their work lowered. It was like they had a whole bunch of new talent come in and do that. And I do think that for the first time we're seeing, with obviously software getting cheaper for sure has always been a thing that has made it possible for people to like at least use the tools. But I think that, like, look, we're going to get to AI, but you talk about that Coke ad and you realize that the end result was not nearly as good as what's been before, and people were oddly okay with it, right? I mean, the artist community certainly wasn't, but not like, and we could say part of it was because they felt threatened by AI, and part of it is like, frankly, that thing is a pile of slop. Like, there's so many things wrong with it that like, and I had to like have conversations where people were like, "You're wrong, you don't understand AI." I'm like, no, there's wheels missing from the truck. We could talk about this till the end of time about whether AI is a tool or not, but it's missing the freaking wheels from the truck. Like, that's not, or a squirrel just lost its tail in that shot. Like, that's weird, right? But it's most of the audience is like, oh, that's fine. So like, yeah, we're suddenly seeing that like having the end result be good is not as important. It truly is not, and that is a little bit of a disappointment. But it's not for everybody that's the case. But it's definitely making room for people who don't necessarily have the talent or the taste to do something awesome, right? So, I think that's new. That's new. It feels really new, especially in professional spaces to me.
All right, so we're gonna save the rest of this topic for the AI section because I can feel it's pulling us in.
It's trying hard.
It is. I get it. Let me just quickly be kind of like the positive counterpoint to because I think that anytime there's a big revolution like this, and I talked a lot about this in my Portland talk, like if you're being intellectually honest, you have to say, yes, there are winners and losers for sure, right? Like, and so there will be this time too. Whether we're talking about AI or ad industry consolidation or mid-sized studios getting squeezed, anytime something changes, there's pain, and then someone else capitalizes, right? What I'm hoping we can do, and in the economics section, Joel has a lot of advice, Haley has a lot of advice, Justin Cohn has a lot of advice. The trick is, you try to figure out what this rhymes with, right? So, yeah, the AI thing is happening very quickly, but also, like, the technology is developing very quickly. The application of it to what we do day to day is not actually changing that fast. And I've actually started arguing with people in the YouTube comments about AI because I'm at the point where you can hate it for whatever reason you want, and your reasons are valid. Okay, the ethics of it uses too much energy, whatever it is. I'm at the point where it's like, look, I just want people who are willing to like change and take a risk and take a leap of faith. I want you to succeed, and you're gonna use AI. Like it. And by the way, again, 100% of people I've talked to, not 99, 100% are using it already.
I saw the comment that you got that was something like, "I really wish you would stop using the AI for those dumb jokes." And first of all, that's exactly what AI is perfect for right now.
That's the best use case there is.
For those 5-second dumb jokes, and you're like, "I will not stop." Right?
Yeah,
you're like,
no.
you're gonna see more of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I think what I would hope people take away from this is, going through something like this, and for what it's worth, like I went through this in 2008. There was like a big crash. That was very scary, totally different kind of dynamic to what's happening now. This isn't really a crash. This is more like, whoa, it feels like the ground is shifting. And at the same time, like our little bubble is growing at this crazy rate into things that we don't know about. And there's these new tools, right? So it's not just AI. It's like there's a lot of things going on. If you look to history, I think that there are answers to this. And if you listen to the people who are on the front lines running studios and you listen to what they're saying, there is a way through this, come out on top, and your career is better than ever. And there are artists that had the best year they've ever had this year. Lots of them, and studios that had the best year they ever had. And I think it's useful to learn from them. Letting, what's the line? Fear is the mind killer. Fearing all of this stuff is natural, but I also don't think it's 100% necessary. And I think there's just a lot of bitter pills to swallow. Like, I get it. Like if you're used to being valued for the technical ability you spent 20 years developing, this really crazy, horribly complex Houdini thing, and now the AI is good enough to get that, it still needs taste. And you have that taste. And so maybe it's like, wow, maybe I never have to set up like some crazy Vex code or whatever what it's called. I don't have to do that anymore. Or I only have to do it 50% as much. And if you can find some other way to get your value internally from that, you're still making cool shit, right? And it's still about ideas. And I personally think it's going to create an explosion of work in the next few years. All right, we've got a few quick ones I wanted to go over before we get to the economy section. We're going to blast through these. Okay, the mill closed this year. So I just wanted to say it, pour one out for the mill. That's one of those companies that I just assumed would be around forever. It would outlive us all. It had nothing, ironically, to do with what we're talking about. Nothing to do with AI, nothing to do with the economy. It was pure mismanagement. A large company bought it and then went bankrupt and then put a bunch of debt into the mill and basically just had to go away. Now it's come back. There's a company called TransPerfect that I guess acquired the assets or the brand or something. Lots of artists are unpaid and most likely will not get paid for what they were owed. And it's like 5 figures for some artists. So really crappy ending to the mill. The only silver lining there is out of the ashes, the Heist has arrived. And a bunch of mill artists went over there and started a new studio. And you can go to their website, theheist.com. They have incredible work, which shouldn't surprise you. And I would expect that the artists at that studio probably learned a lot from their experience at the mill, like the good and the bad. And I have a feeling that studio is going to be one to watch. So big news in our industry. I thought this was kind of interesting. I don't really know much about it, but there was an executive order to make a national design studio. The president actually made like an order that we should have a national design studio. And it's headed up by Airbnb co-founder Joe Gebbia. So I don't know if like government websites are going to start looking good or something like that. I don't know. I just thought that was kind of interesting. Maybe you could point to it and say, oh, wow, so design has been elevated in, public consciousness. I don't know. That was just fascinating to me. Here's a cool one. And I don't know if you know this guy, EJ. Ben Fryc. Ben Fryc, awesome 3D artist. And what he did, which I think is cool, is he designed and launched a keyboard, like a physical keyboard. It's absolutely beautiful. It's called, I think it's called Knob. And it's like, I'm not a keyboard guy, but I almost bought one. They're pretty expensive, but they're like really, really cool looking. And I just thought this was awesome because I have a soft spot for any motion designer or 3D artist or artist that does something entrepreneurial, right? Like EJ, you've launched like vinyl toys and stuffed toys. I mean, you've got that bug in you. Aaron, you've launched a bunch of asset packs over the years, right? And I think that having that vision and that business sense is gonna be more important than ever, right? You don't have to have it to succeed in this industry, but if you do have it, I think it's easier than ever to do stuff like that. Do you know Ben, EJ?
I just know him through being online, but yeah, I agree. I love, what's really cool about it is, and I say this in a lot of my talks, is we so often undercut the skills we already have and don't understand how much value we have that applies to other industries, whether it's making products or something. Like if Ben just had the idea for a keyboard, he would have to hire himself 3 different times, like 3D design it, make the ads for it, make the website. So these
Promote
are all, these are all things where if you want to talk about glass half full, it's we actually have a lot of these skills that AI prompt bros don't have, and I don't think they ever will because I don't think they give a shit enough. Because it's hard.
This is the
AI
superpower.
prompting is easy.
Yeah.
So even me personally, I know a lot of illustrators that make vinyl toys, and they have to hire a 3D artist for that. So even for myself, I'm you know, sometimes I get discouraged. It's like, oh, I'm never going to be a big vinyl toy artist. But it's like, wait, I have way more skills than some of the people who make it big. Like, that doesn't, you know, mean anything. It's all about the idea and the taste, as we keep alluding to. But yeah, like, it's really cool to see that. I'm glad. I hope Ben has all the success, and I love that he's been so like, he shared so much about the process. Like, he's been working on this for years now. But I think if designers and motion designers have anything to learn from this, it's that we need to recognize the skills we have and how they translate to other places, whether that be a keyboard or Rive or Figma, whatever it is. Like, we have a lot going for us. Artists are notorious for selling ourselves short and the whole imposter syndrome, and we need to stop and actually know how much we can apply to many different areas, and that includes all this AI stuff too.
So we just take a moment for affirmation and say, "You're good enough. You're smart enough.
Gosh darn it, people
like you."
Amen. Yeah, I think you're exactly right, EJ. I think, you know, the motion design toolbox, we take it for granted. You're almost a full stack entrepreneur once you've been in this industry for a few years, because you're going to be exposed through osmosis to marketing, and marketing is going to be downstream of a product. And because you're a designer and an animator, you're going to have to develop taste or you won't go very far. And you're going to have a pretty technical brain, because the tools we use, even something relatively simple, you know, Photoshop, it's still pretty technical. And you put all this together, and it's like you kind of have a talent stack that a lot of entrepreneurs would be really, really like envious of. And that doesn't mean that to be successful, you have to be an entrepreneur. The way I look at it is like, there used to be these big, obvious doors with blinking lights around it. Here's how you make money as a professional doing this. And it was very easy to say, oh, you want to make money animating stuff in After Effects because you like using it? Cool. Here's what you do. Now, you can still do that. There's more competition. Budgets might shrink there. There's 7 other doors you don't know exist. And there's probably 20 other doors that I don't know exist, right?
Territory Studio is a great, you know, when we talked about them earlier, is a great example of like the fact that like they did something and that's how they were doing it. And when that stopped being the primary way, they found like ways, like some ways are obvious. Like, you know, oh, you go to like, are you doing animation? You're doing like UI animation, you do visual effects, you do motion, you know, motion design. Some of it's like car interfaces. You're like, wow, like that's just like a skill that is not necessarily like they're going to blaze that trail a little bit. And then, and that, by the way, is also going to make it possible for a lot of other people who have an interest in that to eventually get, because all the other companies are going to want that too. So, you know, they get the work, they do that. And then opportunities open up for other people. People become aware of the door, and other people want to use the door to get their own their skills into their own company and their products.
A lot of that work didn't come from them going after it. It came from them doing it for movies. Real companies going, whoa, that's cool. Can you do that for real? And they're like, sure, we'll try. I mean, IV Studio is another great example. I don't even know if they do animation anymore. Maybe they do, but they're a board game company now, killing it from what I could tell. And you might not see a direct path from like motion design studio to board game company, but I see it, you know, like how do you promote a board game? How do you design it? You know, they did a video game before that too. All the skills transfer over, and you add 1 or 2 more and you're good to go. Okay, 2 quick things, and then this section is over. This is gonna be really quick. 1, there's a company called Contra that essentially it's like a talent marketplace, and you can go set up a profile as an artist and companies can come find you. And I'm always very skeptical of these things. You know, I started one with my buddy Joe called Rollo, and they're very difficult to do. It's a 2-sided marketplace. Rollo is very narrowly focused on motion design. Contra is kind of any kind of visual creative thing. I gotta say, they've actually executed really well. And one interesting thing they launched this year was a community. So if you go to contra.com/community, they have what looks like the Facebook newsfeed. And you can sign in and it's free and you can set up a profile. But it's as if they removed all of like your uncle's like political posts and the random like having a hard day, like, you know, vague posting. Just remove all that. And it's just artists posting stuff. And, you know, other people have tried this, but Contra is like heavily funded. They've got a great product team, great design team. I gotta say, I'm actually really surprised how nice that community is and the caliber of work that's on there. And I think for anyone listening that's like, okay, well, I know the old linear motion design world really well. I kind of want to learn about this new one. It's actually a pretty great way to do that because you've got a lot of UI, UX designers, interaction designers. Rive has a big presence there. They ran a contest this year for like $20,000 in prizes for the best Rive interaction. So it's kind of a cool thing. I haven't joined it yet. I'm not like active on there, but I have a feeling if they keep pushing it, that in 2026, that could actually start to become a little hangout for designers again. I know we're all missing that. And on that same note, you guys remember Vimeo, when Vimeo was cool? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you'd go there and they had the staff picks, and you could follow one after coffee. So it's interesting how like certain ideas bubble up in the zeitgeist at the same time. So at basically the exact same time, I think within a day or two of each other, two people have announced that they're going to try to recreate that with a new video hosting service aimed at artists. So one is my friend Tyler Williams from Motion Array. He sold Motion Array years ago, and he's started other businesses, but he always just had like this soft spot for creatives. And so he started, and it's in beta now, it's called FrameRate, framerate.tv. And it's basically Vimeo, but like the old Vimeo, where it's going to be inexpensive video hosting with a ton of like branding options to customize your embeds, get data about who's watching it. People can comment on it. You can make it look exactly the way you want and put case studies on there. And there's going to be a discovery feed. So you can eventually go there when enough people are on it and find cool work, tagged, curated. Maybe they do their own version of awards. I think it's awesome. You can actually go there and sign up for the beta. It may be out of beta by the time this runs, but go check that out. And then, like literally, I think last night before I was like ready to go to bed, I saw something called Friender. It was a LinkedIn post. We'll link to it in the show notes. Exact same thing. Like exact same thing with really, really nice branding. So there's now two people going after the same thing. So I know because I kind of previewed your predictions, EJ, and you. I know that you're always big on community. Do you think this is kind of like that old community feeling? It's like the want is there and it's kind of bubbling up.
I don't know. I think because I'm still in the. I still put up with Twitter to some extent just because I feel like I've tuned my feed perfectly that I don't get the garbage. And so I haven't really spent much time on anything else. But what I see is that, like, for example, Twitter, like Blender seems like they've got a pretty cool community there. Like I see a ton of artists always posting there. I'm seeing a ton of cool work. Same thing on my Instagram. Like that's where I think it's like the days. Like, I hope I'm not. I hope this isn't true and I'm not correct. But like, I think the days of one central area are over. If you see everyone's just breaking into their little niches, and that's where they're staying. Like, I don't see, like, people have their Reddits and stuff like that. And I think there's actually big Reddit communities. People are broken off in their own Discord communities. I think people have already found those places that have the right people they want, and the people they don't want, they're not there. So I think it's going to take a lot to create something new and bring everyone back together, because I think those people aren't the same people, and the community is much bigger now. So I think it's already fractured. Yeah. I think everyone's already found their home, and I think it's going to be hard to pry people back. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think with video, I think the challenge is going to be is that there is a free place to put video that's that's infinitely shareable and embeddable and all those things. I mean, Vimeo was, I remember, like, I liked it like in the day because it was, the best content, but the truth is that, like, sharing that video out was a lot harder, and YouTube just has that. So I don't know. I think it's going to take a lot to get people to commit to it. So
yeah, my take is that I think you're right, EJ. Like, as far as communities go, I think the days of like there's one place where kind of everyone who does this thing goes there, maybe that's gone. I think from a utilitarian perspective, I just remember going to Vimeo and seeing 3 or 4 amazing things in like 5 minutes, being able to watch them. Maybe I discover a new studio I'd never heard of or a new artist. And then I go on with my day. And there's, you've got Stash, which is awesome. You've got Behance, but, Behance is really spread out. It's not like solely video. You've got Motionographer, which is still around. Some of their content's really weird now. It's a different company now. You know, and there's really nothing. There was something about Vimeo and how just like I just want to please my eyeballs for 5 minutes before I start my day and see something I haven't seen before, or see an artist I'm unfamiliar with. And I know there's other places. There's Instagram. I don't think YouTube is actually very good for that. So I don't know.
Yeah, for sure not.
Yeah, I think there's a spot for it if they can pull it off. I agree it's going to be very difficult, and also it's a very technical thing to build a video host. But we'll see.
No, I mean, I would love it. I would love it if I had a place that I could go to find really great work and just really just immerse myself in that. But yeah, I mean, it's going to take people doing it. So,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah. All right. So now let's talk about two really big topics. And I think this is probably like the two biggest conversations that, you know, our audience and our crew have had over not just this year, but the last 2-3 years at least. And that's the economy. And then we're going to talk about AI. I know everyone's probably been waiting for that. Okay, so let's start with the economy. So, you know, I found it very hard to get like what I feel like is accurate data about this, you know, because there's not like a really scientific way to do it. So I have a bunch of data points, and then I'm going to ask you guys just what you've been hearing. So I did two very unscientific polls, one on LinkedIn, one on X, came up with very similar results. And basically what I asked was, you know, how was this year compared to 2024? And 37% on LinkedIn and 46% on X said better than 2024. And then 22% and 17% said the same. That didn't really surprise me. Everybody else said worse. So, you know, the minority of people said it was a worse year. And I think what we've seen is, you know, the high watermark was probably 2021. And then 2022, things started to slow. 2023 was the worst year a lot of people have had in their entire career. Last year was better. This year, slightly better, okay? So I think that's kind of like the landscape right now. And by better, what I mean is the amount of money that you can earn and sort of like the overall vibe of how this has felt.
I think it's been an extension of 2024. A lot of uncertainty, technology shifts, economic factors that, you know, we have nothing to do with. We're also watching some industries restabilize, from the advertising industry and the tech industry and the entertainment industry. So I would say it's still a little bit chaotic, a lot of peaks, a lot of valleys, but another year of just trying to see what the new normal looks like. I think that's the big thing that we're all waiting for, is to see where all these industries shake out and how the work is going to shake out from that.
What's the studio game been like? It's been the same as its past 3 or 4 years for us, really up and down. The first half of the year was really, really, really busy. June, July, a little bit slower, kind of August too. And then the fall and going into the winter has been really spiky, where it's been crazy slam, have a lull for a week, and then crazy slam. It's very, very stop and go and sudden in terms of how busy it's been. I would say it's different. It's not better or worse in 2024. The projects have changed a little bit for us, both in terms of the ask, stylistically, still a lot of out of home, a lot more 3D than even in the past for us. Trends that I'm noticing, less AI still floating around. It's kind of exactly where it's been, in the sense that, like, I think a lot of brands are waiting to see what happens. CMOs think it can get done for 10th of the price, 10th of the time, but it isn't. But a lot of people are just pausing, people being clients, waiting to see where it's all going to go. But I feel like that pause is kind of lifting, especially in the back half of 2025. Particularly with the trends, I think I'm seeing a lot more, kind of a return to like After Effects, motion graphics, motion branding, still some 3D, of course, all over the place. But like type in motion and brands in motion seem like it's having a bit of a surge right now.
2025 was not great. It wasn't horrible either, though. Creatively, we made some amazing work, maybe some of our best work ever. But on the business side, things were just so kind of stop and start. And you could tell that our clients were dealing with a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt, project timelines were getting chopped up and spread out. Things were getting killed at the last minute. And it was just a kind of a rough ride, rougher than I think anybody wanted or expected.
So I also got a lot of quotes from, our guests that contributed, and also from a lot of people that commented on these posts. Before I get into that, I'm curious what you two have heard, what kind of vibe you've been feeling. EJ, you talked to a lot of artists. You've traveled a lot this year, talked to a lot of people. What's the vibe out there on the street?
Yeah, I feel like earlier this year, maybe around like NAB time, things were a lot more dicey, I would say. But yeah, I feel like it's just been, and it reflects what we've heard from a lot of the guests, is it's just been really choppy. I think there are some instances where, like, specifically, like, I talk to Winbush all the time, and I wonder how much his story is becoming more and more common, which is he's had all these clients for years and years and years, and they're all asking to use AI in the workflow, and he ended up having to, learn Comfy over the past, couple months to be able to keep pace. And for him, that was kind of like demoralizing a little bit, and it's like, oh man, now I got I was good enough this whole entire time, and now I'm getting outbid by this kid that knows, Comfy or this AI thing.
Getting squeezed.
And so, so I think it's probably the same, percentages and stuff, but I think the reasons for like the worse than is probably a little bit more to do with the AI stuff and what that effect is on the economy and just jobs and budgets and stuff like that. And I've actually seen a lot more people, I feel like this was last year too, where freelance is becoming less and less of a sexy thing anymore for people because there's so much more uncertainty, and people are just like, a lot of the artists I know have jumped to a full-time gig in-house somewhere because of the at least perceived stability there. And at least you're kind of, a little bit more what to expect.
Hey, I'm Haley from Motion Hatch, and I help freelance motion designers to build systems in their businesses so that they can make more money, have more free time, and work on more fun and creative projects. So I think that the general sentiment around 2023, 2024, and 2025 is that they've probably been the hardest years on record for freelancers and studios. Now, although I feel like it's been very difficult, there are still people out there getting work. I did a poll a couple of weeks ago to ask, like, right now, who is busy, who has got some projects on and who is not busy at all. So from that poll, there was around 650 people voted, and 65% either said they were extremely busy or they had some projects on the go. So I think that this tells us that there are a lot of people who are busy right now, and probably I think it's getting a little bit back to normal where sometimes you'll be very busy, but sometimes you're not busy at all. And what I teach my students is to help them to not have this kind of crazy up and down you have on the freelance roller coaster where you have no projects and then all of a sudden you have too many projects and you can't focus on the business side of your work. And I think it's really important actually that we do focus on the business side of things, because when you get your head down on a project and you don't continue with your outreach, continue to post on social media and stay top of mind with your past clients even and new clients, what happens is then the next time you finish that project, you won't have any work lined up. So I think it's really, really important to build systems around the things you need to do in your freelance business. For example, doing client outreach, the best way to do that is to have a CRM, which is a client relationship manager. What that helps you to do is to know when to reach out to your past clients, for example, when to, try and move people more closer to working with you who maybe you've had a conversation with or you've met at a conference. And then finally, how to turn the people that you already know into advocates or fans of yours so that they can help you to get even more work, get more case studies and testimonials, which obviously helps you to get more work. And I think the problem is a lot of freelancers and even studios don't have systems around some of these key things in the business.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, by the way, I personally, when I was working freelance, I really enjoyed that ability to jump from thing to thing. My wife definitely did not enjoy that at all. She, like, when I was in-house somewhere, she was much more comfortable and happy, and I totally understand that. But it's like, you know, like a lot of times, you know, you get very complacent when you're in-house. So, like, I liked sort of having the challenge of doing new things. But, you know, yeah, there was, you know, especially earlier in my career, like, it was super dicey. And, you know, if you want to know, Joey, what I've heard from people, it's really interesting because I've had a lot of people come to me asking me to help them find artists for projects, right? But on the other hand, and I recommend, like, a lot of it's Unreal, which is, you know, I have a few people that I definitely can recommend. And then, like, a lot of people I know are struggling. They're trying to, you know, they're looking down, they feel like they're looking down the barrel of a gun. And it doesn't, you know, I want to say that AI is part of it, but I don't know how much of it really is yet. I know that there's this expectation from studios that it should make things cheaper and whatever, but I think the reality is not necessarily there yet. So I don't know what's happening. I can't say, but I just know that there are people I know who are definitely feeling the heat, and then I know that there are people who are looking to hire people and can't even find people that have the skills they need.
Yeah. So my gut on this, and I've been thinking about this a lot because this is like, you know, our conversation on AI I think is going to be really fascinating. But, you know, that's a little bit more speculation and trying to connect the dots. This, it's like we're living in the middle of this, and everywhere you look, you could find a different reason for why things are the way they are, right? Yeah. So, you know, EJ, you mentioned AI. Like, I know that that's having some pressure, but I feel like the way it's doing that is probably by warping client perception of what's possible in certain timeframes. Like, that's kind of created this reality distortion field when a client hires an artist or a studio and they expect that now the thing that used to cost whatever $150K, maybe it's only half the price and they can do it twice as fast because AI, right? And so I think that's like a perception thing. There's also a bunch of just macroeconomic stuff, right? Like, you know, we had a crazy bubble during COVID. And companies were hiring like as fast as they could. Interest rates were zero. I mean, there was like all these things that, you know, most of the time, like artists are just not thinking about. And those things trickle way down. So like since the heyday, you know, if you remember back then, School of Motion had more than twice the full-time staff that we do now, right? So, and we're not alone in that. So a lot of companies have had to downsize, like not a little bit, like significantly to correct for the economy just kind of coming back down to earth. And I think when that happens, marketing budgets tend to get like locked up pretty quickly. Like things that you can reduce costs with tend to have reduced costs. And then on top of that, a bunch of artists get laid off. Now there's more freelancers out there making more. So I think like some of that is probably a huge part of it. And I also think too, this I think is the overall thing. This is my core thesis is that the way motion design is positioned is very different now. And the way clients are looking at it and what they're looking for is different. And, you know, like most of like, I don't know that many freelancers who are in their like early 20s, right? And I'm sure they're having a different experience than most of my friends that are my age. There was a way that this career worked and that freelancing worked, and that's just changing, right? And so the scariest thing you can do, and we just did this year, right? So you guys got to see this up close, is like the thing that we have been doing that worked so well, I'm sensing it's not working anymore. Let's try a risky new thing and hope that works. And that sucks. Like, you know, like, I mean, it's good in a way, but it's also just terrifying. And I think a lot of artists are feeling that too. Like, you know, if you're a Cinema 4D artist that was hired specifically because you know Cinema 4D well and you're getting storyboards from someone, you don't have to do the design, you're just kind of executing and maybe technical directing. I know there's still a lot of that work out there, but there's also a lot more people out there that can do it. You may need to, you know, if you want to stay as busy as you were, you may have to expand your skill set, you may have to learn a new tool, you know, I mean, there's just like a lot of factors. So I don't know. I'm just going to throw that out. I think AI is probably 20% of what's going on right now with the economy. I think it's mostly just companies still puckering, like trying to hang on to their dollars. There's also, I'll throw this out one more thing too, because it actually came up. Aaron Sorofsky mentioned this, that there's a ton of uncertainty with the economy, period. Like, what's going to happen with tariffs? Tariffs, like, motion designers aren't directly affected by tariffs, but their clients are, right? And so that's a big question mark. Are rates going to get cut? And like, are they going to stay low? Are they going to stay high? Are they going to come down? And all of these things. So a lot of like bigger companies are waiting, right? And so who knows? Maybe next year everything's amazing, but right now everybody's waiting, and so that slows down work.
The other bucket, macroeconomic uncertainty. Now, I don't want to over-index on, how important the U.S. economy is here because, globally there's a lot of nuance going on. But with the tariffs in the United States and with just a lot of kind of like fast-moving political and economic changes happening in 2025, it created, I think, a kind of chilling effect across a lot of the creative services industries, because it made it hard to forecast, what was going to happen and how much money our clients should spend on creative and marketing and advertising and branding and all those things. So there was just a lot of playing it safe and kind of a wait and see attitude with a lot of things. And that's not great. Usually it's not great for creative. It's not great for business. I think it's going to continue in 2026. To be honest, I don't see any reason why that's going to change.
There's also been this push to bring people back to like a location, like to an office. Mm-hmm. And that means that a lot of people, the work is not available to freelancers when they're not on location. And I know this because I was actually, when we talked at CBS, I mentioned that I had a friend that worked there and she ran one of the animation departments. I ran into her the other night and she was telling me that the company is really pushing hard to have people come back to the office, and the artists are pushing hard back. But like, we met one of the animators there, lived in Mexico and works for CBS and does the work from Mexico. And another one was like, had like a 2-hour or 3-hour commute to get in just for our training session. Like, I don't know how that's going to work. There's a lot of people who, I think that work is not available in some cases to people because, now where it used to be you could just go online and work, remotely. Now that's not as much available.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's been a big debate. Like, I follow a lot of business owners, entrepreneurs, people like that, especially people in like, Silicon Valley, like those startups. And that's become a really big debate in the last 2 years. And, by the way, I forgot to mention that you guys have to move to Florida. We're doing that.
I was going to say, yeah. Foot of snow. I'm good with that.
Worst things.
You don't have to shovel heat. Yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting because, like School Motion's been remote literally since day one. I never, ever thought, we'll get an office and everyone will move to one place. And, if I'm being like intellectually honest, like there are trade-offs to that for sure. And you have to work a certain way to work with a remote company. Like you can't manage the same way. You can't project manage the same way. We've tried that in the past. It doesn't really work. Everyone's in different time zones, and people work from home for different reasons. But part of that is the flexibility, especially if you're a parent. You got, you're juggling your family and stuff. And to then reverse that. I'm not even sure. I mean, there are companies doing it, but typically there's a lot of attrition. You have to reorganize how you do your operations and all that stuff. So I don't know. I mean, that is interesting. I didn't think of that as like a factor in the economy, but people did kind of disperse during COVID when work from home became okay for 100% of companies. And now I think a lot of companies are like, well, we're not really set up for that, and we're losing productivity. We need to get everybody back.
They're losing productivity, and they're also spending the money on the location. Like, at CBS, when we were there, the floor was empty, man. Like they had a whole, like, I'm sure that lots of floors are like that. My wife, his company, I've seen that too. And it's like, we've come to like, listen, I've worked remotely for 20 something years, and I felt when COVID hit, I was like, come gather around, children, let me tell you how to do this, I was really, like, for me, it was like, oh, it's Tuesday, But I see, I think there's a certain mentality also that a person has to have to be able to work remotely. And, maybe not all artists have that level of focus, and they're maybe more distracted. And so the companies feel like they have to be in because they can't keep an eye on them and their time and all of that. But, I like to think that, like, look, people have a job to do. And if they get it done in the expected amount of time, that they're doing what they need to do. But, companies are companies.
Yeah, so I think I want to try to give some advice, and some of the guests, the contributors for this, have advice to give. But I think in general, you know, like a really big kind of thing that's happening is, and we've talked about it already in this conversation, motion design used to mean a certain thing, and there was a pretty clear cut, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 roads you go down to kind of find your way in this industry. And there was this big run up in the COVID days of like everybody realizing, oh my gosh, like we need more animation, and there's like infinite money in this field now, and we get all these new artists, some amazing ones and new studios that spring up, and then when that bubble pops, now you've got way more people, and so at the same time you've got more competition, you've got more noise on social media, like competing to like get clients, and then on top of that, like everything's changing all at once. It's like that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once. It's like not only do you have that, but now you also have every tech company on earth wants animation all over everything, like on their website and their apps, and you know, there's like 10 different technologies, and they're all still kind of competing which one's going to win. And so there's opportunity there, and so some people are capitalizing on that, like Joey Judkins. But you know, the ones that are kind of, it's probably the older artists who've just been working longer in their way, looking at that and feeling like, oh man, am I missing out? I think there's a lot of FOMO. So let's talk about like what I think Joel Pilger, he kind of framed this for me in a way that makes a lot of sense, right? So what he said, basically there's 2 races happening right now. Okay, so we just talked about like all the effects, you know, all the things that are happening. What's the result of this? The result is there's kind of 2 races happening. One is the race to the bottom. You probably don't want to be in that race, but it is an option, okay, if you want that.
It's always existed, man. That's
it's always there.
Burning.
Yeah, okay? Yeah, exactly, right? So let's talk about that for a minute. I mean, you've got the way, you know, what he talks about to be part of that race. It's like whatever you're doing is a commodity.
So let's look at the motion economy in 2025. The work didn't disappear, it moved. Budgets didn't evaporate, okay? They shifted upstream. Clients certainly didn't vanish, but they simply stopped awarding projects to replaceable vendors. And that's a big word there. What became obvious is that our industry now has 2 races. There's the race to the bottom, low trust, low margins, short timelines, commoditized execution, all right, craft. I know, I hate to say it.
I do think hyper specialization, again, disassociating from like, we're a motion design shop that makes promos and makes broadcast graphics and makes title sequences for independent films. I think it's going to be more about going all the way in on the very specific niche that resonates just for you and works particularly well in your space and allows you to find and define a very particular voice to differentiate yourself from everything that's out there.
And, you know, I remember when I started my freelance career, just being good at After Effects was rare, like in Boston where I lived. That's no longer the case in most major cities. And now you've got, you know, remote work may be contracting a little bit, but it's still a thing, right? And so what are you competing on there? You know, and so I maybe we can just kind of like just bat this around a little bit. Like if someone, and this is what I worry about mostly for junior artists who don't yet have the taste and the skills and the broad skill stack that they need to go up market. They just need someone who needs the skills they have right now, right? And so I'm curious, Aaron, you know, you've had a long, storied career. Like what, you know, if you had to start as a young Aaron Rabinowitz right now, and you know After Effects, let's say, you haven't learned 3D yet, you don't know Unreal, right? How do you think that would go if you were trying to compete? Like what are the things you could do to maximize your chances of getting a job, getting booked, if you're freelance, those kinds of things?
Well, I'd probably switch over to trading stocks, by the way, for a living. That's just what I would do.
Poly market. Yeah.
No. Listen, there's a lot of ways to make money, and this is not the best way to do it. I mean,
Correct.
for sure.
Yeah.
But if we put that aside, you know, I would say that there are 2 things that have always been really helpful to me, and I think still continue to be helpful to people, is have a lot of skills, right? You know, like that's always been the thing. Like, you know, look, I didn't get into this industry to use After Effects. I got in this industry to animate. And so finding new ways to do that, finding new ways to design and be creative, I would say that 90% of the things, the paths I've gone down have given me something back that have helped me in my career. Not everything, some of it was like a waste of time and you tried something, you want to learn something, but almost everything, like I got a musical keyboard right in front of me here. That did not in any way, and all the money I spent on virtual instruments did not pan out in any way. I thought maybe I could use an animation, but you know what? Like, okay, we'll put that aside and say that my rock career is never going to happen, and I'm just gonna. But for real, I've always invested myself in learning, like always. That's hands down. And I don't just say that because I work for an education company. Like this is a relatively new gig for me. Like my entire career has been about teaching and also learning while I'm also working, because you grow in that process. So the more you know, the more you're going to have opportunities, because that whole idea of luck being a thing is really like preparedness meets opportunity. That's what that is, and I really do believe that. The other thing, and this is just not, this is not really, it feels obvious to me, but when you do the work, you freaking show up on time, you work hard, you just you put in the work and you actually act like you want to be there. I don't know what to say, how that would necessarily work today in terms of all the opportunities and the way things are changing. But I would say that for me, when I'm still hiring people, even right now, I hire people for occasional jobs. I'm always looking for somebody who's got a good attitude and who just comes and treats it like it's the most important thing. That's to me, these are basic things, but it has to be said anyway. I hope that makes sense. I don't know what you're looking for, man, and an answer to that. I don't know what the advice is to give somebody who's starting out today, other than to just, know a lot, learn as much as you can, and then also be somebody people want to work with, right?
Yeah.
And
what do you think, Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty crazy because, if I think back to, I think probably when we all got in the industry around the same time, maybe mid 2000s, early aughts. Was that the early aughts? What is that called? It was a lot harder. There was no Greyscalegorilla. Maybe there was an R1 with Bitterwitz, and there was a Creative Cow, I think, and that was about it. Yeah. And it's funny because I saw Ron Stern talk about how he did tutorials, and it was 240p QuickTime videos and trying to see the interface and stuff.
I'm like a postage stamp.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my god, that was a thing. And now it's just everything is so accessible. And from what I see, going to events and just if you're online for a little bit, you can just see there's a flood of young people that know a lot more than I did when I was that age, for sure. And so I think there's no lack of talent, drive, creativity. The things I'm seeing from coming out, in school, coming just out of school, it's insane the level of kids are learning Blender in high school or middle school. And so I think it's easier now. It's way more accessible, and you're seeing that. So I think it's more that there's a lot of talent out there, but it's a lot of self-taught people more than anything else. And I think that's where maybe the disconnect is with, Aaron, you're saying that you have these people that run companies and they're looking for artists. I think there's a lot of them out there. I think it's just there's that disconnect of maybe these kids just don't know how to market themselves, because that's the one thing that I see time and time again, even with our portfolio reviews, where it's what are you trying to do? It's I'm trying to get hired, and you look at their portfolio and it's it's great portfolio. It's but how do you have an Instagram? And they're like, no. Do you post on LinkedIn? No. Well, how are people going to find you? And I think that's, maybe one of the missing pieces there too.
Now, what I see working for artists in 2025 and beyond hasn't really changed since I started Motion Hatch in 2017. It's changed a lot in the way that different social media platforms we use and different algorithms, and obviously that updates on a daily basis and it's extremely hard to keep up with. But what doesn't change is really ultimately how you get clients is you build relationships with other human beings. And I think this is super duper important to remember, because it's all about relationships, really. And when you're networking, it's often maybe we feel kind of cringy and we don't want to do that. But if we think about like, okay, well, how am I just building relationships with other people and how am I almost just making friends? It really helps you to do it more naturally in a way that works for you. And I think this is really, really important. And the people who are really good at getting clients are just really good communicators, and also people who put themselves out there and try and actively build relationships with other people. And also just keeping up with those relationships is extremely hard. Like we all know, even from, you know, in our personal lives with our friends at home, it's extremely hard to stay in touch with people. So this is why it's really, really important to have a CRM, because it really helps you to keep up with those professional relationships that you build. And you never know where the next project is going to come from. And having opportunities where you just plant these seeds every day, so through like posting on LinkedIn, for example, or keeping up with a past client or even just a friend and keeping in touch with them, like these things develop into projects. Some of them might take years to develop into projects. Some of them might take weeks, or some of them might become projects straight away from a new relationship. And you don't know when that kind of seed is going to grow that you planted, you know, that little seed of opportunity that you planted when you kind of reached out to someone, or you went to an event and met someone, or you DM someone on LinkedIn. You don't know when that's going to develop into a project. So I think the best advice that I can give to everyone is think about how can I do some of these steps of, you know, working on the business side of things little and often, you know, and having a CRM and a client outreach system really helps you to do that. So what I teach my students, instead of sending like hundreds and hundreds of cold emails once every 6 months, is to actually do these things little and often, and also to warm their clients up. And what I mean by warming them up is, you know, maybe potentially commenting on their posts on LinkedIn, for example. And of course, you can't just take a big company or something like that. You've got to think about who is actually the hiring person at that company. So for example, for a brand, it could be a marketing manager, or it could be a head of video, or an exec producer, or a creative director, or something like that. So it's like, if you see a brand that you want to work with, how can we find those kind of people on LinkedIn? And how can you go and kind of comment on their posts? And it works for like bigger studios too. I was looking at LinkedIn the other day with one of my coaching students, and he was saying, oh, I really want to work with this kind of famous studio. And then we went onto their posts on LinkedIn, and like no one was commenting on their posts. And this is a little opportunity, you know, you can be that person. And it's not just about saying, hey, great work, I love it. It's about, you know, actually putting thoughtful stuff out there. And people see that and they notice it. And then maybe when you go to email them, maybe that person has seen that comment, and then it's not so cold, you know. So I think this really, really helps, because it means that you can spend more time building those relationships properly, instead of sending hundreds, thousands of cold emails that really everybody hates getting. No one likes getting those emails. So if you can warm your clients up in some way, like building the relationship before you email them about working with them, then this really, really helps. And you can do this, like I said, with direct clients. You can also do this with studios as well. Like if you're the person that is going to like a motion design meetup and you meet a studio owner, they're much more likely to hire you if you email them after that than if you just send them a completely cold email. And especially, you know, personalizing these things a little bit, these emails, and not making them feel, you know, so generic really, really helps. Like I've heard from studio owners before and creative directors that sometimes they'll get emails and it'll have like the wrong name and everything like that. And it's really, really off-putting. So do put in that a little bit of extra work and have this kind of cadence of little and often, I think really, really helps you to get more clients and really build a successful system so that you don't have these ups and downs in your freelance work. What I think is really important is once you get a client, you should focus on how can you help them to achieve their goals? How can you help them to make their lives easier? You know, because this is all reputational kind of stuff. And your reputation, they will refer you to other people. And we all know, like, lots of people are getting work from referrals and word of mouth. And I think it's really, really important to think about how can I take care of this client, you know? And it's not about just doing all the feedback they ask for and things like that, but it's just little things like, if you said, okay, I'm going to do 2 rounds of revisions and that's all you get, that's absolutely fine because you're setting the boundaries up front. But when they come close to that 2 rounds of revisions, you want to be telling them before they get there. So you're kind of helping them to spend less money. You're helping them to solve their problems. You don't want to wait until you're on the 4th round of revisions and then you're like, oh, by the way, I'm charging you for this. Like, that's not building good relationships. And it's all about communication. I think that, often it's, communication skills and these soft skills are kind of overlooked, and everyone focuses very much on their technical skills and all that kind of stuff, which is really, really important. But think about, how am I really developing those more soft skills, more communication skills? How can I be, proactive with how I work with my clients? How can I set boundaries? Yes, but how can I also be adaptive and take care of them at the same time? And I think the most successful motion designers, that's what they do. They're really, really good at working with their clients, running their business, and, really just taking care of them. And that builds a great reputation, which will get you hired by more and more clients.
I got to tell you, I come back to this thing though, communication. I know it seems crazy, is that I've hired people and they don't communicate with me. I'm like, I'm never going to work with these people again, because it's not even that they take a long time to deliver something. It's that they don't let me know how it's going, and it doesn't even occur to them that that's something that they should be doing. And I don't mean to be like this old man who's like, you have to do this. These things seemed obvious to me when I was working, is that you stay in touch, that you constantly it's a relationship that you have when you're working. So that's maybe if you even get the job, and I recognize that's a thing. But if you ever gotten a job and then they didn't hire you again, and you didn't say I wonder why that happened, you should be thinking about that too. You should say what happened with that client. Clients might say, just because they don't want to have a fight with you and say, oh, things are not great, whatever. But you see that they're still making crap somewhere, for other clients. So you have to ask those questions, and you have to really say what is it that I might have not done that I needed to do, and always be working to sort of improve your ability to have relationships with people, whether it's the community, and going to events and things like that and really meeting people, or when you're actually in the workplace and working with people or in our case, we're not working in the same workplace, but we're, online, and making sure that you have clear communication, because uncertainty is bad for the economy. It's also bad in a working relationship. You just don't want to not know how things are going.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever had construction on your houses or apartments or anything?
Of course.
All right, and the contractor disappears, and if you just told you, hey, I'll be back in 3 weeks and I'll plug that hole, you'd be like, all right, fine. But when he doesn't do that, you're anxious and angry.
Yeah, I think so. What I've been thinking about, because I was, my main concern with all of this, right? There's studios that are having a tough time, but I think it's a little bit clearer what's going on there. And then for freelancers, we'll talk about that in a minute. But for junior artists, those are the artists that I worry about the most, the people that are trying to get their first job, get their foot in the door, right? Because I think what's happened is there's more competition, there's more marketing channels, there's so much noise, there's all these different avenues. And so it's kind of like the table stakes have been raised, right? It used to be, if you knew, back in my day, it was if you knew Final Cut Pro and After Effects, you could probably get a job somewhere. Just know, never mind, are you a good editor? Are you a good animator or designer? Do you know those two things, right?
Right.
And now, right, even 5-10 years ago, now you also needed some artistic talent, right? So the stakes got higher. And now you might even need some more specialized skills. And the thing that gets talked about a lot in our circles is that stuff. What you're talking about, Aaron, is actually how you really get a job, which is marketing yourself, being a good communicator, sales, God forbid, thinking okay, how do I actually get them? How do I get on their radar? How do I make them like me as a person? How do I stay top of mind? So when they are hiring somebody, they think of me. And so Haley Akins from Motion Hatch has she has a whole course on this, and you could read the Freelance Manifesto. I mean, basically, I think what would be really good for young artists who are trying to break into this industry is, if you're spending whatever percentage of time you're spending getting better at animating or designing or using software, cut that in half. Okay. Still do it half time, and the other half of the time, market yourself. Right? It doesn't matter if you've never had a real job, if it's all student work, if it's all personal projects. You need a website, You need some social media presence. I think that's just kind of required these days. Like if you're a new artist, if you're established, maybe you don't need that. But if you're new, you need that. You need to be reaching out to people. You need to be connecting. Go to Motion Hatch. Like Haley's like probably the best person I've ever heard talk about that stuff and teaching that.
One thing that I notice about some of the most successful motion designers and studio owners that I work with is that they tend to be doing something differently to make them stand out. So for example, one of my previous students, Max Phillips, is absolutely killing it now on LinkedIn and also TikTok. And what he's doing is he's actually filming himself talking, which I know is very, very scary. Sometimes I'm still scared of it and I mess up all the time. But what he's doing is he's filming himself talking about the behind the scenes process and things like that. And that is helping him to get clients because he really stands out. And also people get to know him and his personality, which I think is great. And he told me recently that he actually got a big US drinks company client from one of his videos on TikTok, which I think is amazing because I haven't heard many people getting clients on TikTok. So I think that possibly TikTok is one to watch for 2026. And I know it can be difficult to put yourself out there, but I really, really do encourage you to do that and to think about, you know, what makes you and your personality stand out to your clients and who exactly are you trying to help? You know, what specific clients do you want to work with and how can you make content that would be helpful and stand out to them?
And so I think that like overall, because the industry's gotten so mature, I mean, motion design is kind of a mature thing now, which is weird to say because I'm not mature. It didn't happen to me, but it happened to the industry.
Joey, some men grow up while others just grow old, and
Look
that's
how
where
I
we
dress. Come on, I dress like a child. But anyway, I'm literally wearing pajama pants right now, by the way. So, but yeah, so I think that like the basics of, you know, like if you're trying to get a job in some other, if you're trying to get a job as a consultant or a lawyer or an accountant or something like that, you can't just be good at it, right? Like there's other steps you have to take and you have to get good at those things. And applying for a job is kind of a whole skill in its own. And I think motion designers, you know, up until maybe like 5-10 years ago, like you probably could be a little bit of a slacker on that because it was still a relatively rare skill and specialized. And it's just kind of not anymore. It's gotten more mature. And so another thing Haley says is to niche down. I don't think for a junior artist, that's probably the best strategy, but for a freelancer, niching down might be the way you differentiate. And it doesn't mean like, okay, I'm only going to work with, you know, medical device companies for companies that make blood drawing devices. Like, it doesn't have to be that specific, but you know, it could be like, I work with music brands, right? Like, and you tailor your persona to that. And so that way, when you reach out to those brands or those companies or the studios that work with them, you're the obvious pick, even if someone else has just as good of a portfolio as you, because they're not specialized.
In my case, I specialize more in explosions, right? So when people approach me, they approach me if I want to do shots with explosions in it because they trust me that I'm going to deliver. And it's easier to market yourself, you know? So I started marketing myself as the explosions guy. And all I was showing were just explosions. People have a very short term memory, right? So give them the least amount of reasons to not forget you. Or the other way of saying it, you need to create the best option for yourself for people to remember you. And people will not remember you if you start explaining, oh, I can do this and I can do a bit of that. And I'm also good at animating, but I can also, you know, if you need me to render, I can also render. They're going to be like, oh, that's the guy who can kind of do everything. But if you're the guy who can only do explosions and you specialize in them, then when people need explosions and they're willing to pay way more, you're going to be able to charge a premium because you're a specialized person in that field. It doesn't mean you don't know anything else. You do. You still have to know all the other stuff. You just kind of it's a thing I try to explain all the time. It's called the skill stack. So you have a bunch of skills, like in a video game, right? There's like a bunch of areas where you know a lot of them, but just have one skill stack that's like way above the others and market yourself as that, market yourself on that skill. It's going to be a lot easier. And the other thing is make yourself visible online by you start a podcast, you know, just do something. Look at Beeple. he was creating one art per day, right, for the longest time. And by doing something like that, people are going to notice. And it doesn't even have to be good art. You know, it just has to evoke an emotion, and you need to be consistent with it. And it was so simple to remember. You know, Beeple is the guy who makes one artwork per day, and that gave him value. And then, you know, he sold the damn thing for like 70 million. And do something like that. You know, just be creative. You need to become the lighthouse, the magnet to attract others towards you. And when you figure that out, you're going to be well on your way.
Right. Well, I'll tell you, this is the second, when you get the second job, right? So the first one, let's say wherever you nail it, if you say you want to work in music and then you do that, when you go to work for that second job, you're applying for it. You say, I worked at this other company. They know that company too in the space, you know? I mean, I can't, like, I've seen resumes for people that had the names of companies I've never heard of in all sorts of weird startups and things like that. And it doesn't mean anything. Like, yeah, you were an animator for this company I've never heard of that didn't amount to anything. I don't know what that actually means, right? So people move from company to company. They're very niche, and you have these groups of people that know each other. And obviously, if you decide you like something and that's where you want to work, you actually can put the effort to it and then build relationships in that area for sure. And they don't have to, like, they don't even have to happen unless they're in the workplace, but events for these things too are good places to meet people. I've for sure, you know, met a lot of people who were, you know, in different spaces. Like, you guys might not remember this, but I worked for a software company that made not medical animations like you mentioned, but video games for doctors for a period of helping my friend launch a product. And during that time, and it was really cool. Like you know, I learned a lot of cool stuff because the technology they're working with was incredible. This guy used to run DirectX at Microsoft, so he really knows his stuff. And he's anyway. The interesting thing was, as soon as I started focusing on the area of this company, because we needed animators for marketing animations, there's a world of people who only do medical animation, and like they know each other, and when they can't do it, they recommended the other guy. You know, like that was really interesting to see. Like it was like by the way, super niche and not enough people. That's to the point where they were like thrilled to recommend. I can't do it, but my buddy, this guy can do it. You know, I think picking a space that you're interested in and getting good at can for sure help.
But being open-minded too is a big thing too. We talked how many times, like, I think this is tattooed on Joey's chest, is like, learn Rive. You know, there's things to niche down as far as like specific industries and stuff like that. But there's also, you know, there's so many other ways to, I don't know, maybe it's niching up and just taking your skills and just applying it to another industry, whether that's, you know, learning Rive, or maybe that's simply just being able to do cool stuff quick that's actually useful using AI. Like, I know I have a few friends of mine that, like, they really went all in on AI, and they are constantly getting gigs because guess what's the hot thing right now? It's that. And if you put that on your resume that you can do all these things and you're showing that off, you know, on Instagram and stuff like that, on LinkedIn, and you're one of the, I don't want to say thought leaders in this kind of thing, but you demonstrate that you are one of the few people that are like, yeah, there's a bunch of AI BS out there, but I've actually figured out how to practically, you know, speed up my workflow. And the moment you say you can save money and time for a client, like, you're getting hired. So whether that's, you know, getting a new skill and being able to develop for web or an app using Rive, or it's just being more efficient, like, those are the things that, you know, if you're a junior artist, those are the things you really have to be, you know, looking into. Or Unreal Engine, like.
Well, that's what I was saying. When I was saying earlier about sort of making sure that you're constantly learning. It's not learning the same things over and over again. Like expanding is for sure. I've always, I mean, personally, I really love to learn new tools. It's always fascinating to me, partially because I like to see how much of that skill I have transfers, which often so much of it does, but also because you know, you get new ideas by just doing that. So even if you're like, I don't really want to learn another piece of software, you may find by doing it that, first of all, you actually love the thing once you get into it and you think differently and it gives you different outlets. But you may also get ideas about how you can bring some of that stuff back to, like, you know, you're working in Rive doing UI animations. Is there a way to bring that into 3D and do some cool stuff that's maybe not even for real UIs, but could you know, bring that over and create some interesting kinds of animations that you haven't thought about before? It's like they always feed each other. So, like, always be trying to learn if you have the time and you can find it. And let's face it, if you're not working, you kind of have the time. So
yeah. So EJ, you said something I think is a perfect segue into the next piece of this. So you're talking about, okay, learn Rive, or maybe learn something, but think about how you can bring it up, like into like an organization or an industry that they're not even thinking of, right? And so you've got the race to the bottom. Another thing that came up was that there's this thing that isn't really talked about for obvious reasons, but a lot of bigger studios, when these smaller jobs come in, because budgets are being compressed right now, they'll outsource it overseas, but it's white labeled is what it's called, where you hire, I won't use any real names, but you hire like an A-list studio. It's actually a company in Indonesia doing it, and they're kind of creative directing it from LA or New York or wherever they are. And paying them, probably a quarter of what they would charge. It kind of feels gross when you think about it, but also it's like, well, what's the alternative? Like if you're an LA-based studio or Chicago or something like that, there are certain budgets you just have to say no to because you can't make money with it. But when the big budgets aren't coming in, well, you got to do something, right? You got to pivot. And so that's a thing that's happening too. So what EJ was talking about, it made me think of, okay, the other race you can get into is the race to the top. It's basically, if you compare it to like what you're doing as a commodity, you're taking orders, as Joel would say, and now you're essentially commoditized, you're competing on price eventually. The race to the top is what EJ's talking about, where it's like you're solving a business problem, okay? That like in the end, and this is something that maybe everybody who does motion design should just ponder once a year. Just really think about that, because that's not how artists think typically, right? Like none of us got into this to solve business problems. That's not why. All right, I know that's not why Aaron got in. I'm pretty sure that's not why EJ got in. It's not why I got in. You get in to make cool stuff, and it turns out that you can abstract away the solving business problems thing early in your career because that's someone else's problem. That's your boss's problem. Maybe that's like the producer's problem or something like that. It's kind of everyone's problem now, right? Because when work is harder to come by, there's more competition. People aren't hiring you to make cool stuff. That's not why. They hope you do. They want you to make cool stuff. That's desired, but it's not why they're hiring you. They're hiring you because they have a story that needs to be told so they can market their thing and sell it and get revenue.
And then there is the race to the top. High trust, high value, strategic partnership, and of course, real money. Now, inside Forum, I watched studios switch races. And of course, the moment they do that, everything starts to change. Now, if you want to help with diagnosing which race that you're in, you can DM me race and I'll get you some answers. Now, some insights from Brand Direct. This was a course that Kevin Repp and I led. Now, Kevin and I spent this year teaching studios how to break into brands directly. And here's what we observed over and over, that brands aren't looking for vendors. They're not looking for craft. They're actually looking for partners who can think with them. Now, when we taught founders, studio leaders how to reframe that conversation, speak the brand dialect, if you will, and lead with diagnosis instead of deliverables, this unlock happened. And we saw multiple studios inside Forum land their first six-figure brand direct engagements, not because they added capability, but because they actually added clarity. Now, there's some insights also I'll share from Lead Flow Generator. This is what Ryan Summers and I, took a whole group through several times this year, where we built a system where Summers and I quietly tested a small group. And the discovery we found was really big, that studios don't have a problem generating leads. They have a signal problem. Because the best studios, they're not chasing leads. They were creating them, as strange as that sounds. So when they shift this point of view, they tighten their positioning and their messaging, they clarify outcomes, the opportunities and the connections started coming. And lead flow, it turns out, isn't luck. It's signal strength. All right. So if you're curious about that, of course, reach out. Now, there's something also that happened that I learned with my Jumpstart students. These are studios that doubled their prices. Yes, I know. In this era, that's wild. They did it by becoming more confident and shifting their identity. They stopped being vendors. They stopped selling deliverables. So they started selling outcomes and leadership and expertise. You see the theme here? Now, one studio literally wrote, "Hey, we doubled our rates," and our clients didn't blink. That's the power of mindset. okay, if it comes from a place of confidence where you're not just servicing projects, but solving problems. Now, there's another thing I'm really excited about, because this year, a big thing that we're going to be rolling out is this idea called Sales Scout. This is a beta that I'm doing where we're taking studios out and helping them generate sales by collapsing all of the guessing and all of the ambiguity. Okay, it's like this infinite riddle of sales is finally starting to be figured out. What we're learning is that studios are surfacing timing signals. Okay, they're spotting the warm signals that buyers are putting out there. And if you can see the patterns, you know what happens is sales stops being mysterious. It stops being guessing, and it's way more predictable.
We don't usually think of ourselves as an agency. We think of ourselves as collaborators with clients, and this is what they need and want from us. So I think we're going to be doing a lot more of that in 2026. We're establishing kind of long-term relationships with partners, big brands, you know. The other area for growth is something that we've kind of been steadily working at for at least the last 5 or 6 years. And that's just our kind of brand design offering. That is everything from launching a brand new brand, you know, from nothing, to doing, you know, kind of incremental tweaks and adjustments to existing brands, and then providing all the kind of strategy and the toolkits and all the things necessary so that our clients can take what we do and then really run with it. I think we have an interesting approach to that because motion is in our DNA. It naturally comes through in all of our brand work, and that's a big differentiator for Buck. But I think for the industry at large, there is this growing opportunity, this growing awareness from the client side that motion isn't something you tack on. You know, it's not something that is a line item in your scope of work for a project. It's core to an offering. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of imagining design systems. And so it's great for motion design. I think there is this awareness that motion designers can, in many cases, provide this kind of service. The other thing that's starting to happen more is when it comes to product development, I'm seeing now some kind of like what I would call traditional motion design studios start to flex some new muscles in that space, you know, working on UX and UI. And this is partially, I think, also because clients are opening up a little bit more to working with outside partners who may not be the kind of traditional product development partners. I think clients are starting to experiment a little bit more with what does it mean, you know, for a motion design studio to approach a product? How do they approach it differently? We tend, on the motion design side, right, we tend to emphasize storytelling and character and delight and surprise, right? So that's what we're experts in, right? And so I think there's an interest, at least from some clients that I've seen, you know, in trying to bring some of that mentality to product development. So there's a kind of an opening there. It's hard because the product teams on the client side are often very separate from the marketing and advertising teams, and sometimes, you know, even the brand teams. So you have these 3 silos, you know, a lot of times that can happen. So it can be hard for motion design folks to figure out a way in, you know, but once you've found that way in, I hope that you're able to kind of expand, you know, on the client side and find some new opportunities, because it is a fun space to work in. It requires a different way of thinking, and not all designers and animators are into it. But if you've got those chops and you want to develop them, I think 2026 and beyond, there'll be some good opportunities for that.
There is so much cool new stuff now, AI included, where I'll see a new thing and my brain immediately goes, oh, I can imagine how that would help this client or this industry, right? And I think a lot of artists have those insights too. They just keep them to themselves. And I think that the studios and the artists, you know, I think Ryan Cornell is a great example, right? He figured out this really cool thing, how to make puppets in Unreal. He didn't keep it to himself. He was posting them like once a week, and it turned out that solves a problem for, you know, like somebody else, and then now they have this company, right? And it can be used for video games. Joey Judkins, he started We Ride at Dawn. It's a Rive studio, and you know, he started it because he loves Rive. He sensed an opportunity, and now that he's out there, he's put himself out there. He's posting stuff constantly, and now opportunities are finding him because businesses are saying this solves a problem for me. So for a junior artist, I know it's hard to do early in your career. You may not have the context to do it yet, but I would recommend at least trying to start thinking that way. that's actually the way most people in any normal job probably think. Like, okay, I have to be good enough to generate incremental revenue for my boss. That's like, if you really put an economic definition on what a job is. And it's the same thing if you're an artist or if you're building a house or digging ditches. It doesn't really matter. You're solving someone's problem, right? So the studios that are winning right now, and some of them have had their best year ever. Actually, Graham Hutchins, he's one of our TAs and a freelancer. He said this is the best year he's ever had. So like, even though like when you get online, there's a lot of doom and gloom right now. The people that are killing it aren't going online and saying, "Man, I'm having a great year," right? Like, so keep that in mind too.
Yeah.
For every negative comment, there's like 100 positive ones that weren't posted. But Joel said this, Aaron said this, PJ, at Laundry is doing this. Basically, the studios that are doing well right now and are set up to do well over the next 5 years, they're diversifying, right?
So while we have seen like a pretty big contraction in work, there are a few areas that I have seen growth. One is with AI, like how do you expand the work you do so they can go further, faster, and give people the volume and scale that they need quickly. That's one. The other thing is just experiential. People want to be out in the world. They want to go places. So I'm seeing like a massive rise in calls for museum projects and just like being in a space in the world. We're going to see that, I think, explode. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for growth in that area. It's pretty interesting, actually, because as motion designers and as we visualize spaces, like we offer a really unique perspective to be partnering with architects and other people that design these spaces that they always think like, oh, that's a video screen. They can figure that out later. My question is like, well, what if we figure it out as you're figuring out the space? That could lead to greater opportunity and maybe have it be more than a screen. Maybe it's an experience that happens in a different way that's more dimensional. So I think there's a lot of just like creative innovation in that space. And I think motion designers are ripe for it, like totally ready to take on that challenge. Super cool.
It's so critical to me that motion designers look for opportunities to get into other spaces or other verticals outside of traditional motion design, and then find the way that motion design is applicable within that space. Because, motion design, it's such a sick discipline, right? You could do almost anything with it, and it's really easy to get people impressed and excited and passionate about whatever it is that you're creating when you've got some beautifully executed motion design helping to convey your points. I always feel really strongly about a generalist approach, being able to understand as many different techniques and tools and approaches towards accomplishing any of your end goals. And to me, that's why motion design is a superpower, because like you can't just know easing and keyframes. You also need to know color and typography and particle effects and whatnot, right? And so I think the more you can wrap up and kind of unicorn yourself by blending motion design with new and unexpected spaces or disciplines, I think we'll always see growth in those spaces.
They're not just doing what they're doing, what they did 5 years ago over and over again. They're figuring out, how can we do that in a different way? How can we do that with new technology, AI? How can we do that for a completely different, type of client? Clients are asking a lot for tons and tons of variety. You need to be able to build systems to create something cool, but then scale it, right? I think Coliseum, Connor Henkel's company, is a great example of that. They're doing, in arena sports graphics, but they need a ton of versions, and they're using, I believe they're using Templater from DataClay with After Effects to scale that stuff. And if you're doing that kind of work and you're not using that new technology, or it's relatively new, you're wasting a bunch of time, and it's costing you way more money than it's costing Connor to do it, right? And so that's kind of helped him find this niche where now, like, that's the studio you go to if you need that stuff. They're working with everybody in every major sport, and in Europe too. So I think that diversification, that's going to be the big buzzword in this industry for the next 12 months. I'm curious, what does that mean to you guys? Like, diversify.
Well, I think it's something you described was diversification, but at the same time, finding a lot of efficiencies. Mm-hmm. and making that a thing, right? So It's not just like trying to learn all these new things. I mean, look, there's reasons some of these new technologies are here specifically for the purposes of of making things more efficient, right? So like you know, there like look, we're going to talk all about AI and the good and the bad of it, and there is plenty to say. But
good
there
and
are
bad,
some,
yeah.
the good and bad. I mean, for real. But there's plenty of places where it's efficient. You know, I was at a family thing for Thanksgiving, and I met this guy who he was like he spent like he's a very successful investment banker type guy who's like retired now. And he said to me that, like, you know, he still helps clients and he uses AI. And he's like, if you write something by hand, if you're like spending and writing emails or these long explanations of things by hand, rather than dropping it into an AI thing to like you put the bullet points in and it puts together a nice little thing that somebody can read. He's like, you're an idiot, right? He's like, my daughter's wedding that we just went to. He was like, I wrote that speech myself because I wanted to do that. He's like, but if you're writing like reports or you're getting large emails and you're not having an AI boil it down to something that you can process very quickly, it's like you're being stupid because these tools help you do things faster and better, and they don't like some things don't need to be creative, you know, whatever. These are the things like you have to be open to the idea that yes, I want to be creative, but there are certain places where I can do that without sacrifice. You know, I can speed up things without sacrifice, and that was like a very interesting kind of conversation that I had with him. And you know, look, that's also made me think a lot about all these other things. Like we make our show Motion Mondays without AI, it could not happen in the space of time that we do it. And I don't mean the stupid jokes that we drop in there at the beginning. I mean
those are human made,
writing, right? Those are human made, just AI generated,
AI
right?
enhanced,
right. Bad ideas, AI enhanced. But mostly what we're talking about is like we take the time to gather all the information, and then we have to turn that very quickly into a script that we produce, and then we edit this thing in Descript, which I got to use for the first time when I did it, which I found fascinating. Like it got rid of all of my long pauses that I had. It just made it easier for the editors to then get it. There's nothing bad happening there. I mean, the editors don't want to spend the time working on that. Like we have to get it on Monday, and so like we help them with AI to do it. So I think whatever it is, efficiency, whether it's through, you know, the tool you talked about with After Effects, you know, Templater, or if it's AI or it's anything else, like becoming familiar with those tools and using them and being able to like bring that to the table is also going to be very valuable.
Yeah, I think there's ways to even like if your problem is like I just don't know what to post, I don't know how to market myself, which is something I hear a lot from both veteran artists and young artists coming in the field. You know, like when we do tutorials or if I have ideas for certain things, like I go straight to ChatGPT or Claude and I'm like, hey, what's like a good idea here? Like, and you can brainstorm with it. So it's never been easier to kind of, number one, come up with ideas, to solve answers to your problems, to once you do a video, like to edit it, like, you know, using Premiere and all the AI tools in there. So there's really becoming less and less excuses to actually getting yourself out there and just making stuff. I would say the other thing too that I'm seeing is like I've never been like this in my career. Like I've got to work on some cool stuff, but a lot of the stuff that I've worked on throughout my like freelance career is not very sexy stuff. Even the stuff for big brands, like one of the biggest brands, two of the biggest brands I've ever worked with, you're never seeing that work on my reel because it was god awful internal stuff, but I'll slap that logo on my website or whatnot. And I think what I'm seeing more and more, and I've, you know, through my career, I guess I've just been like, I don't know, I've just been the guy just like doing the work, and I'll do the cool stuff in my free time that, you know, makes me happy. But I'm seeing a lot of people that are taking work personally when they should just be doing the personal work. I feel like I heard that phrase before, but they're trying to fit their vision and their passion of what they want to do and their style of art and stuff, and they're trying to cram that into a client project. And they're finding that, and we've said this before, the client doesn't care about what your hobby is or that you like 8-bit style and you want to, you know, cram that into a client project. No, they just want you to solve their problem their way. And there's an attitude shift that I feel like some people need to make, where it's like they have to recognize that and not take that personally, that that's like an affront on them or their ability or their tastes or their likes or dislikes, but they just have to, it's a job. Like you just have to make the client happy. You're selling candy bars or whatever it is, like just do it the way they want to. And if you want to, you know, feel creatively fulfilled, you got to do that in your own time, because if you are actually getting creatively fulfilled fully through client work, I would say you're a very lucky person because that's not everyone.
Yeah.
So
that's very accurate. I remember at the first Blend conference, I led a panel with Ryan Honey, one of the founders of Buck. And I think somebody in the crowd asked him, you know, Buck's got all this amazing work on their website. And this was years ago. So, I mean, they're probably 10 times the size that they used to be. But how much work is not on the website that you guys are doing? And it was some ridiculous number. I think it was like single-digit percentage of the work they do ends up on their website. They're doing stuff that you wouldn't even guess was Buck, and that's paying the bills, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because I talked about that Pepto-Bismol ad that I worked on. You know, like I can't tell you like how many toothbrush like teeth brushing things and like these kinds of things are like not.
Yeah.
But you know what? Like you spend 2 weeks doing that and it pays the bills and you're like move on to the next thing and like not everything goes on the reel. Although I have to say the Pepto-Bismol thing totally was on my reel because I enjoyed having like the bubbles like dissolve the whatever. But but a lot of the stuff I worked on never saw the light of day outside of the companies that I worked for. You know.
I love this. Okay, so to wrap this section up, I think you know the advice I would give to like the individual artist, right? Like especially junior artists is I think we have to start treating this career a lot like other careers are treated, right? Like you have to have the skills to do it. But now there's like more competition. I remember when I was in college, my friends who didn't know what they wanted to do, most of them decided to go to law school to be lawyers. Because you can make money, right? And everybody had the same idea. And then there was this period where there was like 10 times the number of lawyers out there that you actually needed, right? And so a lot of my friends just left the law field, but the ones that didn't went into very specific areas of law, right? Or they became like the lawyer for local car dealerships in their town. Like, you know, there's a million versions of niching down or becoming more specific, right? And I think that for younger artists, the earlier you start thinking that way, you don't have to pigeonhole yourself when you're in your early 20s, right? I don't mean that. I just mean like start trying to notice where you sense opportunity. Where are you seeing like other artists that are a little older than you migrating? And maybe, you know, if you see a lot of people starting to do a certain type of work, maybe you should like dabble in that and see if you like it. And then I think the big advantage younger artists have over older ones is they're probably better at social media. I think it's more native to them. And in this day and age, I don't think you can overestimate like how powerful that is. Now for companies, right? And I would say this would include pretty much any studio, even the bigger ones. Justin Cohn had a couple of really smart things to say. So he reiterated what we already talked about, like that a lot of the economic turmoil, you know, it's coming from the uncertainty clients feel with like the economy as a whole and AI pressure. He definitely mentioned that, you know, this unrealistic AI hype. And what he said he thinks is going to happen in 2026 is that growth is going to come, and this is probably more for big companies, campaign level creative. So this is the other race, not the race to the bottom. This is the race to the top. You become a creative partner. And really what that means, I think a great example is Newfangled Studios in Boston run by my friend Michaela. You know, they really, if you go to their website, it's very clear what they do. And it's not motion design. That's a tool that they have. What they're doing is they're getting their clients like measurable marketing views and impressions, right? That's the business problem they're solving. The tools they use to do that are video and animation and design. But like, you know, they've leaned way into that and they are very, very successful, like scary successful, right? I'm sure they had a great year.
I think we're just going to continue to see that as our clients build their in-house teams and those teams mature, it really changes the way that they expect to work with, you know, outside creative agencies. So there's simultaneously a need for more specialization, you know, in specific kind of offerings, but then there's also this kind of broader need to really partner with them to understand and even question their business challenges and how they think that, you know, creative executions are going to serve those challenges. So it's a strange kind of combination there, but that is something I think we're going to continue to see through 2026.
All right. So I guess to put a bow on it, I think that, you know, the general trend is things are getting better. I know it's not happening as fast as everybody wants. I don't think probably not in our lifetimes. I don't think we're going to see a boom like we saw during COVID. I think that was very artificial and, you know, just money being pumped into the economy. So I wouldn't expect that. but I think we're on an upward trend. And, you know, I'm pretty hopeful about next year. And I also think, and we'll talk about this a little bit, I think the AI hype is starting to quiet a little bit as the realization sinks in with a lot of companies. Oh, it's not this magic bullet. So with that, why don't we talk about AI?
Wait, there was one thing I wanted to just say.
Oh, go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah. Right. Which is, I don't know if this happened to you in your career at all. I imagine that you had a moment or several of them like this. But I actually know the moment where I decided that it was time to sort of switch things up. Like, I loved what I was doing. I was working at Nickelodeon Digital Animation Labs, and I was like in my late 20s, and I was sitting next to a guy who was in his mid 40s who was doing the same job that I was doing, right? So like, he was an animator doing the same work I was doing, and I heard him on the phone with his friend saying, "Yeah, I got the beer. It's going to be awesome," whatever. And I was like, I don't want to be this guy when I'm that age, right? Like, I'm fine being that guy right now, but because I'm young and whatever, you know. But like, I want my life to be different at that age, and so I started to look at like, what could I do differently while still doing what I love, and that's how I got started with tutorials. That motivated me to do that. But like, when you hear that voice, don't ignore it. Like, take that moment to start thinking, even if it's just a very quick thought, and just remembering to like come back to that and say, like, who do I want to be in a few years from now? That's what you have to be aiming to. So, you know, I don't know if you guys had an experience like that, but for me, it was like, I can point to that one moment and saying like, that was when I made a decision. Even though I had no freaking clue what I was going to do, I was like, I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be doing this exact same thing at this level of my, you know, of responsibility for the rest of my life. So,
yeah, for me, it was when I read the 4-Hour Workweek. It cracked my brain open, and I I quit my job and I moved to Florida.
Yeah, do you work 4 hours a week now? Is that how that works?
You know what? It turns out it was false advertising by Tim Ferriss. Start a business, they say. All right, so AI stuff. So I want to start by just doing a quick rundown. It's going to have to be quick because there's so many tools that are out there. I think it's really, really important. I'm going to say this a lot in this section. You know, there was, I'd say like, 3 years ago, all of us who were, you know, kind of like speaking publicly around motion design and AI, we were all hedging because we weren't sure, is AI gonna like in 1 year replace all of us? Okay, it turns out that's definitely not happening. If I say the word AI, am I gonna get canceled, right? Are people gonna like hate me? And I'm at the point now where I feel like I have to just tell you, you should be learning as much about AI as you can. If you're a motion designer, if you're a 3D artist, if you're a designer of any kind, and you are still hanging on to AI I hate it, it's slop. I get it. You can still feel that way. I'm just telling you professionally, you should be learning this stuff. And I'm just going to say that a lot, like all of 2026. There's a lot of tools that are out, and there's a lot of tools that have been announced. Way more than I could possibly go over. So we just kind of found some that we thought are useful to know about. And a lot of these are like categories of tools, just so you kind of know this is a thing. And as you begin dabbling in AI and at least learning about it, even if you're not using it right away, know that these are things, okay? Are you curious about our All Access program, but not quite ready to commit to a full year? Well, you're in luck. We also offer quarterly plans, so you can try out All Access for 3 months. You'll get 100% access to all of our courses, unlimited critique, our community, the live portfolio reviews, and workshops. You get everything. And in the middle of your term, if you decide that you actually want to upgrade to the full year, you don't pay anything extra. We just prorate you. So this is a great option for those of you that have short-term learning needs, or if you just want to dip your toe in and give All Access a try. You can get all the details on our site. The link will be in the description. And we think that if you give All Access a try, it's going to be very hard for you to ever go back to any other learning platform. Reach out to our team with any questions, and we hope to see you in class. So we already talked about Adobe stuff when we were talking about software. I think, obviously, they're all in on AI, and I think they're just going to keep adding more and more and more. I thought, you know, at Adobe Max and the Sneaks, the interesting things to me were they announced a tool called New Depths, which is their first foray into Gaussian splats. And if you're unfamiliar with Gaussian splats, it's this like amazing technology that lets you render full 3D scenes in this way that plays back in real time, and it's super photorealistic, right? And now there's techniques, like there's a plugin for Unreal, I forget what it's called, it starts with a V, it's got like a funny name, but it lets you relight Gaussian splats. So you can capture a scene, You can actually use a MetaQuest headset now to capture like a Gaussian splat of your room. You can now bring that into Unreal. You can relight it. You can do VFX with it. And these tools are being used on VFX. So that was cool. Project Graph was, I think, the most interesting thing. And have either of you played with ComfyUI or Weavy or either of those?
No, but I'm aware of how it works.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, I actually think that these are the future of like the way AI should work in a professional setting.
Yeah, I think they are the current kind of state of the art for how you work with AI. Basically, Project Graph is the same as ComfyUI, which is the same as Weavy. These are three tools, all basically the same. Project Graph, as of this recording, isn't out yet. I don't know when it's going to be released. But it's a node-based image, kind of processing tool. And so if you've used, any kind of node-based thing, it's kind of intuitive, except the nodes might say Google VO 3.1. And the input will be a text prompt. And maybe you can also input some reference images. And then that will output. And then you'll output that into a Topaz upscaler AI. And then you'll port that into a lip sync specialized AI with an audio track. So now you're changing what and so you can build these workflows that require, at this point, multiple AI models and a lot of fancy footwork. And frankly, maybe some compositing. You may have to you may have to use a mat to cut something out and place it on a background that's also generated from another AI node. You can build these really elaborate workflows. So Project Graph is that. It's not announced yet, but what I thought was cool about it was it's not just going to be AI nodes and prompts and stuff like that. It's also going to have like Photoshop tools in it. So you'll have the levels effect, the mosaic effect, you'll have a noise generator. And when you start, I think it's going to take a while for people to wrap their heads around what you can do with it. A lot of what we do is knowing the recipe. We've said that before in this conversation. Mm-hmm. And I think that there's going to be a lot of recipes that are going to have to be figured out. Like, what can you even do with this? If I generate a fire visual effects element and then I want to tell the AI to put it there, what do I need to do to make it look real? Probably not. You probably got to do some other things, right? You may have to actually use some compositing knowledge, but in this new way.
Now, the other thing that I find really fascinating with AI is we're seeing so many tools. They're all coming out so rapidly, and we're seeing different tools from different teams and different groups. And I'm starting to think of AI, especially when we get into generative video, as the new render engine, if you will. And there's certain models that are good at some things and worse at other things. There's some models that are specialized towards very specific tasks. And I think it's going to quickly become something where experts in this space are going to be juggling between multiple different tools and bouncing back and forth and saying, oh, I'll generate this asset, but then I'll convert it into video using this tool, but then run another pass with this. And then maybe I'll recomposite things using my existing techniques, or, I'll say, oh, let's regenerate this asset, but make sure it's on a keyable background or whatnot, right? We're going to be mixing and matching AI models and tools almost like we do different render engines, 2D packages and 3D packages versus compositing tools versus specialized particle tools and whatnot. We're just going to be mixing and matching these things more and more often.
After Effects owes much of its magic to the plugin, script, and extension ecosystem that extends naturally also to AI tools as well. So I would love to see native AI effects in After Effects, like maybe object masking, some depth tools, a better upscaler based on AI, a better denoiser, as well as a sharpening tool. But think about it, we already have all of these via third-party plugins. From affordable gems on ascripts.com to full-blown ML tools in Boris Effects and Topaz. I love the fact, by the way, that Boris Effects call them ML, not to upset anyone, but it's the same thing. And I think these options, which are already here, often without subscription or credit fees, are really great. They're not the most stable in the world, but you definitely should try them. I also want to say that Adobe's approach to AI inside After Effects is actually to my liking, comes to think about it. They seem to be using it to enhance and improve the workflow, not to turn everything into a text box when you just type a sentence and expect magic to happen. So maybe the fact that After Effects still doesn't have any official AI tools built into the application, maybe this is a good thing. And no, I'm not counting Rotobrush or Content-Aware Feel, which clearly show their age. So right now, when someone says, yes, I did it in After Effects, to me, it still means that the human was involved. And maybe I'm naive, but I appreciate it.
Adobe has obviously been focusing on AI a lot, and to an extent, it's just a buzzword that everyone has to say at this point. I think some of the features are a lot more useful than others. Personally, I'm not particularly interested in generative stuff. I poke around on it to try to keep up. I have a lot of mixed feelings about generative extend, which allows you to extend a clip, using generative technology, as the name implies. Now, I think that's okay if you're creating something that was already fiction and you need 10 more frames of it. Now, should you have just shot it right? Yes. Obviously, the real world is where we all live, and sometimes things just don't work out. And so being able to pull out, 10 or 15 frames of something that just didn't quite get there, or you just need a little more for a fade, that's okay, and I think that makes sense. Now, where I have a lot of issue with it, and there's really no way to police this, like, sure, when you're cutting an interview, sometimes you wish you had, another 10 frames before someone starts talking again, or you just want to be able to hold that shot a little bit to kind of sit with that last thing that they said. But that didn't happen, right? So if you are starting to manufacture reality with that, I think that's extremely problematic. And I would recommend against doing that.
So that's really interesting. I'm curious, I assume you guys saw most of the sneaks. Was there anything that jumped out to you?
Well, I freaking, my head was spinning afterwards. Sorry, H, I didn't mean to cut you off there. My head was like, I watched it and I felt like, first of all, I didn't even know that I was like, at some point I just realized, like, am I even watching like a software demo, like for a company, like Adobe, like every year it's like Photoshop. It wasn't anymore Photoshop or After Effects or Illustrator, and that it was just like, this is AI and this is how we're putting it in the thing. The Gaussian splats was pretty freaking cool. Although, I feel like it was presented at first like, oh, look, it's so easy. Then it's like she asked, did you take a lot of pictures? Like, oh, yeah, I had to take a lot of pictures. So that kind of like, at first it was presented like, look, we pulled all this data, but it was more like, traditional. At first I was like, holy moly, can they really do that? And they're like, no, they still can't do that. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. I thought it was really cool. Project Graph looked cool to me, but I have to say that, like, the way I imagine sort of AI working with nodes, and it makes sense like in a photo type setup, right? But when I'm thinking about it is like, when you're talking about filmmaking and these animations, it's going to be like nodes also, but it would be like you'd have a scene node, and then that scene you would plug in like, what does the environment look like? Then what are the characters? And you'd have images and different renders of the characters that you'd put in, and then you'd have like a dialogue node where you would say, this is what the characters say. That's long term what I think these tools will look like. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we have anything like that yet, but I feel like for this stuff to become, usable, that's what it's going to take. And Adobe, look, they're taking the first step for like sort of like a Photoshop approach. Like, how do I make photos with this? And how do I use traditional things that Photoshop artists already know to continue to use those skills while also integrating AI rather than replacing it? And that's actually how it's going to, I think Adobe's doing it the right way in that particular case, because that's how any of this stuff is really going to work in production. It's not going to be a prompt to image. It's going to be a part of that. Getting that prompt is going to be a small part of it, and then using the methods that you know how to use already that are part of the traditional workflows will stick with it.
Yeah. The Project Graph thing kind of is, I think, is the way that artists are going to be using AI, because it's you're still part of the process, and I feel like that's the big thing. Is like, as long as I feel like I'm part of the process, but as long as I actually am part of the process, and like I have an input that I created, whether that's a 3D model, like Wes McDermott shares some really great stuff. If you want to, like, if you're big into 3D and you want to see how AI can be used with it, definitely go follow him. But he showed that he's got this like 3D character that he totally, created himself. He modeled it, and then he plugged it into Project Graph, and he's like, hey, animate it with holding this guitar asset and in this room, and there's this 3D model of this cabinet that I want in there as well. Also texture all that thing, all those objects. Here's the reference materials. So you're basically, it's basically the recipe thing, right? Where it's like, here's the 3D models that I want you to use, but instead of having to manually place things around and manually texture things, he's just kind of prompting it. And here's this 3D character. Also animate that so this character's strumming the guitar in this specific way and like swaying his head. And also he's, talking. And so I'm seeing a lot of it's the thing where there's the disconnect between the hype and the actual usability of it. The graph is the first time where I'm seeing like, okay, now I'm seeing how this is actually usable in an actual production pipeline. And I think, I hope Adobe really nails this, because using some of these other apps, like they're like Midjourney and stuff like that, like they finally got their interface looking really good, but a lot of these things, like they're not very intuitive and they're very isolated, and it's very hard to see how they work into our workflows that we currently have. So I think the most powerful AI, even if it's not the best AI, is going to be the AI that is easily integrated or just plain integrated into the apps that we already use.
Yeah, I think the word that popped into my head, and I've been kind of converging on this idea, is like what I don't like about AI right now. Like Midjourney is a lot of fun, and you can do cool things with it, and you have some control, but it's not deterministic, right? Like if you have a vision in your head, there's a certain amount that you want to get as close to that as you can. I think if you think about it, there's already a certain amount of randomness that we're cool with. Like if you're a Houdini artist and you're going to do some crazy simulation, you don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but you want enough control. Like you just want the right amount so that you can control enough.
Simulations are the thing that come up every time I have the discussion about AI and saying how not having control is a bad thing. They're like, well, you run simulations. And I'm like, okay, let's talk about simulations just for a second, which is that simulations, it's true, they can go completely crazy if you don't wrangle them. But generally speaking, you set up rules for how the thing works, and within a certain framework of what here to here, it's gonna work, right? It's gonna do the thing. And yes, you can totally it'll occasionally go off the rails and do something, but generally you can predict within a realm of possibilities what's gonna happen. Also with simulations, you can eventually, when you like it, you can lock it down. And that is still a problem with AI. Like still that's not a thing. It's very hard to lock down. That's all I just want to address that, because I get that all the time from people when I say that it's not controllable. They're like, yeah, well, simulations are. And I'm like, it's not the same thing.
Settings
I totally agree with you. And I think like what I was getting at was like, it'd be nice if AI was like simulations though, where, if you're doing a building and it's going to break into 600 pieces and crumble, you have a general idea of what you're going after, and then you tweak the settings and you run it and you tweak the setting, and eventually you get something you're happy with and you feel like, I made that, right? Even though, you didn't pick every single piece and how it's going to fall, and this one bounces off. Oh, wow, that was a happy little accident, right? And I think if you look at AI that way, that's probably the end game. That's what we're aiming at, right? So like I'm going to jump to Weavy and ComfyUI. So I haven't used ComfyUI as much. I found it kind of difficult to use. ComfyUI is open source. You can run it locally on your machines, or you can use a cloud version, which you can pay for, which I would recommend doing. Because if you want to run it locally on your machine, you have to have like a really good GPU. Otherwise, it's super duper slow. And you have to manually download every single model locally. And some of them are like humongous if you want to use that one. But if you have a good setup and you do that, then you can generate for free, basically, which is kind of cool, or for whatever your electricity costs are. Weavy is way easier to use. Figma just acquired it. We talked about that. And I've actually been using that quite a bit over the last month. And I really do feel like for the thing I'm doing with it, there's just enough wiggle room where I'm like, I'm aiming at this. If it gets close enough, I'll be happy. But you actually have some control. And the way you control it now is kind of weird, right? Like you have to run one model into another model with a different prompt and a negative prompt, and you got to play with it and tweak it. Okay, I used this word. Let me try a different word. Now it works. And you kind of herd the cats, in a way. Mm-hmm. I think eventually you're going to be able to, generate a 3D character, turn that into, there's nodes in Weavy where you can take an image and it will generate a 3D model. And then you can add a camera and move it. And, you can't pose the characters yet, but eventually I'm sure you'll be able to pose them. And then you'll be able to use that as a reference for a model. And in the end, it's like you're actually getting a fair bit of control. And you can have more if you decide, I don't want to generate a character, I want to bring one in, or I have a brand asset, so I have to bring it in, right? Yeah. So I can't really see how AI ever gives us the total control of just doing it manually, but that's always an option. This is kind of like simulate. I don't know, that there's kind of a weird thought I had.
Right. Well, I think that as like, I've worked as a director, and what I would say is that what I would love to have it be able to do is to work the way that, like, when you do multiple takes, but you don't do them randomly, right? And again, it's a discussion I've had a lot with the AI community, where people are like, well, you like, I say prompting over and over again gets different results and I can't control it. And they're like, well, isn't that like, prompting is just like, doing multiple takes in film. They do hundreds of them sometimes to get it right. And I'm like, but the difference is that is that's sort of like a collaboration between the director and the actors and maybe the crew, as you try to get closer and closer and closer to what it is you're trying to nail down, and to have a shared vision that you all collaborate on to complete. And right now, prompting doesn't really work that way. And if we could get things or tools that would help sort of wrangle that, so that, like, it does feel like each iteration gets better and not randomly worse, right? Which is right where we are right now. That is where I think that's, like, again, going to be, it's controllable, but even if it's not perfectly controllable, because, the best things kind of happen spontaneously in these moments when directors are working with people, but still, it's about the vision and getting it there, and not about, like, hoping the dart hits the dartboard that's constantly moving.
Yeah. I also think so much, like, I think if like, I watch the Super Bowl every year, and if you look at, like, the average commercial, that's pretty much the only time I see commercials is when I'm watching football now. And when you see the average commercial, they're so simple, like the storytelling and stuff like that. Like, there used to be really good commercials. I don't know if that's a thing anymore. But, like, okay, I could see AI probably getting pretty close to doing that. Like, when you're talking about, like, what AI, like the real AI evangelists out there, the AI bros, what they're claiming is currently possible and is certainly not, is like making something at the level of a David Fincher movie using generative AI. And this, Aaron, because you've worked on plenty of short films and directed stuff. The nuance, the timing of when the camera stops and how long the pause is that the actor waited before saying the next word, those are the things, in my opinion, as someone who's never directed a movie, those things make the movie, right? It's those little micro decisions. It's not like, oh, it looks like an abandoned warehouse success. Like, it's like, it's the little thing. Yeah.
The other thing I talked about with takes, by the way, and that's a part of it, was that when you're prompting, a lot of it is like, prompting gives you can control the macro pretty well, right? Like the environment, like whatever. But when you get down to that really small level of detail, that's where like prompting, or any AI really right now, still fails, is on those moments that you're talking about. And so, again, I'm really not anti-AI. That I use AI for all sorts of stuff, but I recognize that it is what it is. And I wish, when you talk about these AI bros that they're out there, that is the part that's killing me more than anything, is number one, they're telling people that they don't need to learn traditional techniques. Like, AI is the future. And the fact is, all AI is going to eventually, like, as it gets adopted, it's going to be slowly brought into the real process that we're already using. It's going to take time for AI to become like a part of everything, but like, it's going to become small parts of different parts of production. And the other thing is that, like, that it's as good as it can do all this stuff already, and people believe it, and they're like, your industry is cooked. And the worst part is, like you said, for all this stuff, is that none of that really matters, except for the perception of clients who are starting to believe this stuff.
Yeah, that's the damage they're doing, in my opinion. Yeah.
My name's Caleb. I'm the co-founder of Curious Refuge, the world's first online home for AI storytellers. I'm also a very proud former employee of School of Motion. A lot of people think that AI is actually not that helpful for motion design, but I think that's really because we're thinking about artificial intelligence as a soup to nuts tool. If you want to type in a prompt and get this incredibly well-crafted piece, it's really not going to do a good job, because I think the purpose of artificial intelligence and where the tooling really shines is when you put it in the right hands of somebody who is very creative and who has those existing skills. So whether it's creative inspiration on the front end, helping you with storyboarding or coming up with your idea, or using it just simply in your day-to-day productivity when you're communicating communicating with clients, negotiating rates, and things like that. I think that artificial intelligence can help with that process. I do think that there are scenarios where if you are short on time or budget, you can use artificial intelligence to help you with creating assets that you can go in and comp inside of After Effects later. But that's all down to the individual taste of the artist who is using the tool. At the end of the day, it's all about executing a really well-rounded project, and typing in a prompt and getting that project is simply not a reality at this time.
I do think AI tools and platforms are going to make it easier for people to take a motion design mindset and create things with new levels of flexibility and articulation that they haven't before. There's all sorts of other layers to the AI story, but I do think that, motion designers embracing certain AI tools as ways of supercharging their own existing process, and not just saying like, oh, I'm going to use an AI tool, fire in a prompt, get my result, and then hand that off to my client, but using that to create assets, to create passes, to create textures, to create all these different elements. I think we're just going to keep seeing more and more of that.
I think the big difference that we've seen is that it's not like we're using the exact same workflow we have traditionally with AI and somehow it does it faster. It's a completely different way of working. It's more of a slot machine of art. There's some control, but there's a lot of situations where there's no control and it's just a guessing game of art making, and trying to convince clients that that's, and make them understand that that's how that's going to work is just also a pretty big obstacle. In the end, the back and forth is exactly where it just doesn't really save any time or money. I think clients are slowly starting to learn, but it's still a buzzword at brands and agencies to find the AI route.
So how is AI changing things for us at Blackbox? Certainly one of those things is definitely client expectations changing. And it's not across the board. I think there's still spaces where we find some of the folks that we work with are really surprised and impressed by what happens when we introduce AI into certain workflows. And it may be things like, oh, we're creating a style frame and then taking components of that, like just making a style frame the old-fashioned way, but then taking individual ingredients of that and feeding that into a generative video model. And all of a sudden now the style frame has like living footage mixed into it or whatnot. And there's things like that that I think can really surprise and excite folks when we're going through a traditional process. Now, of course, the opposite of that, and I'm sure many other folks are experiencing this, and I find this particularly with like startup CEOs, they will have this mindset of just like, can't you just use AI to do that? Like, can't you do AI to solve that problem like right now on this call while we're discussing it? Like, can't AI just make that instantaneously come together? And there are folks that their perception of AI is just looking at it for how is it creating maximum efficiencies everywhere in my business or my organization. And so there's a bit of time that we'll spend where we'll try to do a little bit of coaching or educating of those folks. I've also had instances where a client will say, hey, we just need you to do a slightly better version of the generative video that we generated ourselves. And then they'll share what they've generated, and it's like horrific melting nightmare fuel that we, have to then guide them through, well, yes, this stuff looks terrible. It is not usable. And although we might be able to improve it, I don't think we're going to quite be able to hit exactly what you're going for. So for me, one of the most important things when it comes to AI in the business and in the workflow, and particularly when working with clients who have expectations around AI, you just need to make sure everybody understands what it can and what it can't do. And that, listen, when we start entering into AI workflows, we're now playing Russian roulette, and you're not going to be able to point at one particular element and say, oh, can we just adjust that piece? It's going to be, no, we're going to spin the wheel again and see what comes out on the other side.
Have client expectations changed in the wake of AI? Of course. They're expecting more for less. faster. The thing that's more challenging is that we're still developing those tools, and certainly they're not common to After Effects and Adobe and like all the normal applications yet. So we're working on creating custom tools to be able to do those things that in 2 or 3 years, you're just going to be able to click a button in Adobe. But in the meantime, we are developing those tools. We're investing in them because they're a big part of how we are going to be able to survive and thrive in the new landscape. But for me, I think they're extensions. I don't think that they replace the core creative that we do. So yeah, clients' expectations are changing. And I think it's because their leadership's expectations are changing. They just think like, talk to AI. AI can handle that. And what we do is pretty niche, and there's a lot of opinions and thoughts that go into things and feedback that, the AI isn't really prepared for because it's not niche enough yet.
All right, let's talk about another tool. And I tried to pick a wide variety, right? Because AI is doing a lot of things. MoveAI is interesting to me. There was a minute where School of Motion owned a Rococo suit. And my gut is, EJ, I bet you know probably the most about this. I don't know if Aaron, if you've messed with MoveAI, but like,
oh yeah,
are mocap suits going to be necessary in 5 years? Is that still going to be a thing, or is MoveAI and companies like that that's how it's going to work?
I think there's very specific things that MoveAI can't do, where it's if you have fingers so. One of the things that I think is a perfect example of where MoveAI and some of the AI stuff, at least right now, you always have to put that little disclaimer, at least right now, isn't good for is like, for example, Winbush did a thing with Mixmaster Mike, which is a DJ, and he's do on the turntables and stuff like that. A lot of stuff with the hands and the fingers. There's occlusion of the hands. So for a lot of that stuff, you actually need, if you have a character and he turns his back to the camera, you don't the AI doesn't know what's not there in the footage itself, because it's the thing that a lot of people assume about MoveAI is, at least with the single iPhone camera, that it's using some kind of depth data from the iPhone. It's literally just using the footage. So it's not getting any depth information, nothing like that. So there's a little bit of limitation there. Now you can get multiple cameras and triangulate and stuff with the MoveAI and get much more accurate stuff, and that solves that occlusion issue. But yeah, the foot contact, the finger tracking is getting better and better. But I just feel like for a lot of the stuff I see, at least MoGraphy kind of stuff, MoveAI is really all you need. It's getting very, very impressive.
I used it on Guardian. My animated short for School of Motion. Almost all of the motion came from me. I literally acted it out in front of my camera here in this office.
That's so awesome.
And which feels sometimes, if I go look at the, I have cameras that
please post it. Please post that footage. Yeah.
Yeah. It's embarrassing, Yeah. But like EJ said, the fingers, I actually, they've gotten better, but I did the fingers by hand. I actually, which is a weird thing to say, but I took them back into Unreal, and then I have tools in there for animating the hands separately, and I just did those with keyframes and things like that. I didn't need very complex motion. I think you're absolutely right. You can't get the fingers and stuff like that, and foot contact is still an issue, although it's getting way better. But yeah, I do think it's the future. And as far as the cameras go, is on a higher tier of Move.ai, they have you can set up multiple cameras and do it, and that will definitely give you much better, more accurate stuff. But I think that it's just a question right now: is the suit more expensive, or is getting a whole bunch of cameras more expensive? It's all, and you have the space for that. So.
If I'm not mistaken, there was a behind the scenes. I might be wrong about this, so someone should check and fact check me in the comments. The Severance season 2 opener, I believe the artist that did that used an app, probably MoveAI or something like that, to mocap for the character that he used.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So I mean, and the reason that I like talking about this stuff is motion capture up until you had something like this, the Rococo suit when it came out was revolutionary. This $3,500 motion capture suit, and you can, and that's kind of good enough for a lot of things. Whereas before you'd have to go to a studio, a super specialized studio with the super specialized hardware, and the cleanup was a pain in the butt, and Rococo made that way better. And now this is the next level where literally with an iPhone, you can get usable motion capture for various things.
Yeah, I usually have to take that into like another AI program called Cascadeur or Cascadeur.
I was going to bring that up next. Talk about Cascadeur.
Right. So like I usually bring that in there and clean up the work. You know, like they have tools for they have tools like, because you know there's a lot of shake that gets caught, and so they have tools for sort of smoothing that out, and I use those. I'm not like Cascadeur has done some really recently, has shown some pretty amazing stuff. I'm still not schooled on it. I would love to be using it more and learning how to use it, but I don't love their tutorials. Their training's a little meh, so like it's been hard to follow it and to keep with it. But I have uses for it, and it's definitely next generation animation tools for characters for sure. And EJ, I know you've been looking at it too.
Yeah, I tried it on the iPad and I was trying to get things to work, and like I ran into the same problem as you. There's just not enough information out there. Like they have a YouTube and there's like they just are posting marketing videos and not educational ones. So hopefully there's a gap bridge there. But one of the things that we were just seeing, which I think just came out a few days ago, is the AI in-betweening, which was like crazy. Basically, you have your character at pose 1 and you have it at pose 2, and it just tweens everything in between, and you can kind of change all the positioning of things, and it respects real-world physics, which is the huge thing that was able to do before. But yeah, this makes me so happy, because how many Mixamo, just stock Mixamo animations have we seen throughout our careers? And I feel like that's hopefully dead. Also, Adobe. I know maybe someone there's listening.
Right, come on, guys.
Can we do Mixamo? Can we update that? Like, you've got all the AI stuff you got going on. Like, can we just move it a little bit?
If we're taking a moment to rant about it, Mixamo, before Adobe bought it, used to be able to upload your own BVH files or your own motion capture files and like use it with their characters. Now you can't do that at all, and you only have the stuff that they have up there, and they have not done anything with it since getting it. I don't know what the point of them getting it was, but I've definitely seen, by the way, in some big budget films, the walk cycle totally from Mixamo, dropped in there on a character.
Yeah. Well, so Cascadeur is really interesting to me, and the feature that you were talking about, EJ, it came out right before we recorded this, where basically you could have a character in a chair and you pose them, and then that's a keyframe, and then they're standing up and they're at a desk with their hands on it. That's a keyframe, and it will tween the character gets up, walks over, and it's like,
it won't just like slide them off the chair and suddenly have them standing. It like knows that the person needs to stand up first before it walks.
It's aware of what a character would do, and of course, it's like, it's not perfect, and it doesn't give it all the nuances that a great character animator would add, right? But and I'm not a character animator, so I may be talking out of my ass here. But I know, because I've read this, that like a Pixar animator, like a good one, will animate, I think, like 5 seconds a week. I think that's that's a lot, like 5 finished seconds of animation or something. It's so tedious. Like, it's just like, to get good animation, to do crappy animation, I can do that really fast. But if you want good character animation in 3D, it just takes a long time. Anything that can speed that up, I think, is good. And there was an interesting reaction. I think I saw the thread where you two were commenting on there. And what was interesting was a lot of people were like, this is super cool. This is going to save so much time. And then there were some character animators that were like, no, I don't like this, right? And they were complaining about it. And I thought that was interesting because, another kind of lens I look at this stuff through is you've got the deep thinking that we like to do and that makes things good, and then you've got the shallow thinking that you just have to do to like get something done, right? Like roto. Like, you have to know how to do it. It is a skill. You can be bad or good at it, but it's like shallow thinking. And when you're posing a character, when you're working out the timing, when you're, adding the squash and stretch in just the right places, you want a really good character animator to do that. When you're figuring out like the arc that the foot should go through on every single step of a walk cycle, maybe there's a tool that can kind of get you 80% of the way there and save you a day or two, right?
Joey, the like, I'm thinking about it is like, there's a tool, like when you're making a Pixar movie, you want a Pixar animator. When you're making like an architectural rendering where you want a guy to get up out of his chair and walk to a counter, if you're using a Pixar animator, you are spending way too much money doing that.
Right.
And that's the point.
I think this could help Pixar animators eventually. I don't know enough about that level of character animation, but I just, seeing that, it just kind of struck me that like, that's gotta save time, at least getting you like the tweening like halfway there or 25% of the way there, which at that scale is a lot. It's a lot of money saved, a lot of time,
It's like
a
even
lot
with
of pain.
like AI rotoscoping, it's not going to be perfect, but man, it does probably like 90% of the job for you, and then you clean it up. Like with animation, I think it's the perfect way to think about it. It's like it's not replacing what you bring, an animator brings to the table. Like you're gonna take that very stock, boring animation that you would have had to hand keyframe anyways, and you already have that base that you can then go and add on top of it. Like if you're sculpting,
and as long as you can build on top of it, though, EJ, right? Like that's the point. The point is that like where I think a lot of people are so like frustrated by AI is that like it takes away that ability to like it jumps from start point A to point B, and as long as like and this tool Cascadeur gives you like. You're not like you don't put it in and get it out and there's no control. Like you can actually get in there and start adding more subtle motions and stuff like that and build on it, which is the point.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's almost like if I was a sculptor, and like a lot of sculptors they have like a preset head, like that. Like if you start with the preset head, that's not cheating. That's not you just did like you were gonna do that anyway. So I don't see any downside in like this is the preset character rig. Just put stuff on top of it, sculpt on top of it.
Agreed. Okay, cool. So I want to talk about. I'm kind of lump all these in. So there's a bunch, and there's many more than this. Let's talk about image generators. Then we'll talk about video generators. So image generators. So this year, OpenAI launched. Probably no one even remembers this because nobody uses this. 4.0. You remember that? And everyone was making Ghibli knockoffs. So that happened this year and then kind of went away. And what was interesting about that one to me was the quality was nuts. When that came out, that was like the state of the art for like, you could give it a very detailed prompt and it would catch almost all of it. And it could even have some text in there and it wouldn't totally butcher it. And you could upload an image of yourself and look like Studio Ghibli or whatever you want, right? And it fell off very, very quickly. And I think it's because it is so slow. It takes multiple minutes to generate stuff in 4.0. So I used it like twice and was like, this is way too slow. I'm never using it again. Did you guys ever use that? Did you Ghibli yourself?
I Ghibli'd my
Is that a personal question?
Yeah. But I think that's the thing. I don't know if it fell off because it's slow. I think it fell off because everyone had their 5 seconds with it, posted it, and then moved on to the next trend. And I think that's with a lot of this AI stuff is the thing.
Yeah, but the counterpoint to that though would be Nano Banana, which it's still blowing everyone's mind, like how good that model's gotten. And it's fast and it's super powerful and it can do text. And it seems like at the very least, maybe that'll fall off too. But it seems like at the very least, that's had a much longer kind of moment in the sun.
Well, that's because
than 4.0 did for some reason.
I think that's because the main strength of Nano Banana, it's amazing. If you've not tried it out, it's actually a helpful AI. Is you can input your own work into it, and the image consistency is incredible. So like I put in a 3D model, and I was like, give me some variations in poses and like variations in proportions as well. And like it matched the lighting from my 3D render that I inputted in there. Like it animated it perfectly. Like give me some animation Actually, it didn't animate it perfectly. It's like it was terrible. But I think that's where things like Nano Banana, it's like the ComfyUI. Like that's not a fad. That's something that is actually very useful. Unlike the 4.0 that we're talking about, where it's like everyone's doing the Ghibli thing and it's not very useful outside of just doing a meme thing, and okay, everyone's on to the next thing.
I mean, let me say though, EJ, without being able to make memes in AI, we would have AI would not.
We would have no interest for Motion Monday.
Like there wouldn't be much interest in it. It's it's funny because in some ways, like I don't know if you've ever heard this, but like a lot of technological revolutions in the video space totally revolved around porn, right?
Right.
Like that's the thing. Like for real. Like I remember when Terminator 2 came out on DVD and they had these multiple angles, and that was not made for Terminator 2. The multiple angles on a DVD thing, they were showcasing it with Terminator 2, but it was not made for that.
That feature was used elsewhere first. Got it.
Right, it was definitely used elsewhere. But I really think a lot of like what's driving the tech right now and what it could do is social media and like 5-second like super consumable little pieces of visuals and funny things.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
I think the most impressive AI tool that I've seen this year is a Google Gemini 2.5 Pro. Now, why is it impressive? It's not because of just like Nano Banana where you like upload an image and you can edit it. That's pretty cool. But what I think is even more impressive is you can upload a video or an image or a PDF or really any creative asset to the platform, and it will actually critique and give you feedback on how you can improve that piece. I think that having a virtual art director in your pocket that can give you creative feedback and ultimately help you refine your taste in the early days of your career is incredibly helpful. It is sometimes challenging to connect with people that have real world experience like the TAs at School of Motion. And so I think having access to AI feedback mechanisms helps you as an artist to simply refine your work.
So what I've noticed, I guess, with these image generators, it's very similar with like basically all of the different kinds of AI there are. So you've got 4.0. I'd never used that one. You've got Midjourney. Midjourney's actually gotten pretty great this year. It's you don't have nearly the control that you want as an artist, but for certain tasks, it works fine. And it's kind of developed a reputation as like, that's the one you go to if you need something abstract and cool and weird and you're looking for inspiration. Like, I actually think it's useful as if you're doing like a mood board for something.
Yeah.
And you have an idea of the kind of thing you want, but you don't maybe have the words to describe it. You can go to Midjourney and you can kind of like find your way there. And then you have at least something visually to reference or to show your client, right?
So I had a project this year that I wanted to work on, and I needed to model something, and I couldn't quite get it. Like I'm not a good 3D modeler, and I wanted to hire somebody to do it, but I didn't want to start without any kind of direction. So I used Midjourney. I took the model that I had and I put it into Midjourney and I described some of what I wanted on there. And it did a not perfect job, but it gave a couple of examples that I was like, I could point to squares on the thing and saying this area is what I want here and this is what I want here. And that really helped the modeler, who was a real artist, a real 3D artist, sit down and build the thing for me. And so like without having to go through the process of like him having to revise it, because he charged me a price. Like if he had to revise it because it was a problem, he has to eat that a little bit, right? That's kind of how a lot of this works. And so by giving him a clear picture of what I wanted, we were able to very quickly get to what I wanted as an end result.
That's an amazing use case, yeah. And so Midjourney's also added video generation this year. And it's not bad. Like, the only thing I've used it for is for memes and like sending goofy stuff to my friends. It's not nearly controllable enough. The quality's not as high as the other ones. And Midjourney, and I hope they do fix this, Midjourney doesn't have an API, meaning you can't integrate it into Weavy or ComfyUI or any of these other tools. Whereas Nano Banana, you can. Nano Banana is inside of Firefly. It's inside of Weavy. You can use it. There's probably 20 things it's in. And Midjourney did add some editing capabilities, which is kind of cool. Like you can generate something or you can upload your own image. They kind of have like a smart selection tool. You can like select something and then move it and then it regenerates. And then so you can almost do little photo bashing inside of Midjourney now and then generate on top of the kind of like janky result that you've got. So that's kind of cool. I think the best thing about Midjourney is just it's really fast. They've added a turbo mode and you can generate 16 images at a time and it takes like 5 seconds and then you can pick the one you want and iterate on that. So that's like my favorite ideation one. If I'm like, I need a cool visual idea or I'm looking for like a look for something and I don't know where to go on the internet to find that reference. Midjourney's become like pretty indispensable for that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the speed of it is really great, and the ability to edit. Like I was working on something and I wanted to zoom out, and like you can do that, and then also you can erase things and say replace it with this and try, and it'll do its best. It's not always perfect, but it definitely has capabilities that a lot of other things don't. Yeah.
Okay, and then we've mentioned Nano Banana. If you haven't tried it, it is completely mind blowing. Like to the point where it's like, I wanted to make a LinkedIn post the other day about something and I wanted an image of, I don't even think I told it what to make. I was just like, I'm making a LinkedIn post and I think it was about our Black Friday sale or something. And I was like, I want a motion design Black Friday image, just come up with something. And the cool thing about Nano Banana, and this is different than Midjourney and different than a lot of the other models, is that Nano Banana is, it's not just the image model. It's actually tied into the Gemini like large language model, and it's tied. And Google's expanding it to include things like search results and stuff. So you can tell Nano Banana, make me a thumbnail, and it will think up something, and then it will give it to you. And then you can tell it what to change, and you go through 4 or 5 rounds of revisions, and now you have something pretty close. And then I brought it into Photoshop, and I fixed the parts that weren't working. But I cannot tell you how much time that would save. It's like I can either, and I've talked about this before too, what these tools really do is they open up design for things that previously you would never spend the time or money to do that level of design on, right? Like one social media post, I'm not gonna pay an artist to design a post for my personal thing that I wanna make, right? It's just not happening. Like no one's gonna do that. But I'll ask Nano Banana, and if it gets close, maybe I'll use it, right? And it's so art directable, it's nuts. Like EJ, you've played around with it like a lot?
Yeah, like I had a character design that I was kind of working out, and I basically started with like a Nomad Sculpt character and some concepts, and I was like, hey, just give me some because I always like to test variations and stuff, but like to do that by hand and sculpt each of those iterations is kind of a pain in the butt if you're just trying things out and you're sketching things out. And so what I use this tool for is just rapidly iterating off of an initial concept. Like I had a specific like look that I wanted, and I fed it in there. And I think that's the thing that I really enjoy about the Nano Banana and its image consistency, is because I can actually put my own art in there and it doesn't completely just distort it. And so I was able to do things like, okay, here's a character. It had nubby arms. I was like, give it thumbs. And I was like, there's the thumbs. And I was like, okay, well now give me like different colors for the mittens and the shoes. And it did that immediately. And so it was something where, you know, I was like, give me different poses and all that kind of stuff. And it nailed it most of the time. And it gives you multiple iterations. And we'll talk about Firefly Boards, but in collaboration with Firefly Boards, it's like super, super powerful, because then you can start remixing multiple images together, using multiple reference images to influence something. And those reference images can be all the things that you either modeled or created on your own. And so it's maintaining the thing. I'll say it again. The thing I like the most about it is that it maintains if you have an artistic vision, it maintains it and kind of keeps it intact.
I haven't played with it, and I just haven't had time, but I want to now. And I was just thinking about the fact that, like, when you said give it thumbs, right? Like 2 years ago, it would be like, oh, I've got thumbs for you. I got thumbs all over the place.
Yeah. All right, well, let's talk about, so we'll talk about Firefly Boards, but I want to talk about Firefly first, because that's the other image model probably everyone's familiar with. At this point, I mean, they've done a lot of development on it. I think they launched a new version of it. They've integrated it into Photoshop, and honestly, the quality is so much worse than all the other ones. It's just, it feels like 2 years ago, like the Nano Banana versus Firefly. I mean, it's like the difference between like a Ferrari and like a bicycle. I mean, it's so drastic, right? Mm-hmm. And so I was thinking about this because when Adobe announced, hey, now we're allowing you to use other models inside of Photoshop and Firefly, to me that was them just tapping out. Like, they had this thought that we could train an ethical AI model, and I want to talk about the sort of ethical part of this in the next part of this conversation. But I keep hearing this thing on some of the podcasts I listen to called the bitter lesson. I don't know if you guys have heard about this in relation to AI. The bitter lesson, basically, some companies think I can make a better AI by being smarter, more clever than my competitors, and that certainly helps. But the bitter lesson is that pales in comparison to just having more data to train on. That's it. That's really all you need. The more data you have to train on, the better the AI gets, period, full stop. And, when it comes to large language models, now they've run out of data in some cases, or they're going and finding old archives to give it more stuff, and making synthetic data, which I think is still controversial. But for Firefly, they have to, they've made this decision. We're going to have a license to train this thing on this image, and Google's not doing that, right? And Google owns YouTube, so they have way more video. So I think, I don't know, I kind of predict that, Adobe's not going to abandon Firefly. They're going to keep working on it. Maybe it gets better. Maybe they start doing some shady stuff, like sneakily they're like training on some other stuff, but they're so far behind. I don't know if you guys have used Firefly recently, but with Nano Banana, that's probably the only one I would use other than Midjourney.
I mean, is the turntable in Illustrator? Is that technically just Firefly? Because I think those are the things. Those are the very specific use cases where maybe Adobe does have enough data to train on to get something looking fairly decent. Like, think of all the stock illustrations and Illustrator files and stylized things that they got. I don't know, but I accidentally.
I'm not sure what aspects of AI are like. There's AI and there's machine learning, which are not exactly the same thing. And like, I'm not sure which of those that falls into the Gaussian, like their Gaussian splat things. It's not using like the data it's using is the data you provide for the splats, like right? It's not using like
right, but from what I understand, splats are created through a machine learning model that like analyzes the image and using. And I think I honestly don't know the difference between machine learning and AI. I think they're probably the same thing because or they're both just like marketing terms. That's probably more accurate. Yeah, but as far as the turntable thing goes, I know that they probably call it part of Firefly. I have to imagine that's a totally different model than like the one that makes pixels, because that one makes vectors, and it's kind of doing a different thing. But even for that, I have to think Nano Banana would do a better job.
Yeah.
Even if it, and with Weavy, you can, this is the kind of crazy stuff that it opens up, right? You can take a vector, load that into Weavy, run that into Nano Banana, and say, or actually first you'd run it into a model that would turn it into like a 3D image, and then you'd rotate it, and you'd feed the original vector into Nano Banana as a reference, and then you'd feed your like 3D kind of rough view that you created, and you'd say, hey, Nano Banana, make this angle but look like this, and it'll spit that out, and I guarantee it would do a better job. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Firefly. Now, Firefly Boards is pretty cool. So I've used it too, EJ. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I think it's one of those. That's why I'm excited about the project graph, because I feel like it's a much more beefy version of Firefly Boards, where you can kind of, if you're unfamiliar, it's like it's a Milanote kind of style setup where you can like import your own images, and you can even like take a eyedropper tool and like sample an image and be like, what would this prompt be to create this image? And you can kind of even use existing images to create prompts. You can grab multiple images and remix them together and stuff like that. So I found it a very unique way to, a much better way to work with AI than that typical like Claude kind of chat window thing where like I can have multiple images at the same time. I can have generations and kind of like, okay, well, it spit out 5 images. 3 of these suck. I'm going to keep these 2 and like use those as references. So you can kind of keep iterating. It's very, very easy. And I found it a much more efficient way to kind of think creatively and use existing images and stuff like that. It's funny though, because you can use all these different models in it, right? Whether it's, Nano Banana, or you can use, the runway video models and VO and stuff like that. So you can also generate video as well. But it was funny because, talking about Firefly, I was using Nano Banana this entire time in Firefly Boards, and one time I forgot to change the image model from Nano Banana or from Firefly to Nano Banana, and it used Firefly. And I was like, it was that bicycle Ferrari thing. Like, oh my God, this is terrible. Like, what happened? This has been amazing this entire time.
But you want to know the difference between ML and AI? You want to know machine learning? I looked at. I had ChatGPT explain it to me while we were sitting here talking about it, because I don't. But it basically, with artificial intelligence, you want the machine to make intelligent decisions, reasoning, planning, recognizing objects, understanding language, playing games, things like that. But with machine learning, it's just like straight up recognize it, like looking for patterns in data and using that. So all AI uses machine learning, but machine learning alone does not have that aspect of reasoning and thinking it through. So I think the answer to your question then about whether or not Gaussian splats are AI is really, or is it machine learning? I think it's probably, again, someone may fact check us on this, but I think it's probably more machine learning than it is like reasoning things out and all of that.
Yeah, you might be right. All right, let's talk about the video models now. And again, there's probably 20 out there. There's so many, and every model has different versions and different things that it can do. I've played with a bunch of them. I'd say, the big headline this year was VO3. It's kind of insane. So it's the state of the art. I would say after that, you've got Sora. Runway right before we started recording this came out with a new model. Kling came out with a new model. And what's crazy to me, these things are doing stuff that I really would have thought impossible. Like a couple of years ago, I really just thought, I don't see how it ever gets this good. And then 2 years later, it's this good. The thing that shocks me, and tell me what you guys think, like the first time I saw two characters talking to each other and the words match the lips and they sound like voices. And I know that those voices are also AI generated. That kind of freaked me out. I'm curious, like, did you guys have an oh shit moment when that happened?
You know what? When I did the Muppet outtakes, I was doing some Muppet outtakes for fun with Sora just to see if it could do it. And by the way, I was amazed at how fast it could capture my voice and my likeness, right?
Yeah.
It turned, like, I just said, here, I'm doing an outtake from a puppet show, and I said, like, I gave it some dialogue, and it nailed, not only did it nail the looks, but it got the subtlety of it just right. Now, the other 100 times I tried it after that, like trying to get it better, it got worse. But that, like every once in a while you put it in and just, it spits out something and you're like, holy crap. Like, I can't believe that it can do this. And that's the scary, to me, that stuff is scary because, not because I think about jobs and stuff, but because we cannot trust anything we see. And I'm constantly looking at videos with people with animals and saying, this lion, we saved it, now it brought its cub to our house, and it drops the cub off. And I'm like, like immediately you check it, it's AI, but you could not tell visually that necessarily was. You have to have a brain in your head and say, lions don't do that. So,
Right.
I don't know if you saw this, but Timbaland announced that he's like going to create he signed an AI artist to his label. And then he put out all these different videos of like, here's the new song, and it's this artist, and she's dancing on screen and stuff like that. And I'm like, holy crap. And at first I was like, Timbaland, really? Like, you're not talented enough to just sign a person? And so he had everyone believing that he signed this AI artist. Meanwhile, it's just a real human being. But I was going frame by frame of that video, like, actually, it looks really good. I can't believe this is it. And now it's just like, you can't tell. You just can't tell.
Yeah. What's funny, this is off topic, but I was thinking about this the other day. I was talking with my wife, and I was like, all this like image video stuff, I've become a lot more comfortable with it because I know I've been using it a lot, and I know motion design intimately, and I'm getting more comfortable with AI, and I can see where the gaps are and where humans are for the foreseeable future, like going to be a part of it. And I also just have this kind of optimistic outlook about how this is all going to turn out, which we'll talk about in a minute. The AI music thing bothers me 100 times more for some reason. Like, I hate it. It's fun and I play with it, but like the thought of like, oh, we don't need bands anymore. I mean, every single video I'm wearing a band shirt. Like, I don't know. There's something about that. And I haven't explored my psyche enough to really
think about all the
understand why.
concerts you can go to that are just your computer, like standing in front of your computer now. That's,
oh my God. Yeah. It gives me a pit in my stomach. There's probably something there if I'm willing to explore it. We'll see. Okay, cool. So I mentioned VO. Really, it has the same control issues as every other video generator. And I think that with video generators, this is going to be the hardest thing to solve, not just technically. I am convinced now that like these companies will figure out how to make video models that are 100% realistic and have film grain and you can't tell. I mean, they're almost there. Some shots you cannot tell, especially if you composite a little bit, you grade it, add some grain. The hardest thing is the control. And, this is something that we kind of touched on last year on, like, how much control do you really need before these become useful professionally? I mean, for B-roll, you need a shot of it. You need a drone shot over the Giza pyramids. You're done. You have it now, right? But when it's
B-roll and stock footage are
B-roll is solved as far as I can tell. Even B-roll where it's like, hey, we shot in this location an interview and got the wide shot, and now I realize it would have been cool if we'd gotten some kind of close-ups of some of the neat stuff in this room, but we didn't. Generate it. Like, it will look exactly like the room. I mean, VO3 is that good. You can use Nano Banana to generate the first frame, and then VO, it's solved, right? You still have to know how to do it, and you still have to have the idea and know that that's what you want, but it will do it. When it comes to, like, character animation and, actors saying lines and stuff like that, I think it can do all of that and actually does it pretty well, but the nuance and the taste is not there. And that's where you really need that fine-grained control, because that is some subtle stuff. And I don't even know what that would look like. Like, what would the UI or the UX for that look like? I don't know if you've thought about that at all, Aaron. Like,
I kind of described like setting up a scene that I have in my head. I think setting up a scene where you have nodes for the different actors, for the dialogue.
Yeah.
But I think that I think that some of that subtlety is going to only come through large language models being integrated into this, and then being able to communicate some of your thoughts and having it understand what it is you're really trying to get out of it, and not just produce it, right? So I think that's the end. I don't want to say goal, but for that to work, you're going to need the ability for the thing to generate imagery, but also to have a real conversation with you. The same way that you would have it with an actor on set and explain to them, here's your motivation, here's why you're thinking this, and like have the AI be able to sort of characterize that into a person's actions and sort of subtle behaviors.
Yeah, it really is. And I've heard this metaphor before that, if you're using AI for design, it's really like you're an art director. And you're trying to get a designer to give you something like you want. You're not telling them exactly what to design, but it's like, do something like this. No, that's not quite there. And I guess for what you're talking about, it's like being a director, right? Like you don't have your hand up the actor using them like a puppet, right? Like they're a human, and the cameraman's the same thing. Like cameraman's gonna do what you tell him, but it's not gonna be exactly maybe what's in your head, right? And you have to use words to get there. It's kind of an interesting way of thinking about working with a computer, but if you like replace that with a person, that is how you work typically.
Right, but the big question of, are you an artist, at this point, like, which I think, by the way, it's an interesting question, but does it even really matter? I just want to say that, like, I don't think if you type in a prompt and you get an image, you're not an artist. It's just not even a hands down, like, that's not even a question to me. And I think that there are people who say, if you use any generative AI, you're not an artist. And that's also stupid, because like, what's the difference between me using stock footage from Action VFX or me using an explosion that I generated in AI? And the person's like, well, that's, well, you're stealing, it's ethical. I'm like, time out. You're not wrong, but also that has nothing to do with the question, right? Like, that doesn't mean I'm not an artist. That means I'm using something that is possibly stolen, and that's a good other point. But like, you can't say that anyone who uses any generative AI in their work is not an artist. That's just blanket. Doesn't make sense. Now, then there's good artists and bad ones, and we can talk about the Coca-Cola commercial and get into all of that. Like, there's taste, and also the ability to say, like, hey, a truck should have more wheels than that kind of thing,
We'll talk about that. So another honorable mention I would say is Runway. Runway was like very early on these video models. I think they've been completely lapped by Veo, but what they've done is I think they've started to make more specialized models. So there's one, they have like, I don't know, probably 5 models, but they have one that's specifically meant for taking existing footage and adding things to it, which is kind of cool. And Under Armour actually used it for a commercial. And you've got these athletes running all over a field, and you've got fire streaking behind them. And they used Runway, and there's this great write-up. We'll link to it in the show notes for this. And, for something simple like that, like as far as visual effects go, that's relatively simple. We're adding like a line of flame, like here on a soccer field or something like that. And, okay, traditionally, what would you need? You'd need an element for that, or you'd have to like simulate it, but you'd probably just like shoot something on black, or you'd find something. Then you'd have to composite it the right way. You probably have to roto out if someone goes in front of it. Like there's all those things you'd have to do. But all of those steps really, like, for something that kind of simple, you probably don't care very much. Like, you want the right fire element, the right size and all of that, but like, you could find 10 of those and anyone will do. You got to roto it, but you're not excited about that. You got to composite it. There's got to be some taste there, but how you composite fire on something is kind of a solved problem. And now it's just like, you like draw a line on the frame where you want the fire, and you type in, put a streak of fire there, and maybe you put a little reference image, and boom, it's done, right? And I really think that like certain types of visual effects are going to be so accessible to people. And I think, I mentioned in my talk in Portland the idea of Jevons paradox, which I'll probably bring up again in a minute. But I think that like, like if I was a VFX artist that does that kind of stuff, I might be worried until I realize there's probably going to be 1,000 times more visual effects happening. And maybe I can just focus on the cool part, which is like, how big is the fire? Where does the fire go? Like, how much heat distortion is there? Like, should there be some smoke too? And making those decisions, actually executing it, maybe you don't have to do for very.
So I had an experience trying to pull off a visual effects shot with Aleph. And it's a really interesting story. I'm going to just kind of like talk about this because it's what's funny about it is that like I had to work with the CEO of Runway to make it happen, right? Mm-hmm. And in the end, it was fine, but not not exactly what I want. Like, so basically, we wanted for our Puget Systems video. There was a comment where I said like, oh, it's like having the Predator. They're using the heat scanner. It's like having the Predator work at your like beta test your computer. And the camera whips to the side, and there's the Predator standing there, like he appears, like whatever. So I tried doing it with Olive, and every time I did it, it was like I kind of know what the Predator looks like, and it kept giving me something that didn't look right. I was talking about it on Twitter, and the CEO was like, "Hey, send me the clip. Let's see what we can do here." And sure enough, they actually got a decent. They got a decent result out of their, like, they had their people who knew what the hell they were doing, and I don't know how much they dove deep into the model or anything, but like by the end of the day, he sent me a clip that had it, but of course they have a limit on how long it could be, and it wasn't long enough, and I couldn't get it to work. So how did I handle it? Like ultimately, with the help of a friend who suggested this, is basically Midjourney was used to generate a picture of the Predator, then animate it, but it was over a green screen. Composite it, tracked the shot, using traditional tracking methods, composited it in, used like different kinds of tools to make it so when the Predator appears, so I had to use very traditional methods along with AI to get it done, rather than just blanket dropping Aleph onto it and having it finish the shot for me. It just didn't work.
Yeah, well, and I think that's a good example of you have taste, Aaron. And so like someone who didn't have the same level of taste and expectations as you would have been happy with whatever Olive spit out the first time and been like, yeah, it's close enough. And you're like, no. And if there was a client, they'd say, no, that's not good enough, right? And so, until maybe the day comes where literally it can be perfect with like what it's generating. But even then, everyone has different taste, and you always have to have a little bit of control. So these traditional compositing skills and stuff like that, I can't see them going anywhere. I think it's going to be that plus these new things that we're all kind of like, we're all swimming around in. One other model I wanted to call out was Moon Valley. We interviewed the founder earlier, and I love what they're trying to do. So they kind of did the Firefly thing. We're training an ethical model. We're paying artists and filmmakers for their footage. We're only training on that. The thesis was by starting with higher quality stuff, because they're curating and handpicking and getting really great stuff, their model is going to eventually be better than others. And I was really rooting for them. And you can go on their site and use it, and they've got kind of a cool interface where it'll generate it'll generate a frame, and then it'll create like a depth map of it and kind of extrude it around the depth map. And then you can fly a virtual camera and create a camera move, and then it uses that to generate the video. So you sort of have some control over the camera. In practice, it didn't work that well when I tried it, but this was months ago. But I think they're going to experience the bitter lesson, which Adobe's experienced with Firefly, is that in the end, it's going to be the amount of data you have. And I think Google's going to win this video generator race. I don't see how. I think we're going to have a lot of models that are specialized, like Runway. Sora's kind of doing its own thing. Sora's a great video model, but it's designed for comedy and memes, and I can't imagine using it for like a professional thing. It's not really. I don't even think that's what they intend it to be used for. But I don't see how Google loses this. I think VO 4, whenever that comes out, I think is going to be insane. And I think that we just need to start figuring out, okay, how do we get more control of these things? When are they usable? When are they not? Can they do this part and then we bring it into After Effects or Nuke or whatever and fix it and cut the piece out that we like? And I think that's how these models are going to be used at least for the next couple of years. That's my take. I don't know if you guys have a different take.
OpenAI is already, like Sam Altman said, 2026 is going to be rough because they're seeing Google coming in hot. So even OpenAI realizes they're kind of losing ground here, which is crazy because they've been the ones that have been the lead horse this entire race, All
right, so EJ, you said something interesting that I want to touch on, which is OpenAI. Right before this recording, Sam Altman, he sent a memo to everybody there, and I think he called it a code red, in his best Jack Nicholson impression or something. And basically what they're worried about is they're realizing that Google is starting to take their lunch money a little bit. So there's all these benchmarks with models and stuff, and I think the newest Gemini beats ChatGPT on certain benchmarks. But I think the bigger issue that OpenAI has is a financial one. Google, as of now, doesn't need to make money on AI, right? And no one's making money on AI. These big model companies are not making money. OpenAI, I heard a crazy stat today. They've been burning billions of dollars every year, but they're projecting by 2028, I think they're going to lose $76 billion that year, right? So, it's just a money furnace. But investors were giving the money because they thought, well, this is obviously going to be the winner in the AI race. Look how great all their models are. Google caught up very, very quickly. And I think as far as motion designers are concerned, it's not going to make a huge difference because, OpenAI is not really making tools for artists. They're really focused more on the LLM side of things. Yeah, they have a video model. Yeah, they have Sora, but neither of those are really, they're not really designed to be kind of like artist-friendly creative tools, right? The more interesting thing is, eventually these tools are going to have to make money. Like maybe you can run them at a loss forever. I don't know. But right now, I think they're astronomically expensive. And the biggest issue that's creating right now, I don't know what that'll mean in the next few years, is that in order to use all these tools, you have to buy credits. Midjourney's a little different in that, you have a certain amount of generations. It's not really clear what that is. If you make too many, they'll tell you have to wait like till the next day or something like that. With VO and with all these other ones, even Nano Banana, you have a certain amount of credits. You're paying a provider for credits, and then they're, like with Weavy, you get 5,000 credits on the plan I'm on. And using Nano Banana, it's 15 credits. Using VO3 to generate a video is like 120 credits. And then if you're not, you got to buy more. Adobe's doing the same thing. And I already mentioned how crappy it is to be in Photoshop and you want to use the Harmonize tool, and you have to think, how many credits do I have? How many is that going to use? If I'm using Content Aware Fill, that uses a certain amount, or Generative Fill. So, maybe we can start there. Do you think that that's hurting adoption of these tools? I mean, nothing else we use works that way. Like if you're buying a stock model or something, you're used to paying for usage, but not for a tool, right? Isn't that weird?
I kind of talk about this in my predictions where I think if there's a different story to the first half of 2025 and the last half here, where it was all the hype, and then it's like the check has come, and it's like, well, this isn't worth it, and this is why all these companies' stocks are tanking as well, because these investors are thinking the same thing. And so that's the thing, is no one talks about the cost of like what it actually takes to get a decent generation. Aaron, you were talking about how with using the Sora social media thing, like you created this really great TED talk using it, but you're like, I made 100 videos, and like it's free for right now, and that's how they get you, right? It's like, here's for Google Nano Banana for Firefly, they're like, oh, you can do this for free, unlimited until I think it's still going for like the next week of December. And that's the thing, is like when you actually use this in production, like an actual artist trying to get generations, like it's just too expensive. So it's like, I would rather spend my time making it from scratch. I know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get something that's usable versus spending time and money and being left without, holding the bag.
Yeah.
So, for what it's worth, on that particular video, which I made, so for just 1 month, I went absolutely crazy because I was working on another project. I wanted to see, I was using it for something else entirely, but I ended up spending like $200 on the tier for that gives you so I got 100 generations a day, and I used 100 generations. I used that entire day's worth of stuff to make this 3-minute thing that was a total of 19 clips, right? The costs are astronomical right now to do it, and the problem is that each time you do it, you really just don't know if you're getting any closer to the end result that you want. And it was frustrating because, actually it took 2 days because, I used up some other stuff in that morning, and then I ran out of time, so I had to wait till the next day to finish this thing if I didn't feel like spending a crazy amount of money on more credits, right? It's just a pain.
Yeah. I think that's going to come, I think in the end, artists are going to have to, at least in the short term, get really good at knowing when it's worth it and when it's not, because sometimes it is going to be worth it. I mean, if you're a studio and your artists are getting good at this and using tools like Weavy and stuff like that, it may make sense to have a $200 a month subscription so they can essentially generate whenever they need to. If you're a freelancer and you're thinking maybe I can do this job faster. Well, a $200 a month subscription is a lot. And if you're not sure you can do it faster, and if you get halfway there and you're like, God, this, first of all, it's boring. Like, you know, if you're like, using Sora is boring. Like, it's fun to watch the thing it makes.
Yeah.
But like, you're copying and pasting the same prompt in 100 times, I'm guessing, and changing the dialogue.
And when I was done, I don't know about you, but when I was done making stuff with Sora, like, as fun as the results were, I felt completely bereft of any enjoyment.
Did you feel dirty? You felt a little dirty.
A little bit dirty, yeah. You know, I mean, like a little dirty, a little bit like depressed because on the one hand, I was depressed because yes, you know, like I had no creativity whatsoever involved in this outside of just the idea of it, but also that like it kind of bums me out that you can make stuff this like you can generate something that looks cool, and I can't necessarily do that in Unreal myself. That looks as cool as that, but that, you know, it's 5-second clip, right?
Yeah.
You know, but it bugs me a little bit that like I can't use the current tools with the knowledge that I have to do it, and the only way to do it is to put it into a black box, and that really bummed me out, man.
Yeah, and you know, and I mean, that aspect of it is still a total slot machine. You have no control over, like, you know, I mean, it is pretty amazing how close to your likeness it gets sometimes, not every time. Again, like a slot machine. Yeah, and so I think that leads into probably like a big topic we need to discuss, which is like the vibe shift, right? We talked about it last year, and I started sensing the vibe shift. Like, okay, I'm hearing more people talk about AI, so maybe it's becoming okay. Like the Overton window is shifting, right? Is the term I always hear on like political stuff. So I think this plays into two big things. One is just the FUD around AI, okay? And just kind of like, just to kind of label something, I really do think that if the three of us did not have social media accounts and never looked at social media, we would probably feel very differently about, you know, there'd probably be less pessimism. I don't have much pessimism, but there's some, you know, and so I think that's part of it too. I think that the loudest voices are always the most negative ones, right? But this year, the vibe shift has been palpable. And a lot of our guests mentioned this, that, you know, even their clients who are still thinking AI makes things cheaper are starting to realize it doesn't really. PJ actually said it makes it more expensive in a lot of cases. And they've had to redo things other studios did or other artists using AI. They had to just redo it because it wasn't good enough. And then artists are having this reaction of, oh, it really isn't good enough, so I'm still needed, right? And I think that you can go too far. Like you were saying, Aaron, you can go too far in either direction. Like, this solves everything. I don't even need to learn After Effects or how to composite or anything. Or this thing is like useless and I'm never going to touch it. I'm just going to live the rest of my life never touching this thing because I hate it. Somewhere in the middle is the right answer, right?
I'll try to be reasonable here. I'll play the devil's advocate as well. I have a good grasp of how AI can be helpful and in what way it's very destructive. So I think machine learning in general for VFX, for upscalers, for rotoscoping, for accelerating simulations, and anything in that realm is great. Those are kind of redundant tasks that no one really wants to do. You can compare them to cleaning up your apartment and, you know, taking out the trash and all of that, right? Washing the dishes. Please, yes, take all of that away from us. Those are non-critical thinking tasks. No logic needs to be applied there. But where I think it's really, really harmful, like extremely harmful, is the generative AI space. So all of these models that are creating images or videos, I think that's so harmful to the whole of humanity. And it's because it's robbing us, especially new people, but everybody, it's robbing us of the opportunity to develop our critical thinking. It's essentially taking away the most important part, which is critical thinking and logical thinking and artistic development when it comes to taste and your artistic development, like the artistic language that you develop through the process of creation. And it's robbing that away from anyone who is using generative AI tools. So I personally don't have a lot of fun when I'm using Gen AI tools. So I try all of these tools. You know, I'm a Houdini artist, and I'm quite technical. So using some ComfyUI note system, like to me, it's like I do that every day. Like it's not impressive or difficult for me to use at all. It's actually extremely simple, right? When I'm creating something in Houdini, when I'm creating a logical system or a tool set, I am using my critical thinking. I'm actually thinking, I'm putting down the train tracks. I'm putting down the logic, right? When it comes to a lot of these tools, everything is kind of pre-built for you, or like you don't really have a lot of say in it or how the result is going to be like. It's all very dry. Like it's just so dry. Does nothing for me. But I think for a lot of other people, what is happening is, and you can see who these people are, and it's usually people who've never been creative or think that they are creative. But they're not really, or they think they're artists, but they're not really. But these tools unlock, like for the first time, they acquired the concept of creation, and they can show that creation to others. They can share that. And I think we as artists who are actually, creating works of art and have been artists for a long time, the reason we are doing the work is because it overflows us with dopamine. Like our brain is just like, yes, this is amazing, right? So you make new artwork, you draw, and you enjoy the process, and then you post it to the world, and you're like, oh, I made this. And people are like, this is amazing, this is awesome, and you feel really proud of yourself. I get that when I do actual work. It's kind of the struggle that's important here. Like that's a huge part of this equation. You need to struggle a bit. You need to actually feel like you've acquired something. When I use these Gen AI tools, I get none of that.
Everyone is talking about how AI tools can be disruptive, but I think ultimately at the end of the day, AI is just changing the way in which we approach our craft. For a long time, the process of creating an animation or a motion design project has followed a series of steps. AI is just coming in and changing what those steps are. I think the best way to think about it is the production workflow that we're used to at this point, where we have pre-production, production, and post-production, is shrinking. You now have the ability in the post-production process to change some of the creative assets and to get different shots and angles and things like that in the actual editing bay. And so it kind of changes the way that you think about it. But at the end of the day, again, you really need existing skills to get the most out of these AI tools. While I think it's more disruptive for, I would say, monotonous, boring tasks like the ones you might get hired for on Fiverr, I think it's less disruptive for really refined professional projects that have a very narrow and specific scope. Of course, in that workflow, you can find and utilize AI tools to help you save time and, really help you to creatively iterate. But it's all about using the existing skills in your arsenal.
So, EJ, I'll start with you. Like, when you talk to artists, and I know everyone secretly is using AI and not talking about it, have you sensed the vibe shift? Like, yeah, actually, I'm not as afraid of this thing as I was before.
I wouldn't say I see a vibe shift in that, because artists are still feeling the financial ramifications of that. And like, while some of the top end clients are maybe realizing this, I think there's a lot of other clients that don't realize this stuff. And because I mean, how do you come to that conclusion? You have to hire a studio. As a client, you have to hire a studio and tell them to do AI, or you hire some AI influencer bro, and then you get burned, and then you learn your lesson. So I think that experience is going to have to ripple through the industry a little bit more to really have that kind of conclusion come, where maybe artists are feeling a little bit more confident about where they stand. But I would say that, I think artists are already finding the ways that they're using AI that's really helping them out. So we talk about MoveAI, and there's already like Firefly and stuff like that. I think those are like the less sexy ways to use AI, like, because you talk about social media. If it's not hyperbole, and if it's not trying to get a lot of engagement, like it's just not sexy. So
Yeah.
things like MoveAI, you're not talking about MoveAI or Firefly in terms of GG artists,
Yeah.
And if you're not talking like that, no one cares. So there's all the actually helpful stuff that needs to be talked about that isn't just because it doesn't, it's not hype. It's not a big deal. And so it's the same thing with like the Blender and the C4D stuff. It's like, well, it's not that sexy to talk about, hey, C4D is easy to use. It's way more sexy to be like, oh my God, look at this cool thing about Blender and it's free. So
it's funny because EJ, you mentioned that Blender thing and how like you got the most engagement around that. For me, the most engagement I've gotten recently has been around 3 or 4 posts I've had about AI. And one of the posts was like very, you might consider it to be very anti-AI, and it was about how like it was like, so here's how it went. I posted something like my thoughts on AI, and the immediate response I got from the AI community was, you don't understand AI, you feel threatened by it, you're trying to keep us out. So then I went and made that TED Talk that we talked about earlier, and suddenly that part of the conversation disappeared. It became a conversation, right? Because they couldn't say, oh, you don't understand AI. I made a 3-minute video that was fairly convincing, although not perfect because it falls apart. And it's kind of meta because in the video I point out how like everything's not working the way it should and all of that. But the conversation really shifted to a much more intelligent, sort of like reasoned conversation, because no longer like the extremes, that like the people on the pro AI side were saying, okay, he's using AI, so he has some knowledge of it. The people on the anti-AI side were very comfortable with it because I didn't get a single like, how dare you use AI, which usually you get. It was like, you're using AI to critique AI, right? And my whole point in all of that was to say that like, in that conversation was that this culture around AI of like what it can do and it's the best thing and like all of that's the toxic stuff that's actually taking away from our perception of what AI can actually do for us, and it's like making it like a them or us kind of thing, which is driving me crazy. The other part of it is that through those conversations, I tried subtle things. I said, hey, people don't want to hear this, but there are some things you can create with AI that you can't do right now with traditional visual effects or any other thing and immediately people are like, well, you can do it with, I think it was Houdini. And I'm like, show me a thing with Houdini. Oh, it has tools like that. I'm like, show me a thing that does anything like this. And I'm like, I want you to prove me wrong. But like, I'm not saying, and I said was like, I'm not saying AI is the right tool for everything, but like, I can't do this in any other way. So like, we have to recognize these things and have this discussion instead of being like, it's totally bad, it's totally good. And, so it's just like there's like so much toxicity around the discussion that's why people have been hiding for so long. And I feel like I'm trying to have these nuanced conversations. And like, once I get them started, I start to see the nuance come out amongst the community. Like, oh, you're not saying that all AI is bad. You're saying that Coca-Cola ad is really janky and strange. Okay, I get that now. I get that. And so you have to kind of talk both sides off the ledge just to even have the conversation at all.
Yeah, I think the Coca-Cola spot, which we'll talk about, I mean, it wasn't bad because it used AI. It was bad because it was bad, right? Yeah. I think you're exactly right, Aaron. I think the conversation that mostly gets the clicks and the views is the total wrong conversation to have. I'm anti-AI, I'm pro-AI. I have yet to meet anyone who stopped using AI because of a comment they saw on social media that talked them out of using it, right? That doesn't happen. And anyone who's decided that I'm dug in, I'm never using it, it's unethical, I hate it, I don't know that anything I say or anybody's gonna say is gonna convince them otherwise. I'm trying to ignore that as much as I can and just be pragmatic, right? I do think it's important to point out things like every single person we've talked to is using AI. There's another term, I'm trying to remember what it is. There's a preference falsification going on where it seems as if artists and studios don't like AI because that's like the in thing. That's what social media would make you believe. It's not really true. I think there's fear around it, which I think is natural. And I think there are ethical concerns which are reasonable. But in the end, if you're going to make a living doing this, I think you just have to ask yourself one question. Is there going to be more or less artists using AI in 2 years or 3 years, right? And I don't even the people who hate AI are probably going to admit, yes, more people are going to use it.
So the big question is AI being used on actual real world professional projects? And the answer is a resounding yes. I train artists at every major studio and at the world's largest ad agencies, and I can tell you definitively they are 100% using artificial intelligence inside of their work. I also attended a recent event at Buck where they were outlining how they used AI inside a few of their most recent client projects. So it's pervasive in the motion design world. It's used across the film industry, and the ways in which it's being adopted are only expanding. Not only is it helpful for the pre-production, the pitching, the spec process, it's also very helpful increasingly for pixels on screen. We've already seen it used inside of the visual effects world. It's being used in the documentary world. And of course, we've seen it inside the advertising world as well. I'm sure if you really look at the commercials that are on television, you'll begin to notice that some of them kind of have sharp edges. It's because they're using Google VO3 to create their visuals. We also get the question a lot of whether or not AI is replacing jobs or creating new jobs. I do think it is changing the creative pipeline, so inevitably jobs will just have to change. I will say that at Curious Refuge, we have a huge jobs board with tons of roles that still are unfulfilled. We place artists in full-time, part-time, and contract gigs every single day, and we would love to do the same for members of this community. We had a motion designer who got laid off of their motion designer job about a year ago, not because of AI, but simply because they couldn't find work for the studio. They started using AI, and now they have an incredible full-time position in the industry. So I think if you're feeling the weight of the changes that are going on, I would highly recommend checking us out at Curious Refuge, because we would love to help you upskill and create a context for how you can use these AI tools inside of your work.
Yep. And if you're ethically against it, like, I get it, but even if you yourself work on a thing that doesn't have AI, it's going to be integrated amongst some whole bunch of other stuff that uses AI. So if you're ethically against it, then you're really, like, what you're saying is essentially is like, I'm not going to do it, but I'm still going to participate in a thing that totally does it. And now you have to ask, these are the questions you have to ask, is like, can you, because I think so many people are against it in part because of the ethics of it. And like, I mean, listen, we're at the situation, like, the ethics are going to be debated for years. It's being used, and it is going to be used, and that's the thing. You got to recognize that.
Yeah, and you know, and any kind of ethical argument like that, there's a real slippery slope there where I think it's a valid feeling to have, and maybe there's a valid argument too, but it's like, well, where do you stop? Like, should I never work for a social media company? Should I, because I think that's probably harms society more than it's helped. Like, should I check out the carbon footprint of companies? Like, where does it end? And the way I really feel about it is that most of that is actually like a deflection. I think most of those people are afraid of AI. I think they're afraid that it's going to take their livelihood away. I could be wrong. Please leave comments. I'm really looking forward to reading the comments on this part.
Joey, I would say that one of the most interesting conversations I had with were these AI, let's not call them influencers, because these are not the people who are like, you have to use AI for everything, but they're making art with AI. I had a conversation with them. Like, it was just a great, really eye-opening thing where they were like, someone posted something that said, we've been kept out of art for so long and whatever. And I was like, hey, nobody kept you out. Like, for the last 20 years, There's been free resources online, there's free software. And they're like, no, see, you don't understand. Like, that's because you have talent and that's because you have time. But I don't have time and talent, and I still want to make art. And I realized that, like, so much of like this culture of getting it, of why it's so awesome is because these people who really, like, they acknowledge, like, I could never make a picture in my life, and I don't have any, and I certainly, even if I could, I don't have the time to learn it, but this allows me to do it. And so they don't even, like, I think on the one hand, they don't know what they're missing out on. The creative process can be so freaking rewarding, right? You get so much, like, I learned so much in that process, and that's what actually, for me, gives me the joy. But for them, it's not about that. For a lot of these people, it's just about creating an image. And listen, and if you guys ever watch The Daily Show and Jon Stewart pulls the camera up and he has a nice little talk with the I need to do that for a moment. Joe, I'm hoping you can expand my space on screen for just a moment. I want to say this. Okay, guys, listen. I know that, like, you want to create stuff and, like, there's all this, like, anti and positive and anti AI sentiment. But here's the thing. You want to create art, do that. But the way that it's going to work in a professional setting is you're not going to be prompting. You're not just going to need to know AI. As much as those tech bros want to tell you that all you need to know is AI, that's not how it's going to work. Make your art. Don't let anyone tell you it's not art. Just do whatever you want to do. But recognize that the way that things work in the industry is that this stuff will slowly get integrated into professional workflows, and it doesn't matter how much experience you have using AI, you're going to need to know things like lighting and composition and animation and things like that will help you to do this, because otherwise no one's going to hire you. So if you want to use AI, great, but you will not be able to use it alone professionally for quite a while in a real production environment. So learn some stuff about animation and visual effects and all the things that matter so that you can actually tell the AI what you want in an intelligent way and get better results.
Yeah, AI doesn't have taste, right? Like it can produce things that are tasteful, but it's an accident when that happens, right? There's no mind in there evaluating this is tasteful, I'll show it to the user. That's not happening. You still have to have the taste, and that's why I think, I think taste is going to be it's going to be used a lot on School of Motion channel.
The truth is AI tools are only going to get better. And so as artists, very similar to whenever the computer became popular, it's just up to us to learn how to use these tools to help with our creative expression. Of course, you can type in a prompt and get something in return in the same way that you could use a Canva template to create a graphic design project and get something in return. But that's going to be very generic. At the end of the day, it's all about your taste and storytelling. And when everybody has access to these AI tools and can type in prompts and get things that look pretty good, it's increasingly going to be important for you to understand what resonates with the minds and the imaginations of your target audience and ultimately the target audience of the clients that you're working with. Now, on the artistic front, the provenance, the story behind the story is going to become increasingly more important as well. So sharing with your community the behind the scenes of how are you putting the project together? What is your thought process? That is only going to help to increase the value of the piece you are working on. And I think we are going to have a big resurgence and a big escalation in the value that we put towards art that has human hands tied to it.
But taste, taste, as important as taste is, just remember that all of this AI stuff is built on the work that other artists, if we're arguing that it's built on the work other artists have done, that means speaking the language of an artist, whether it's a filmmaker or a graphic designer or a director, any of that stuff, you need to know that language because the AI can produce better results from somebody who has experience doing this stuff in the real world and understands how a little bit of lighting change can change a mood, so it's partially taste and it's partially the knowledge of how these things work to create a final result. So you could say, make a picture of a dragon and it might make something awesome, but sometimes it won't, and you won't know why it doesn't look good and you won't be able to direct it to make it better. That's the key.
I just see too many parallels to the NFT conversation where you had so many people that are like, oh, it's all about the community, it's all about the art and da-da-da. And once the money wasn't there, that went away. Crickets. So that person that you're talking about, how it's I totally get, listen, if you have always wanted to create art, everyone is creative. Everyone has an ounce of creativity in them when we're all children and stuff. And then that's beat out of us for the rest, most of us, right? So I totally get the joy. Someone with zero artistic talent and, zero time can create stupid memes and stuff like that. That's great. But the person you were talking to, it's on social media. And the point about social media is to get engagement and likes. And I guarantee that person loves to create that stuff because they get engagement. And once that goes away, if that person is really honest with themselves about, I have always wanted to do this, and they're actually getting joy out of the process, if the likes go away and no one's seeing it, are they still going to do it? I doubt that person, because it doesn't sound like that person specifically is in it for just the enjoyment of it. It's for the likes. It's for the engagement. It's all it's the NFT bros. It's the crypto bros. It's just all the bros.
Yeah, and I wish we could ignore all the bros and all the young people who are who don't have the time to learn art and just are making stuff with AI and stop making it about that, which we are doing too much of. There's a lot of you're not an artist. I don't think by prompting you're an artist, but I don't care enough to tell somebody that they're not. I'm not wasting my time and energy on that.
You don't know what you don't know, and you believe what you believe. All right? This is Urban Bradesco original quote. And this ties into my next point, which is the CEO of Google AI. His name is Mustafa Suleyman. He said in a tweet that he can't believe that people are so underwhelmed and unimpressed by this technology that, AI can generate any image and video is just mind-blowing to him. And I was sitting there, I was like, so this guy is the CEO of Google AI, right? And he's saying this. And to me, it just shows how much, he doesn't know. I'm sure he's a really smart guy, but he probably doesn't know what he doesn't know. He should go into a big studio, like where they do actual proper stuff, and be there for a few weeks, and people would explain to him and show him that we've been able to do really good CGI and VFX with the current tools that we have for a really long time now. And it looks, and maybe I'm going crazy, but like freaking Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean looks so freaking good. And all of these movies like The Matrix and even freaking Jurassic Park and all of these movies. And even if you start looking at the animated movies like the Spider-Verse or there's a new Indian movie that just came out and or freaking Arcane. Have you seen Arcane? And then you start compare Arcane and all of these really good movies to what the current AI can do. Like, it's so far away. It's not even in the same freaking level, man. Like, I get confused. He's confused. I'm even more confused. Have you seen any freaking good movies? Like, all of them look 1 billion times better to whatever any of these freaking tools can generate, like by a long shot. So I'm actually confused. Why are people so impressed by this? And to answer my own question is, because of all the things I've been explaining so far. But yeah, I essentially replied to him. I was like, well, it's because you never worked in a studio before with proper artists, so you don't have the knowledge to understand why it's unimpressive. But it is unimpressive, and it's killing creativity and critical thinking. That was my reply. So like I said, you just don't know what you don't know, and you believe what you believe.
Yeah, well, let's talk for a minute about the actual utility of all of these things, because that's the thing that is still putting downward pressure on budgets because of unrealistic expectations from clients, right? But there's been a couple interesting things that happened this year. So Fortune magazine put out this article that kind of took the AI world by storm when it came out. I think this was back in August. They looked at this study. I think MIT did this study evaluating the ROI of all of these AI pilot programs that all these large companies implemented. Because when ChatGPT came out and AI started to become a big thing, all these companies, the promise was you'll be able to hire 10 people to do the work of 100. You'll be able to have automated agents that handle all your customer support. You don't need humans anymore. And so these companies, they have hundreds of millions of dollars to throw at it. And they did. 95% of those pilot programs failed. That's not a small number, right? And those are probably not mostly using generative image generations and video generations. They're using LLMs. They're trying to integrate with their accounting systems, HR, all that kind of stuff. And, I think the lesson there, and what I've heard people talk about who've been part of these programs and the people that really understand AI is AI, the term I've heard is, humans are like a beginning to end problem solver, right? You have the idea or you recognize the problem, then you figure out how to solve it, then you validate. Did I solve it? Could I have done it better? How could I improve this process? AI is only the middle part, right? For now, right? I'll add that caveat, but for now, that's all it can do. And I think it's exactly the same thing in our creative world, right? Like if you don't have good ideas, you can use AI to help you get good ideas. You still need taste. You need to still have something, right? And I have a feeling if you gave the average AI bro unlimited VO3 credits and you gave Steven Spielberg unlimited VO3 credits, what Steven Spielberg comes up with is going to be way more watchable than the other person. I just think, that there's a piece of it, and you can really get philosophical here, metaphysical even, spiritual even. I don't know that I don't know that the current models of AI, the way they work, can ever truly solve the beginning and the end problem, right? And so a lot of these companies, what they're realizing is, okay, yeah, we can use AI to do these middle parts that are kind of boring or tedious, but we have to check every single thing it does. You can't rely on anything. Developers are finding this out the hard way. There's all this talk about vibe coding, which is basically asking an LLM to make code for you. I've done a lot of that. My kids, I'm trying to get them to learn their times tables, and I couldn't find like the perfect little app for them to use to like practice the ones they don't know and then time them at the end and see if they got it and make it fun. And I vibe coded an app using Claude. It took about 15 minutes. Okay, it works. It's up on a website. Anyone can go use it. Maybe I'll put the link in the show notes, and you guys can go try it.
AI vibe coding, that has really shifted how I work and how a lot of other designers work. Instead of just creating a clickable prototype in Figma, I can take these Figma designs, put them into a vibe experience, and create like a real thing. I can use my actual motion specs into the thing, and so it feels as real as possible. It's using actual like web code. That helps the concepts be way more feasible, and also helps with the handoff from design to engineering, that like the thing that they're looking at is actually built using some sort of web code. And so that helps just bridge that gap a bit more. And just helps you iterate through different ideas way quicker. There's been many projects recently that I've not even touched After Effects or Figma, and I'm only AI vibe coding, and it's taking it from like concept all the way to production. And so it's really shifting the way that you are able to work. Figma Make is also a wonderful tool. I haven't used it personally, but just all the things that I've seen, it just makes vibe coding a lot easier and a bit more accessible. Just you're working in the design software that you're already in, and then just vibe coding on top of that. It's amazing. And then Anti-Gravity from Google, which is a new coding environment that really integrates a lot of like agentic coding experiences into this one coding tool, where you essentially just act as like a project manager or a product manager, and you're just like messaging back and forth with an AI chatbot or an agent that just like goes and does all the things that you want it to. I've used it a little bit so far, and the features of it are very, very promising. Just like all vibe coding tools, like there's still some things that it just doesn't get right or just kind of errors out as it's still like an early tech, but the promise of it is really, really exciting.
But if I ever wanted to like turn that into a product and charge people for it and have customer support, like the real world is so messy. It's so much messier than people pretend it is. And creative projects just multiply that times 1,000, right? There's so many nuances. I think PJ from Laundry, he did a really great job when he did our live workshop talking about this. Like, yeah, it can make a pretty picture, and it can even like render it and make it move, but then you notice all the things that aren't right.
Yeah.
And first of all, you have to notice that yourself. The AI doesn't notice that. It can't, right? It's just a statistical model, like doing math, basically. Mm-hmm. Here's another interesting one that I just found. Disney apparently spent $50 million with this like test to try to integrate AI into their production process. And, I think, and it just failed abysmally. And the reasons that they stated were, employees, first of all, didn't like it, right? That's predictable. But, there's also like, they weren't sure legally what they were going to be able to use. Like, okay, or if we release something and charge money for it, are we going to get sued by somebody? But really, the technical like constraints of this thing, a company like Disney, like their reputation is staked on the taste that they bring to every project. And these tools don't have that. And in order to imbue your taste and use the tools, it takes just as much work sometimes as doing it the old-fashioned way. So, and this has been my experience using AI over the last 3 years. Like, it is super useful. I use it every day. We use it on lots of stuff at School of Motion. All of our YouTube thumbnails are using AI in some way, but it can't make a thumbnail for you. It doesn't know what a good title is. It doesn't really know what a good composition is. It doesn't know that we want the Blender logo in the corner. It doesn't know those things, but we can tell it, make Joey at a 3/4 angle and his mouth is open. And I don't have to go take a picture and shave before, because I have to shave every time I'm on camera because I grow a beard. That saves a lot of time. That's super useful, right? And you can turn EJ into a pug, and you can turn me into the Hulk. I mean, you can do all these things really easily. You still need a human to have the idea and to design the thing. And like all of those steps, Nano Banana, as good as it is, it's just helping you make the assets that you want, right? So I kind of want to throw that to you guys. I mean, you guys have experimented with AI in different ways. To me, it's really the world's fastest asset generator at this point, which can save a ton of time and money. It's very useful. It's not doing projects for you at all at this point.
You know, when Seth and I would work on films together, we would have this process at the beginning where we joke that like, when people are like, that's a great idea. We're like, yeah, you should hear all the bad ideas. We would throw out bad ideas until we stopped having bad ideas and then started having good ones, right? And like AI is the fastest way to find out what you should not waste your time on. And in fact, one of my friends, she's the showrunner for a TV show that was on Hulu last year, and she wanted to like have at the end have this thing with her dog and all this stuff. So I just very quickly mocked it up in Midjourney, and she's like, "Oh, I don't want that at all. That's terrible," right? Like, and it wasn't the picture was bad. It was that like once she saw the concept, she's like, "No, I don't want to do that at all." Right. So like it's a great way to, you know, throw stuff out. But like the brilliance of like, listen, the thing, not brilliance, but the thing about when you have limited resources, you know, you spend the time making the best things because you only have so much time. When you have unlimited resources and the ability to iterate on everything, you get a lot of bad stuff. And that's what this stuff is very good at generating a lot of content, but a lot of bad content. And if you have taste, you can find the best stuff in there and then use that. But that's where, like you say, that's where the thing breaks apart. Is the minute you have to have the thing have taste, you're done.
Mm-hmm. Know the part where the client's like, I know what I want, like when I see it. Like, I think this is the biggest win for artists is that you could put a lot of stuff in front of a client's face and get to the right answer quicker. And I think that's really, it's the less sexy. I guess the thing where it's like, you almost need to not pay attention to social media because they're not telling you the actual ways AI is being used in production. So you almost have to like think for yourself or talk to other people in the industry, in the trenches to actually learn how it's being used. Like, you know, Joey, you mentioned before about how PJ did a workshop for our community here at School of Motion. And like, it was eye-opening. Like even the stuff about like how certain specific tech companies will not allow you to use AI as a final result because they're afraid of getting sued, and they're the ones making the AI. So it's, you know, it's pretty nuts how that works. But one of the things is like, at the end of the day, whatever tool you're using, you are trying to solve a client's problem, and most of the time that client's problem is to sell more crap. So, for example, the Pepsi or the Coca-Cola ad, which might be a really good Pepsi ad if you think about it, like that's just selling sugar water.
Yeah.
So they always do the Christmas thing. Is that AI ad? Is that probably achieving their goal of at least you're talking about it? Like maybe just because you see it, like I'm thirsty for Coke. That's probably achieving a goal. Right? They're probably selling as much or maybe more, maybe not. I don't know.
There are statistics, EJ, about how people trust companies less when they use AI in their image generation stuff. Like there's some strong statistics to say that people like even if they like don't care about the quality of the image, knowing that it was AI actually makes them trust the company less.
So another thing that like someone just sent me earlier this week was someone worked on a St. Jude's Christmas ad with an AI Santa Claus, and if you've seen the St. Jude ads, they're it's all about like tugging at the heartstrings. You see the children in the hospitals with the tubes up the nose and stuff like that. And this was all AI generated. And this is where you almost have to pull back and it's like, wait a minute, what is the point of this St. Jude ad? Like, number one, I don't know if St. Jude actually hired this person to do it and if it's going to be airing locally at something, because, you know, local ads are always a different breed of thing. It's always terrible quality and stuff like that. But even so, is someone going to watch that and see all the weirdness and not actually have the heartstrings being pulled? Because I was watching and I'm like, these are all fake people, but I know that there's actually, you know, children with cancer and stuff that need help, but like this is doing nothing for me. So at the end of the day, I think you have to use AI to solve the problem. And I think for Coke, maybe no one cares that at that level. But if it's something like you're raising money for children's cancer research, this is not an area.
Yeah, you better show kids with cancer on camera and not show like AI generated people suffering, because it makes people think the money's going to the wrong place.
It was like the extremes that we're seeing now.
Let me take the other side of that. So I my gut is, and I haven't seen that spot, EJ, like to make it, like I was talking about earlier with 3D, like to make a 3D render that's like makes you go, oh, it's gross, is really difficult, right? There's like such a level of subtlety that you have to achieve. And to make someone really feel something in a commercial, like you have to, like everything has to work, right? The music, the editing, the performances, you know, And if you're using real people, like real kids with cancer, then like obviously they don't have to act, and that's going to come through somehow. And when it's an AI generated thing, like if it looked 100% real and you had no way of knowing if it was AI or not, if it did the same thing emotionally, then from a purely like pragmatic perspective, maybe it works, right? I don't think it's there yet, and I think it's not even that it doesn't look like real footage, because it's pretty darn close. It's just something's not quite right. Like if you had a good director that like specializes in that, they could tell you exactly why that shot's not making you feel something, right? Also, I think it's true that knowing that those aren't real people, that they don't even exist, probably like has something to do with it. But I mean, a lot of times, like, you know, when you see an ad for a drug and you see someone talking about their diabetes or whatever, a lot of times those are just actors. You know, they don't have diabetes, they don't have those things. But if they're good actors, you know, when you go see a movie, you know, you see Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman, he's playing a blind person. He's not blind, right? But he makes you think he is because he's a great actor. And I think AI just, you don't have the control yet, the nuance, or maybe we just don't have the high enough caliber of directors using it. I think it's just not there. I think it could get there, but I don't know what it will take. It's like, because again, it's those little micro details. It's the little twitch, you know, of eye or something that, you know what I'm saying?
So something we haven't talked about though, because I know we're trying to ultimately get there about motion design though, is that with all this stuff with film and with characters, like it's close. But when it comes to the work that our core audience is doing, it's so not close at all. Motion design, like there's no, like, I think it's worth just saying that, like, I've seen not a single thing that was motion designy of any kind that looked in any way usable in a professional, like anything. Whether it's software that's trying to do it or whether it's just people's examples of it. Like, I don't know if it's not trained on motion design, but every time I've tried to say, like, do something, it's just completely random. That's where the old school hallucinating stuff starts happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't mention it when we were talking about Adobe earlier, but one of their Max sneaks was Motion Map. Which was you feed it an image and you describe the animation you want and it creates motion graphics. And what was wild about that one was they showed you, like, there was a tech demo of take a video and you just tell it remove this surfer from the ocean and it's perfect. It just totally removes it with camera. It just looks perfect. Whoa, the Gaussian splat thing. Whoa, project graph. Holy crap. Then they showed that thing and it is awful. Like, and, you know, I mentioned I don't want to pick on Lottielab, but like they released this Figma AI animation tool. It's terrible, right? I don't know why those things are so far behind. Maybe they just haven't put the resources into it. Maybe it's a harder problem to solve. 2D animation is, you know, I mean, with some exceptions, I've seen some like 2D animation that looks like a cartoon where it's pretty darn good. And there's very elaborate techniques like these, you know, these AI wizards using ComfyUI. They can make pretty... It looks like, you know, 12 frames a second animation on twos. You know, they can do that now. But when it comes to the abstract, you know, stuff that like when you hear motion design, MoGraph, that's what you think of. I haven't seen AI do anything that looks good there. I'm not confident enough to say that won't get solved too. But again, you know, you can give me the same design as Jorge from Ordinary Folk, and he's gonna make it move better because he's just got that taste. You know, we probably know a similar amount of After Effects, and I know the graph editor really well, but he's got that level of, he's got that eye and that taste that I don't quite have. And I think that's, in the end, that's what's going to make a difference. It's going to be the artists using these tools.
Joe, I think it's what we're seeing with the AI stuff is that it's the more realistic stuff that is looking really good versus the super stylized and super abstract. And I almost wonder if that's just due to the fact that, like, think of how much video training data that AI has versus like MoGraph stuff. Like MoGraph has only been in existence for what, maybe 20, 25 years at this point. So there's just a limited amount and it's so abstract. But to get anything VFX, or there's just so much real world footage and stuff there's rules that are applied to those things that aren't necessarily applied.
Right, that fire behaves a certain way.
What motion design is, let alone
Yeah, like fire behaves a certain way, water behaves a certain way, but then you're like, how do squares behave when they're moving in a motion design environment? And how yeah, it's it's true. That is actually a really good point, is that the data is probably not there to even train the AI on right now.
If you get into the right pockets of community and discussion, there's been something really wild that's been happening. At the time of this recording, which is a bit before this is being shared with the world, there is currently a major tech giant who has every staffing agency in existence all on a hunt to find hundreds, possibly thousands of artists to do a 6-month contract to generate material that will be used for training AI systems. And this is fascinating to me for a number of different reasons. I mean, you could, there's a whole argument or discussion to be made for, are you going to work for this company for a certain number of months and you're going to be building the, Death Star that will be wiping out the planet that you came from, right? There's also just something fascinating to me about a single brand consuming this much of the freelance marketplace. Like, I remember 15 years ago, if PsyOp was making a Coca-Cola Super Bowl commercial, like, it made it tangibly difficult to find freelance artists because, they had to hire 45 artists at the same time to work on a project. And it was like, oh my gosh, there's now an industry-wide drought of talent. What I'm hearing about is, 600 to 1,000 artists in the United States alone and more internationally. That could have really weird implications to have that many people just sort of like in a Thanos snap, like disappear off of the freelance market, and could make the first half of 2026 like an especially odd high demand time for the industry. And then probably even more unsettling will be when that Thanos snap is undone and this contract all ends and 600 to 1,000 people are puked back out into the freelance market all at the same time, all desperate to figure out what their next gig is. So there's some possibly unsettling things that are just happening around like the scale of these giant projects and initiatives that, right now it's, we hear a lot about data centers and the scale of data centers that need to be used to make AI tools even work in the first place. And this for me is the first time that I'm hearing about this like human component happening at this sort of scale. And so it just gets my wheels turning and makes me think, well, interesting, if they do that, does that mean this is the last motion design gig ever? Or does it mean that every year they're going to have to do this because styles are evolving and updating and we need to keep up with them? And does that mean that that's maybe even the trajectory that the industry is on at large, which is less about we're creating the project and more we're all working and using our creative ability to train the tools themselves?
So let's talk about the the Coke ad a little bit more. So it apparently took 70,000 generations to make that.
Yeah.
And I found an interesting thread on X about it, where an artist chimed in who had worked on the PsyOp, I think it was called the Dream Factory or the Imagination Factory. It was like a famous Coke spot from like, I don't know, probably 15 years ago, the heyday of PsyOp. And they were commenting that like, they weren't as, they said it sucked, obviously, right? But what they were responding to was, people saying like, well, why didn't Coke just hire artists to do this? I mean, they have the money, this and that, which is true. They do. They could have just hired artists. It would have come out a lot better. But the point that this person made was basically that like, hey, I worked on a spot that was like a similar sort of like prestige thing for Coca-Cola back in the day. You would not believe the amount of money and resources and time that it took. And so I think that Coke, like a lot of these clients that have unrealistic expectations, they're trying to get more bang for their buck, right? Like in the end, that's what they're hoping this turns into. And it's never going to get to where they want. They want it to be like, I prompt it, make me this year's version of the Santa Claus ad, and it just does it. I'm not sure. And people on our podcast who are building AI models don't think that will ever really happen. You're not going to get something good from that. But I do think that like we're probably going to have to meet the clients somewhere in the middle. Like, okay, well, if you really do want this to be faster and cheaper, here is how AI can help us do that, okay? So we're still going to need a 3D model of a truck because otherwise it's going to have 8 tires, it's going to have 16 tires, it's going to have 40 tires in this shot. But what we can do is if you want to know, well, what is the truck going to look like, we can concept that out really fast. And then maybe eventually those 3D generators, like Meta launched a new one this year that was really good called SAM3 or SAM3D. And maybe it can give you a base model that then you can bring into Substance Painter to get it to look exactly the way you want. And then you can animate it. And maybe the characters, you can use Cascadeur to like make the animation a little faster. And I think if you start layering these things up, you probably can do these things faster and cheaper. But I think, Aaron, you said it really well. It's like to just discount it completely because you saw something you didn't like that spot sucked. Like it wasn't good. I don't think that means you should just not use AI. I think they just used it the wrong way. And I'm sure, I don't know anyone who worked on it. I'm sure there were real artists trying to make a good thing, but they were probably told you have to use this. This is going to be part of like the PR for this, you know?
I know they put some stats out about what was actually required to make the Coca-Cola Christmas AI ad and the sheer number of prompts that were required to make this thing and the huge team that was needed to actually clean it up to make it all usable. Like it's still not a viable tool. It's improving and it's improving fast. And, seeing like what people can make with Sora is pretty incredible. It's still not there and it's still weird and scary and probably dangerous in a lot of ways. Maybe we'll actually see some regulation around some of this. Probably not, even though that would be a great thing, I think. But, I don't know. I'm certainly not the one who's going to be able to accurately guess where any of this is going.
I was going to say, it gets to the point like that Adobe sneak where I said that, Wes actually fed in the exact guitar model and the exact furniture he wanted in that scene. Like you can actually hire an artist to make the exact model of that truck, the Coke truck, and the exact actor that you want dressed as Santa and the exact animal models and stuff, and all feed that in. And then it's like Cascadeur. You just like, it's all automated now. You have that truck driving through and it looks exactly like that model that you wanted with the exact amount of tires that's realistic.
Yeah.
I think so much of that debate around the Coke thing was artists responding to that, mostly that it was bad and having logical reasons, although there were people who were like, it's bad because it's AI. Again, I kind of discount that. Yep. And then the AI like evangelist saying, you don't understand AI. That's like, and what's interesting is that like Coke released they said it's 70,000 generations. It was a lot less people and they were really touting that. But they did not talk about how much it costs. Like if they were like, it makes me think it did not cost much less than it would have cost to do it the other way because otherwise they would have said we also saved like because they're already bragging about using less artists. So like why not go the full way and say it costs less money, right? Like if they're talking about the efficiency of it. So 70,000 generations is not cheap, right? I don't even know what that comes out to, but it's not cheap. Maybe years ago that the artists talking about how that they could have done that, like it would have cost astronomical, but I suspect that with something similar they could have gotten something pretty good, although I'm not 100% sure. It's hard to know because without the numbers it's really hard to know, but I think that they didn't release that number because it's negligibly different than the actual doing it by hand or by traditional methods.
All right, so let's talk about a few more things in this AI thing. So one thing that I thought was interesting hearing from guests is like how they're actually using AI. PJ did this awesome workshop. If you're an all access member, by the way, the recording is in our community. So you can go watch that right now. I've also done an AI workshop showing some ways that we use it at School of Motion and things I'm doing.
How has AI been impactful for our studio? Well, we're leaning in. We're using it wherever we can, whenever it makes sense, whenever it's a legally viable thing for our clients. I think that the broad term of AI is a little bit alarming to some people, but I think if you think about AI as, you know, a lasso tool that pre-selects a face, that's AI. It's machine learning. It's making us more efficient, which is good because our budgets are going down. So the more efficient we can be in doing some of these like erroneous tasks that we don't like doing anyway, like that's great. So I'm not necessarily speaking to like the full, I'm going to create a shot or a whole piece using like video generation or something like that. But I do love the idea of training tools, and we are leading into training tools. So creating our own art and then using that art, characters, design, product, packaging, all of that stuff to train models with blurs. So that is something like we're really investing heavily in and building out some systems so that we can essentially kit our work in a different way for clients, that building engines to support like massive, larger iterations for social and for customizing things so they're to specific people, really building tools for our clients that are trained on our work and on our creative so that they could go further faster for them. And then kind of monetizing that a bit differently. So that's super exciting. I think that's going to be a big part of our 2026 year, is offering that to our clients, because that's a product that we have ready to go and we're doing a whole bunch of CAPES meetings about. And so, yeah, people have been really interested in it.
I know laundry has leaned into AI as a question. How impactful at all has it been this year? Hugely. So many different ways. We use it, of course, for concepting and for coming up and enhancing ideas like most people do. You know, like you see those boards from clients, it's all done in AI. We definitely utilize it for that. Two, we use a big thing for me lately is using AI audio and voiceover to experiment with different types of voices, different tones to see what one delivery could look like a few different ways tonally and show that and see that quickly. Share with clients, get them to buy off on it way early on, and then hire proper VO artists to take it down the road that way. I'm doing an all AI explainer video right now, all with live action, which has been pretty interesting. And I think one of the things I like about it is that it lets us play and adjust and pivot on our story and our shots and our storytelling and kind of run into happy accidents with that. The only big challenge of it is it looks very AI, even though what we're doing is very photorealistic, and you can just tell AI has sort of become kind of a style. We use it all kinds of other different ways, though. We've been running AI models to output typography explorations. We've been using it for, AI errors and glitches, and for some of our motion graphic stuff, for like almost like plugin effects and sort of stock video and still textures. So that's been pretty cool. So yeah, it's really kind of an enhancement of our workflow. It's not really replacing our work in any major way. It's just more like some sort of like a paintbrush of help on steroids.
One thing PJ said, which was cool, is like, I think a lot of AI right now is just being used on the front end of a project because, there's always this process of like finding the style you want, finding the music you want, trying out different things. And one of the things that AI has gotten very good at is human voices. It's getting better at acting. Like, VO, I was a VO artist for a while. I had an agent and stuff. And like, the best ones, which I was not, but the best ones are actors, right? They know how to inflect and do things, right? But so in the end, like we're still at the point where a human VO artist is far superior to an AI. But when you're working out a spot and you're like, does this work better with a young voice or an old voice, female voice, male voice? Should they be quiet? Should they be loud and upbeat? And the way that you used to have to do that was you'd have maybe someone at your studio that can like fake it and do like a scratch track, or you'd get a VO agency to send you a bunch of auditions and you'd cut those in. Now you can use 11 Labs, and so that's what they're doing. They're trying out different types of voices, finding the one that works the best. Then they hire an actor that has that voice that they can then direct and actually act. I think that's pretty amazing. And I know, Aaron, you've messed a lot with 11 Labs, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've used like for trying to get like if I'm doing animation with characters and stuff, and like again for the same reasons, just trying to like hear what it's going to sound like if I do that, and then like I made a short film. It was called Homecoming, and for the initial test I just used like it wasn't 11. I think it was Artlist has their own voice generator, and I used my voice, like I acted the part out and had it transform the voice. But then I threw it, like when I was ready to actually make the film, I threw it to Marta, who works as our part of our team. Marta's someone who works at School of Motion, but she's also the voice of many characters in video games, including Five Nights at Freddy's. And she actually did the real acting, because they're not comparable, right? Like she knows what she's doing. She can control voice and she can take the feedback and give me more of what I wanted. But I just wanted to see what it would feel like, doing it. So like I've used it for a lot of that. I have not used it for like, I haven't released anything like that I would say professional that used it there. The one time I used it that I thought was, it's like, I don't think I could have found somebody who did it. They have like this voice on Artlist that sounds like, the famous British, nature guy.
David Attenborough.
What? Richard Attenborough, right?
Yeah,
and I did like a dinosaur video that was like the dinosaur, and it was like it worked perfectly. And for that, that was just like a little thing for social media that I did. I would not use that in a commercial, but I was like, this is fun. Why not just do it? So there are places that you can absolutely use it. And I think eventually people will be using this stuff when it gets better, but it really isn't quite there yet. And every time I hear it, I'm like, now I can tell that's AI, 100%.
Yeah, I know Pentagram used it. I think this was December of last year. And I think it happened before or after we recorded, so we couldn't even talk about it. But Pentagram did this cool project where they needed to generate like hundreds of icons for some brand. And so what they did was they had their artists like design the look and make a bunch of icons. They fed that into Midjourney as a style reference. So now we need a house. Now we need an apartment building. Now we need an airplane. Now we need a clock. And when you do that, that's the kind of work. And this is one of the things that does worry me about like being a junior artist and trying to break into the industry, because that's a junior artist, like traditionally, right? You've got the art director and the head designer, and they kind of nail the style. This is what it looks like. Now we need 400 of them. And, that would be really expensive if you had to pay even a junior artist to do it. Now you can make as many as you want. Now you still need taste. You have to look at every single one and see, is there an error? Does this actually fit? Does it actually feel like the style? But you can think about, there's lots of stuff like that it's obviously useful for. And I know laundry, PJ talked about using it. You can feed it a 3D render like you've done, EJ, and it's like, I wonder what it would look like in this environment, in this environment, in this environment. And then if you're actually going to make something with it, now you need to make that environment, but you didn't have to make it to see if it would work, right? So to me, that's kind of like the most useful thing about AI right now. There's more technical things like using it to help you mix audio. It's amazing at that. It's getting really good at cleaning up audio. There's some other interesting things too. And then I want to talk briefly about the ethical thing, because there's been a little bit of movement on that. There's something called model context protocol. I don't know if you guys have heard that term, but it's basically a way that a large language model can talk to an app. Okay, so rather than having, like, if you want to have ChatGPT talk to like our Stripe account where all of our money comes in, it can now actually like tell us like what the top countries are, and it can like actually talk to Stripe, right? And so it can do things for you. And now they're being built into apps. So people have built plugins for Blender where you can type in, make 3 spheres, oriented this way, and there's one for After Effects. Rive has one. It's an interesting idea, interesting way of using AI. The idea being you could tell it what you want to happen, even if you don't know exactly where those buttons are, and it just does it. Or if there's something really tedious, like I need to set up a grid of 60 by 60 something, but every third color is this, it can just do it for you. I think that could be useful. And right now, those things are very clunky and they don't work very well, but I think that's kind of interesting. I want to touch on the ethical thing, because I know that this is like the number one, kind of anti-AI thing that you hear is like they're unethical. And I honestly think my gut is there is something that just feels kind of gross about like scraping the internet of every artist that's ever made art, and now you've made this thing that can recreate art. I don't know. I'm still kind of trying to figure out what my thoughts are exactly on that, because the truth of the matter is, in the end, it's going to come down to copyright law, right? I mean, in the end, this is a legal question as far as what's going to happen, right? Like one of my, the hardest question my business coach asks me when I'm like talking about some problem is like, well, what do you want? So if you think AI is unethical and you rail against it, what is it that you want? Do you want it to go away? It's not happening. It's just not, right? I don't think anybody thinks that.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to make it go away is when the money runs out and the companies cannot make it work anymore financially. That's the only thing that's going to cause AI to disappear.
That won't happen because Google has infinite dollars and they're gonna keep it going forever. So anyway, so the ethical part of it also is more complicated than it seems, because if you really dig into the technical details of how these models are trained, it's not as if, if you're an artist and you have a JPEG of some work you did on your site, and Midjourney scraped your website, grabbed it, and trained their model on it. If you could look at the file that represents Midjourney's model, your image is not in there. It's not. It literally is finding statistical correlations between pixels across trillions of images, building a set of rules that, when applied, can create artwork tied to the language you feed it. That's what it is.
Yeah, but I think it's worth. But Joey, I hear that a lot. That that ultimately the data that it is initially trained on is like terabytes, petabytes of data, and then it's reduced down to these very small files that are just rules. That's totally true. But at the same point, like, if you ask Midjourney to make a picture of Spider-Man, it makes a picture of Spider-Man. It knows exactly what Spider-Man looks like, and it recreates that. So like clearly there's. Like, while it's true that it might, that the data doesn't even look like that anymore, but it's clearly trained on data that is not something it should have, and it can generate, right? I mean, that's
like, it's like telling me that the burger I'm eating is made from a bunch of different cows ground up, and you can't tell which one I'm still eating cow at the end of the day, and that's what I have the problem with.
Yeah, I think that's like the instinct I have. But when I look logically, like I sometimes I'm too logical. My wife hates it. Like when I look at the actual way the technology works, like, and you're right, Aaron. But what I would say to that is, if you then use the model to breach copyright by making an image of Spider-Man that you don't have the rights to, that is wrong and illegal, right? You can't make an image of Spider-Man and then monetize that. Although there are fair use rules around that. Beeple has made a career out of that, obviously. Yeah. So anyway, the legal question comes down to, was the training of the model a breach of copyright? And there's actually been a couple of court cases. There's many more that are going to be going on for years. There's a big one. I think it's Getty Images against Stability AI that hasn't resolved. The one that was interesting was Anthropic, who makes Claude. They were sued because they had a bunch of books that they trained their model on. And it ruled that it was fair use because the books themselves, the text of the books, are not in the model. And the model, while maybe capable of reproducing the book, if you do that, that's illegal. But the way they're mostly used is to make other things that have nothing to do with the book. And there's a little bit of a question of, does that compete with that author now? Because now you could write something that author may have written one day in the future, but now they can't because you used AI to write it. So that's another legal argument. But the main argument that the anti-AI crowd throws out is that, you're basically doing copyright infringement, right? But the judge said no. And, you have to really get into the weeds with the way these things work to see legally why they felt that way. The bottom line, though, is that I think that that's the way these court cases are going to go. There's also a lot of settlements happening. Like OpenAI is paying certain people who've sued them to just settle the case and say, okay, now you've paid me something, so now, yes, fine, you can. I'm not going to sue you for having trained your model on my thing. I think the bottom line is that these models are not going to get derailed by these court cases. I think there was a question maybe 3 years ago. I didn't know, was Midjourney just going to shut down one day? It seems pretty clear now that that's not going to happen, though. And so I think everyone should at least exist in that world, right? The world of reality.
I think we're going to get a lot of anger from this video if people manage to make it this far into it. I think it's worth just being prepared for that. I get that, and listen, in a lot of ways, I'm angry about it too. I say, having used a lot of generative AI, I feel like I say, I feel gross. It's just from the, like, it's not creative, whatever, all the bad stuff that comes with it, and knowing that, yes, the data was scraped, but it's our job to, like, this is the thing. It is our job here at School of Motion to educate people and to prepare them for a career in motion design and design and 3D. And, like, the fact is that this stuff is all being used, and you just, like, it would be wrong for us to not be talking about it and to saying, like, recognize the reality of it, and to convince you the opposite of what the AI tech pros want to convince you it's the only thing that you should be using. Like, we're saying, no, like, they're not 100% wrong. They're just not right. You know, like,
right.
Like you got to ignore their hype and recognize that, like, there is some element of truth to it. And as much as you don't want to hear it, like, I don't want people to not have work when they can, just because they're convinced that it's wrong. Like, this is the nature of how it is going to be.
Yeah, I would, and I expect that some people will not like what I'm saying. That's fine. It's how I feel right now, and my views have evolved. You know, they will probably still evolve, and maybe next year I'll feel totally different. But I'm also I'm really leaning on the pragmatic side, and I love that you guys you're a good counterpoint to me, because I'm very logical, and the bottom line for me is, like, I would feel like I'm committing malpractice if I told people, yeah, these things are unethical, don't use them. You could feel that they're unethical. I do think that intelligent people could disagree on how unethical. I wouldn't say that it's zero. Like, I definitely wouldn't say that. I also don't think it's the same as stealing someone's art. I feel like that feels a little too far for me. I don't know how you guys feel. But in the end, it's pretty clear these tools are here. Everybody's using them, right? And this is not like this is going to happen. It's happening. Not everyone's talking about it yet. I'm trying to help push that. I wish more people would talk about it. I wish more studios would, in their breakdown page, explain exactly what they were doing, so that everyone could see, like, look, you know, if the biggest studios on earth, and they are using AI, like, on lots of things, maybe it's okay if I test it out. I dip my toe in. And then what you'll likely find, if you haven't done that yet, is it's not as useful as you're going to think from, like, reading the internet. You're going to figure out really quickly, oh, I have to use it as just any other tool that has strengths and weaknesses, you know? Yeah. There you go. All right. I think, you know, we've said a lot about AI, and there's probably more we could say, but we also need to land this damn plane, okay?
All right,
so
do it.
What we're going to do is we're each going to make some predictions, okay? So I broke these up into easy and harder predictions and a little bit of advice. Easy predictions. Blender is going to continue to dominate the 3D news cycle. This morning, before we started recording, Maxon did release their December release, and there was a lot of cool stuff in it. It wasn't like, it was pretty cool. Well, it's cool if you're, like, a professional doing motions. That, like, they added a bunch of really neat options to the cloner, where now you can, like, distribute things in cooler ways, and there's a stack mode where it'll, like, automatically, like, close the gaps between clones, like if you have different sized books or something. I mean, there's a lot of useful stuff. So I would love to see Maxon, like, have a really strong 2026 and beef up C4D. But I think Blender is just going to continue to dominate there. Rive, I think, is going to have a giant year next year. With the release of scripting, they basically completely closed the gap between them and Flash. And now that real developers can come in and build anything that they can code, you're going to see some crazy, wild stuff coming from Rive developers. And as more developers are pulled to Rive, you're going to need more designers and animators doing the same thing. And so I think I keep saying it, you know, Rive is the most important motion design app of the last 10 years. I think next year is going to prove that to everybody. Unreal, you know, I think I don't think much is going to change. I think it's going to get better, and the motion design tools are going to get better, and more people are going to use it. I don't expect explosive growth next year. I feel like there's just so much work to be done to really make it usable in our space. And that's just going to take time, and it's going to take user feedback and all that. But a lot of networks are really leaning into it. And so I think that, you know, it'll just see, like, more steady adoption. Adobe is going to release more AI stuff. Some of it's going to be really cool. Some of it's going to be, you know, kind of gimmicky. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with now Affinity in the mix. But I think Adobe, you know, if you look at social media, there's people yelling at them all the time. But if you look at their revenue numbers, not their stock price, but their revenue numbers, it's up and to the right. And I think a lot more motion designers are going to start using Figma, and probably Cavalry too, because they're starting to really break through the noise. And a lot of companies are Figma first. So even if you're using After Effects to animate, I think Figma is going to be more and more expected that you know it. And the good thing is we have a course coming out next year teaching you the basics of Figma, and it's not that hard to learn. Okay, harder predictions. I think the AI vibe shift will continue. I think we'll start to see some really big studios be very, like, you already got Swarovski, you got Laundry, but I think we're going to start to see hopefully like one or two big studios, like the name ones, the names that I won't say right now, admitting and talking about how they're using AI. And hopefully that makes it less scary for everybody, because when you see how much work it still takes, even with AI, you're going to realize, okay, so I see how it saved them some time. I see how it let them scale this a little bit, but it's still a ton of work. Like no matter how you do it, right? Good work takes time and a lot of effort. The economy. This one's impossible to predict. I think PJ actually had the best take. He said he doesn't think much is going to change. It's still going to be uncertain. We're probably still going to get a little bit better next year, but I wouldn't expect like, everything's fine again or some terrible doom cycle. I think it's probably going to be kind of like it is now, but a little bit better. And one big thing and I've mentioned I'm nervous about it, is just the junior problem. Like as companies, it's not just because of AI. That's part of it. But companies are all trying to get leaner now and be more efficient. And one of the ways you do that, I mean, like our own, like just to like say this for everybody, like, at one point we were like, we could use some help, with marketing. And, you can go out and you can find like a brand new junior person that's like within our budget for that. But a lot of times it's better to get someone who's just awesome and like, maybe get them for 10, 15 hours a week, right? And you're paying the same, less hours, but you're getting more output. And I think a lot of companies are doing things like that. It'll be interesting to see how that trickles into motion design. That's kind of a more just general business thing that's happening. But I hope that some of the younger artists listening to this take some of the advice we had about don't just focus on your craft, focus on the business side too, because it's more important than ever, the basics, like learning how to market yourself, learning how to do sales. Doesn't have to be that scary. And just networking. Like that's honestly the secret. And Haley will reiterate that, I'm sure. So here's the advice. Stop thinking about motion design as a career vertical that you enter. It is a toolbox. And so that toolbox, when you're young and new at this, maybe it only has a couple tools in it, but the more tools you have in that toolbox, the easier it's going to be for you to adapt, because we're in a really crazy change period right now, and everyone feels that. So if you have 5 tools in your toolbox and you're really good at 3 of them, that's way better than being amazing at one tool right now. And it wasn't always the case, but I think that's the case now. I think that there are really 3 paths if you're an artist entering this field, or if you're one that's kind of your work starting to dry up. I think there's kind of 3 ways you could look at this. You could be a full stack creative generalist, where you can design, you can animate, some After Effects, enough about UX and UI, you can use a little bit of Rive, how Lottie works. You can plug into a lot of places, right? And that's what we sort of aim to build here at School of Motion, is that kind of artist. Now, you can come into All Access and you can just focus on just 3D if you want. And there's still a place for that. But in terms of having the most options, the generalist is what companies are looking for, even big tech companies that have giant teams. Path 2, and I think Joey Judkins would agree with this, is sort of the developer adjacent interactive specialist. UI and UX motion is just exploding. It's everywhere. If you're in the motion design bubble, you may not hear about it as much, but if you're in the tech developer bubble, it's wild how many times I see the term motion design pop up in those circles. It's wild. So I think that's actually a really good career move.
So something that we already see, but I think we'll just see a lot more of it, especially as more powerful and capable AI models are released, is the rise of unicorn-looking designers. And what I mean by that is that someone that can code, design, implement all of those things as a single person. Those people exist and they're incredible. But with the AI tools, as it augments all of these weaknesses of the everyday designer, it makes everyone appear like they can do that end-to-end process. And some of them can do it really well. But I think we'll see the industry kind of flooded with everyone that looks like they can do all of these different things, but not actually be able to do them well. And so what I mean by that is everyone is kind of a motion designer now because the AI tools integrate motion. When you like click a thing, transitions are happening, animations are happening. But they may not actually be like good motion designers. They have not developed the eye of like what good motion looks like. The AI tools are kind of like looking at all the stuff that they have and making a thing based on all that stuff. And it may just be like generically like, okay. But I think that's where we'll also see a differentiation of folks that are actually trained with the eye for good visual design, good motion design, good UX, that will be able to harness these tools, incredible experiences. And so it will be a little bit harder to filter through like what is actually good and what is something that is just kind of pretending and looking the part, but is just a little bit flat as you take a deeper look. Because at the end of the day, you need to have this strong, firm foundation of a good idea to build upon. And these AI tools kind of skip that step a lot and create things that look incredible, but the idea at the end of the day is not that great. Another thing is just what do we actually call ourselves as motion designers? As these tools augment all of these weaknesses of now we're able to actually create an entire website or an entire app. Are we just motion designers? Are we UX designers? Are we all just problem solvers? So I think having clear terminology of how do we actually title ourselves as motion designers, I think will be helpful, just especially as like we are job searching, as we're positioning ourselves in our current like jobs and companies, or marketing ourselves as freelancers. Like what are we actually doing? What are we actually still offering? Because we have the opportunity to do all of these different things with these new tools. And so I think just getting clear on that. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out over the next several years as these tools become more and more prolific and accessible.
And then another big thing that a few people said is actually expanding is experiential and spatial design, because we were kind of cooped up for the COVID years, and now everyone's still somewhat separated. Like we haven't quite come back together the same way, and people are craving being out in the world in environments. And so there's actually like a lot of those projects happening, and you've got things like the Sphere, and every stadium now has 50 screens all over it. And there's actually a lot of work for that too, and that's really fun, rewarding work.
I think and hope that the industry in general is maybe going to stabilize a little bit. I know it's been a tricky couple of years for a lot of people, especially in the freelance world. Weird tech layoffs and financial instability and things like that. I don't know how much that second one is going to stabilize, but people still need video stuff, and I also think that a lot of people are kind of realizing that AI is not just the easy button solution to everything that it was marketed as. So I think people are going to realize that they still need a lot of stuff, and humans are still required to do a lot of that.
But I think my biggest prediction / hope is that people are going to see more and more that generative AI tools are not really a good fit for the workflow when it comes to high-end visual effects or CGI. It's really hard to fit them in movies or video games. I know Ubisoft is now trying to create a full AI pipeline, and I think that's going to fail quite a bit. I'm talking from experience. Like I worked on big video games before. I just don't see how they're going to be using these tools. And again, AI was around, and like machine learning was around for the longest time. In video games, you have AI agents. They have their own kind of set of rules, and they're making things. And in that kind of way, I 100% use the technology. Just don't use it to replace the artists, and don't use it to replace that process, because then, I just think that's a slippery slope.
I mean, my main prediction, people are going to keep making cool stuff, and they're going to keep valuing what humans can actually make. Are the number crunchers going to value it? No, but guess what? They never did. All they ever wanted was the cheapest thing that anyone could make, right? And they didn't really care what it looked like. So that's always going to exist. And hopefully we can all make good things that are actually meaningful and require your creative human brain to do it.
So I would say become AI fluent. You don't need to be dependent on it. That's not a good idea, but I think you really are kind of nuts at this point if you're not familiarizing yourself with what it can do, testing a few things, and you might find that for some specific thing you do a lot, it can save you time or help you make your client happier. And here's the big one: develop taste. And next year, I'm going to be harping on this, and we're going to try to find more ways. We're revamping our design curriculum kind of around this idea. I've heard from a lot of studio owners that this is the missing piece. There's a lot of young artists who are amazing at Blender, like 14-year-olds that know the whole thing, right? It's scary. People who have watched every After Effects tutorial and they're 18 and they know it inside and out. Without taste, you can get work, but you're not going to get good work, and it's going to be hard for you to grow. And taste is a hard thing to develop, and you really need to make an effort to do that and go out and find stuff and reverse engineer and figure out why you like it. And once you can start naming why you like it, now you've got a little bit of taste. And if you just keep doing that, I think that's probably the biggest unlock, other than being good at sales, for anyone's career in the future. So there you go. My predictions, my advice.
I do predict that there will still be a lot of instability in 2026. A lot of policies that are going to be slingshotting around that are going to, people consider marketing at the end or towards the end of a product cycle. And so they're not going to be thinking about marketing if they're thinking about how they're going to make things or where they're going to come from or what they're going to cost. They're not thinking about marketing them when they're on shelves until all that other stuff is figured out. So I think it's still going to be very rocky for us, which means that there'll be a lot of hurry up projects. So what I mean by that is people will call last minute and say, we finally got the green light, go, 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 So I think it's going to be really quiet. And then all of a sudden the phone's going to ring and it's going to be go, let's do this. On the entertainment side, that's more brand, product, CPG kind of stuff. On the entertainment side, we're going to see all these kind of platforms stabilize. So I do think we're going to see a rise of work out of them. All these big ones that are consolidating are going to kind of go from reducing and contraction to getting to the vision stage of that. So I think we're going to see a lot more aspirational jobs that are okay, now that we're done with the wreckage, what are we going to build? And I'm really excited about that because I think that's both brand and entertainment when you think about all these studios and how they're going to rebrand and how they're going to push content in the world. And they're going to not just rely on legacy work that's been created, but lean into creating some new stuff. So I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities there for people like us. What else would be good to talk about? On the advertising side, I think we're going to continue to see the consolidation of really big organizations. And I think it's just a giant black hole of all the advertising agencies. So we'll see them continuing to consume themselves into one mammoth thing. And they will absorb all the work and keep all of it internal and create AI tools to crank out super subpar work into the world. So while that's bad, it's also an opportunity for brands to think a little differently and to work with smaller, medium-sized agencies and companies, or if they have internal agencies, work with organizations like our studios to create beautiful work that allows them to stand out in what is a bland landscape, a blandscape. So I think that is somewhat optimistic. I do think people are being very cautious when it comes to budgets. So unless something is an emergency or a response to something where they have to spend, I think we're going to continue to see budgets contract. And so that's not a good thing. But, in situations where people are looking at growth and new brand vision and all that, I think we'll see an expansion of budgets because I think people are going to be excited to invest in new visions for things. So, yeah. That was a little contradictory, but I mean both of those things. So the everyday work, I think, is going to continue to get tightened. But the big picture thinking stuff, it's where there's white space and people really want to invest in something that stands out. I think there are going to be bigger, better budgets for us. And yeah, I hope for the year that the work is a little bit more spread out, that it's consistent and we can kind of get a sense of what a new normal is. I'm not sure that that's going to happen because there's still so much settling down of the industries, but I am optimistic that there will be some bigger projects out there that we can really sink our teeth into. So
why don't we go to EJ? He's got some thoughts.
So we mentioned how Maxon just kind of came out with their new December update. And so I'm very encouraged that there is a lot of new MoGraph stuff in there, because literally just, earlier in this podcast, I said about how they really need to double down and focus on that area and focus on their strengths. So hoping they can keep pushing in the right direction there and lean into what got them there, which is the MoGraph stuff and the ease of use. I agree with you, Aaron, that I think there's something bigger behind the scenes, maybe with the whole autograph thing. So maybe we see that first iteration of whatever that is in 2026, and hopefully they didn't just kill it, right?
I think that 2026 will be the year where AI becomes less of a scary headline and more of a boring, useful tool. Not in a bad way, in the same way that we do not talk about generative fill every day, but we use it all the time. I think we'll see AI baked into more workflows, especially cleanup, tracking, relighting, and rotoscoping, and people will finally stop arguing whether it will replace them and start asking the real question, how much time did it save me this week? I also predict that 2026 will be the year motion design gets more real-time. AE will stay strong, but more workflows will move toward GPU acceleration. I think tools like Unreal Engine will get more users and hopefully easier workflow for newcomers. We'll also see more code-based animation and interactivity, and things like Rive are going to shine. More apps will be used online using a website without the need to download and install a desktop copy. I think we will see more hybrid artists, so not just motion designers, but people who mix 2D, 3D, AI, photography, illustration, and maybe a bit of coding, who knows. The job titles probably will get weirder. People will introduce themselves as visual system designers or content alchemist. I don't know. The industry is changing fast, and the artists who know how to glue multiple tools, this one will thrive. I also predict that in 2026, someone will tweet that After Effects is dead, and the entire industry will stop what they are doing for full 24 hours only to return to their AE timeline and compositions and continue working like nothing happened. I also predict we will still not have folders in the timeline, but we will probably get at least 3 new features nobody asked for, yet we'll quietly use every day. But seriously, my real prediction is that 2026 will be the year of clarity. The last few years were a roller coaster for new tools, new AI models, new workflows, and general chaos. I think we are finally settling into a rhythm. Artists will figure out what they actually want and what fits into their pipeline instead of jumping on every new shiny thing, and studios will probably rediscover the value of experienced designers who knows how to tell a story and not just press buttons.
I really think AI is getting ridiculous. I think with the launch of Nano Banana Pro, I always call it Nano Banano, so I'm glad I didn't. But now I've told on myself, so that's fine. But Nano Banana Pro is really exciting. It's very, I've seen some demonstrations of it, and it is amazing. It's a little scary, but it's amazing. I personally really enjoy the videos of the dogs that are on the kind of Ring doorbell feed, and they open their mouths and water shoots out at an old lady. I'm an avid consumer of those types of videos, and I think that's the perfect use of AI. But so the AI video generation and image generation is getting out of hand. It's ridiculously good. The Gaussian splat is super cool. I am too dumb to fully understand it from a mathematical side, but from an artist side, it seems really neat, and I'm happily and excitedly cheering from the stands for the people that actually understand it. I think Rive is doing some really exciting things. Unreal has had some big moments this year. Obviously, School of Motion has done a lot with them. And I feel like I see a lot more people either moving to Houdini, or Houdini's just getting a lot more love in the public sphere. So it means one of two things. Either normies are starting to be, integrated into the Houdini pipeline and they're starting to appreciate Houdini. And so you have normal people now kind of taking over that space, or the Houdini users have been outside, they've breached containment, they've touched grass, and they're starting to gain a social conscience. So between those two, it's kind of cool to see Houdini in the limelight a little bit more. Now, when it comes to AI starting to get better and perhaps taking our jobs, especially in the 3D field or in the design field, perhaps this is my own hubris, perhaps this is a product of me just being young, but I really have no AI anxiety. I don't really care that much. Again, that could be because my brain just finished developing and I'm still a little bit of an idiot, but I don't have a whole lot of anxiety about it. I think that the world works in patterns and pendulums, and it's bound to swing back the other way. The better AI gets and the more convincing it gets, the less need there is for kind of the low barrier 3D work. And perhaps that means the market gets a little bit slimmer. Perhaps that means there are some artists that are put out of jobs, but it's only going to happen if they're unwilling to adapt. And I know that might be a controversial statement, but I think that adaptation is a large part of the artistic community. I think you've seen it all throughout history as new technology gets introduced, as new things become automated. There are always going to be people that are put out of a job, but the people that are willing to adapt and learn the new tools or to become better at their craft or find a niche in there, they're always going to survive and they're always going to excel. So I'm not really worried about the introduction of some of the new AI technologies. I think, if anything, it will just help us get better. And hopefully everybody watching this is fully aware of all the tools that are out there and are willing and able to adapt to fit the model as we push forward. As far as predictions go for Blender in 2026 or going forward, with the launch of Blender Lab, I think it's safe to say that there's going to be a lot more experimental features and some new pioneering done in that way, whether it's stylistically or actual new tools. I think it's going to be cool to see a dedicated space for artists to experiment and to kind of break the rules and break the technology. I think that's a huge thing. So hopefully that means we're going to get a lot new technology or a lot new workflows, and I think that will be really exciting. Blender is always been very good on presenting new ideas. So that's exciting, and it might just be wishful thinking on my part, but I am very hopeful and a little bit confident, just based on some things that I've seen, that Blender will be taking a few more steps towards the MoGraph space and starting to open up tools to that. Now, they're still great on MoGraph. I think they're still great on kind of supporting the ad industry side of the aisle, but I also think that there is a larger space for hobbyists or character artists or perhaps even some small studios or game studio spaces. I think that's probably, if you look at like a pie chart of the makeup, that's probably where the majority is. But I think that as it becomes more ubiquitous, as we get a lot more user base and as the clientele kind of grows, as I convert more people, you're going to start seeing a lot more motion designers using Blender. And so it would be really exciting, and I'm very hopeful that they lean into that and they start producing tools that kind of cater to that. As far as general predictions go for 2026, I think we'll have a big year. I think maybe the first 3/4 of the year will go business as usual. You'll have some ups, you'll have some downs. We'll be presented with new technology, but really we're not going to have anything monumental happen until November 19th, which is the drop of GTA 6. I think the industry will come to a grinding halt. People will stay home. They'll take sick days. Everybody's going to stop what they're doing and play Grand Theft Auto, which is really a beautiful thing if you think about it. So get in your bids, get in your creative briefs, get in your requests before the 19th so that artists have plenty of time to get those done before being locked away playing Grand Theft Auto into the holiday season.
I kind of agree with Joey about Unreal. I think it's one of those things where there's been a lot of hype on it along with AI, but the more people try to use it in their workflows, they're finding either they can't use it at all, that they're struggling with it, or they are finding the ways that they can do it. And I would say that if you're a Cinema 4D artist, for example, or maybe you're a Blender artist and you're like, maybe I need to learn Cinema 4D, or I need to learn Maya or whatever. I would say if you're stuck between Blender and Unreal Engine, I would almost always recommend to do Unreal Engine, because there are things in Unreal Engine that is just not possible in any of the other kind of apps. So, and to kind of lean into what Joey was saying about how you have things like the sphere, you have adoption like that. I think I agree with Joey about how there's going to be a lot more in-person experiences that people want to do. We're coming out of the pandemic, and I don't see that whole thing about we need to get more outside. We went through the pandemic. Now we're going through almost like a loneliness epidemic or pandemic where people are spending too much time online. And I think the pendulum's going to swing the other way. And the interactive experiences, the human connection, the wanting to go to these events in person are going to lead to a lot of work. And a lot of that stuff, like I said, can only be done using things like Unreal Engine. And those are things that can't be done with a Blender or a Cinema 4D. So as far as the AI thing, Polygon, the Blender Guru site, they did a 2025 State of 3D for 2025, and they said that only 22% of artists regularly use AI, and I think that's going to shift a ton. But I think where the shift's going to happen is because, like we've been talking about this whole entire time, is you're seeing this hype, and then the dust settles. And then the truth actually comes out of how can we actually use this? And it's probably not in ways that are going to make millions and billions of dollars for these companies. It's going to be a little bit more nuanced. And so I think many artists are going to figure out those ways, just like I was talking about with Unreal, that are actually going to help them in their workflows and kind of fit in there. Because of the fact that, and it's something we talked about before, of how expensive, not just time, but also there's the expense of using AI and how it doesn't make a lot of sense for a lot of people. So I think where you are going to have the best return on investment with AI is going to be the more specific technical tasks that, the ones that do those things very well, like MoveAI or Cascadeur, your rotoscoping, like Wonder Dynamics and what's going on over there. I think the ones that promise to do everything and anything are not the ones, because they might claim to do that, but you're going to have to do a little bit to clean up a lot of stuff.
I have a feeling that at some point in 2026, we're going to see a foundational breakthrough in generative AI, probably in the video space. I just feel like, knowing how fast things have been developing, we've kind of hit a bit of a plateau. There's been these incremental improvements. And I have a feeling that there's going to be some kind of new breakthrough that's going to change the way that we do things. Another prediction is maybe that some of these new node-based workflows for working with generative AI tools, I think we're going to start to see some of those tools mature. So Weavy is one. They were, I think, acquired recently by Figma. There's a few others. It's just a new way of working. It's not all text-based. It's a little bit of what people might know from ComfyUI, but then made a little more user-friendly and plug and play, right? So the gap between the kind of text-based approach that we know from LLMs and then the, let's call it, hardcore approach of ComfyUI, there's that gap there, and that gap is being bridged. And I think 2026, we're going to see some interesting products that maybe change the way that we approach working with AI and video. Another prediction for 2026 is that I think you're going to see more people experimenting with different corporate structures. So again, Buck created Residence about 3 years ago, and I think we were ahead of the curve on what we were trying to do there. And now I'm seeing some other groups, other companies that are toying with new ideas around funding and structure about how they're going to grow. Some of them are private equity based, some of them aren't. And I think people are really trying to figure this out because they see just how complicated and uncertain the future is. And so we're all trying to kind of diversify as a way of being resilient. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. So we're going to see, I think, different companies kind of playing with this. That doesn't mean that, the era of the small independent shop is gone. In fact, I think we're just going to see this growing gulf between, a collection of really good, small, specialized studios. And then there's going to be a big gap. And then you're going to see, much larger entities, like Buck, for instance, and Residence, that are going to get just stronger and stronger because of our strategic strengths. We're just built for resilience. We're built for, being able to deal with a lot of different situations. So that gulf is going to continue, which means that a lot of the shops in the middle might get squeezed, right? It might be a really tough time to be kind of a mid-sized shop where you've got enough overhead, you got to feed the beast, right? But then the shape of the work that you're getting is changing. Is it, are you going to be able to sustain yourselves at that level? I don't know. And so there may be a strategic contraction to a smaller, more niched down size. Maybe that makes sense for some shops. And then some shops are going to say, no, let's go big or go home. And they're going to look for funding or alternative business structures to try to help them scale up. So it'll be an interesting thing to watch. It's going to take longer than 1 year to play out. It's already underway now. But I think in 2026, you'll see a little bit more of this kind of experimentation happening.
2026. Let's look ahead. Prediction number 1 is I think the project-based studio is going away. That 5 years from now, we're going to look back on that business model that we think as so normal, and it's going to be quaint. We're going to say, wow, the good old days, that's circa 2015. Because clients, they really don't want vendors executing isolated projects. They want partners that are solving ongoing problems. Prediction number 2, the wolves. Okay, this is a model. It's a term I use for shops that are helmed by 1, 2, maybe 3 elite veterans. Didn't exist until lately. Okay, there used to be this idea of a studio that's too small to be a studio, but not anymore. Because these wolves walk straight into the C-suite. They diagnose big problems. They sometimes pitch $1 million solutions, and then they will win that job and go out and hire other studios or elite freelancers to execute the job. And they aren't fighting for scraps. They're actually hunting big game, if you think about it. Prediction number 3 is the middle is going to get eviscerated. Okay. So here's a question. What rises to fill this gap between the race to the top and the bottom? International white label studios. Because for half the cost and twice the capability and way less risk, many studios are realizing it beats maintaining a big internal team and staff or hiring external expensive freelancers. So this isn't just a trend, it's a structural shift happening in the industry. Prediction number 4, brand direct. That if you can't speak brand direct, that dialect, you will eventually be invisible. Prediction 5, clients want diagnosis, not obedience. Okay, so when someone says, we have a project, I want you to assume they have misdiagnosed, because the studios and shops that reframe the ask, they win the work. All right, if you're curious about that, just DM me 2026 and I'll send you these predictions. Okay, here's a few things I need you to stop doing. If you want to survive in the year ahead, stop doing these things right now. 1, stop charging for time. Time is the least valuable thing that we sell, okay? And never compete on rates. Number 2, stop accepting client diagnoses at face value. They're almost always wrong. Number 3, stop selling deliverables, okay? If deliverables define your value, AI will define how you get replaced. Okay, start doing this. Here's what studios in 26 must start doing. Start diagnosing. Okay, this is where your value begins when you rewrite and reframe the ask. Start leading. Okay, so replace what do you want with here's what we recommend. Here's what we find works best. Also start owning outcomes, not tasks. Start selling expertise over execution. And most of all, start choosing that race to the top intentionally. Everything in this commodity tier at the bottom, everything that's replaceable, everything that's order taker is about to get annihilated. So I hope you are listening. I hope this is helpful. In closing, here's what I'm going to say. 2025 was the Great Bifurcation. 2026 is the year that divide widens and we're not going back. But the studios, and yes, you artists who adapt with soul, who diagnose deeply, you own outcomes and step boldly into expertise, you're going to rise.
Firefly Boards, I'm really looking forward to see how Adobe kind of expands with that kind of thing and their little projects that they tease with the sneaks. I said in 2024 that we'd see the first use of Firefly in After Effects. Let's maybe kick that prediction to 2026 at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting.
By the way, it's really surprising to me. That was like the fact that After Effects got nothing is like, there's a whole bunch of stuff they could have used AI for in there that are truly tasks that are like, that don't take away creativity at all, that we could really like, rotoscoping could get so much better. There's like, oh man, so many things, but yeah.
Premiere's got it. Like Premiere got a AI rotoscope, and so I don't know. We'll keep our fingers crossed there. So community, I think I say this every year just because I think every year community is going to be more and more important. As Joey alluded to, like networking is going to be huge. Like how do you stand out from the slop? Because the slops and the noise is only going to increase online. So it's, going to events like an NAB or a Camp MoGraph, or just being in as part of a community somewhere, whether that's a Discord or School of Motion community. Like we have people that get jobs through connections that were made on just your community platform here at School of Motion. So it's only going to be more important to kind of plug in and not just be isolated. So like the community is great. Like we're friendly people, so don't hesitate to reach out and just chat. Like we love to nerd out about this stuff. Like everyone loves nerding out about design and stuff. So don't be afraid to kind of plug in, find your people. We're a bunch of weirdos, so we're your people.
So my predictions for 2026 are that soft skills are going to become extremely important, and also how we communicate with our clients and our potential clients. There's a huge amount of people out there who don't really understand what motion design is and how it can help them. And I think that is a massive opportunity for us. So you could think about who are some of the ideal clients that you would like to work with, and how can you communicate to them in their language that they use, what their problems are, and how you can use animation to solve them. I think going forward, motion designers will have to become a bit more like creative directors, a bit more like strategists, because by doing that, then this is really helping you to elevate beyond, potentially what AI could do in the future. And I think that that's going to become more and more important. People will always want to hire people that help them to solve problems. So really focusing on that and how you can help your client to solve problems is going to be really, really effective and really, really important in 2026 and beyond. My second prediction is that I think we're going to see a lot more motion designers and animators making their own content. And what I think an interesting idea is, because we have a lot of brands paying influencers a lot of money to share their products on their platform, I kind of wonder whether there's an opportunity for animators and motion designers there. Because instead of kind of showing a video of yourself talking about the product or something like that, I wonder if it's more about motion designers using animation to promote products, but also then promoting it on their own platform. Because if you had your own audience and a brand really liked you and your audience and your style, then it makes sense that they would not only pay you to create the animation, but they would also want you to share it on your platform, and you could charge for that. So I think that's a new idea that's kind of interesting. And there's probably some animators out there doing that, but I don't hear a lot about it. So I think in 2026 and beyond, that could be something that's really, really interesting.
I want to kind of talk about anxiety. And I think what we've seen is like a lot of anxiety. And I feel like hopefully maybe listening to this podcast is a little bit cathartic, because I hope the message that you're hearing overall, and is something that I like to talk about a lot, is that if we've learned anything from the beginning of this, 2025 to the end, is that AI is not all that it's cracked up to be, and that we are still very valuable. The skills that we have, Joey likes to talk about taste, like even that is super, super important. The skills we have, the tools that we use, the barrier, the entry that we have right now is so low. It's even easier to learn things if you really want to learn them. Realize what you have and what opportunities we have as artists that set us amongst people that think that learning art is a waste of time. or isn't important or is too hard. Like we love it, we do it. Like that's a leg up we have on a lot of people out there.
So obviously AI is going to continue to have a strong effect on things, but thinking about it on just the way that we look at or feel about the content that we see everywhere, we're definitely going through a pretty intense like slop cycle. Like I feel like every time a new wave of VO or Sora rolls out, you get this flood of like lizard brain content that you almost can't turn away from when it's like, you know, Mr. Rogers smoking a blunt with Tupac, or a chiropractor that's working on an elderly person and like, you know, breaks the table in half while they're on it or whatnot. Those things all like appeal towards these just like basic psychotic things that we all have an urge to see or witness. But we're also seeing that like any kind of fidelity or like production value, it can all be generated somewhat effortlessly. And I think it's really going to change the way that we relate to or think about sophistication of execution and production value and visual effects and like epic scope and scale when we're inundated with that sort of content and material. It can be overwhelming. I mean, I feel like these sort of tools, and like I really don't like the idea of the AI tool itself also becoming its own mini TikTok where you're just swiping from one AI generated video to the next one to the next one. Like it's sort of like saying like we've now concocted a formula for Coca-Cola that's like we just fill a glass 90% of the way with pure cane sugar and then pour a little bit of like soda on top of it. Like it gets to be too much at a certain point. Like, and you know, like any erogenous zone, there's like a point at which you're just like, ooh, I actually am now uncomfortably overstimulated with what you're putting on me. And I think we're going to see trends that start to shift away from just fidelity and spectacle and scope and scale and production value being things that we put value in, right? Like they may even be devalued altogether, which is possibly weird or creepy for an entire industry where so much of the work that we do is just to like make sure that things look expensive and look that energy has been put into it. But there's always also been spaces where in motion design, the point is not to make something look expensive, but it's to make it look gritty or edgy or unexpectedly natural or unusual or whatnot. And there will be some really fascinating opportunities in those spaces because I do think like, yeah, we'll see amazing, spectacular visuals. And even if it's something that's created by Christopher Nolan and it's all in camera, you know, my kids may look at it and just be like, oh, it's probably AI. And, you know, that's sort of soul crushing to a certain point. Like we are just going to start to not care as much about that impressive fidelity or execution. Now, the other side of that is going to be that when people want the takeaway to be that this was expensive or there was a significant investment put into making this happen, we're going to see a whole other level of craft and care that's applied to the creation of these things. You've probably seen the Apple TV logo animation, which is shot practically using plates of glass that are immaculately lit and prepared in a practical real-world studio setting. And to me, that's just as much about releasing a rebrand as it is about releasing the behind-the-scenes story of how much care and craft went into that rebrand. That came out while I was midway through a project that by the time this is out, this project will have just been released. I've been really fortunate to spend the last few months working with the amazing team at FXWorks or FXWRX, this incredible studio in Brooklyn who do amazing things like they will, on their stage, they will build massive cotton ball clouds that they're filming for Wes Anderson to use in his latest film, or miniatures or in-camera effects or optical effects that are used to just create natural assets or elements or components or sequences within films and all sorts of other content that has this incredible, beautiful sense of like craft and intimacy to it. I'm very confident that the team at FXWorks, they're going to all of a sudden become the hardest to obtain commodity in the space, because those at the absolute tippy top of the market that want to make sure that the takeaway is that this was a spare no expense production, they're going to want as much tangible proof to convey that. And I think we're going to start to see a very quick shift that, in order to convey that level of expense and effort and craft, it's actually not as digital as you thought it was, or we're going to do things that you would think at a glance would look digital. And the thing that we're working on right now, it's amazing. It's a 3D city that, could at a glance just be something that was generated in CG and would have been effortless not effortless. It would have taken a lot of hard, difficult work to put that together. But we decided there would just be this whole other layer of charm and fascination and interest in doing it practically and building miniatures and having a stage set up with incredible lighting and all the different touches and imperfections that we bring to this process. And our client that we're working with, a major technology brand, they're enthralled by this. Their imagination is overloaded by what's possible when we're building something like this. And the project is now not just about creating this incredible end product, but it really is about building and designing the process and the circumstances to get there, that for all of us involved working on it, like it's the most fun and most memorable project we will all work on all year, because it just taps into completely different parts of our brain in the process and unlocks something new and expected every time we get into it.
I think the real game changer with AI is going to be when it's art directable. And if you think about that, why is that powerful? Well, because if you want to art direct something, you actually need to have someone behind the scenes that's actually good at art directing. And it's not going to be the AI bro. So again, another feather in our caps of people that have been in this industry for a while and are more art focused. AI can't teach you taste. So that's another leg up on there too. Only you can teach it by going through the things and just looking at enough stuff and thinking about it enough to apply it to other things. I would say the most impressive AI that we're going to see from here on out is just going to be the ones that have the most impressive inputs. And right now, those are the inputs. We talk about if you have Steven Spielberg using AI or just a schmo on Twitter, like guess who's going to come out ahead? Yeah. So I want to leave with this one last thing, and something I said in my Motion Plus talk in New York this past year. And it's that we live in a world that has AI, and there's a lot of things shifting and stuff like that. But we also live in a world where a small team this year, using a free software available to anyone, Blender, won an Academy Award. So those two things can be true. So I hope in 2026 we can kind of enter in there with some being inspired and feeling a little bit more encouraged about what's going on, because if anything, 2025's taught us that the skills we have are going to be even more valuable as we move on from here.
All right, Aaron, take us home, buddy.
Yeah, thanks. And I want to just, I don't have much more to say than the two of you have already said, because you really covered most of it. Just kind of dovetailing on the Blender thing. The fact is that it takes one big event to sort of change an industry like that, and Blender having won an Oscar for Best Animated Film will for sure change the landscape. I think we will see more people using Blender, and I don't just mean I mean like companies using it, people that are accepting that it's a real tool. And that, like, I think about this with Premiere. You know, for a while, Adobe, when Premiere was, they wanted to push it. There was a point where they finally got a film that was made in Premiere Pro, and they pushed it really hard. And like, I don't know if that was the thing that did it, but certainly it helped in I think this film's called Monsters. And like after that, like Premiere was talked about regularly in the film world as being something you could use professionally. And I think that's just, there's a hump that it had to get over, and that we're there. Again, you know, Maxon having done with what it's doing with motion design, I think it's great that I totally missed the news cycle about that today just because we're doing this. And I'm excited because, like, you know, MoGraph is still really awesome in Cinema 4D, and I love what you can get out of that. So I want to, you know, I want to see them succeed. But for character stuff, I think, you know, character stuff and modeling, like Blender has really got a lot for itself. So I think we'll see how it goes. I'm excited for it. I actually think Unreal may have a little more pickup than you guys do, but only specifically in the live broadcast area, because they're bullish on that right now. Like as much as sort of stuff has fallen off, they're not pushing as hard, and, you know, Epic went through this big, you know, letting go of people and their budgets and all of that. They're still putting a lot into making it so that it works really well for live broadcasts, and they released that free template, and they had a whole big, promotion around that near the end of the year. So I think that they want that to succeed more than most other things they want for motion design to succeed in. Like, I don't think they expect it to replace Cinema 4D as the beautiful kind of stuff that you can get out of really high end stuff. But I think that for sports and esports and any other kind of like graphic like that, like there's something to that, and maybe the news as well. And I think they're pushing that. So I think we will start seeing more of that this year.
So I personally think that the main buzzword of AI, I think, is calming down a bit. I'm seeing a lot more jobs where AI is being generated, and then compositors are being brought in to clean it up and make something with it. I still think that there's going to be an adoption for real time. It's still growing. There's more needs for it. I do think it's going to take a while. As much as the tidal wave of real time is coming, and it's going to be here, and it's going to take over. Like a lot of things, I think it is coming, but it will be slow. I do think that AI will continue to help enhance, or I do think it's really sinking in as helping learn and problem solve. So for the Unreal standpoint, there's a billion settings in there when something goes wrong. It's a lot nicer now to not feel like I'm hung up with all these learning curves, where I can ask something like ChatGPT very specific questions of like, how do I do this? Or what is the problem with this? And it can walk me through steps, which is way faster than watching tutorials for a lot of these granular one-off problems that continue to arise. And I also think too that, AI, as far as asset generation, whether it's images, chunks of video, or models, I think is going to continue to grow. And I think in an environment like Unreal, where you're pulling all these pieces into a library and then assembling, I could see when the quality gets there, I could see where AI is going to help smaller teams be able to do more with less. I do see more AI tools. Like everyone just seems to be AI powered. I don't see Unreal being any exception. I know they're even talking about a new version of the engine in a year or two, and some of the roadmap that I'm seeing for that looks pretty crazy if they can do what they want. So I do think it's going to continue to get in and help absorb a lot of these small, obnoxious tasks, which there's a lot in Unreal. So really looking forward to helping that streamline that.
Like you mentioned, like we've talked about before, Autograph, like if we don't see a final product out, we're going to start seeing hints of it for sure. Like it to me, like it's so obvious. Like the moment they bought it, like I was like, that is, like people are like, well, why would they want that? It's so obvious to me. They have so many tools that are right now reliant on another big company that they cannot control. And they have this tool, even if it's not going to be like as robust as After Effects, it may be a really good compositor, and you might use it for that, and then have all these little effects in there, or maybe for editing. I'm really curious to see what happens, but I know that they've got these tools and they want to put them somewhere. And so I really believe that we'll see something from them there. And as far as AI, like we've all said, look, it's being used, it's going to be used. There's still a strong public resistance to it, but the studios are using it, and that's going to fall off very quickly. it might be 2027 before it really lands, but it's landing like sometime really soon. And I think that the thing to remember is that whatever else the hype you hear, all of that, it's going to be very different than the way the tech companies are pitching it. It's going to be used by pro-level people who understand complexities of production, who have knowledge of how cameras work and lighting and all of these things that we've talked about. That is what's going to ultimately be in desire. So like, yes, learn AI, but if it's the only thing you're doing, like we said it before, it's not enough.
We always think there's some big change year to year that's going to happen. Based on the patterns that I've seen, I don't think we're going to see any giant changes this year. I think AI is still going to, sort of enhance things. It's still going to be the buzzword. We're still going to be doing 3D and 2D projects. They will get faster and more efficient or more optimized thanks to AI tools. But I don't think I don't think there's going to be a new AI that we don't know about this year that undoes this like the way AI did with NFTs. I think it's just going to be like a grinding year of AI enhancing and just, the industry kind of elevating and doing way more creative things with way less resources, mainly because the economy seems like it's kind of holding on, at least in the States, and maybe even getting a little bit better. But we're definitely seeing that trend of doing a lot more with a lot less. And often the sort of nuance of that trend is there's a lot less risk being taken creatively, or those creative jobs and projects are less abundant than they were, say, 4 or 5 years ago. And I kind of see that happening.
There's no realistic scenario where AI prompters with no other experience are being hired instead of skilled artists. There's not I can't imagine a situation where anybody if you've worked, I've been in this industry 25 years, there's never a time someone said hey, one of our players in this baseball team is sick. Does any kid in the crowd have a baseball mitt? Because you're coming down here and you're playing right now. It's just not how it's going to work, right? That's just not how it's going to be. So that's my thing here. I wish I had more to say, but you guys covered it all, so that's it.
If you watched this whole thing and made it all the way to the end, then I have a coupon for a free high five or hug or chest bump. It's totally up to you. If you see me in person and you actually watch this whole gigantic thing, please let me know. Either way, I hope that whatever you listened to got you thinking, maybe inspired you, maybe pissed you off, but that's okay too, because I think that there's a lot of difficult conversations we're all having in this industry right now. And my goal with this is really to kind of solidify my thoughts, to figure out what am I even thinking about all this stuff, share that with you, because I had kind of a weird perspective on this industry. And the ultimate hope is that it puts thoughts in your head that are going to percolate over the next several weeks and months, and maybe lead you to some decisions that are going to help your career, help your life. That is the mission of School of Motion, and I really appreciate you being even a small part of our community. So that is it. I hope you have an amazing end of your year and an incredible 2026. See you on the other side.